Zhao Xinyu, today you have transported a total of 42 loads of soil, each load fetching 3 units, which amounts to 126. Count it yourself. A middle-aged man gazed at a youth of approximately 175 centimeters, whose face bore a slight yellowish hue and whose physique resembled that of a slender bamboo stalk. His eyes filled with compassion. Zhao Xinyu wiped his hands on his tattered work attire, accepting a stack of money. As he glanced at the notes in his hands, a weary smile flickered across his fatigued visage. Thank you, Uncle Li. I will come over early tomorrow. The middle-aged man nodded. Zhao Xinyu, your physique is too frail. By rights, you should be earning a decent amount each month. I heard from others that you also deliver takeout at night and work courier jobs during holidays. This is quite concerning. A fleeting hint of bitterness crossed Zhao Xinyu's face. Uncle Li, my grandfather has toiled tirelessly to support my education, resulting in poor health and significant debt. Now that I have grown up, I cannot allow him to bear the burden any longer, but you cannot overexert yourself. What will happen to your grandfather if you collapse from exhaustion? I am still young. I will be fine. Uncle Li, I must take my leave. As he spoke, Zhao Xinyu departed at a brisk pace. At the temporary water supply point on the construction site, Zhao Xinyu pulled the hose to a corner, stripped off his clothes, and took a refreshing cold shower. He then retrieved the somewhat faded yet clean denim outfit from a tattered backpack and hurried towards the makeshift shelter to retrieve the motorcycle he had purchased specifically for deliveries for 500 units. As he donned his helmet and powered on a phone worth merely 700 or 800 units, call came in from a contact labeled Little Brother. The moment he saw the caller ID, the smile that had just formed on his face vanished. With a wry smile, he answered the call. Zhao Xinyu, what is going on? Where is my living allowance for this month? Are you trying to starve me? Zhao Xinyu's expression tightened slightly. Xiaoshin, I did promise to send you a monthly allowance. Just last week, I transferred 1,005. Have you already exhausted this month's funds? I don't care. If you don't send it, I will ask Grandpa. He can afford to support you through university surely. He won't neglect his own flesh and blood. Hearing this, Zhao Xinyu's demeanor stiffened. Xiaoshin, please don't go to Grandpa. I will find a way to sort this out by tomorrow at the latest. After hanging up, Zhao Xinyu's face was etched with bitterness. He was acutely aware that both he and Zhao Xinxin were orphans adopted by their grandfather. However, to spare Zhao Xinxin's feelings, he had always publicly referred to himself as adopted, while Zhao Xinxin leveraged this to cause him to prevent their grandfather from suffering. Zhao Xinyu felt compelled to work tirelessly to meet Zhao Xinxin's demands. Their grandfather had endured tremendous hardship raising them. If Zhao Xinxin continued to press him, it could truly become unbearable. Sighing, he opened the delivery platform, and within moments, a new order appeared. Considering the need to provide for Zhao Xinxin's living expenses, he accepted the order without a second glance. Upon receiving the order, Zhao Xinyu examined the details and could not help but shake his head. The location was at least 20 miles from his current position, undoubtedly causing a delay. If the client were to leave negative feedback, he would find it difficult to recuperate his earnings within 2 days. Zhao Xinyu took out his phone and dialed the client's number. To his surprise, the client readily assured him that a negative review would not be forthcoming. Despite this assurance, Zhao Xinyu felt a sense of urgency. As his vehicle traversed a particularly dark stretch of road, a sudden flash of light caught his attention. Instinctively lowering his head, he was then struck with a deafening impact, feeling as though a heavy hammer had collided with his back, causing his mind to plunge into darkness. When his body hit the ground, blood had already soaked through the pendant he wore around his neck, cherished item he had donned since childhood. in the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital of Panchang. Figure swathed in bandages lay motionless, with only his nose and eyes visible. Outside the ward, the young man was engaged in a heated discussion with two middle-aged individuals. What happened to Zhao Xinyu? How did he end up like this? One of the middle-aged men furrowed his brow, inquiring, "And you are?" "I am his university classmate, Pan Mingyuan. His family conditions are not the best. He delivers takeout every night to earn a living. He hasn't returned home tonight, and I just heard from classmates about his situation. He encountered an accident. May I go in and see him? He is currently in a coma, and the doctor has stated that the chances of him waking up are virtually zero. There is little point in you going in." Upon hearing this, the young man's face paled dramatically. He climbed back to the door, peering through the window at the bandaged Zhao Xinyu, tears welling in his eyes. A week later, Pan Mingyuan received astonishing news. Zhao Xinyu, previously declared clinically dead by the doctors, had suddenly regained consciousness. As Zhao's closest friend, Pan Mingyuan rushed to the hospital at the first opportunity. Upon arrival, he encountered a young man, approximately 1.78 meters tall, adorned in flamboyant attire. "What do you mean?" "Zhao Xinyu is my brother naturally. I will handle his compensation." Pan Mingyuan felt a surge of anger at these words and approached the claims representative dispatched by the delivery company. "What is going on?" At that moment, a weak voice emerged from the ward. "Mingyuan, please call manager Zhao in. I need to speak with him." Inside the room, Zhao Xinyu still resembled a mummy, though the bandages on his face had been removed. The myriad of scars crossing his visage made Pan Mingyuan's expression change dramatically. "Zhao Xinyu, are you going to allow me to continue my studies? You claim you won't provide me with money, yet you lie here pretending to be dead." Pan Mingyuan's countenance shifted as he reached out to grasp Zhao Xinyu's arm. "Are you not even his brother? Look at what has become of your brother, and you dare utter such words. Come out here." "Mingyuan, let him go." After uttering this, Zhao Xinyu turned his gaze to Manager Zhao, who had just entered. "Manager Zhao, what is the compensation amount?" "The compensation is 36,000. The company is also aware of your circumstances and has allocated an additional 20,000 for humanitarian reasons." "Mingyuan, what is the amount of my medical expenses during this period?" "You are the victim. The police will cover all your medical costs." "Manager Zhao, please provide Zhao Xinxin with 50,000. At this moment, Zhao Xinxin's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" At this point, he did not cast a single glance at Zhao Xinyu. "Zhao Xinxin, this sum will cover all your tuition fees for the future. It is not in vain that we are brothers from now on. Your life or death has no bearing on me whatsoever. If you dare to harm grandfather again, I will ensure you live to regret it. Now, leave immediately." The weak Zhao Xinyu's voice was icy, causing the usually carefree Zhao Xinxin to tremble and take a few steps back.
Zhao Xinyu received 50,000, and although he was astonished by Zhao Xinyu's transformation, he ultimately departed with the money. At this moment, not only Pang Mingyuan but also manager Zhao, who was responsible for the compensation, found it difficult to bear. "Xinyu, what kind of brother do you have? He is nothing but scum. Why would you give such a brother 50,000? He is nothing more than a thug. If I do not satisfy him now, he will certainly gather a group to torment Grandpa. Once I recover, I will not let him off easily. Mingyuan, take the remaining 6,000 and repay the school for me. We will discuss the rest once I am better." It was then that Pang Mingyuan understood that Zhao Xinyu intended to keep this unruly brother in check until he had fully healed, at which point he would deal with him. Just as he was about to say something, a nurse entered the room for her rounds, leaving them no choice but to exit the ward. As night fell, after the last nurse had completed her rounds, beneath the dim light, Zhao Xinyu lay still, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath, grimaced, and struggled to sit up. By the time he managed to do so, he was drenched in sweat, his face marred with injuries, now glistening with perspiration. Glancing around the empty room, Zhao Xinyu let out a long sigh, gritting his teeth as he began to unwrap the bandages from his body. Once he had removed all the bandages, despair clouded his expression. "Grandpa, I have failed as a grandson. Now I am neither human nor ghost, and one of my legs is crippled. I do not wish to be a burden to you. In the next life, I will toil like a beast to repay you." Just as Zhao Xinyu struggled to rise from the bed, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down at the source of the heat and was immediately taken aback. Under Grandpa's guidance, he had developed no vices. Apart from a little drinking, he never ventured out for gatherings with friends, nor did he smoke. His drinking was limited to the medicinal wine brewed by his grandfather, never partaking in the company of classmates. Yet now, an azure mark had appeared on his chest, resembling a fragmented jade pendant. One part of the mark depicted a nascent cloud, within which a faint azure star was discernible. With a hint of curiosity, Zhao Xinyu trembled as he placed his hand upon the mark, wondering when it had appeared and why he had been oblivious to it. Observing the budding clouds and the faint star, he sighed, wishing he could somehow take refuge within. In the next moment, he felt a dizziness wash over him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself no longer on the hospital bed, but instead in a space that was shrouded in a gray mist, measuring roughly 300 to 400 square meters. Though the area was not expansive, the air was refreshingly crisp. With a single breath, he felt an indescribable sense of ease, and the pain in his body seemed to diminish considerably. Raising his gaze to the sky, Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. He noticed that the swirling mist above bore a striking resemblance to that on his chest, and within the clouds, a faint azure star could be discerned. Staring at the drifting mist above, Zhao Xinyu found himself in a daze, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. It was as if the plot of a drama had manifested in his life, and he was left wondering how he had entered the mark on his chest. Struggling to rise, Zhao Xinyu felt his hand slip, a damp sensation emanating from beneath his legs. As he glanced down, he discovered himself sprawled upon a patch of verdant earth, extending his hand to grasp a handful. The soil was slick, akin to grease, requiring no effort to extract from his fingers. Having cultivated vegetables alongside his grandfather since childhood, he understood the significance of such soil to a farmer. It represented the most fertile ground in their eyes. Sensing the moisture of the earth, Zhao Xinyu lifted his gaze to the distance, yet lying on the ground, he could only perceive the hazy surroundings, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Shaking his head, he raised his hand to wipe away the dirt, only to be taken aback upon seeing that his hands, once caked in the vibrant soil, were only a faint trace of pale green. What had initially been discomfort now felt remarkably alleviated, and his fingers moved with newfound strength. Recognizing the benefits of the verdant soil, Zhao Xinyu glanced at his battered body, feeling a flicker of despair gradually dissipate. His choice to study traditional Chinese medicine was not motivated by its affordability. Rather, it stemmed from learning the craft from his grandfather, whose aspiration was to restore the luster of a once declining discipline. Although he felt like a mere shell of his former self at that moment, the potential of the green soil ignited a spark of hope within him. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He was uncertain how he had arrived within the mark upon his chest and how he might exit. Just as this contemplation surfaced, a wave of disorientation washed over him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself back on the hospital bed. Were it not for the traces of green soil on his body, he might have believed it all to be a dream. Observing the markings, the remnants of despair in his eyes vanished entirely. After several minutes spent rewrapping the bandages, he reclined once more on the bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. From that day forth, every night Zhao Xinyu would enter that space, using the green soil to cleanse his wounds. In less than a month, he astonished medical experts who had predicted a minimum 6-month recovery by being discharged from the hospital. Yet, compared to before, his once handsome visage was marred by dark scars, with the left side of his face particularly affected by sand embedded within, rendering half of it blackened. Limping behind his friend, Pang Mingyuan, who had come to escort him, Zhao Xinyu suddenly halted upon exiting the hospital. "Mingyuan, now that we've graduated, how can I return to school looking like this? Please help me retrieve my belongings." Pang Mingyuan paused, taken aback. "Xinyu, what are you planning to do? Guarantee there's several hospitals seeking you before the incident?" With a deep sigh, Zhao Xinyu replied, "In this state, neither human nor ghost, I'd be frightening to behold. Who would dare allow me to take their pulse? Are you planning to return home to accompany your grandfather?" Pang Mingyuan inquired. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. My grandfather is old and ill. How could he possibly accept my return in this condition? What do you intend to do? From this day forth, many residents of Pengqing often catch sight of a limping figure, undeterred by the wind or rain. Even when he is not adorned in the specialized attire of a food delivery worker, he can be seen hobbling through the streets and alleys, collecting scraps. The economy of Pengqing is flourishing, with towering skyscrapers rising in the suburbs. However, nestled in the northern outskirts lies a village named Zhihenling. Despite its proximity to the bustling metropolis, Zhihenling is distinct from other neighboring villages due to its sparse population and expansive territory, covering over 30,000 acres. The primary reason for Zhihenling's lack of development is its rugged terrain, punctuated by ravines, and the formidable Qiangliang mountain range that looms to the north. Most critically, the village suffers from a scarcity of water resources. This challenging landscape has deterred countless developers, leaving Zhihenling behind as other areas undergo significant progress. In a relatively flat stretch of land, spanning over 10 acres at the boundary of Zhihenling and Pengqing, stands a recycling station. Each afternoon, a limping man, burdened with several bags of recyclables, makes his way into the station. Grandpa Su, I'm back, he calls out one afternoon, his visage obscured by a mask and hat. He stumbles in, dragging 2 hefty bags of waste, and deposits them onto a vacant patch of ground before shuffling towards a row of dilapidated houses at the northern end of the station. Upon reaching a doorway, a faint cough emanates from within, prompting the limping man to flinch. He says nothing more and pushes the door open. The room is in disarray, littered with empty bottles, and a strong odor of alcohol permeates the air. An elderly man with graying hair lies on the bed, the floor marred with signs of vomiting. Grandpa Su, you've been drinking again. The voice's owner removes his mask and hat, revealing a face marred by scars, one side darkened with bruising. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Zhao Xinyu places his hand on the old man's wrist, and his expression shifts as he detects an erratic pulse. The elderly man's life hangs in the balance. Zhao Xinyu's demeanor darkens, having studied traditional Chinese medicine for over a decade under his grandfather. He is not one to overlook typical ailments. Yet, after a life-altering incident that severely impacted his hand, he hesitates to intervene, fearing that without the aid of proper instruments, he might be unable to save the old man, whose condition has deteriorated due to excessive drinking. He retrieves a cheap mobile phone and swiftly dials emergency services. Regrettably, despite the doctor's earnest attempts to revive him, the delay proves fatal, and the old man passes away. As a solitary elder in the village, he had received assistance from the community, yet the expenses have drained Zhao Xinyu's savings of over 3,000 yuan. Following the unfortunate event, Zhao Xinyu finds himself at a loss. Having resided in this place since leaving school, he is now uncertain of where to go next after the elderly man's demise. Just as Zhao Xinyu was tidying up his belongings, preparing to leave, the elderly village chief Han Tianliang entered, who had been assisting with the arrangements for the old man's funeral. Xinyu, what are you doing? Zhao Xinyu offered a wry smile, glancing at the silver-haired Han Tianliang. Grandpa Han, Grandpa Su has already passed away. He should have relatives. If I don't leave now, shall I wait for them to come and chase me away? Han Tianliang shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Old Su has no family. If he did, he wouldn't need you to handle his affairs. This is the will he left a few days ago. This courtyard will belong to you from now on. Old Su had a wish. If you have descendants in the future, he hopes you will take them to his grave and burn some paper offerings for him. After leaving the will, Han Tianliang departed, while Zhao Xinyu, gazing at the document, felt warmth for the first time after leaving the village. Since arriving in Pengqing, to earn a living and pay for his younger brother Zhao Xinqing's tuition, he had been collecting scrap metal aside from delivering takeout for 5 years. Grandpa Su often took pity on him, allowing him to stay overnight when he was too late to return home. Over the years, Zhao Xinyu had sold the scrap he collected at this place. Because Grandpa Su was unable to move about easily, Zhao Xinyu frequently stayed to assist him, thereby nurturing a bond between them. Now, with the old man as passing, the legacy of this expansive courtyard left to him truly made Zhao Xinyu feel the warmth of humanity. Lost in thought, Zhao Xinyu felt a soreness in his injured left leg. He looked out the window to see that it had become foggy outside. It was raining again. With a long sigh, he calculated and shook his head, bitterly smiling. In just half a month, the new year would arrive. Observing the empty room, a thought struck him. He remembered that patch of azure space. Ever since he acquired that space, he had been using the azure soil within to heal his wounds. But he had never considered anything beyond that. As the new year approached, he realized he had only a few hundred yuan left, insufficient to celebrate properly. This prompted him to think of that patch of space. With determination, Zhao Xinyu ventured out into the rain, leaving the scrap collection station, which lacked even a proper entrance. Not far from there was a shop specializing in seeds and fertilizers. With the new year imminent, there were hardly any customers, and a middle-aged woman was dozing behind the counter. As the door creaked open, she lifted her gaze to see a limping figure in a mask entering. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. The shop was close to the scrap station, and Zhao Xinyu had frequented the place for years. Though the woman didn't know his name, she was aware that he resided at the scrapyard. A limping scrap collector who also delivered takeout had now come to her shop. She could not fathom his intent. "Do you have tomato and cucumber seeds?" Zhao Xinyu inquired, listing 7 or 8 types of vegetable seeds in quick succession. "Yes, but they are all old seeds. Germination rates are not guaranteed. I'll take a bag of each." Leaving the storefront, Zhao Xinyu took a deep breath and proceeded to another local produce shop, where he purchased a shovel and 2 small buckets. As he limped back towards the recycling station, the sound of soft whimpering compelled him to halt. Scanning his surroundings, he discovered a squirming little creature beneath a trash bin. It was a tiny black puppy, barely born, struggling for life amidst the cold rainwater. Gazing up at the darkening sky, Zhao Xinyu sighed, reached down, and gently lifted the puppy into one of the buckets. Upon returning to his makeshift home, he drew the curtains, locked the door, and left the bucket outside while entering the confined space with the shovel. He yearned to validate the hypothesis that had lingered in his mind for months. Having often gardened with his grandfather in his youth, Zhao Xinyu was no stranger to planting. He meticulously divided the over 300 square meters of space, sowing 7 varieties of vegetables. As he observed the few empty square meters in the center, he picked up the shovel, only to pause in surprise when it struck something hard. Setting down the shovel, he crouched to excavate with his hands. After just a few motions, he uncovered a massive green rock. Zhao Xinyu shook his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated finding rock formations in such a space. Yet, astonishment soon graced his eyes as he noticed water droplets continuously forming and sliding down the surface of the stone, with moisture accumulating in the soil around it. Contemplating the properties of the green earth within the space, Zhao Xinyu decided to shed his clothing and apply the nearly mud-like soil to his wounded areas. As he awaited the earth to dry, his stomach audibly protested, prompting him to leave the confines of that space. The rain rendered his humble abode a bit chilly and damp, so he prepared a small pot of thin rice porridge, heated a few steamed buns, and added some pickled vegetables. While gnawing on the bun and savoring the pickles, the whimpering from the bucket drew his attention. Setting down the bun, he prepared some rice water and, once it cooled, offered it to the little puppy, uncertain if it would survive until dawn. After dinner, Zhao Xinyu crawled into his damp bedding, and perhaps due to the day's labor of planting, he soon drifted into slumber. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until the chill awakened him. Grabbing his phone for a brief glance, he turned on the light and was met with the sight of the shivering puppy on the floor. It was still alive. Zhao Xinyu lifted the little creature into his arms and lay back down. But the damp blanket and the coldness of the makeshift dwelling made it difficult for him to find rest. Ultimately, he decided to bring the puppy into that space. And upon entering, he was taken aback. The area had expanded, no longer confined to 300 or 400 square meters, but now encompassing approximately an acre. The previously buried green rock was now exposed, and the pit he had dug was filled with clear water. Most astonishing of all, green shoots had begun to emerge from the soil, indicating that the vegetables he had planted the day before were already sprouting. Zhao Xinyu stood in awe, gazing at the myriad points of verdant green. What kind of space was this? How could the vegetables planted just yesterday sprout within mere hours? As he marveled at the scene, the little puppy in his arms suddenly wriggled, prompting him to set it down. The puppy, unsteadily, made its way to a small puddle, dipping its tiny head into the clear water to drink. The puddle was only about 10 centimeters deep, so Zhao Xinyu felt no concern for the little creature's safety as he wandered around the space. With each step he took, his astonishment only grew. Logically, seeds that had been stored for an extended period should have a diminished germination rate. Yet, to his amazement, every vegetable he had planted the previous day had emerged, with no signs of missing seedlings. Returning to the puddle, he found the puppy sprawled out, fast asleep. Turning his gaze back to the specks of green in the space, scenes from films flashed through his mind, igniting a sudden thrill within him. though not a farmer. Zhao Xinyu had grown up in the countryside and had helped his grandfather cultivate vegetables since he could remember. He knew well that no matter the soil, it was impossible for dormant seeds to sprout and grow within just a few hours. Yet here, in this inexplicable space, such a phenomenon was occurring. By the natural course of seed germination, the vegetables should yield a harvest within half a month. Typically, prices for vegetables and fruits would surge during festive seasons. If the vegetables in this space could be sold, he would no longer need to toil endlessly delivering takeout or scavenging for recyclables. With these thoughts, tears welled in Zhao Xinyu's eyes. Since the incident, he had lost contact with his grandfather. If he could truly earn money, at least his grandfather would not have to suffer. Throughout that day, he remained in a state of exhilaration. So much so that he even spent 23 yuan on a roasted chicken. That night, he re-entered the space. And the green was no longer scattered but had coalesced into a lush expanse. Overcome with excitement, he brought a small bucket inside and dug a small irrigation channel in the area where he had planted tomatoes, scooping water from the puddle to nourish the crops. To his astonishment, no matter how much water he drew, the puddle never diminished, and as he continued, the puddle's area and depth gradually increased. By the time Zhao Xinyu began to feel fatigued, the puddle had expanded to approximately 30 to 40 square meters, with a depth exceeding 20 centimeters. Even as he endeavored to enlarge the puddle, the water remained contained, refusing to overflow, even though the surrounding area was lower than the water's surface. During a brief respite, he cupped some of the water in his hands and took a sip. The cool, slightly sweet water refreshed him, alleviating much of his weariness. This truly is a treasure, Zhao Xinyu thought, convinced that this inexplicably acquired space was nothing short of a miraculous boon. Just then, he felt a furry little creature nuzzle against his leg. Looking down, he beheld the little puppy that had been on the brink of death just yesterday. Now, it was a lively little creature, brimming with energy. Zhao Xinyu's heart trembled once more as he reached out to embrace the puppy, gently stroking its small belly, eliciting a few whimpers from the little one, who was evidently hungry. He returned to his makeshift home, took the leftover roasted chicken and shredded it, preparing some rice soup as well. The puppy eagerly ran over and began to devour the food, and after finishing, it scampered around in circles, showing no inclination to sleep. Recalling how the puppy would drink water and promptly doze off in the space, Zhao Xinyu decided to place it back into that realm. In the days that followed, the vegetables in the space transformed daily. Tomatoes, cucumbers, and eggplants had grown to nearly half a meter in height. The area seemed to have expanded, and the once dim space appeared to have brightened considerably. Observing the daily changes in the vegetables, Zhao Xinyu remained industrious, purchasing bamboo poles for building a frame and acquiring some parts to assemble a nearly dismantled tricycle he had acquired. As a result, his few $100s dwindled rapidly. While others busily procured ingredients for the upcoming new year, he could only afford some dried noodles and pickles. As the spring festival approached, the daily diet of noodles and pickles caused Zhao Xinyu to grow increasingly gaunt, his scarred visage taking on a waxy hue. A clear sign of severe malnutrition recognized by those familiar with traditional Chinese medicine. That night, he once again entered the space, though merely a day's passage. It had undergone significant transformation. The tomatoes, having borne fruit 2 days prior, stood about 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall, some fully ripe, their plump red forms resembling festive lanterns hanging from the branches. He plucked one, wiping it not at all before taking a bite. The juice flowed. The flavor was exquisite, sweet and fragrant, devoid of any sourness, accompanied by an unfamiliar freshness. Wiping his mouth, Zhao Xinyu's heart soared with joy. Such delectable tomatoes would surely fetch a handsome price if sold. He then turned his gaze to the other vegetables. The cucumber vines stretched over 2 meters, laden with fruits of various sizes, their prickly tips of vivid green, adorned with a light mist of dew. The green peppers and eggplants stood at about 1.5 meters, each resembling ornamental trees, heavy with fruit. The green peppers were as large as bowls, glistening with clarity, while the eggplants, robust and purplish, measured over 1/2 meter in length, their sheen captivating. The rapeseed plants resembled emeralds, tantalizingly alluring. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Xinyu picked a cucumber. Upon biting into it, a wave of refreshing fragrance enveloped him, causing him to pause momentarily. With limited funds, he often purchased processed cucumbers for meals. Yet this one was unlike any he had previously tasted, crisp with a hint of sweetness. Subtle, yet distinctly different. After finishing the cucumber, He rubbed his hands together and harvested a selection of each vegetable before exiting the space. In the absence of meat at home, Zhao Xinyu decided to substitute it with salad oil, preparing 4 dishes: stir-fried eggplant, stir-fried green peppers, stir-fried green beans, and cold cucumber salad. Once completed, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, unable to recall the last time he had savored stir-fried dishes, even those devoid of any meat. As he took a bite of the stir-fried green beans, he was momentarily taken aback. Memories flooded back of living with his grandfather, where he often took on the role of the cook. He was well aware of his culinary skills. Yet now, in the absence of meat, the stir-fried green beans surpassed all his previous endeavors, offering a flavor that was entirely new and delightful. With a hint of astonishment, Zhao Xinyu sampled the other 3 meatless dishes. He was utterly astonished. Each dish was more delectable than any he had prepared before, each infused with an aroma he had never encountered. He dared to assert that even his grandfather, recognized as the finest cook in the surrounding villages, could not replicate such flavors. While Zhao Xinyu was still in a state of shock, he was interrupted by the low barking of a puppy named Heifeng, who was staring at him with evident displeasure. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, fetched a small bowl, and set aside some of the dishes for Heifeng, placing it on the ground. In a matter of minutes, the 4 dishes were devoured, leaving only an empty bowl before the puppy. Rubbing his slightly distended belly, Zhao Xinyu lay back, gazing at the ceiling, feeling a wave of nostalgia as he realized it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a satisfying meal like today. Wiping away a tear, he sat up, his gaze resolute. He understood that this peculiar space might signify a turning point in his life. That night, Zhao Xinyu tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. In the early hours, he entered the space with some old boxes he had acquired, harvesting a portion of the ripe tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, green peppers, green beans, and rapeseed within. As the first light of dawn broke, he parked his tricycle at the entrance of an aging residential complex, where at least 30 to 40 stalls had already set up on either side. Being the latest to arrive, he had no choice but to position his tricycle at the farthest spot from the entrance. His arrival immediately drew the attention of nearby vendors. Everyone understood that fellow traders could be rivals, and these individuals were tirelessly striving for their livelihoods, naturally averse to competition. As Zhao Xinyu removed the tattered tarp that had been patched countless times, jealousy flickered in the eyes of the nearby vegetable sellers. "Hey, where did you come from? Get lost." A menacing-looking middle-aged man approached his tricycle, speaking harshly. Zhao Xinyu froze momentarily, glancing at the other vegetable stalls and then at the produce on his cart, a hint of resignation appearing on his face. After enduring years of disdain, he recognized that in this materialistic era, few would empathize with a man like him. With a bitter smile, he pushed his cart away, hearing the mocking laughter of the vendors as he departed. As Zhao Xinyu struggled to push his 3-wheeled cart laden with vegetables past the stalls in front of the community, he was met with derision. Not a single soul offered him compassion, and a few even laughed maliciously. Hearing the scornful laughter, Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Forcing a bitter smile, having lived in Pengcheng for several years, he had experienced the harshness of human nature, with true warmth only found in the kindness of a few individuals. With one leg barely functioning, the cart weighed at least 700 or 800 pounds. Initially intending to head to a smaller community nearby, he found himself utterly exhausted halfway through. He stopped to rest, his crippled leg trembling, and looked around, bitterly smiling to himself. At that moment, he stood between 2 bustling communities, teeming with shoppers, while hardly anyone passed by his stall, not even the morning exercisers. Pondering the possibility of being driven away by other vendors at either community, and recognizing his dwindling strength, Zhao Xinyu decided to set up shop right there, using the electronic scale he had purchased for 80 yuan. As time ticked away, many vendors at the entrances of the 2 communities began packing up for home. Passing by Zhao Xinyu's stall, they erupted in laughter upon seeing his cart brimming with vegetables, their gazes towards him tinged with a sense of ridicule. Glancing at his phone, Zhao Xinyu shook his head repeatedly. Yesterday he had been filled with confidence, but now he felt devoid of excitement. After waiting for over an hour, and seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock, Zhao Xinyu sighed deeply. With not a single coin to his name, he resorted to satiating his hunger with tomatoes and cucumbers. After consuming 3 tomatoes, he felt somewhat better and sighed as he returned the electronic scale to his cart, contemplating where to dispose of the remaining vegetables. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of brakes screeched behind him. "Hey, are you selling those vegetables?" Zhao Xinyu jolted at the voice and turned to see a small pickup truck had pulled up, driven by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Yes, yes. Zhao Xinyu suppressed his excitement, repeating the word sell several times. As the man exited his vehicle, Zhao Xinyu caught a whiff of the distinct aroma associated with chefs. Realizing he was likely a culinary professional, the man circled the cart a few times, frowning. Your vegetables look great. Surely you haven't used any fertilizers or pesticides. No, absolutely not. These vegetables are all naturally grown. Just try one. Zhao Xinyu hurriedly replied, pulling a tomato from the box as he spoke. The man's eyes flickered as he regarded Zhao Xinyu's scarred face, furrowing his brows as he accepted the tomato. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his truck, washed the tomato several times, and then took a bite. As he tasted it, the man let out a sound of approval, meeting Zhao Xinyu's gaze with a glimmer of astonishment. After nearly 20 years as a chef, he had never encountered a tomato with such exquisite flavor. Could it possibly be genetically modified vegetables? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered a few times. How could that be? Zhao Xinyu, inexperienced in the world of commerce, was at a loss for words. Here's the thing. It's almost noon, and these vegetables will lose their freshness after midday. I can't imagine how spoiled they might be by tomorrow. Seeing that you have difficulty moving around, let us make it a bit cheaper. I'll take them all. Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. All right, tell me your price. Observing Zhao Xinyu's demeanor, the middle-aged man recognized him as a novice. After a moment's contemplation, he said, the current market price for tomatoes is 2 yuan per pound. I can offer you 5 for cucumbers. Upon hearing the offer, Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but smile wryly. The prices mentioned were from a few days prior. At this moment, not even wholesale could fetch such rates. However, considering these were homegrown and he intended to sell them at a discount, he nodded without further thought. Half an hour later, Zhao Xinyu loaded the last box of cucumbers onto his pickup truck, and shortly thereafter, his phone lit up with a transfer of 206 yuan. The middle-aged man, fearing Zhao Xinyu might change his mind, hastily drove away after the transaction. Watching him leave, Zhao Xinyu felt an urge to shout with joy. 2,000 yuan was an amount he would take at least half a month to earn through delivering meals or collecting scraps. Yet, in just half a day's time, he had managed to secure this sum. How could he not be exhilarated? On his way back, Zhao Xinyu indulged in a rare treat, spending over 200 yuan on a bag of rice, a chicken, a fish, and several pounds of pork. It's worth noting that during his 5 years in Pengcheng, 200 yuan had been nearly a month's worth of living expenses for him. Upon returning to the collection station, he immediately transferred 500 yuan to his grandfather's bank card since his grandfather did not own a mobile phone, leaving him unable to make contact. He could only hope that his grandfather would find the card useful. Having earned over 2,000 yuan in half a day and with plenty of vegetables still in his space, Zhao Xinyu felt elated. An hour later, his modest table was laden with a feast: clear stewed fish, braised chicken pieces, meat stir-fried with bell peppers, meat stir-fried with eggplant, and meat stir-fried with green beans, all accompanied by a pot of rice. After preparing the meal, Zhao Xinyu summoned Black Wind from his space. The little black dog had grown a bit during this time, its coat glossy and dark, prompting Zhao Xinyu to name it Black Wind. Unlike an ordinary puppy, Black Wind seemed to understand Zhao Xinyu's words. And having been lonely for so long, Zhao Xinyu regarded Black Wind as family and a companion, sharing even his instant noodles with the dog. After preparing a small bowl for Black Wind, Zhao Xinyu finally served himself a bowl of rice. He first picked up a piece of bell pepper and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment. The flavors of his stir-fry were vastly superior to those of the oil-fried versions sold outside. The crisp, tender bell pepper possessed an aroma that was simply incomparable to store-bought peppers, while the rich taste of the meat seemed to cling to the pepper itself. He added another piece of green bean to his plate, equally astonished by its flavor. He knew that even if his grandfather were to taste his stir-fried green beans now, he would be thoroughly impressed. After savoring the eggplant, Zhao Xinyu realized that the exquisite flavor of the dish was not merely a testament to his culinary skills, but rather a result of the vegetables sourced from a mysterious realm he could scarcely comprehend. With this revelation, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of excitement. He could envision the profound impact these vegetables would have if introduced to the public. Consequently, he resolved to sell his produce away from the collection station to avoid being recognized, fearing that the secret of his extraordinary space might be uncovered. In Pengcheng, a city thriving economically, the culinary scene was vibrant, boasting numerous dining establishments, from quaint eateries to five-star hotels. In a modest restaurant named Farmhouse Cuisine, a slightly portly middle-aged man toiled in the kitchen, his eyes brimming with perplexity. Although the restaurant was small, his braised meat was renowned for its unique flavor, drawing patrons who invariably ordered his signature dish. However, today was peculiar. His braised meat had scarcely sold. While lesser-liked dishes such as stir-fried meat with green peppers and stir-fried meat with green beans thrived, with some tables even requesting repeats. During a lull, he stepped outside and noticed a familiar table of regulars. Upon seeing him, one diner cheerfully remarked, "Boss Tan, have you changed chefs? This eggplant, green bean, and green pepper stir-fry is truly delightful. Please make us another serving of stir-fried meat with eggplant and green pepper." Taken aback by this comment, Boss Tan returned to the kitchen, where an idea struck him. He deliberately prepared a larger batch of dishes. After serving the dishes, he tasted the green pepper and was momentarily stunned. He quickly retrieved the eggplant and prepared another serving of green pepper stir-fry. Upon tasting it again, Boss Tan furrowed his brow. He realized that it was not an enhancement of his culinary prowess, but rather the quality of the ingredients. The vegetables praised by his customers were those he had purchased at rock-bottom prices upon his return. This thought filled him with exhilaration. At the collection station, Zhao Xinyu rubbed his distended belly, recalling the expressions of the vendors that morning. He understood that even if he rose early the next day, he would still encounter rejection. His original plans were rendered futile. After tidying up the leftover food, Zhao Xinyu stored the black wind in his space and limped away from the collection station, seeking a neighborhood with fewer vendors and a higher transient population. Throughout the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu was unaware of the distance he traveled. By the time he returned in the evening, his feet were blistered. Thankfully, his efforts bore fruit, as he indeed discovered a neighborhood with few vendors, albeit some distance from the collection station. After reheating his leftover lunch and sharing it with the black wind, Zhao Xinyu found a plastic bucket in the yard, filled it with soil, and planted several vegetable seeds, while pondering how to extract water from the pond in his extraordinary space. However, just as the thought occurred to him, a stream of water began to flow through the gaps in his fingers, which brought a glimmer of joy to Zhao Xinyu's heart. He thoroughly drenched the bucket and then, with a heavy head, fell asleep. In the dead of night, Zhao Xinyu entered the space with an old box, gathering another 700 or 800 pounds of vegetables. He hardly spared a moment for rest, donned a tattered overcoat, and rode off on his tricycle from the purchasing station. Although Pengcheng is situated along the southern coast, the temperature at this time plummeted to well below 10 degrees Celsius. Even clad in a coat, he could not fend off the biting cold. After nearly 2 hours, Zhao Xinyu finally arrived at the entrance of a small community called Tianyi Garden, where not a single pedestrian could be seen on the streets. He parked the tricycle in a spot he had selected the day before and curled up behind it to escape the frigid chill, awaiting the arrival of dawn. Though less than 2 hours remained until daybreak, each passing minute felt interminable, and gradually, Zhao Xinyu experienced a state of semi-consciousness. "Young man, you cannot sleep. In such weather, you will freeze yourself." The sudden utterance jolted Zhao Xinyu awake, and he opened his eyes to see an elderly sanitation worker in his 60s standing before him. Relieved to see Zhao Xinyu awake, the elderly man retrieved a worn bundle from the garbage truck and produced a water bottle from within. "Here, drink some hot water to warm yourself." Zhao Xinyu accepted it with gratitude, feeling the warmth radiating from the bottle, which stirred emotions in his heart. "Thank you, sir. I will only take a sip." "Drink up." "I usually do not, but next time you venture out, bring some hot water. Even if you do not drink it, at least it will keep you warm," the old man sighed as he pushed the garbage truck away. After sipping a few mouthfuls of hot water, Zhao Xinyu felt the chill in his body ease slightly. He rose and took a few steps to stretch his stiff limbs, raising his eyes towards the distance. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, he saw the elderly man laboriously sweeping the street. Zhao Xinyu let out a soft sigh and looked towards the east, where a hint of orange had begun to appear. Turning back to the newly constructed community, he noticed that some residents were already emerging. After taking a few more sips of water and placing the bottle back on the tricycle, Zhao Xinyu uncovered the tarpaulin, and a faint fragrance of vegetables wafted through the air, causing two elderly individuals passing by to pause. As they approached to inspect the produce, they shook their heads and walked away, convinced that such appealing vegetables must have been treated with chemical fertilizers and pesticides, as the quality was too pristine otherwise. Soon after, more than 10 people exited the community, yet like the two elders, They merely glanced at the vegetables and left without even inquiring about the prices. In that moment, Zhao Xinyu understood what was unfolding. He recalled the previous day when a woman in her 50s had approached him. He took a cucumber, split it in half, and offered one half to her. "Madam, please try this. These vegetables have not been treated with any pesticides or fertilizers." As he spoke, he took a bite of the other half. Upon tasting it, the unique fragrance of the cucumber filled the air, momentarily startling the woman, who regularly purchased vegetables but had never encountered such a fresh aroma. With a hint of astonishment, she took a small bite, and as she did, the old lady's eyes sparkled. "Master, how is it that your cucumber is so delicious? I haven't used any chemical fertilizers or pesticides on this cucumber. Please, try the tomato as well." Sensing the intrigue, Zhao Xinyu handed her another tomato. At that moment, more residents from the community emerged, noticing the vegetable stall at the entrance. They approached curiously, and Zhao Xinyu generously offered them tomatoes and cucumbers to taste. Each person took just a bite, looking at Zhao Xinyu with a glint of surprise, evidently captivated by the flavors of the tomatoes and cucumbers. "Master, these aren't genetically modified vegetables, are they?" "Of course not. Our country prohibits genetically modified vegetables. These are all new varieties. If you don't believe me, you can buy a little and try it at home. Please weigh me half a kilogram of green beans. I'll take them home to try," said the first old lady who had come over. Zhao Xinyu reached for a handful and added a tomato. "No need to weigh it. Just take it home and try it. If you find it delicious, you can buy some. If not, I'll leave immediately." The crowd surrounding him was momentarily taken aback. Such a straightforward vendor was rare in this day and age, and they sensed that he was likely sincere. In just 15 or 16 minutes, the old lady returned with a plate, exclaiming, "So delicious! So delicious! Come try this." Lacking chopsticks, the people used their hands to grab some green beans, and upon tasting, they all turned to each other, saying, "Come, weigh me 5 kilograms of green beans." Originally, there were only a dozen onlookers, but as Zhao Xinyu weighed the quantities, more residents from the community emerged, eager to join the purchasing frenzy upon hearing of the vegetable's exquisite taste. Within half an hour, Zhao Xinyu hadn't even taken a break, selling all 700 to 800 kilograms of vegetables, while many others were still waiting to buy. Those who managed to purchase returned to the community with delight, while those who missed out regretted not coming out sooner. "Master, will you be back tomorrow?" "Yes, I will return tomorrow." A middle-aged man glanced at the dilapidated tricycle and remarked, "What era is this? You're still using this old tricycle? How much can it carry? You should get an electric tricycle. It can hold at least 15 or 1600. Zhao Xinyu nodded in agreement, though he felt helpless inside. He certainly knew that an electric tricycle could carry much more and would save effort, but such a vehicle would cost at least 3,000 to 4,000. He gathered the litter into the tricycle, glanced at the water bottle, and looked up the street, though he did not see the old man. Shaking his head, he secured the water bottle and then rode back. Upon returning to the purchasing station, he counted the money and was stunned, despite having sold the same amount as yesterday, which netted over 2,000. Today he had made an astonishing 3,800. Overjoyed, he picked up his phone to transfer some money to his grandfather's account. But recalling the middle-aged man's words, he pocketed the money instead and stepped outside. Approaching noon, Zhao Xinyu rode back to the purchasing station on an electric tricycle. Yet only 5 or 6 yuan remained in his pocket. A tricycle transported him back to a time before liberation. With only 4 days remaining until the spring festival, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He understood that as long as there was space, his life would surely take a turn for the better. Although there were electric tricycles available, Zhao Xinyu still rose early the next day. He lacked a driver's license and needed to return the old man's water bottle while expressing his gratitude. Perhaps due to the minimal effort required and the excitement swelling within him, he felt no chill despite the overcast and frigid weather. While waiting, he spotted the elderly man pushing his cart. "Grandpa, here is your water bottle back." The old man smiled faintly as he accepted the bottle, inquiring with a chuckle, "Not feeling sleepy today?" Zhao Xinyu grinned. "I had some hot water on the way here." He then lifted a box of freshly picked vegetables from his cart. "Grandpa, these are homegrown vegetables. They aren't worth much. Take them home to save on expenses." "How can I accept that?" the old man protested. As they exchanged pleasantries, a voice interrupted them. "Master, are you selling these vegetables?" Zhao Xinyu placed the box in front of the old man, urging, "Please take them. I need to sell my produce." "Of course I'm selling them," Zhao Xinyu replied with a smile as he returned to his tricycle. The bounty of the past 2 days had instilled in him newfound confidence. though he still hesitated to remove his mask. His demeanor exuded a calmness and self-assurance that had previously eluded him. At first glance, "I thought this wasn't your tricycle," remarked a middle-aged man. "Yesterday, my older brother was right. Electric tricycles can carry a lot. Do you need anything?" "Just the same as yesterday," replied Zhao Xinyu, glancing at the speaker as he unwrapped a new tarp and produced a tomato. "Here, give this a try." The middle-aged man chuckled. "You're generous. That one costs 2 or 3 yuan. Brother, if I didn't want you to feel at ease, would you buy it? Try it. You'll feel good about bringing it home," Zhao Xinyu encouraged. The man nodded, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. "Quick, give me 5 pounds of each." "No, I want 10 pounds. To Zhao Xinyu's astonishment, as he weighed the vegetables for the middle-aged man, a steady stream of customers emerged from the neighborhood, surrounding him. He recalled that just yesterday, the streets had been deserted, save for sanitation workers. Despite having nearly 2,000 pounds of vegetables, within 40 minutes, his entire stock was sold out. Zhao Xinyu, already slender, was now drenched in sweat from the exertion. As he packed his box to return, a woman who had missed out on purchasing vegetables approached him. "Young master, can you deliver some to us this afternoon? My husband is ill and needs assistance. I can't be away for too long." With the first person speaking up, others quickly joined in, all expressing the same desire for Zhao Xinyu to deliver vegetables to them later. He hesitated, glancing around. Most of the vegetables in his space were ripe for picking, but without a driver's license, he risked substantial trouble if apprehended. "Ma'am, I just sold this cart yesterday. To be honest, I still don't have a driver's license. If you're willing to wait, I can deliver to you at 8 this evening." "All right, I will wait for you at 8, the elderly lady exclaimed with excitement. "We will also await your arrival." As Zhao Xinyu cycled past the neighborhood where he had set up his stall for the first time, he once again spotted the small pickup truck. The slightly plump middle-aged man was persistently inquiring with the vendors at the entrance of the community, seemingly searching for something. Just as Zhao Xinyu rode by, the man stood up, caught sight of Zhao Xinyu's silhouette, and momentarily froze. He waved and shouted, but Zhao Xinyu did not hear him. Mr. Tan watched the tricycle disappear into the distance, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. On that day, he had purchased Zhao Xinyu's vegetables at a bargain price, and his sales had doubled. Through comparison, he understood why business had thrived that day. It was primarily due to Zhao Xinyu's produce. Thus, he had arrived early yesterday, but failed to find Zhao Xinyu. Today, however, he was met only with the fleeting image of Zhao Xinyu's back. Upon returning to the collection station, Zhao Xinyu tallied his earnings for the day, over 6,700 yuan. Gazing at the substantial sum, his excitement was beyond description. Considering he still had to deliver vegetables that evening, Zhao Xinyu shared a simple meal with Black Wind before burrowing into his damp bedding. Perhaps due to his early rise, despite the moisture, he swiftly drifted into slumber. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu entered the space with his boxes, and by 8, he found himself at the entrance of Tianyi Garden. To his surprise, a crowd of over 100 had already gathered. In less than an hour, the entire truckload of vegetables was sold out, leaving over 10 individuals without purchases. With a sense of regret, Zhao Xinyu addressed those who missed out, saying, "If you come a bit earlier tomorrow, I will reserve what you need." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 10 or so residents who had braved the cold brightened with smiles. "You finally made it. Let us assist you." Zhao Xinyu took their words to heart and rode away. For the next 3 days, Zhao Xinyu appeared punctually at the entrance of Tianyi Garden, and within this brief period, his cultivated vegetables had gained immense popularity in this newly constructed community. Not only the residents of this community, but also those from nearby areas had heard the news, ensuring that Zhao Xinyu's visits never exceeded an hour. Frequently, upon his arrival, familiar patrons from the community would lend a hand, which deeply touched Zhao Xinyu. He often felt inclined to give extra vegetables to the loyal customers. On the evening of the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, as Zhao Xinyu organized his boxes and gathered the scattered vegetable leaves on the ground, a familiar customer, with a hint of regret, inquired, Zhao, "I gather from your accent that you are not local. When will you return home? Will you come back after the New Year?" Zhao Xinyu paused momentarily, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Uncle Wang, I won't be going back for the New Year. I will spend it alone. Whenever you need vegetables, just give me a call, and I will deliver them to you." Zhao, will you be coming tomorrow morning? A friend just called, and he wants to buy some of your vegetables." Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Yes, I will come at the usual time." As Zhao Xinyu rode home, he gazed at the festive decorations adorning the sides of the road, a profound sadness enveloping him. Since leaving his grandfather to pursue his studies in Pingcheng, he had not returned home for 5 long years, striving to earn enough to cover his living expenses and support his younger brother. Each year, while the world illuminated with joy, he found himself alone in his dormitory, subsisting solely on instant noodles. As he contemplated the imminent arrival of the Spring Festival, he gritted his teeth and made a trip to the supermarket, spending nearly 500 to procure a variety of supplies. Upon returning home, it was already past 10 o'clock. After a hasty meal with his dog, Black Wind, he burrowed under the covers, knowing he would need to rise early the next day to visit Tianyi Garden once more. The following day, upon arriving at Tianyi Garden, he discovered it was already bustling with people, and within an hour, the vegetables were sold out again. On his way back, he passed a traditional Chinese medicine shop and paused for over 10 minutes in contemplation before finally entering. After more than half an hour, he emerged with 3 large bags in hand. Having learned about traditional medicine from his grandfather at a young age, he remembered the healing properties of the space he had acquired and thought to use it to treat his ailments. Previously, his financial constraints had prevented him from pursuing this. But now, with some money in his pocket, he hoped to alleviate his suffering, even if only slightly. Once home, he affixed the Spring Festival couplets to the door and began tidying up the room, washing the long-neglected sheets and duvet covers. After completing his chores, he prepared lunch. And after a flurry of activity, the table was filled with an abundance of dishes. He fed Black Wind generously, who devoured the food eagerly, while Zhao Xinyu stared blankly at the table, overwhelmed by the enticing aromas. After more than 5 years away, he had grown accustomed to hardship and sacrifice. Yet the thought of spending the festive season alone weighed heavily on him. This year was supposed to mark his graduation and entry into the workforce. But due to an unfortunate incident, he found himself without a home to return to. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Black Wind finish a bowl of food. The little creature sensing Zhao Xinyu's melancholy as it nuzzled against his leg. Feeling the dog's empathy, Zhao Xinyu took a deep breath and picked up his chopsticks. But after a few bites, he set them down again. Just as he did, his eyes caught a glimpse of green in the corner of the room. A plastic bucket had sprouted life. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The water from his space had indeed worked wonders on ordinary soil. The tomatoes and cucumbers he had planted days earlier were not only sprouting, but had also grown to the height of his fingers. Although their growth was not as rapid as in his special space, it was significantly quicker than typical cultivation, as ordinary seeds would have struggled even to germinate in such a short time. Gazing at the tomatoes and cucumbers in the plastic bucket, Zhao Xinyu turned his head to glance at the litter-strewn yard, a sudden surge of excitement coursing through him. The expansive yard left to him by the elderly man was separated from the city by a foul-smelling ditch. If he could cultivate this yard with vegetables, he would no longer need to rise at dawn and toil late into the night selling produce. After the initial thrill subsided, Zhao Xinyu's heart gradually calmed. Having toiled in Pingcheng for 5 years, he understood that many matters were not as straightforward as he had imagined. This courtyard, inherited from Su Ning's grandfather, was not part of the West Hanliang village, and with no development underway, it would go unnoticed. However, should he manage to develop this spacious yard, it would undoubtedly incite envy. In that case, despite Su Ning's will, the question of whether he could secure ownership of the property remained quite precarious. Having pondered these complexities, Zhao Xinyu retrieved Su Ning's will and the property deed, along with his own file. He limped out of the acquisition station, spending 300 yuan on 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor before heading to the old village head, Han Tianliang. Zhao Xinyu was well known to him. Over the past 5 years, he had frequently cared for Su Ning, a bond that led the lonely Su Ning to bequeath the courtyard to Zhao Xinyu. Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's desire to transfer Su Ning's estate into his name, Han Tianliang's gaze flickered momentarily. Xinyu, I understand your intentions, but there are certain matters I must clarify. Su Ning was a subsistence allowance recipient in the village, and according to regulations, upon his passing, the courtyard would revert to village ownership. However, since Su Ning left a will, and that courtyard is also his ancestral property, if you truly wish to transfer the property to your name, you must relocate your household registration to the village. As a university student, having your registration in the village could significantly impact your future employment prospects. Zhao Xinyu felt a rush of joy at these words. Grandpa Han, who would want me in this condition? Han Tianliang smiled wryly. Xinyu, I know you're a good kid. Currently, there are policies in place. If you agree, your household registration can be promptly transferred to the village, and Su Ning's courtyard can be placed in your name. if you wish to engage in farming. The village can also allocate you a share of arable land. What do you need from me? Zhao Xinyu inquired. Just the household registration certificate from your file, Han Tianliang replied. Zhao Xinyu produced the will, the property deed, and his household registration certificate, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Grandpa Han." Receiving these documents and glancing at the cigarettes and liquor Zhao Xinyu had brought, Han Tianliang sighed softly. "Xinyu, I know your character well. You're not affluent. Take these items back and return them. Wait a moment. I'll prepare some vegetables for you to enjoy at home. As for the property transfer, I'll handle it in a few days and bring it to you. Grandpa Han, it didn't cost much. Consider it my New Year's gift to you. I bought little at home and can't eat much alone, so I'll pass." However, as Zhao Xinyu reached the doorway, Han Tianliang's son, Han Jun, insisted on thrusting a large bag of prepared meatballs and braised pork into Zhao Xinyu's hands. With a sense of gratitude, Zhao Xinyu departed from Han Tianliang's residence. On his return journey, he was surrounded by dilapidated houses that had stood for decades, many of which had become hazardous. In stark contrast, the bustling streets of Pengcheng loomed in the distance, evoking profound reflections within him. Though separated by mere miles, the disparity in lifestyles was as stark as night and day. Reminiscent of his university days, lost in contemplation, Zhao Xinyu arrived at the herbal medicine station, where he began to concoct his purchased traditional Chinese herbs. As he brewed the mixture, the fragrant aroma filled the air, prompting a self-deprecating smile, while others busied themselves with celebrations and reunions for the new year. He was engrossed in the preparation of herbal remedies. After nearly 2 hours, a large pot of herbs transformed into a dark, viscous substance. He meticulously filtered out the herbal remnants, transferring the remaining ointment into a small bowl. After cleaning the pot, he commenced the preparation of an internal decoction. Once the decoction was ready, he consumed it, and then, removing his trousers, he applied the ointment to his injured left leg. Moments later, a flicker of excitement crossed Zhao Xinyu's face. He felt a fiery pain at the site of application, accompanied by a soreness in the injured area. Well versed in medical principles, he understood that the ointment was indeed taking effect. With renewed enthusiasm, he applied the remaining ointment to his face, particularly focusing on the severely damaged side. Having completed the task, darkness enveloped the surroundings. With the ointment applied and no need to deliver vegetables that night, he found himself alone with only the black wind for company, opting not to cook. As he lay in bed, the sensations in his injury shifted from soreness to a cool, soothing feeling reminiscent of cupping therapy. The realization that it was genuinely effective filled him with exhilaration. Awakened by the sound of firecrackers, Zhao Xinyu sat up, gazing through the window at the sky illuminated by bursts of fireworks. This sight instantly reminded him of his grandfather. Thousands of miles away, stirring a pang of emotion within him, he turned off the lights, locked the door, and retreated to his personal space. The space remained shrouded in a gray hue, though it had brightened significantly since its inception, now encompassing nearly 2 acres. The vegetables within thrived splendidly. The tomato plants towered close to 2 meters high, their verdant leaves almost entirely obscured by the vibrant red fruit, bending the bamboo supports under their weight. The cucumbers and beans, having been rebuilt twice already, exhibited a similar trend, with fewer leaves and abundant fruits. Eggplants and bell peppers, laden with produce, also required bamboo supports to stay upright. Observing the bountiful harvest, Zhao Xinyu felt a lift in his spirits. Reflecting on the efficacy of the herbs, he hastily returned to his room, bringing the purchased herbs into the space, contemplating the idea of soaking them in the space's water for enhanced potency. As he immersed the herbs, he casually discarded some useless twigs and seeds within the confines of the space. Without the sound of firecrackers to evoke his homesickness, Zhao Xinyu chose instead to find a comfortable spot to lie down, watching as the black wind darted in and out of the vegetable patch. As Zhao Xinyu succumbed to slumber, he found himself in a dream where he was joyously reunited with his grandfather and younger brother's family. Although the feast was modest, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and happiness. Upon awakening, his thoughts turned to the herbs soaking in water. He promptly made his way to the pond, and upon reaching the place where the herbs were immersed, he was momentarily taken aback. Surrounding the bucket of soaking herbs, he noticed a vibrant green hue, which he distinctly recalled was absent during the soaking process. A jolt of realization surged through him. Could it be that? Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, he observed that the area of the space had once again transformed, expanding from 2 acres to approximately 3. In the center of the pond, a white rock emerged, rising about 5 to 6 meters above the ground, resembling an artificial mountain standing tall amidst the water. A gentle stream of water cascaded from the rock into the pond below. As he surveyed the altered space, Zhao Xinyu's gaze fixated on the patches of green surrounding the bucket, and he understood that this change was indeed a consequence of the herbs. Having cultivated more than half an acre of vegetables, he recognized that the space had only increased from an initial 300 square meters to around 2 acres. Yet now, even a mere scattering of herbal remnants had expanded the area by over an acre, suggesting that the potency of herbs surpassed that of vegetables. With this realization, excitement surged within him. As a graduate of traditional Chinese medicine, he was well aware of the market value of herbs. If his space could nurture these plants, even the most commonplace herbs could flourish into rare and aged varieties. He felt a rush of exhilaration. Having initially believed that only vegetables could provide a means of livelihood and enhance his life, now it appeared that other flora could thrive within this space as well. Fruits. Suddenly, he recalled the desiccated grapevines he had seen in front of a farm while on his way to find Han Tianliang that afternoon. Energized by this thought, Zhao Xinyu quickly exited his space, dressed, and left for the collection station. Fireworks erupted beautifully in the sky, yet he paid them no heed. His mind was preoccupied with the notion that if his space could revive withered herbs, perhaps it could also rejuvenate the dry grapevines. If they could indeed come back to life, he would need to reconsider his future plans. During the festive reunion of the Spring Festival, Zhao Xinyu found himself in his space, where he had stealthily taken cuttings of the withered grapevines, inspired by the herbs. He was uncertain whether the desiccated vines could truly regain vitality. That night, he refrained from venturing outside, knowing that doing so would only deepen his melancholy. Within this space, which belonged solely to him, he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. When he awoke the next morning, he glanced at his surroundings, noting that there were no changes, which left him somewhat disheartened. He hurried to the spot where he had planted the grape cuttings and hastily dug up one of the inserted vines. In the next moment, a flicker of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Although the cutting remained dry, he noticed fine, hair-like roots beginning to emerge at the base. After replanting the dug-up grapevine, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply. He glanced at the playful Haifeng in the vegetable garden and called out. The little creature sprang to his side, nuzzling against his leg and barking a few times. Let us go out for a meal. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Xinyu realized it was already 9 in the morning of the first day of the lunar calendar. He retrieved the herbs that had been soaking in his space and began to brew the medicinal paste and potion. As he removed his trousers, he was momentarily taken aback, noticing that the scars on his legs appeared to have faded slightly. He quickly picked up his phone and, using the camera, beheld his battered face. This was the second time Zhao Xinyu had seen his reflection since being discharged from the hospital. He observed that the scars on his face had notably lightened, and the darkened left side exhibited significant improvement. With his condition improving, Zhao Xinyu's spirits soared. He swiftly applied the medicinal paste and ingested the potion, then warmed up the nearly untouched dishes from the previous noon. After dining and resting for over an hour, feeling no reaction from his injured areas, he washed off the paste, exited the courtyard, and began to tidy up the long-neglected yard. This place had been a recycling station, but due to Su Ning's limited mobility, few were willing to bring their recyclables here. Consequently, the yard was cluttered with useless rubbish. The sheer volume of trash was overwhelming. After an entire afternoon, Zhao Xinyu had only managed to clear one corner, yet several piles remained, resembling small hills. In the following days, Zhao Xinyu continued to organize the yard, garnering astonished gazes from passing villagers, who remained oblivious to his intentions. One day, while he was tidying up, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw Han Tianliang gazing at him with a hint of curiosity, holding a brown paper bag. Grandpa Han, you've come. Xinyu, the courtyard has been transferred to your name. I've also arranged for you over 10 acres of land. The soil isn't particularly fertile, but as long as you cultivate it each year, the government will provide some subsidies. The land? Zhao Xinyu paused, wiping his hands on the paper bag. Where is it? Han Tianliang pointed to the eastern side of the large courtyard. Just east of the Luo River, there are a total of 18 acres. Those 6 or 7 acres are sandy and rocky, so I've only counted 10 for you. Zhao Xinyu glanced at the farmland that had lain fallow for countless years, feeling a stir in his heart. He had heard Su Ning mention the Luo River, once a vital stream for the people of Xianling. However, for various reasons, The stream had ceased to flow, and with urban development filling in the upstream and downstream areas, it had been reduced to a sizable pit, now neglected and over time transformed into a fetid pond. Each year, as the weather warmed, the stagnant water attracted swarms of mosquitoes, rendering the expansive courtyard uninviting despite its size. As for the land mentioned by Han Tianliang, it lies on the banks of the Luo River. However, it has since fallen into desolation, with villagers and construction units excavating soil in that area. Now, that patch of land stands like an isolated isle amidst a foul swamp, making it quite difficult to cultivate. Observing Zhao Xinyu lost in thought while gazing at the barren farmland, a hint of awkwardness flickered across Han Tianliang's face. "Xinyu," he said, "given your mobility challenges, it's rather impractical for you to be allocated such a distant plot. Although accessing this land poses some difficulties, rest assured that I will ensure all compensations are directed to you. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to spray some pesticides." Zhao Xinyu understood that Han Tianliang had misconstrued his intentions, yet he refrained from clarification. "Thank you, Grandpa Han. The Luo River still belongs to the village, does it not?" "What Luo River? It has become a stinking ditch. Most villagers now work in the city. If I were 20 years younger, I would genuinely consider transforming this foul ditch into a fishery." Zhao Xinyu paused momentarily. "Grandpa Han, it said that the source of the Luo River has been buried? What do they know?" "Beneath the courtyard lies a spring, with a considerable flow. However, people are too lazy to dig," Han Tianliang remarked. "Xiaolei, why don't I outline this area for you as well? Should the village ever undergo development, you might receive a greater compensation. That wouldn't be advisable. The villagers would surely gossip." "You have a point. In that case, I shall contract the Luo River to you. All you need to do each year is to sprinkle some insecticide powder into it. As long as the mosquitoes are reduced, the villagers will have nothing to say." At that moment, Zhao Xinyu comprehended why Han Tianliang had designated that farmland to him. It was indeed a means for him to secure additional support. "Xinyu, what is your plan? Old Su is somewhat immobile. You only need to establish this purchasing station, and an annual income of 50 to 60,000 is certainly within reach." "Grandpa Han, with the rapid urban development, there are already 2 purchasing stations ahead. I plan to tidy up the courtyard and, in due time, plant some vegetables." "Planting vegetables is a good idea, but do bear in mind that our village is short on water. Just consider how much the water fees will amount to for irrigating the crops." Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Didn't you mention that there is a spring just outside the courtyard?" "You rascal," Han Tianliang chuckled. "Well, since you young folks are determined, give it a try. Tomorrow, I will send Han Jun and Han Li over. They want to be working these days anyway, so let them assist you in tidying up the courtyard." The next morning, Han Jun and Han Li arrived, not alone, but accompanied by 4 others and a tractor. "Xinyu, they are all from our village. We heard you're planning to plant vegetables, so we came to take a look. No need for wages, but drinks are a must," Han Jun, around 27 or 28, remarked, having only recently become acquainted with Zhao Xinyu, while Han Li frequently visited and was well acquainted with him. Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of joy and quickly nodded. "Thank you so much. Just let me know what you'd like to eat, and I'll prepare it for you." Han Li laughed heartily. "Just go buy some cooked meat. You don't need to worry about that here. We've got it covered." By midday, the 7 or 8 heaps of rubbish that Zhao Xinyu had cleared were all carted away, though he remained unaware of their final destination. "Han Li, call everyone for lunch." As Han Li and his 5 companions entered a room meticulously prepared by Zhao Xinyu, they were simultaneously taken aback, each of them swallowing hard. Before them lay a newly acquired dining table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. Being young and often gathering with friends, they could confidently assert that such culinary creations were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary eatery. "Xinyu, we're all friends here. A few simple cooked meats would suffice. Why waste money? If the old man finds out, we'll surely be scolded," one of them remarked. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Han Li, you still don't know me. I don't have that much spare cash. All of this is my own handiwork. Please, have a seat and taste it. Let me fetch some wine." "What?" Han Li exclaimed, pulling Zhao Xinyu back as he attempted to leave for the wine. "What's wrong? Are you not drinking?" Zhao Xinyu replied. "I meant to ask if you really made all this food." "Indeed," Zhao Xinyu confirmed. "You're quite the hidden talent. We're in for a treat in the future." Han Li laughed heartily, beckoning Han Jun and the others to take their seats. As they took their first bites, all 6 were momentarily stunned, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. They could hardly believe that such delectable dishes existed in the world. Though they were young and had not frequented high-end restaurants, they often visited small eateries. Yet, even the most ordinary eggplant dish they tasted now was utterly irresistible. Unable to contain themselves, the six of them simultaneously raised their chopsticks for another bite. Hanli, swallowing hard, blocked the other's chopsticks. You're all eating like starving ghosts. Stop. Xinyu hasn't eaten yet. Hanli, you're closest to Xinyu. Why didn't you ever mention this? His brother Han Jun shot him a glare. Hanli sighed. Brother, I'm familiar with Xinyu, but he's never cooked before. He usually just eats steamed buns and pickles. How could I know about his culinary skills? Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Zhao Xinyu entered, carrying a bottle of wine. The wine isn't great, but let us make do. Zhao Xinyu poured wine for each of the six, and, pointing to the dishes on the table, asked with a smile, Is something not to your liking? Xinyu, with such culinary skills, why bother with garbage collection? With your talent, you could easily secure a position in a fine dining establishment, Hanli playfully scolded, giving Zhao Xinyu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Zhao Xinyu offered a wry smile. With my current appearance, who would want me? If it were anyone else, they'd surely spit it out. The six sighed inwardly. Only Hanli knew what Zhao Xinyu had once been like, while the others were oblivious. Nonetheless, they understood that in his current state, even an application for a chef position might lead to immediate rejection. Xinyu, why aren't you drinking? I'm not accustomed to this wine. When I have the chance to return home, I'll bring you some medicinal wine brewed by my grandfather. It's far superior to this. However, after saying this, Zhao Xinyu's expression suddenly darkened, clearly reminded of his present circumstances and how his grandfather might perceive him upon his return. 7 individuals engaged in lively conversation. Their glasses of wine barely touched, while the chicken, duck, and fish remained largely untouched. However, the dishes crafted from homegrown vegetables were devoured with great enthusiasm. Observing the empty plates, Zhao Xinyu rose to offer, Allow me to prepare a few more dishes. Hanli chuckled, There's no need for more meat. Just prepare a bit more of those delightful vegetable dishes. By the end of the meal, the chicken, duck, and fish were still largely untouched. And Zhao Xinyu had cooked 3 more times, leaving nothing but the untouched poultry behind. Xinyu, your culinary skills are exceptional. Why don't we consider opening a restaurant together? Hanli suggested with a smile. This proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement from Han Jun and the others, who felt that such culinary talent would indeed be wasted if not put to use in a restaurant. It's settled then. Once we tidy up the courtyard, I will scout for a location. We shall partner in this venture. Xinyu will hold half the shares, and the remaining will be equally divided among us 6. What do you think? Zhao Xinyu quickly waved his hands. Hanli, look at me. If customers saw me in a restaurant, it would surely fail. This year, I plan solely to cultivate vegetables, nothing beyond that. Xinyu, my father shares your view. With so many growing vegetables these days, how much can you truly earn in a year? If vegetable farming were lucrative, our villagers wouldn't be compelled to seek work in the city, Hanli interjected. His words plunged the room into silence. While Zihangling was not small, the only individuals remaining to farm in the village were the elderly and women, with few young people left. Hanli, do you often meet excavator operators in the city? Zhao Xinyu inquired. Hanli paused. Xinyu, what are you planning? You aren't thinking of rebuilding, are you? Let me tell you, despite being close to the city, no one values this place. It would be wiser to save your money to purchase an apartment later. It's not about building houses. I've secured a contract for the farmland along the Luo River, and I've discussed it with Grandpa Han. I also intend to take on the foul-smelling ditch, but it will need significant renovation. If you know anyone, could you inquire about the costs? Xinyu, have you lost your mind? If the Luo River was profitable, it wouldn't be left to you. Currently, excavating the trash and silt from the river will cost at least 40 or 50,000, and even then, what use would it serve? There's no water, rendering it utterly useless. Hanli, since Xinyu asked you to inquire, do so. Let us go. We've enjoyed our drinks and food, and now it's time to get to work. No rush. There's still over a month before planting begins. In 5 days, all the rubbish and waste in the courtyard were cleared, and Hanli, along with Han Jun and the others, worked tirelessly to tidy up the yard, establishing vegetable plots and irrigation channels. Although the 6 friends volunteered their assistance, leveling the land and digging channels incurred expenses. The total cost for tidying the courtyard amounted to over 1,400 yuan. During these 5 days, Hanli, Han Jun, and their companions spent nearly all their time at Zhao Xinyu's place. And despite the brief duration, these 7 individuals of similar age became thoroughly acquainted. Xinyu, let us agree that if vegetable farming does not succeed this year, we will open a restaurant together next year. Han Li remarked one day as they sat together enjoying drinks, his gaze fixed on Zhao Xinyu. In the past, Zhao Xinyu lacked any confidence. But the present circumstances have changed dramatically. With the newfound space, the tomatoes and cucumbers planted in the fermentation barrels have grown over a foot tall and are thriving. Zhao Xinyu is aware that with diligent watering using the spatial resources, the vegetables he cultivates are bound to become highly sought after. Han Li, as you suggested, if I make a profit from growing vegetables, will you all come back to assist me? Han Jun and the others burst into laughter. Being natives of Zhihanling, they are well aware of the villagers' endeavors over the years. If vegetable cultivation were indeed lucrative, they would not need to seek work elsewhere. All right, when you strike it rich with your vegetables, we will return to lend a hand. Their laughter echoed, yet the black dog, Heifeng, was less than pleased, barking vigorously at Han Jun and the others. Observing the dog, which stood nearly half a meter tall, Han Jun turned to Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, I must say, Heifeng is remarkably clever. He barks whenever we speak ill of you. Where did you acquire him? Zhao Xinyu petted Heifeng, who affectionately nudged his leg. Though his gaze towards Han Jun and the others revealed a hint of human-like displeasure. Heifeng is a stray I found on the street. You've truly been fortunate. That fool who discarded such a fine breed must be blind. After scolding, Han Li called out to Heifeng, but the dog merely turned his head, ignoring him completely, which only provoked more laughter from Han Jun and the others. After dinner, Han Jun and his companions departed, leaving Zhao Xinyu to tidy up. He received a phone call from a regular customer at Tianyi Garden, who simply stated that everyone there missed his vegetables. From that day forth, Zhao Xinyu visited Tianyi Garden each morning, spending the rest of his time with Han Jun and the others. Once the Lantern Festival had passed, Han Jun, Han Li, and the other 6 left Zhihanling to seek work, leaving the courtyard feeling desolate. With some free time on his hands, Zhao Xinyu contemplated whether he should excavate the spring that Han Tianli mentioned, which had been buried for decades. After much deliberation, he decided against it. During this period, Han Tianli was helping him secure the contract for the Luoshui project, and he worried that digging might incite jealousy among the other villagers. If someone were to intervene, it could lead to significant losses for him. On a day when he returned from delivering vegetables to Tianyi Garden, Zhao Xinyu visited a seed company. Upon returning to the courtyard, he carried several large bags of seeds to his room. The vegetables in his space were flourishing. Tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, green beans, and bell peppers were all growing robustly. The tomato plants exceeded 2 meters in height, and he estimated that each plant bore at least 40 to 50 pounds of fruit, with cucumbers being even more abundant. Even a single bell pepper plant yielded a dozen or 20 peppers. The grape cuttings he had planted during the new year had also grown over a meter long, and the cuttings he had stealthily procured 2 days prior were sprouting roots and turning green. As the fierce winds swept through the vegetable garden, Zhao Xinyu had already begun planting the seeds of common medicinal herbs such as astragalus and buplurum that he had purchased. That evening, while Zhao Xinyu ventured into his space to harvest vegetables, he noticed a remarkable transformation. The area had surged from over 3 acres to more than 6. The waterhole had morphed into a small pond, filling him with exhilaration. He understood that the space would evolve based on the diversity of species present, with rarer species inciting greater changes. A memory flickered in his mind from a casual conversation with Su Ning, who had mentioned that the nearby Kailiang Mountain had once been a vital source of sustenance for Zhihanling and many villages, bustling with hunters and herbalists each day. However, with economic development, many animals had become protected, leading to a decline in human activity in the mountains. Many young people were unaware of the treasures hidden within Kailiang Mountain. Now, recognizing that only rare items could provoke change in his space, Zhao Xinyu contemplated an expedition into the mountains. Yet, glancing at his injured leg, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Although the ointments and potions he had concocted had significantly aided his recovery, allowing him to bear weight on his left leg and alleviating his facial discomfort, he was acutely aware that should he encounter a large beast, his injured leg would be a dire liability. In the ensuing days, whenever he had a moment, Zhao Xinyu would check on his space, where the herbs and vegetables had begun to sprout. He also started planning to transplant the vegetables and grapes from his space. Xinyu, isn't it a bit early to transplant the vegetables? Remarked the old village chief, Han Tianliang. With over 10 acres of land, you can't manage it alone. Grandpa Han, I consulted the nursery staff, and they mentioned that these vegetables are a new variety, cold-resistant and drought-tolerant. If planted early, they could fetch a good price, Zhao Xinyu explained. Xinyu, look around. There are hardly any young people left in the village, just the elderly and women. How much do you plan to pay them? Han inquired, uncertain of the going rate. Those who can leave have already done so, and those remaining are not in demand. Out there, they earn at least 100 a day. We can offer 70 here. How does that sound? Agreed, Grandpa Han. Just find some people. We'll settle up daily and start tomorrow, Zhao Xinyu replied. Having accumulated over 70,000 in savings, he was confident that once the vegetables were harvested, the investment would be trivial. Before heading to Tianyi Garden the next day, Zhao Xinyu transplanted the seedlings from his space into pre-prepared boxes and then rode his bike to the garden. During this period, his vegetables had gained significant popularity at Tianyi Garden. Not only the residents, but also nearby locals would eagerly wait at the entrance each morning. Consequently, within half an hour, he sold an entire load of vegetables. Recently, some residents had expressed interest in having Zhao Xinyu deliver more vegetables in the evening, and several nearby restaurant owners had offered to buy them at a premium, but all were met with Zhao Xinyu's polite refusals. He does not lack the desire for wealth. Rather, before securing his space, he was terrified of poverty and naturally yearns for greater financial prosperity. However, he is acutely aware of the dangers that accompany prominence. Since his vegetables gained popularity at Tianyi Garden, countless vendors have expressed a desire to establish themselves there. Yet, due to the superior flavor of his produce, the local residents only acknowledge his offerings. Indeed, he could operate like he does during festive seasons, making 2 trips a day. But he understands that this would attract the local residents from nearby communities. He worries about how the vendors stationed at the entrances of those neighborhoods might perceive him. And if their jealousy leads them to sabotage him, he would be utterly defenseless. Consequently, Zhao Xinyu refrains from delivering too many vegetables. The restaurant owners in the vicinity, keen on acquiring his produce, have begun to investigate the source of his vegetables, with some even resorting to covertly following him. What frustrates them, however, is that Zhao Xinyu seems aware of their surveillance, skillfully evading them by cycling in circles through the alleyways. This is not a deliberate tactic on his part. Rather, the myriad experiences he has endured over the years have fostered a habit of caution. Unbeknownst to him, it is this very caution that has thwarted many of those wishing to track him down. Upon returning to the collection station after selling his vegetables, the sky had yet to brighten. He parked his vehicle and commenced transplanting the grapes he had nurtured in his space to the wall adjacent to the foul-smelling drainage ditch. During his transplantation efforts, Han Tianliang arrived with a dozen individuals, 6 elderly folks, and 4 middle-aged women. They spoke little, merely inquiring about how Zhao Xinyu cultivated his vegetables before promptly joining in the transplanting work. In the span of a day, a third of the 10-acre yard was planted, which filled Zhao Xinyu with excitement. When it came time to pay, he generously added 10 yuan to each person's wage. After Han Tianliang and his crew departed, he and his companion, Heifeng, shared a quick meal before turning on the tap to mix the water with that from his space to irrigate the newly transplanted seedlings. The following day, when Han Tianliang and his group returned, they were astonished to find that not a single seedling had wilted. In fact, they appeared to have grown slightly since their planting. Even Han Tianliang, a seasoned farmer, was taken aback. "Xinyu, have you used some sort of fertilizer?" he inquired with a smile, observing the irrigation marks in the vegetable beds. Zhao Xinyu chuckled and gestured towards the yard. "Grandpa Han, do you see any fertilizer in my yard?" "Rest assured, I do not use any chemical fertilizers. When the vegetables are ready to be harvested, I will bring some to you. By the way, the contracting paperwork for the Luo River has been completed. I will bring it over tomorrow." In 3.5 days, Han Tianliang and his team filled the entire yard with vegetables, and Zhao Xinyu expressed his gratitude by settling everyone's wages for 4 days, with Han Tianliang receiving 400 yuan. Just as they were preparing to leave, a makeshift wooden fence collapsed with a crash as a man in his 30s stepped over it, followed by 6 or 7 flamboyantly dressed youths. Upon encountering the middle-aged man, Han Tianliang and the 10 individuals accompanying him simultaneously altered their expressions. This man, Zhao Xinyu, hailed from Xianling. In recent years, he had engaged in various small projects and amassed considerable wealth. Upon returning, he undertook the contract for the village's water tower. His newfound affluence led him to stir trouble in the village, which primarily consisted of the elderly, the weak, and women. Over time, he grew increasingly arrogant, establishing himself as a local tyrant. Wherever he went, disturbances were sure to follow. Now, as he suddenly appeared before Zhao Xinyu, everyone anticipated that Zhao Xinming's visit was likely prompted by the recent news of Zhao Xinyu using tap water for his crops. Zhao Xinming glanced at Han Tianliang and chuckled. "Uncle Han, how fortuitous that you are here. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out." Han Tianliang's gaze flickered momentarily. "Xinming, what brings you to me?" Zhao Xinming cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xinyu. "I believe this is Zhao Xinyu, isn't it? It was you who facilitated his household registration in our village and granted him the wasteland along the Luo River." Han Tianliang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I handled that matter. And the village committee approved it." Zhao Xinming smirked coldly. "Whether he belongs to Xianling or not is of no concern to me. However, his use of tap water for irrigation requires discussion. This courtyard spans approximately 10 acres. Do you have any idea of the costs incurred?" Han Tianliang was momentarily taken aback. Tapping his forehead, "Xinming, Xinyu has mentioned this to me several times, but I seem to have forgotten. There is water available here, which is why he opted for the tap water. He suggested charging 10 yuan for each acre, so for this 10-acre plot, it would amount to 100 yuan per irrigation. Uncle Han, you have been dealing with farmland your entire life. You must know that vegetables cannot be compared to crops. The current water usage exceeds that of traditional crops. In a while, he will need to irrigate every 3 days. Since I don't frequent this place, who can ascertain how many times he will irrigate? I have heard you have been somewhat lenient with him. Here is my proposal. I will pay you 3,000 yuan for the year in a lump sum." Han Tianliang and the others were taken aback by Zhao Xinming's proposition. They were all hard-working farmers. In the village, a year of toil yielded an income of merely 300 to 500 yuan per acre. The current collection station could accommodate no more than 10 acres, and Zhao Xinming's opening demand of 3,000 yuan, considering the cost of seedlings and labor, meant that Zhao Xinyu would be fortunate to break even. "Xinming, that is rather excessive, isn't it? This boy, Xinyu, has had a hard life. He is merely trying to make a living through farming. I have an idea. What do you think?" Before Han Tianliang could finish, Zhao Xinming raised a hand and turned to Zhao Xinyu. "You heard what I said, cripple. 3,000 a year, pay up now. If you refuse, I will have my men uproot your vegetables immediately." As he spoke, the thugs accompanying him hastened toward the vegetable patch, intent on carrying out his threat. "What exactly do you intend to do, Zhao Xinming?" Han Tianliang interjected, his expression darkening as he voiced his anger. Zhao Xinming's countenance grew stern. "Uncle Han, you seem to think this is the past. I am merely extending you a courtesy. Without your influence, I would consider 3,000 yuan rather insufficient." "Grandfather Han, whether it be 3,000 or 3,000, Zhao Xinyu wished to avoid putting Han Tianliang in a difficult position. He also understood that if vegetables were truly cultivated, it was quite possible to recoup that 3,000 in a single day. Hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, Zhao Xinming was momentarily taken aback. He too realized that his demands were excessive. The reason he had not confronted Han Tianliang was that he hoped to negotiate further, aiming to settle for a mere 1,500. However, he did not anticipate Zhao Xinyu's readiness to concede so easily, which left him regretting that he had not asked for more. "Why delay any longer? Let us proceed with the payment. I presume this 3,000 encompasses my annual irrigation expenses as well." Zhao Xinming was slightly taken aback, referring to this courtyard. "If you wish to cultivate that barren land, an additional 5,000 would be required." Zhao Xinyu shook his head, indicating that he did not intend to plant in that area for the time being. "Allow me to transfer the funds to you." After the transaction was completed, Zhao Xinming departed without hesitation. Han Tianliang shook his head repeatedly, casting a glance at Zhao Xinyu. "Xinyu, you are unaware of Zhao Xinming's true nature. I fear he may return to cause you trouble." Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly, yet a subtle glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Grandfather Han, we have already compensated him for the water. What further trouble could he possibly seek from me?" "Xinyu, you have indeed given him too much. You possess a total of 10 acres. How much profit can you realistically expect at the end of the year?" "By all accounts, he stands to gain more than you," an elder remarked, shaking his head. "Grandfather Wang, I am merely experimenting. If this year proves unprofitable, I shall refrain from planting next year and return to collecting scrap." After bidding farewell to Han Tianliang and the others, Zhao Xinyu surveyed the fallen large fence. Contemplating Han Tianliang's words, he cast the large fence aside and rode away. By nightfall, the large fence had been reduced to firewood, replaced by a formidable iron gate, which, once closed, concealed the courtyard from outside view. The rationale for this iron gate was twofold. to deter anyone from vandalizing the vegetables, and to prevent the attention that the crops would undoubtedly attract. With the gate firmly shut, passers-by could see nothing, alleviating any unnecessary concerns. In the following days, he visited Tianyi Garden daily, returning to tend to the vegetables in the courtyard. Within just over a month, the vegetables had reached nearly a meter in height. As tomatoes, cucumbers, and green beans required trellising, he had purchased bamboo several times. Being alone, he could not manage the task alone and had to enlist the help of Han Tianliang and the same 10 individuals as before. Upon entering the courtyard, they were taken aback by the sight of tomatoes towering over a meter and the falling cucumbers and bean seedlings. Having spent nearly their entire lives working the fields, they regularly cultivated vegetables in their own yards, yet they had never witnessed tomatoes reaching such heights in merely over a month. They knew that for tomatoes to grow over a meter and begin flowering would typically take at least 50 days, if not longer. Had it not been for the absence of any fertilizer bags in the courtyard, they would have found it hard to believe that the vegetables were cultivated without any pesticides or chemical fertilizers. As Han Tianliang and his companions were assembling the framework, a sharp bark drew their attention. They beheld a large dog, with sleek, jet-black fur and a stature of approximately 1 meter 20 or 30, emerging from a room, barking as it approached them. The sudden appearance of the dog caused a drastic change in their expressions. A middle-aged woman in her 30s exclaimed urgently, "Xinyu, quickly, stop it." The dog, known as Heifeng, halted at the mention of Zhao Xinyu's name, wagging its tail and bounding towards him, nudging its head against Zhao Xinyu affectionately. Han Tianliang glanced at the dog and then at Zhao Xinyu. "Xinyu, this is Heifeng. Just last month, when we assisted in planting vegetables, Heifeng was only about 70 to 80 centimeters tall. In just a month, Heifeng has grown more robust than most dogs." They were genuinely astonished by this transformation. Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily, removing his mask and patting Heifeng's large head. "Heifeng, you've met Grandpa Han and the others. You must not bark recklessly from now on." To their surprise, Heifeng regarded them for a moment, letting out a few low growls, yet refraining from barking further. "Xinyu." Han Tianliang was about to commend Zhao Xinyu on Heifeng's behavior when he noticed Zhao Xinyu's face, his mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Since the incident last year, Zhao Xinyu had been residing in the courtyard, and Han Tianliang was well aware of his condition, with scars adorning his face and one side shrouded in darkness. However, the situation was markedly different now. The scars were nearly imperceptible, and the previously darkened side of his face had lightened considerably, appearing almost as though it had merely accumulated soot from working. Unaware of Han Tianliang's astonishment, Zhao Xinyu took a few steps forward, smiling as he inquired, "Grandpa Han, what is the matter? You've seen Heifeng when he was a pup." Han Tianliang focused intently on Zhao Xinyu's legs. "Xinyu, when did your leg and face recover?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly, raising a hand to touch his face. "Grandpa Han, you know I graduated from traditional Chinese medicine. I learned a few remedies from my grandfather and tried to adjust my condition, and it seems to have had some effect. That is wonderful to hear. I've heard from old Su that before your accident, many establishments sought you. If you could fully recover, you wouldn't have to endure hardships here." Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly. "If it weren't for the space, my greatest wish would be to recover, but at present, I have little anticipation for returning to work. By the way, Grandpa Han, the grapes on the east wall are soon to be trellised. I've already procured some sturdy bamboo. Once you finish here, please assist in constructing the grape trellis. Those dried grape cuttings you planted, how could that possibly work?" Han Tianliang skeptically ventured towards the east wall. Upon his return, he shook his head in disbelief. He had witnessed the once dry cuttings thriving, reaching nearly 2 meters in length, and to his astonishment, tiny floral buds resembling sesame seeds sprouted between the leaves and vines. At that moment, Han Tianliang found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the multitude of revelations he had just experienced. In the span of 2 days, Han Tianliang and his companions erected supports for all the tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, and the grapes beneath the eastern wall. While the others collected their wages and departed, Han Tianliang remained. "Xinyu, these tomatoes, eggplants, and cucumbers have all been staked. Are you familiar with the care of vegetables?" Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered momentarily. Although he was knowledgeable about vegetable cultivation, managing several acres alone was indeed overwhelming. "Grandpa Han, I know how, but with so many, I cannot handle it alone. Perhaps you could enlist a few individuals to assist?" "Rest assured, I will pay you 2,500 a month at the current wage rate, and should the yields be promising, I will increase it. Xinyu, that is not my intention. Once the cucumbers and green beans are staked, they will bear fruit swiftly. I observed that your spinach and bok choy are already ready for sale, and I was inquiring about your next steps. Zhao Xinyu paused, then smiled. Grandpa Han, I have made an agreement with Han Li and the others that if my venture proves successful, they will return to assist me. Han Tianliang's eyes brightened at Zhao Xinyu's words. Having spent considerable time in Xianling, he held profound affection for the place. Initially, he had opposed Han Jun and Han Li's decision to seek work elsewhere. If Zhao Xinyu could indeed bring the two brothers back, it would be his greatest delight. A month prior, he would have doubted Zhao Xinyu's ability to profit from vegetable farming, yet now, he was convinced of his potential for success. I will call them upon my return and urge them to come back immediately. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Grandpa Han, allow me to handle the call. If you call them, they might suspect we are conspiring to deceive them. When the cucumbers and tomatoes are ready for sale, I will have them return. Very well, you make the call. I shall arrive early tomorrow. In 4 to 5 days at most, the spinach and bok choy will be ready for market. In the meantime, you should take a stroll and scout suitable places. After bidding farewell to Han Tianliang, Zhao Xinyu proceeded to the bok choy patch. Although watered that morning, the bok choy leaves were robust and emerald green, resembling miniature cabbages, each weighing at least half a pound. The bok choy, adorned with glistening droplets, sparkled under the sunlight, resembling exquisite jade. As Zhao Xinyu gazed at the bok choy, his eyes sparkled with determination. Compared to the tomatoes and cucumbers, though he had planted fewer bok choy and spinach, each exceeded an acre. These vegetables are one-time crops. If left in the ground too long, they would bolt and flower, at which point they could only be harvested to feed sheep and rabbits. He was acutely aware of the superior taste of vegetables irrigated with space water. He could guarantee that once he transported the bok choy and spinach to Tianyi Garden, their marketability would be assured. However, he also recognized that the forthcoming days would be increasingly hectic, as he could not sell all these vegetables by himself. Desiring to keep his secret concealed, and with the imminent sale of his vegetables, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of anxiety. He decided to clear his mind and rode away on his bicycle. On an aimless day, Zhao Xinyu rode his bicycle without a specific destination, seeking a business opportunity to resolve his troubles and find a market for the vegetables he had cultivated. He could not recall how many vegetable shops he had visited. However, each time he mentioned his desire to sell a small quantity of produce, he was met with indifference and swiftly shown the door. After once again being dismissed by a shop owner, patience waning, he gazed up at the darkening sky. Rather than returning home, he opted for a nearby fast food establishment, where he hastily consumed a meager meal. Once finished, he glanced at his phone and couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt like a headless fly, aimlessly searching for a place to sell his rapeseed and spinach. It was already past 10 at night, and the realization that he had not secured a market weighed heavily on his mind. Feeling unsettled, he made his way to the alley where he parked his electric bike. Distracted, he failed to notice a woman, reeking of alcohol, lying in the back of a bus, surrounded by vomit, some of which was smeared across her face. Upon returning to his courtyard and locking the door, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback to discover the woman in the bus. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. She appeared to be in a critical state. He quickly wiped the vomit from her face and checked her pulse. To his alarm, he realized she was not merely intoxicated but had been drugged. He pulled out his phone, contemplating calling the authorities, but a bitter smile crossed his lips. His past experiences had instilled in him a habit of caution. Calling for help while the woman was in his vehicle and in his yard could lead to dire consequences. Looking again at the unconscious woman, he remembered his grandfather's teachings and felt a surge of determination. Without further hesitation, he carried her into his room. After removing her soiled clothing, he retrieved the silver needles he had purchased. Taking a deep breath, he let the gleaming needles pierce her chest. After more than half an hour, he removed the needles and checked her pulse once more, a sense of relief washing over him as he noted her heartbeat had stabilized. She merely needed to sober up. He placed her gently on the bed and, as he was about to leave, noticed her alcohol-scented clothes on the floor. Concluding that she could not leave dressed in such a state the following day, he shook his head and washed her garments before departing. Meanwhile, in a hotel suite, a young man in his mid-20s wore a grim expression, shards of broken plates littering the floor before him. 3 anxious youths stood at the entrance. Hu Shao, Du Mingnan's vehicle is still here, and we saw the package in the car. They must have just gone to the restroom, yet now they are nowhere to be found. Useless. You can't even keep an eye on one person. If Du Mingnan slips away again, it will be challenging to find another opportunity. Continue searching for her. If the drug's effects wear off, everything will be lost. Hua Xiao, Du Mingnan left the kitchen. Perhaps the effects of the medicine were taking hold. In that corner. Let us step outside and take a look. Enough of this trivial chatter. Go find her immediately. If this delays my important matters, I will not spare you. Due to the presence of family, Zhao Xinyu dared not enter the space to gather vegetables. For the first time in over a month, he enjoyed a leisurely slumber. While he rested, chaos unfolded throughout Pengcheng, with countless individuals scouring the streets and alleys, and eventually even the police were involved. The road in front of Zhao Xinyu's courtyard was bustling with people searching for her. Perhaps he had returned late the previous day. Coupled with tending to the injured woman and doing laundry, when Zhao Xinyu awoke, daylight had already broken. Upon sitting up, he immediately thought of the woman. Remembering that Han Tianliang was supposed to visit today, prompting him to hastily rise. Upon reaching his room, he found the door wide open and the space utterly deserted. The woman had departed at some point unbeknownst to him. He heard a few low growls, and, like a whirlwind, Heifeng appeared beside him, its large head fixed on Zhao Xinyu. Heifeng, did this person leave on their own? Heifeng nodded and growled a few times. Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply. Recalling that he had yet to feed Heifeng last night, he returned to his room to prepare a meal for the creature. As he cooked, Han Tianliang entered the courtyard with a few others to tend to the vegetables. In the following days, the produce in the courtyard transformed daily. Rapeseed and spinach were ready for sale, yet a market remained elusive. On the morning Zhao Xinyu returned from Tianyi Garden, not long after, Heifeng began to howl ferociously at the front gate. Having just washed his face and intending to prepare a meal, Zhao Xinyu heard Heifeng's cries and rushed outside. Knowing someone was approaching, though it certainly was not the usual visitors like Han Tianliang. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. A woman stood before him, with a red sports car parked a short distance away. Although he did not recognize the brand, he could discern it was a luxurious vehicle. The woman was fashionably attired, appearing to be around 23 or 24, standing approximately 5'7", with delicate brows, an alluring face, and a cascade of sleek black hair. She wore a pale purple dress without a label and white sandals, her expression devoid of a smile, exuding an aura of unapproachability. Gazing at her, Zhao Xinyu felt a flicker of familiarity, though he could not place her. He pondered that having delivered takeout for several years, he had encountered countless individuals. Thus he dismissed the thought. May I inquire who you are looking for? To his surprise, the woman merely cast a sidelong glance at him, stepped aside, and entered the courtyard. Heifeng, as if possessing human-like instincts, remained silent and dutifully followed the stunning beauty, leaving Zhao Xinyu feeling abandoned. Watching Heifeng tail the woman, Zhao Xinyu felt a flicker of irritation. His perplexity deepened as he wondered why, despite being his companion, Heifeng would choose to follow someone else, when it was typically impossible for anyone to approach him. Han Tianliang, along with Han Li and the others, had spent a considerable amount of time in the courtyard. Despite their calls to Heifeng, the unresponsive creature had chosen to follow a woman whom he had never encountered before, leaving Zhao Xinyu perplexed. The woman surveyed several rooms before turning to Zhao Xinyu and inquiring about the owner of the courtyard. It is I. And you are? Zhao Xinyu replied. The woman paused, scrutinizing him before glancing at the tricycle. Who is driving that tricycle? She asked. There's only me in this courtyard. Naturally, I am the one operating it, Zhao Xinyu stated. The woman nodded, a hint of gratitude glimmering in her eyes as she pointed to the vegetables in the courtyard. These vegetables are quite impressive in quality. You've evidently used ample fertilizers. Zhao Xinyu's heart stirred. Rest assured, not a trace of chemical fertilizer or pesticides have touched these vegetables. I recently prepared a dish of shiitake mushrooms and bok choy. You may taste it for yourself. Though Zhao Xinyu intended it as mere politeness, the woman had no reservations and promptly entered his room, picking up chopsticks to eat. Upon her first bite, she was taken aback. You made this, she exclaimed. However, recalling that there was only one person and a dog in the courtyard, she refrained from further comment. Within minutes, the plate of shiitake mushrooms and bok choy was entirely devoured. Observing the empty plate, Zhao Xinyu felt somewhat speechless. How did I become the host? I am Du Mingnan. Thank you for saving me that day, the woman said, turning to him and extending her hand. Zhao Xinyu paused, a sense of familiarity washing over him. When she mentioned that day, he recalled that she was indeed the woman he had rescued. Zhao Xinyu, he replied. It was no great matter, no need for gratitude. However, it would be wise to avoid dining with the individuals you were with that day. You were not merely intoxicated, you were drugged. Du Mingnan's complexion paled, her face turning ashen as tears welled in her eyes. She had long believed she was simply drunk, unaware that she had been drugged. The thought of what could have transpired had she not encountered Zhao Xinyu was too dreadful to contemplate. Zhao Xinyu sighed softly. You came here for this matter, did you not? Du Mingnan nodded. Thank you. Had I met you that day, No need to worry. It was a simple act of kindness. I have studied traditional Chinese medicine. If I had not, I would have called the authorities that day. Then please, tell me what exactly transpired. Zhao Xinyu recounted the events of that day without reservation. Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet relief filled her heart. This is 100,000 yuan. As a token of my gratitude for saving me that day. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. Indeed, I am in need of money. Yet I prefer to rely on my own efforts. The principles of traditional Chinese medicine emphasize the importance of saving lives. Assisting you is simply the right thing to do. Please take this money back. If you have no further matters, you may leave. Du Mingnan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhao Xinyu's response. Clad in ordinary attire, his room furnished only with an old television that may or may not function, she recognized the hardships he faced. His indifference to the substantial sum of money stirred an inexplicable fondness within her for Zhao Xinyu. Apologies, please take back the money. Du Mingnan glanced at the lush vegetables, a thought flickering in her mind. Zhao Xinyu, with such an abundance of produce, I just sampled your rapeseed, and its flavor was exquisite. I wonder if you have a market for these vegetables. I have a friend who owns a hotel. If you haven't made any sales yet, I could give you a call. This statement truly piqued Zhao Xinyu's interest, as he had been troubled by this very matter in recent days. With Du Mingnan offering a potential avenue, he was naturally inclined to agree. This year marks my first foray into vegetable cultivation, rest assured. There are absolutely no pesticides or chemical fertilizers involved, nor are these genetically modified products. I've been fretting over sales channels. So if you could facilitate a visit from your friend, that would be splendid. Moments later, Du Mingnan shook her phone, indicating her friend would arrive shortly. Please prepare some shiitake mushrooms and rapeseed for her to taste when she gets here. After more than half an hour, a tall, impeccably dressed woman, exuding an air of professionalism and sophistication, hurried into the courtyard. Jiamin, come, try this dish first, Du Mingnan said, bypassing the formal introductions and leading the woman directly into Zhao Xinyu's room. Upon entering the dimly lit space, the woman displayed a hint of disdain. Yet after a brief glance at Du Mingnan, she picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite. Upon tasting, she paused momentarily, her eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. With her unique status, she had sampled countless dishes, yet this particular flavor was unlike any she had encountered before. This, she uttered, her gaze filled with profound surprise. In the next instant, she turned to Du Mingnan, gesturing towards the dish on the table. Who prepared this? A dish of this caliber would be a challenge for even a hotel chef. Du Mingnan pointed to Zhao Xinyu. He made this, and he grew the vegetables himself. I've personally inspected the premises, and there isn't a single bag of fertilizer in sight. This produce is entirely organic. What do you think? If these vegetables were brought to your hotel, would sales improve? The appearance is certainly appealing. Sales would undoubtedly increase. However, if he could also work at the hotel, I can assure you it would thrive. Zhao Xinyu, did you hear that? I cannot ascertain your culinary skills, but with this shiitake rapeseed dish, you should consider a position at their hotel. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. I prefer to remain unbound. Though growing vegetables is somewhat laborious, the freedom it affords is gratifying. It's not solely my culinary prowess, it's mainly the quality of the rapeseed. Du Mingnan and the woman exchanged a glance of slight surprise, with Du Mingnan nodding at her in acknowledgement. The woman smiled. Very well, starting tomorrow. Prepare 300 pounds of rapeseed and 300 pounds of spinach for delivery to Pengqing Hotel. Jimin, consider his capabilities, she added. I nearly forgot. Once you've prepared everything, I'll arrange for someone to come pick it up at the market wholesale price. By the way, Zhao Xinyu, please leave your phone number. When cucumbers, green beans, bell peppers, and tomatoes are ready for sale, give me a call. I will come take a look. As Du Mingnan departed, she left Zhao Xinyu with these words. In the days that followed, Zhao Xinyu found himself feeling somewhat despondent. He initially believed Du Mingnan would not return, yet she visited the courtyard regularly, every few days. In the courtyard, There was little interaction between Zhao Xinyu and the others, as they meandered about, treating the vegetable garden as if it were a park. Even more infuriating was the behavior of Heifeng, who typically ignored others. Whenever Du Mengnan appeared, he would invariably abandon Zhao Xinyu to follow her around like a devoted lackey. After growing weary, Du Mengnan showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she headed straight to Zhao Xinyu's room, flopped onto the large bed, and drifted off to sleep. Upon waking, she would eat, seemingly treating the place as her own home. As her visits became more frequent, Zhao Xinyu's room underwent a transformation. The bed was replaced with a new one, the kitchen was equipped with all necessary utensils, and a television and refrigerator were introduced into the space. However, these improvements were not funded by Zhao Xinyu, but were entirely orchestrated by Du Mengnan. Although Zhao Xinyu was reluctant to allow Du Mengnan to spend her money, she justified her actions by claiming that the fresh air of the vegetable garden could attract friends in the future, and the disheveled state of the home would invite ridicule. Zhao Xinyu thus intervened. Had he not, Du Mengnan might have sought assistance to demolish and rebuild the modest dwelling. During this period, cucumbers, green beans, green peppers, and tomatoes began to be sold. Apart from the daily deliveries to Tianyi Garden, the remaining produce was taken over by hotels. As the variety of vegetables increased, word of mouth among diners spread, and the vegetables cultivated by Zhao Xinyu gained renown throughout Pengcheng. Discussions about the dishes served at Pengcheng Hotel permeated the streets. Previously, the hotel's signature dishes were exclusively extravagant seafood, yet the recent surge in business was not owing to these high-priced items. Rather, it was due to the commonplace dishes that could be found in any small eatery. These ordinary dishes, which were previously unremarkable, became the best sellers at Pengcheng Hotel, often ordered multiple times by the same group of diners. Patrons raved about the exquisite flavors of these humble dishes, claiming that a single bite was so delectable that it compelled one to savor more, and that similar offerings elsewhere simply could not compare. Even the simplest of dishes, such as a tomato or cucumber, required no seasoning and tasted better than typical fruits, leaving a lingering, unique aroma after consumption. The overwhelming success of Pengcheng Hotel incited envy among competitors, who secretly reported the establishment, suspecting that its dishes contained addictive illicit substances or that the vegetables were laden with excessive fertilizers, pesticides, or even genetically modified ingredients. Although health authorities initiated an investigation, the results released days later astonished many. The tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables mentioned in the complaints contained no banned substances, hormones, or pesticides. In fact, their nutritional content was 3 to 4 times greater than that of similar vegetables. News of this revelation spread rapidly, creating a stir not only in Pengcheng but also in the surrounding villages, as numerous restaurateurs and vegetable vendors sought to uncover the source of the hotel's produce. They all understood that as long as such vegetables were available for sale, their store would inevitably thrive. In the office of the general manager of Pengcheng Hotel, Du Mengnan sat gracefully in the manager's chair, her face adorned with a subtle smile. During this period, the hotel's previously lukewarm occupancy rate had skyrocketed, and during busy hours, many diners preferred to wait in line rather than visit other hotels. Du Mengnan was well aware that this surge in occupancy was largely due to the vegetables cultivated by Zhao Xinyu. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, causing the smile on her face to vanish instantly, replaced by an aura that suggested she was not to be approached. "Come in," she called. As the office door opened, a woman of similar age to Du Mengnan entered, her professional attire radiating an air of competence. "General Manager, I just compiled the statistics, and in just half a month, our sales have matched those of last month. The Health Department's inspection report has effectively served as an advertisement for our hotel, and now people are queuing to dine with us." Du Mengnan smiled broadly. "Jiamin, remember when you were skeptical about the vegetables grown by Zhao Xinyu? What do you think now? I've heard that everyone in Pengcheng is searching for him. Please inform those who are going to Zhao Xinyu to procure vegetables to be extremely cautious. If other hotels catch wind of this, our advantage will be compromised." Xiao Jiamin nodded. "General Manager, there's another matter. I've visited the kitchen a few times, and I've sampled their mushroom and bok choy dish. However, I still feel that it pales in comparison to what that limping fellow prepares." Du Mengnan shot her a disapproving glance. "Jimin, speaking ill of someone behind their back is rather unkind. I've looked into Zhao Xinyu. He is the sole survivor of last year's serial murder case. He has endured enough hardship, so let us refrain from such comments in the future. I've visited him a few times as well. and his culinary creations are indeed exceptional. I have expressed my interest multiple times, yet he remains unmoved and unwilling to come to our hotel. Is it true? I heard he fought for his life for several days, while all the doctors had declared him doomed. To survive such an ordeal demonstrates remarkable resilience. By the way, General Manager, how did you come to know him? Unbeknownst to her, this question caused Du Mingnan's expression to darken. Xiao Jiamin realized she may have overstepped. Yet, in an instant, Du Mingnan regained her composure. Jimin, please speak with the vegetable procurement team. I will give Zhao Xinyu a call. Although Zhao Xinyu appeared indifferent to worldly affairs, he inevitably heard about the happenings at Pingqing Hotel each morning as he sold his vegetables at Tianyi Garden. Residents of the community also inquired, either directly or indirectly, whether the vegetables used in the hotel's dishes were sourced from the same origin as those he sold. The following day, while selling vegetables, Zhao Xinyu noticed a number of well-dressed individuals, and he became aware of several vehicles trailing him on his way back. This made it clear to Zhao Xinyu that he could no longer continue selling at Tianyi Garden. With a heart laden with thoughts, he returned to the courtyard to concoct a medicinal ointment. As he was preparing a meal, he heard the ominous howl of the wind at the door. His gaze flickered momentarily towards his phone. At this hour, logically speaking, Han Tianliang and the others should not be arriving. When Zhao Xinyu opened the door, he was slightly taken aback to see Du Mingnan standing there, her presence vibrant. Habitually, he glanced towards the road, only to realize that this time, Du Mingnan had not arrived in her sports car. Why didn't you drive today? Despite their recent lack of conversation, they were at least acquaintances. Prompting Zhao Xinyu to smile and inquire, Du Mingnan stepped into the courtyard, closing the door behind her. I have something to discuss. Have you eaten? If not, I can order more. I haven't eaten. I'll just make some millet porridge from your side. Zhao Xinyu nodded and busied himself with preparing the porridge and dishes. What brings you here so early? Zhao Xinyu finally asked as they sat down to eat. I'd like to take over the vegetables from this courtyard. Zhao Xinyu offered a faint smile. I know your friend works at Pingqing Hotel, the largest five-star hotel in the city, but there are nearly 10 acres of vegetables here. Even a thriving hotel wouldn't require that much. I plan to open a vegetable store. Du Mingnan shot him a significant glance, then frowned slightly. What is that you've smeared on your face? It reeks of medicine. Zhao Xinyu chuckled and finished the millet porridge in his bowl before heading to wash his face. Since Du Mingnan was present, he refrained from applying the ointment on his legs. However, upon returning, he found Du Mingnan staring at him, lost in thought. What is the matter? Zhao Xinyu casually asked. Your face has healed, Du Mingnan remarked with a hint of astonishment. It was known that when Du Mingnan first visited, although Zhao Xinyu's scars had faded, the darkness on the other half of his face remained quite pronounced. In such a short span of time, not only had the scars vanished, but the discoloration had completely disappeared. Though dressed modestly, he could at least be considered a handsome young man. Zhao Xinyu smiled. I owe it to the remedies collected by my grandfather years ago. Du Mingnan, who had previously investigated Zhao Xinyu, had seen his discharge photos, and the transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Now, with his appearance restored, she found herself intrigued by his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Xinyu, you mentioned the car accident occurred last year. After all this time, your injuries have healed remarkably. Your remedies are indeed extraordinary. Traditional Chinese medicine is inherently remarkable. If any of your friends have scars, just let me know, and I can assist in preparing the ointment. While it may not guarantee complete recovery, it can certainly alleviate the condition significantly. Du Mingnan nodded, suddenly recalling that she had come to discuss the vegetables. Zhao Xinyu, you should seriously consider what I mentioned earlier. Du Mingnan, I understand your point. However, I intend to open a vegetable store myself. My friends will return in a couple of days to help me manage it. That's good to know. You are aware that the competition is fierce. Retailing typically yields more profit than wholesale, and for now, I want to be supplying to any star-rated hotels, but I can't control what happens with small eateries. Du Mingnan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she expressed her gratitude before taking her leave. As the two stepped outside, Du Mingnan noticed a remarkable change in Zhao Xinyu's limp. It was now almost imperceptible, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from those unencumbered by such a condition. This revelation stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Just as they approached the entrance, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Han Li entered, nearly colliding with Du Mingnan. Startled, she instinctively dodged, but her foot twisted, sending a sharp pain coursing through her, causing her to stumble. Zhao Xinyu, reacting instinctively, caught her, and she found herself cradled in his arms, the warmth of the embrace enveloping her like a comforting blanket. Du Mingnan's heart raced. Throughout her life, aside from those closest to her, she had never experienced such an intimate closeness, not even a mere touch. Yet here she was, being held by a young man she had only recently met. Though Zhao Xinyu's intent was to prevent her from falling, her instincts reacted with discomfort. As he helped her regain her footing, Zhao Xinyu shot a disapproving glance at Han Li, scolding him for his reckless entrance. I returned yesterday, Xinyu. It appears you found yourself a girlfriend. Do introduce us, Han Li jested. The moment those words escaped his lips, Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable. If there had been a crack in the ground, she would have yearned to vanish into it. What nonsense. This is Du Mingnan. My ability to sell vegetables hinges entirely on her assistance, Zhao Xinyu clarified, introducing his friend. Du Mingnan, still blushing, greeted Han Li, who chuckled heartily. I apologize for the misunderstanding. As they conversed, Han Li's gaze wandered to the expansive garden. His eyes lit up at the sight, although the tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and green beans had only recently ripened. The garden thrived with vitality, starkly contrasting his preconceived notions of a vegetable patch. The tomato plants stood robust, laden with fruit, green, blush, and ripe red, each towering at about 5 feet, yielding at least 40 to 50 tomatoes, their foliage nearly obscured by the bounty. The cucumber trellis soared over 2 meters high, adorned with glistening, spiny cucumbers, each glistening as if painted. Eggplants and bell peppers hung heavily, their sizes impressive and colors vibrant, while the green beans obscured the leaves entirely, revealing only the long, foot-long pods. Han Li swallowed hard, plucking a cucumber and biting into it without a second thought. The crisp sweetness exploded in his mouth, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Did you grow all of this? He marveled, momentarily lost in the splendor of it all. Coming from a rural background himself and having spent years working away from home, he had seen much, yet he had never encountered vegetables quite like these. The flavor transported him back to the festive season spent at Zhao Xinyu's, where he had tasted such exquisite produce. With the success of his vegetable cultivation and his injuries nearly healed, Zhao Xinyu's spirits soared, allowing the insecurities that had once plagued him to gradually dissipate. At this moment, Han Li was astonished, while Zhao Xinyu exuded confidence. He chuckled heartily and stated, Han Li, you promised me after the new year that if my vegetables found a market, you would return to assist me. Do you remember those words? Han Li took another bite of cucumber and replied, I heard from my father that many hotels in Pengcheng are seeking your vegetables. I've made up my mind to follow your lead from now on. By the way, my brother and the others will be back in a day or two. Have you thought about what to do? Du Mingnan, who had already regained her composure, sighed lightly as she listened to the exchange between Han Li and Zhao Xinyu. The taste of the vegetables Zhao Xinyu grew was exquisite. She was confident that if Zhao Xinyu's vegetables consistently supplied the hotels in Pengcheng, these establishments would undoubtedly outshine their competitors. This was also the reason she wished to order all the vegetables from the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu, people in Pengcheng are actively searching for the vegetables you cultivate. You could easily find a nearby location to open a vegetable stall. This area has low housing prices and is close to you. As long as you have vegetables, business is sure to thrive, Du Mingnan suggested softly. Zhao Xinyu's heart stirred, and he turned to Han Li. Han Li, isn't your and your brother's house nearby? In the past, there was a rural custom where families with several sons would arrange for a property in the village for each son before he married, to serve as a wedding house. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding and pointing to the west of the courtyard. It's just separated by 2 ditches from your courtyard, but it's merely a shell of a house. Nothing has been done to it. Didn't your brother say he was engaged? What about his house? Zhao Xinyu inquired. Our 2 houses are in the same courtyard, each with 4 rooms. The bride price has drained my father's savings over the years, so there's no money left for renovations. Xinyu, why are you asking this? Surely, you don't intend to buy vegetables from that courtyard? There hasn't been anyone selling vegetables in our village for a year, let alone selling vegetables. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Come on, let us head inside. Du Mingnan smiled faintly. You two discuss this. I'll take my leave for now. If you need financial assistance, just call me. After seeing Du Mingnan off, Han Li glanced at Zhao Xinyu and remarked, Xinyu, this Du Mingnan is truly a stunning beauty and seems quite amiable. You ought to seize the opportunity. What are you saying? She drives a sports car and lives in a high-rise. Here I am, just a vegetable seller. Do you really think she would notice me? In the room, Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you have really struck it rich. Your home is fully equipped, and you've even replaced the bed. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, choosing not to mention that all these items had been purchased by Du Mingnan, fearing that Han Li would start speculating again. Han Li, you should find someone to tidy up your and your brother's courtyard immediately. I will cover all expenses. The vegetable stall will be set up there. Is that really feasible? Han Li questioned. What? Are you reluctant to part with your new house? Don't say it like that. The houses in our village are not valuable. I'm not concerned about the house. It's the vegetables that matter. However, our location is so remote. Who would come here? Nearly every family in the village grows vegetables. Who would be a customer for a vegetable stall? Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Han Li, rest assured. Just go find someone and get started right away. By the way, does that courtyard have a south room? Han Li smiled wryly, noting that there was not even a wall surrounding the southern room. Perfect. I will transfer 50,000 to you immediately. Find someone to enclose the courtyard right away and set up 2 southern rooms. We can attend to the rest later. Even as he departed from the courtyard, Han Li remained in a state of bewilderment. He made an effort to calm his emotions, taking out his phone to discover an additional 50,000 in his bank account. His body jolted in surprise, and he turned to glance at Zhao Xinyu's grand estate, excitement suddenly swelling within him. The reason he returned was due to his father, Han Tianliang, urging him to come back. His father had remarked that Zhao Xinyu's vegetables were exceedingly popular, with daily earnings capable of equaling their wages for half a month. Initially skeptical upon his return, the sight of the money in his account finally convinced him of his father's words. Zhao Xinyu, who had not intended to purchase vegetables from Tianni Garden, was persuaded to visit a few more times upon Han Li's return. His motivations were twofold: to accumulate funds and to promote his venture. Each day, as Zhao Xinyu delivered vegetables, Han Jun, Lu Ming, Huang Jijun, Wang Yulong, and Chai Jingquan also returned, similarly influenced and swiftly brought into the fold by Zhao Xinyu. The 6 of them busied themselves with preparations for their store. After several days of promotion, not only the residents of Tianni Garden were informed, but also the hotels and vendors who had been inquiring about the vegetables soon learned of their intention to establish a stall at Xianling. Consequently, countless individuals flowed in and out of Xianling daily. In the eyes of the villagers, Han Li and Han Jun were laboring diligently to prepare a wedding house for Han Jun, while Zhao Xinyu, though cultivating vegetables, remained relatively unknown. Every day, the gate of Zhao Xinyu's estate remained tightly shut, leaving many villagers oblivious to the fact that the once-abandoned recycling station was now brimming with vegetables. As a result, many who ventured into the village seeking information found themselves wandering in circles, unable to locate the place Zhao Xinyu had described. One day, after selling his vegetables, Zhao Xinyu looked at the crowd still lingering without purchases and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be here tomorrow. Our stall will officially open, and if you are interested, please visit Xianling. For the first 3 days, all vegetables will be offered at a 30% discount. Xiao. I strolled around Xianling the day before yesterday, but I couldn't find the shop you mentioned. Were you joking? A regular customer inquired with a chuckle. Uncle Li, how could that be? You must have gone to the wrong place. Allow me to provide you with precise directions, Zhao Xinyu replied. Once Zhao Xinyu returned home, the news spread rapidly. Many owners of hotels and small eateries grew excited, with several rushing to the location. They indeed found 2 spacious shops that had been renovated, with several young individuals making final preparations. That evening, the 7 of them toiled late into the night. Zhao Xinyu, Han Li, and Lu Ming were responsible for harvesting, while Han Jun, Wang Yulong, Huang Jijun, and Chai Jingquan took charge of transportation. Just after 4 in the morning, the 7 gathered at the soon-to-open vegetable shop, gazing at the shelves overflowing with produce. Han Li, with a hint of concern, asked, Xinyu, why must we fill the storeroom to the brim when the shelves are already so full? If we cannot sell it all, the vegetables will wilt by tomorrow. Han Li understood that in the realm of commerce, there are both gains and losses. All the vegetables were cultivated by their own hands. If they remained unsold today, the surplus would be donated to the elderly and lonely in the village. Xinyu, he remarked, the courtyard spans approximately 10 acres, and we have harvested nearly 2 acres this time. It would be a pity to give it all away. If we cannot sell them, we might as well reduce the prices. Han Li glanced at Huang Jijun, who had spoken. What do you mean by 2 acres? We have barely picked a fraction of the tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, eggplants, and bell peppers. You truly do not comprehend how swift Xinyu is. While we manage to fill 1 basket, he can harvest 4. I sold vegetables every day during that period, relying solely on my own efforts. With around 2,000 pounds per cart, one must be quick on their feet, Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Although he was aware that his swiftness was not the true reason for his success. The majority of what he had harvested this time was drawn from the space he possessed. Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Xinyu. You know, it's quite remarkable. Every household grows vegetables, but I have never seen produce like Xinyu's. One tomato plant bears over a dozen ripe fruits and is still blossoming. I estimate that one plant will yield at least 100 pounds. This vegetable garden may not even sell out with our current stock. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. All right, everyone. Let us pause the conversation and take a rest. Dawn is approaching. As the first light of daybreak appeared in the east, the sound of firecrackers erupted, drawing the villagers' attention in one direction. Many were puzzled, as there had been no announcements of any weddings in the village. In rural areas, firecrackers are typically reserved for celebrations such as the New Year or weddings, yet they had not heard any news, leading to their astonishment. With nothing else to occupy them, many villagers made their way toward the sound of the firecrackers. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to find a throng gathered in front of the new house prepared for Han Tianliang's child, with cars lining the nearby street. The eldest son of the Han family was getting married, and some immediately thought of this, while others were confused. As they enjoyed a good relationship with the Han family and had received no word about the wedding, as they approached, they realized it was not Han Jun who was marrying. The crowd consisted of unfamiliar faces, each carrying large bags of vegetables. This sparked a memory of the recent inquiries made by strangers in the village about where to find vegetable shops. The villagers felt a sense of bewilderment. Even in the city, there were ample vegetable stalls, so why were so many people coming specifically to the village to purchase vegetables? Driven by curiosity, they attempted to enter the vegetable stall, but even reaching the entrance proved to be a challenge. Meanwhile, within the vegetable stall, Han Jun and his team of 6 were frantically busy, with 3 weighing produce and 3 transporting vegetables. Despite their efforts, they struggled to keep up with the demand. What astonished them was that none of the customers purchased just a pound or 2. Everyone began their orders with 5 or 10 pounds. And some even demanded 50 pounds of each item. Only now did they understand why Zhao Xinyu had insisted they harvest vegetables the previous night, and why he had returned home as the stall opened, claiming he had gone back to gather more produce. It turned out that this fellow had anticipated the bustling business of today long ago. In the late morning, a perspiring Lu Ming transported a box of tomatoes to Han Li's side. Han Li, we are running low on tomatoes and cucumbers, and we can't leave our post here. What shall we do? Han Li glanced at the crowd of customers nearly overwhelming the vegetable stand, and then at the queue waiting outside. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, Lu Ming, quickly call my father and the others to assist in fetching more produce. The success of our vegetable stall hinges on today. Upon their return, Han Tianliang wholeheartedly supported the endeavor, yet Lu Ming's family of 4 remained reluctant. After all, their children had jobs outside, and to put it nicely, it would make finding partners easier. However, this time the village was opening a vegetable stand, and in their eyes, the city produce was uncertain in profitability, let alone the prospects in the village. Thus, they stayed indoors that morning, fearful of being ridiculed by the villagers. When they received the call, they were unwilling to help. But ultimately, being their own children, they begrudgingly made their way to Zhao Xinyu's place. Upon entering Zhao Xinyu's courtyard and seeing the thriving vegetables cultivated there, they began to understand why their children chose to work with the young man who had only last year been scavenging for scrap, having spent a lifetime as farmers. They had cultivated vegetables for decades, yet they could not help but feel embarrassed. The produce they had grown paled in comparison to what flourished in the courtyard. Wang Hong, why are you still dawdling? The vegetable stall is in a frenzy. Lu Ming just called, urging me to send more produce quickly. Han Tianliang bellowed to the newcomers, who were now arriving. With the strength of many hands, and with Zhao Xinyu having tirelessly worked since his return, they needed only to load the 3-wheeled cart without having to pick the vegetables themselves. When they delivered the produce to the stall, Wang Hong and his companions were taken aback. The entire street was filled with unfamiliar faces, and a long line of customers extended from the vegetable stall, which alleviated their previously anxious hearts. Although 5 families had come to help, there was still no time for rest. Throughout the day, Han Li and his team lost count of how much they sold. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that they finally sent off the last batch of customers. With only a scant few vegetables remaining at the stall, Han Jun, observing the exhausted yet exhilarated faces of the 5 families, said, Let us tidy up and head over to Xinyu's place. He has prepared a feast. In the courtyard, as they beheld the lavish table set with dishes, Han Li turned to Zhao Xinyu and asked, Xinyu, do you have any wine? I am utterly worn out today and could use a drink to unwind. Of course. How could I not have prepared? Zhao Xinyu replied. However, the produce over there is completely depleted, and we still have to pick more. Let us drink moderately. Huang Jijun chimed in with a smile. Once we get through these busy days, we can celebrate properly. All right then, we'll keep it light, Han Li agreed. The families had spent nearly all the festive days at Zhao Xinyu's, growing accustomed to his culinary skills, but Han Tianliang and the others had never tasted his cooking. Upon experiencing it, they were astonished, never having imagined Zhao Xinyu possessed such remarkable culinary talent. After dining, the group gathered to tally their gains for the day, and once completed, they stood in astonishment. Within just this one day, they had sold over 96,000. With this, the decoration expenses are covered. You're striking it rich. Zhao Xinyu, Han Li remarked with a hint of excitement, placing a hefty sack of money before Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu offered a faint smile as he regarded Han Li and the other five. Han, how much can you earn in a month out there? Without hesitation, Han Li glanced at Huang Jijun, who responded, at most, 6,000. The rest of us are around 4,000. After all expenses, we're left with only 2,000 or 3,000. Here's the deal. I will pay you all 10,000 a month, covering all your food and necessities. Old Han, you can come over to help whenever you're free. 6,000 for each family, with meals provided here. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's proposition, not only Han Li and his 5 companions, but even the 10 others, including Han Tianliang, were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, they had only hoped that the children would return without asking for money from home. Now, Zhao Xinyu was offering each of them 10,000, a salary that was not only exceptional in the village but also remarkable in the city, alongside an additional 6,000 per family. The thought that they could receive 16,000 each month without any expenses was beyond their wildest dreams. Xinyu, this is too generous. Isn't it? If you were to hire someone to sell vegetables, they might earn only 2,000 or 3,000 a month, they replied. Zhao Xinyu waved his hand dismissively. I owe my current success to everyone's assistance. For now, let us proceed with this arrangement, and if profits increase in the future, I will raise your salaries. After expressing this, Zhao Xinyu was struck by another thought. Han Li, didn't you say you have connections with construction teams? With the weather warming up, the stench from the ditch will only worsen, attracting swarms of mosquitoes. While we can endure it, what will customers think if they learn our vegetables are grown near a foul ditch? Therefore, it is imperative to find a construction team to clean it up thoroughly. The group exchanged glances, and Han Tianliang spoke up. Dad, the ditch belongs to the village, right? They should help with this. Han Tianliang sighed. You know how the village operates. There's no money for such endeavors, and besides, the ditch no longer belongs to the village. Xinyu has already contracted it. Xinyu, have you lost your mind? Why would you contract a stinking ditch that requires annual cleaning? Han Jun and the others looked at Zhao Xinyu in disbelief. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. Han Li, just find the construction team. You need not worry about anything else. Initially, they thought business would calm down after a few busy days. But to their surprise, the number of visitors continued to grow. Even before opening, customers formed lines, eagerly awaiting entry. In just over 10 days, not only had the residents from the northern part of the city taken notice, but hotels and people from 3 other districts also learned of the superior taste and high nutritional value of the vegetables sold at Xianling. Due to the thriving business, the local television station even reported on it multiple times. Numerous hotels and restaurants are eager to procure preserved vegetables. However, the supplier has issued a statement limiting each customer to a maximum purchase of 10 pounds. Consequently, a crowd has emerged in Xianling, dedicated to acquiring these vegetables, queuing to purchase them only to resell to various establishments. Some have inquired about the source of the preserved vegetables, discovering that they originate from Zhao Xinyu's courtyard. Eager to meet Zhao Xinyu, they are invariably met at the gate by Tai Qiangjuan. Even if the door opens, they hesitate to enter, deterred by a large dog resembling an oversized calf, baring its teeth in warning. Due to the overwhelming demand for preserved vegetables, Han Jun and his 5 companions, along with their parents, toil relentlessly each day. Zhao Xinyu, recognizing their burden, proposed that Han Tianliang recruit a few honest individuals from the village to assist. Concurrently, construction has commenced near the foul drainage ditch. To ensure quality, Zhao Xinyu has dispatched Lu Ming, an individual knowledgeable in construction, to supervise the project. The villagers are baffled by Zhao Xinyu's initiative to clear the drainage ditch, which has existed for decades. Its unpleasant odor and swarms of mosquitoes render the area undesirable, especially during the heat of summer. Now, with construction underway and the projected costs exceeding 200,000, many believe Zhao Xinyu, who rose to prominence through vegetable cultivation, has lost his senses. They muse that spending such an amount on a drainage ditch could instead procure a house in the suburbs. Zhao Xinyu, do you have some grand plan behind spending over 200,000 on a drainage ditch? Du Mengnan inquired beneath the grape trellis. While the demand for vegetables surges, the grapes cultivated in the garden are already blooming and bearing fruit. Although not yet in season, the shaded area beneath the trellis offers a refreshing respite. And to Han Tianliang's astonishment, it remains free of mosquitoes and other pests, making it a favored spot for relaxation. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Wait a moment. Let me fetch you some fragrant melons to try. Du Mengnan paused in surprise. Fragrant melons? You mean the sweet melons? We call them fragrant melons where I come from. Is that so? The greenhouse sweet melons have only recently ripened. Let me take a look, she replied, rising to follow Zhao Xinyu. The area for growing watermelons and fragrant melons is situated in the northern part of the courtyard, adjacent to the simple dwelling, covering approximately 1.5 mu. Due to the limited space, Zhao Xinyu decided to experiment with the cultivation of these melons. The watermelon patch, occupying about 1 mu, is cloaked in green vines and leaves, obscuring the soil entirely. The rounded watermelons, glistening with dew, shimmer under the sunlight, creating a captivating halo. In the half-mu fragrant melon patch, the vines are nearly invisible, with only the bumpy, pale melons visible, each weighing around half a pound. As one approaches, the distinctive aroma of the fragrant melons becomes apparent. With a deep inhalation, Du Mengnan stepped into the melon patch, glancing around but hesitating to take action. Though she had indulged in numerous sweet melons before, this was her inaugural venture into a melon field. Her reluctance stemmed from the knowledge that unripe melons could be as bitter as gall. Observing her uncertainty, Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily. Allow me to teach you how to discern ripe melons, he said, gesturing towards a melon adorned with fine cracks and glistening with reddish-brown juice. Here, feel it. The surface of a ripe melon is smooth to the touch, while an unripe one feels slightly coarse. The stem of a mature melon is slender. A gentle touch will cause it to detach, and the blossom end is small and rounded. Although a melon with such minute cracks may not appear appealing, its flavor is unparalleled. As Du Mengnan delicately traced her fingers over the melon and examined the stem and blossom, her eyes brightened. Turning to Zhao Xinyu, she declared, according to your description, this melon should be perfectly ripe. Let me pick it and taste it. With a gentle tug, the melon released itself from the vine. After rinsing it with water, she handed it to Zhao Xinyu, saying, I cannot finish one alone. Please help me split it. Zhao Xinyu smiled softly, tapping it lightly. With a crisp crack, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, and orange-red juice began to flow. Du Mengnan instinctively swallowed, her cheeks flushing slightly. Accepting the half of the melon he offered, she displayed no semblance of decorum, eagerly taking a bite. With the first taste, she let out a soft her eyes sparkling with delight. Not only was the melon crisp and sweet, but it also melted into a luscious nectar that flowed into her belly, leaving a refreshing sensation and a lingering fragrance on her lips. Within mere seconds, she devoured half the melon. Soon after, she noticed Zhao Xinyu extending the other half towards her. Without a moment's hesitation, she took it and, in less than a minute, had polished off the entire melon, which weighed about half a kilogram. After finishing, Du Mengnan exhaled deeply, finally noticing a sticky residue on her hands, glistening with orange-red juice reminiscent of honey. Shall we eat more? She asked. This sweet melon is unlike any I have ever tasted. A few minutes later, Du Mengnan rose to wash her hands in Zhao Xinyu's room. Upon her return to the melon patch, she rubbed her abdomen, and upon catching Zhao Xinyu's amused expression, her cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. Why are you laughing? Du Mengnan, do you have any idea how many melons you just devoured? 2, I believe. In the next moment, she stood frozen, disbelief flickering in her eyes as she spotted 4 stems where she had just feasted. This cannot be true. I ate all of those. Though she protested, deep down she recognized the truth. She had indeed consumed 4, for Zhao Xinyu had remained still throughout her indulgence. With a hint of embarrassment, Du Mengnan said sweetly, these melons are simply divine. Zhao Xinyu. Please sell them to me. After a moment's thought, she pointed at the watermelons. And I want some of those too. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered briefly as he inquired about the relationship between you and Xiao Jimin, noting your apparent concern surpassing hers. Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed crimson. As Zhao Xinyu pointed out, Xiao Jimin had not visited since her last appearance, yet she, as the introducer, frequently made her way over. Mind your own business. You can't have this melon, Du Mingnan replied with a hint of shyness, unaware of why she felt this way. Typically, she spoke coldly to others, yet she had never displayed such frostiness in front of him. Are we not allowed to eat? Zhao Xinyu teased, observing the flustered Du Mingnan. Unsure how to articulate such a statement. This only made her blush deeper, and as she instinctively pushed him away, her foot slipped, causing her to topple towards him. Zhao Xinyu instinctively caught her, feeling a soft warmth in his grasp. Du Mingnan trembled slightly, her face now a vivid scarlet. Throughout her life, aside from her family, she had never allowed the opposite sex to touch her, yet here she was, experiencing an intimate encounter with this fellow. How could she possibly reconcile this? Under normal circumstances, she would have reacted with anger, but for reasons unknown, this time, amidst her embarrassment, she felt no aversion or disgust. Of course, you can eat what you grow. It's settled then. All the melons are mine at the market price of 12 yuan per pound, Zhao Xinyu responded, momentarily taken aback. Although he had earned a fair amount recently, he was unfamiliar with the price of melons, not out of reluctance, but due to a habitual ignorance over the years. How can we tell if a watermelon is ripe? Du Mingnan ventured into the melon field. Unlike melons, with watermelons, you look for dew. If the watermelon is covered in dew, it's not yet ripe. If it's dotted with dew, then it's ready. What about those without dew? A gentle tap should reveal whether it vibrates, indicating ripeness. You truly know quite a bit, Zhao Xinyu remarked, shaking his head, as those raised in the countryside often did. Zhao Xinyu, is this watermelon ripe? He hesitated, recalling that he had checked the melons yesterday, and in his mind, the watermelons still required about 10 more days. Any ripe watermelons he might have had were likely already harvested. As he approached, he chuckled softly, thinking the youth was indeed teachable. Du Mingnan shot him an exaggerated eye roll before bending down to pluck a watermelon, declaring that if it was unpalatable, they would return it. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily and went to fetch a knife to cut the melon. As he sliced it open, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, causing Du Mingnan's eyes to light up. However, upon splitting the watermelon, Du Mingnan was taken aback. The flesh was not the blood-red or golden hue she had anticipated, but rather a shimmering silver. Even the juice that flowed was silver and remarkably viscous. It was underdone. Both Du Mingnan and Zhao Xinyu were momentarily stunned. As Zhao Xinyu cut a small piece, he intended to taste it, but Du Mingnan quickly snatched it away, taking a delicate bite. A soft sound escaped her lips, her eyes widening in astonishment. The watermelon melts in one's mouth, imbued with a sweetness laced with a hint of coolness, causing every pore to seem to open, enveloping the body in an indescribable comfort. Ripe and delectable, Du Mingnan could not resist taking another bite, murmuring her approval. Zhao Xinyu sliced open half a watermelon and took a small piece, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, as Du Mingnan had remarked, the watermelon was truly delicious. Sweet as honey yet devoid of any cloying sensation. In a matter of mere minutes, the two had devoured a watermelon weighing 7 or 8 pounds, leaving no remnants. Du Mingnan wiped her mouth and gazed toward the patch, eager to find a few more to take home. Remarkably, they discovered 3 more ripe watermelons in the patch. As Zhao Xinyu carried the watermelons and cantaloupe to Du Mingnan, she was astonished to observe that he walked as normally as anyone else, which left her profoundly shaken. Once condemned to a grim fate by doctors, he had miraculously reclaimed his life, yet was left with a lifelong disability. The recovery of his facial injuries had already filled her with wonder, and the prospect of his now crippled leg regaining strength completely upended her understanding of possibility. That day, the Pingxing Hotel became the talk of the town once more, as patrons eagerly described the cantaloupe that was so sweet it could seemingly be swallowed by the tongue. Zhao Xinyu was not particularly attuned to matters online, but Han Li and the others were different. They quickly became aware of the cantaloupe's renown. However, when they learned that the hotel had secured the melons at a price of 12 yuan per jean, they were taken aback. For the current market price was merely 12 yuan, yet all were reserved at that rate, a notion they had not anticipated. That evening, a group gathered in front of a simple dwelling to dine when suddenly, Heifeng turned, and began to shout at the large iron gate. Han Li furrowed his brow and rose, saying, "You all continue eating. I will go investigate." Moments later, Zhao Xinyu and the others heard Han Li's furious voice echoing from the darkness, demanding, "What are you doing?" Everyone's expression shifted, and they hastily set down their bowls and chopsticks, moving swiftly toward the gate, with Zhao Xinyu also getting up to open the courtyard door. At the entrance, a group of 7 or 8 youths, reeking of alcohol and dressed in garish attire, each clutched a bag as they picked tomatoes and cucumbers, while a middle-aged man leaned against the gate, voraciously consuming a tomato and incessantly muttering for more to be picked. "What do you mean by this, Zhao Ximing?" Han Tianliang shouted angrily. Zhao Ximing tossed aside a half-eaten tomato into the vegetable patch, casting a glance at Han Tianliang and subsequently fixing his gaze on Zhao Xinyu, who had just arrived. "Zhao Xinyu, is it? You've used my water, and I've taken a few of your tomatoes and cucumbers. What's the issue?" "Since you're all here, I'll be straightforward. The vegetables in your courtyard have grown like this because of my water. From now on, I will have someone come by daily to harvest a couple 100 pounds of each vegetable, and with your increased water usage, you shall pay me 1,000. No, 2,000 yuan in water fees each month." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyu's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Zhao Ximing, I had previously given you 3,000 yuan for water when I was planting the vegetables, and you explicitly stated that it was for a year's worth of water. Furthermore, why should I provide you with my vegetables for free?" Zhao Ximing's countenance darkened as he staggered towards Zhao Xinyu. "You little cripple, while others may bow down. I have never spent a dime on food. Now, I have changed my mind. I demand 500 pounds of each vegetable and a monthly water bill of 5,000. Zhao Ximing, how dare you not resort to theft? Always deceiving and swindling others, and you call yourself a man?" At this juncture, the impetuous Han Li could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Ximing. Just moments ago, upon entering, Zhao Ximing had ordered his minions to harvest vegetables, all from the same village, which Han Li had tolerated. Yet now, Zhao Ximing's blatant extortion was intolerable. In response to Han Li's rebuke, Zhao Ximing erupted in fury, delivering a sharp slap to Han Li's face. "You little brat, how dare you insult me?" Han Li tilted his head, seized Zhao Ximing's arm, and sent him crashing to the ground. Witnessing their leader being assaulted, Zhao Ximing's lackeys discarded their bags and rushed forward. This incited Han Jun and his companions to intervene, resulting in a chaotic brawl. The drunken thugs were no match for the youthful vigor of Han Li and his allies, who swiftly subdued them. Zhao Xinyu had always kept the Black Wind Gang at bay. Had he not done so, Zhao Ximing and his crew would have been dealt with long ago. Zhao Ximing, regaining his footing and wiping the blood from his nose, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Xinyu. "From tomorrow on, you shall not draw a single drop of water from me. Han Jun, Han Li, expect my vengeance. I swear I shall not rest until I have exacted it." Once Zhao Ximing and his gang departed, Han Tianli glanced at Han Jun and the others. "You have acted too impulsively. You know well what sort of man Zhao Ximing is. Others avoid him like the plague. Why provoke this troublemaker? Given his temperament, he could sever your water supply tonight. Father, we simply couldn't hold back. His demands are clearly extortionate. 5,000 for water is no different from robbery. If we concede this time, he will only grow bolder in his greed, envious of Xinyu's success." Han Tianli sighed softly. Who isn't envious of Xinyu these days? The villagers have filled their yards with vegetables, and I have heard that several families plan to open pickled vegetable businesses nearby. This is the peak season for water usage. If our supply is cut off, the crops will perish. Grandfather Han, the water from the foul ditch has been cleared. Tomorrow, please inspect the spring's location. We must have them excavated. Lu Ming will purchase a pump. Han Tianli nodded, acknowledging that this was the only route left to them. However, Zhao Ximing was incorrigible. While he wouldn't dare retaliate against Han Jun and his friends directly, he would surely seek revenge on you, so remain vigilant. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Grandfather Han, I shall be cautious. Can we allow him to act with such impunity in the village? Han Tianli offered a wry smile, having been detained countless times for similar matters, only to return to the same chaos. The village wished to reclaim control over the water, but they were powerless against his unscrupulous antics. As he threatened the villagers alongside his gang, those who crossed him invariably found trouble. In the years since his return, at least 20 households had been bullied into leaving Zaihanling. Xinyu, do not fear him. Should he dare approach again, we shall deal with him, Han Li declared loudly. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, acknowledging that no one could contend with such a person as Han Li. As his grandfather wisely remarked, everyone should exercise caution. All right, let us dine, he suggested. However, due to the recent events, no one could find an appetite for the exquisite dishes prepared by Zhao Xinyu. Han Tianliang and others were particularly burdened with worries, clearly concerned about potential retaliation from Zhao Xinyu. As Han Tianliang had predicted, the next morning, Zhao Xinyu discovered that the water supply had been cut off. Upon stepping outside to inquire, he noticed a large pit in the courtyard where the water pipe had been severed. Soon after, he received a call from Han Li, informing him that several roads leading to the vegetable stall had been excavated, making it impossible for customers to drive into the village. Those wishing to buy vegetables had to walk a long detour and were met with intimidation from Zhao Xinyu's delinquents, who held large dogs at various intersections. Consequently, the vegetable stall saw a significant decline in customers. The villagers were well aware of who was behind this disruption, yet they understood Zhao Xinyu's character all too well and dared not voice their grievances. Although the vegetable stall had not been operational for long, it attracted numerous visitors daily, allowing villagers to sell local specialties and earn some income. They felt grateful to Zhao Xinyu for establishing the stall, but now, with Zhao Xinyu's actions, their financial lifeline was abruptly severed, and their resentment towards him grew. In the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu called Han Li, learning that due to the road situation, customers remained scarce, and only a fraction of the vegetables prepared the previous day had been sold. Han Li suggested that the remaining vegetables be given to the villagers. This news stirred excitement among the villagers, and by nightfall, all the vegetables from the stall had been distributed. Considering the road issues, Zhao Xinyu contemplated temporarily halting operations. However, the following morning, he received a call from Han Li, urging him to check the main road by the stall. When Zhao Xinyu arrived, his eyes welled with tears as he beheld at least 70 to 80 elderly individuals standing on the road, each holding a sign that read "Free Vegetable Delivery Help." Several seniors had even unearthed ancient unicycles for assistance. Seeing these individuals, who could easily be his grandparents, filled Zhao Xinyu's heart with warmth. He realized that not only Han Tianliang and his companions cared for him, but many villagers he had never met were also silently supporting him. Zhao Xinyu instructed Han Li to discreetly record the names of these elders. Although business at the stall was not as bustling as before, they managed to sell several thousand pounds of vegetables that day. Despite Zhao Xinyu's attempts to disrupt their efforts, the presence of these elderly individuals rendered his tactics ineffective. It was reported that Zhao Xinyu was furious over these developments and vowed to retaliate against those aiding Zhao Xinyu. On the same day, good news arrived from Lu Ming's side. The spring buried beneath the collapsed soil had been unearthed, and the construction team was reinforcing it, promising that it would be operational by the day after tomorrow at the latest. In the courtyard, the discovery of a spring infuriated Zhao Xinyu, who realized that his scheme of cutting off water supply to coerce Zhao Xinyu into submission had utterly failed. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede defeat, pondering alternative strategies to deal with Zhao Xinyu. In the subsequent days, the spring water finally flowed into the courtyard, and the villagers rallied to assist Zhao Xinyu without charge. That night, someone unknown filled the pits created by Zhao Xinyu, allowing customers to once again access the village. As normalcy returned, the villagers who had previously aided Zhao Xinyu found themselves rewarded. Each household was granted a daily allowance of vegetables from the vegetable vendor, and during the days they assisted with deliveries, Zhao Xinyu compensated them handsomely with 100 each day. The news spread swiftly, leaving the villagers astonished. What they perceived as a minor favor was met with generous rewards that drew envy from outsiders. In the following days, Zhao Xinyu's operations returned to routine. The clearing and reinforcement of the Luo River had been completed, and the cleaned river began to retain water. The construction team commenced work on the surrounding walls and railings, while the designated parcel of barren land was also cleared, albeit only superficially due to financial constraints. Han Li and his companions had previously inquired about Zhao Xinyu's plans for the barren land, but he simply smiled without elaborating. One evening, as they gathered for dinner, Han Li pointed at the chicken and fish prepared by Zhao Xinyu. These chickens and fish were raised on feed. Their flavor leaves much to be desired. With such a large courtyard and ample vegetable leaves, why not raise some chickens and ducks instead? The words, spoken casually, struck a chord with Zhao Xinyu. He turned to Han Li and the others, inquiring, "Do you know if there are any breeding farms nearby?" "There is a breeding farm in Dongwangswang to the east of the village, and some villagers work there." "Are you truly considering raising chickens?" Han Li replied. Indeed. Zhao Xinyu mused. The vegetable leaves we have are sufficient for daily needs. Raising chickens and ducks would save us the expense of purchasing them later. Once the Luo River fills up, we can also consider fish. All right, I'll gather information tomorrow. How many do you plan to buy? Zhao Xinyu asked Han Tianli, Grandpa Han. I am somewhat inexperienced in this area. How many do you think would be appropriate? For such a large courtyard, we should acquire at least 700 or 800. Chickens and ducks will thrive on vegetable scraps, and their droppings can be used as fertilizer. Considering his own space, Zhao Xinyu nodded and turned to Han Jun. Brother Jun, please make arrangements for the poultry. Let's start with 700 chickens, 300 ducks, and 300 geese. The next morning, Zhao Xinyu left the courtyard. The previous day's conversation about raising livestock reminded him of the large water pit in his space, and he contemplated purchasing a few fish to test if they could thrive there. However, upon stepping outside, he shook his head in dismay. The gate had been splattered with paint, and the path leading out was riddled with large pits, rendering it impossible for a tricycle to pass. He knew all too well who was responsible for this vandalism. Although anger simmered within him, he understood that reasoning with such ruffians would be futile. After returning the tricycle, he called Han Li, instructing him to find someone to fill in the pits, while he made his way to Pengcheng. As he returned with the fish he had purchased, the once muddy pit in front of the door had been filled, and in the vegetable garden, fluffy little creatures were constantly emerging and disappearing. Meanwhile, Heifeng lay at the edge of the garden, fixated on the chickens, ducks, and geese foraging among the crops, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable thought. Heifeng, you mustn't harbor any ill intentions, Zhao Xinyu remarked with a smile. This immediately provoked Heifeng's displeasure. He growled a few times at Zhao Xinyu before turning and dashing into the vegetable patch, eliciting hearty laughter from Zhao Xinyu. Upon returning to his room, he placed the 30-odd grass carp, and crucian carp into the large pond within his space. In the next moment, Zhao Xinyu felt the space tremble, a sensation that filled his heart with joy, for he had learned that such tremors heralded changes within. Just as he was about to lock the door and enter the space to investigate the transformations, he heard Heizi's growls from the courtyard, interspersed with startled exclamations from women. Stepping outside, Zhao Xinyu saw Du Mengnian approaching, accompanied not by herself alone, but also by 4 girls of similar age. Their expressions a mix of panic as they hid behind her. Each was adorned in designer labels. While their beauty could not quite rival Du Mengnian's, they were certainly striking in their own right. Heifeng, perhaps sensing the girl's trepidation, leapt in front of Du Mengnian, growling incessantly, which only provoked more startled cries from the 4 girls. Du Mengnian, familiar with Heifeng, was in fits of laughter. Heifeng, Zhao Xinyu called, and like a command from royalty, Heifeng's demeanor instantly wilted. With his head drooping, he obediently trotted over to Zhao Xinyu, rubbing his large head against Zhao Xinyu's leg, resembling a child who had misbehaved. The 4 startled girls exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for the comical scene of the once ferocious dog now displaying such a playful side. You really are a dullard, they remarked, claiming to fear neither heaven nor earth, yet had intended for Heifeng to frighten them. Du Mengnian pouted slightly. After saying this, she turned to point at the gate. What happened? Did you commit some heinous act that led to this paint being thrown? Zhao Xinyu could only offer a wry smile, explaining, it was a few ruffians from the village. They wanted to take my vegetables for free. When I refused, they caused a ruckus. Call the police, one girl suggested. That would be futile. By the way, what brings you here today? Zhao Xinyu inquired with a smile, recalling that Du Mengnian had not visited since he left with the watermelons. I was out handling some matters, and now that they've come to find me, I thought I'd let them experience your rural lifestyle. You should know, these 4 are my closest friends. If you cannot treat them well today, I may have to reconsider our friendship, she teased. The 4 girls, regaining their composure, exchanged glances filled with curiosity. One girl, resembling a porcelain doll with her bright almond-shaped eyes, scrutinized Zhao Xinyu, a peculiar smile gracing her delicate features. With a critical gaze, she assessed the plainly dressed Zhao Xinyu, nodding as if he were an old scholar. He seems acceptable, albeit a bit frail. Meng, he wouldn't happen to be your boyfriend, would he? Upon hearing her words, Du Mengnian's fair face flushed crimson as she playfully pinched her friend. Yuma, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Xinyu chuckled awkwardly for a moment, asserting, we are merely ordinary friends. What would you all like to eat? Let's try something different. I have made promises to them. Considering that all 4 girls were Du Mengnian's close companions and that his vegetable garden yielded only a limited variety, he realized that hosting them solely with vegetables, while certainly appealing in taste, would still fall short in terms of presentation. I shall prepare a barbecue for you, he suggested. You can barbecue? Du Mingnan gazed at Zhao Xinyu, her eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. She was aware that he hailed from a rural background and had spent 5 years studying in Pengcheng while diligently working part-time. Initially, she had assumed he possessed commendable culinary skills, but now she discovered he could also grill. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, she had gleaned enough about Zhao Xinyu to understand that if he was willing to abandon his expertise in stir-frying for barbecue, it indicated a strong confidence in his grilling abilities. Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly. How many children from the countryside do not know how to barbecue? His words rang true. Given the modest conditions in the village, it was common for children to catch wild chickens and hares to roast themselves. Zhao Xinyu also had a grandfather who was an accomplished cook, and the elder often guided him, enhancing his barbecue skills. In those days, he would venture into the mountains with his friends, where he was responsible for preparing all the wild chickens and hares they caught. Whatever you need, I will have Jiamin deliver it, he said, reflecting on how Xiao Jiamin, an executive at the Pengcheng Hotel, would certainly provide high-quality ingredients, far superior to those available elsewhere. Bring over 10 unseasoned chickens, 3 hares, and I'll handle the spices myself. If there are any pine woods available, I would like some of that as well. Du Mingnan paused. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Can this small group consume all that? Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Have you forgotten? There are more than a dozen people who dine with me daily. I doubt this will be insufficient. Rest assured, when I next gather ingredients, I will deduct from that. Du Mingnan shot him an exaggerated eye roll before dialing Xiao Jiamin. As Zhao Xinyu prepared, Xiao Jiamin arrived, accompanied by workers who delivered 10 cleaned chickens and 10 hares before departing, although she chose to remain. Zhao Xinyu, these are no ordinary chickens and hares. They are wild mountain chickens and hares, Xiao Jiamin announced with a playful tone. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the recent regulations prohibiting the hunting of wild animals, which included mountain chickens and hares. While villagers might occasionally capture a few without consequence, it would be a serious offense for the Pengcheng Hotel to sell them. Seeing the look on his face, Xiao Jiamin giggled. Do not worry. These mountain chickens and hares are considered farm-raised, although they roam freely in the wild. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, placing the chickens and hares into a basin of water to soak, sprinkling the prepared spices into the water. This was merely the preliminary step. Soaking allowed any residual blood to be released while enabling the spices to infuse the meat with flavor. After more than an hour, the mountain chicken and wild rabbit were taken out and evenly coated with the prepared marinade. Subsequently, the pine wood brought by Xiao Jiamin was arranged in front of the door. Around 11 o'clock, Zhao Xinyu ignited the prepared pine wood and began to wash the marinated mountain chicken and wild rabbit, rinsing off all the seasoning. Using the specialized skewers brought by Xiao Jiamin, he carefully threaded the mountain chicken and wild rabbit. As he performed these tasks, the flames from the pine wood had waned, and only a faint blue smoke rose from the fire. At that moment, Zhao Xinyu placed the skewered mountain chicken over the fire. A few minutes later, a sizzling sound filled the air as the skin of the mountain chicken began to turn golden, and droplets of golden oil fell into the fire, instantly releasing a delectable aroma of meat. As the enticing scent wafted around, Zhao Xinyu sprinkled seasoning evenly over the mountain chicken, intensifying the fragrance that began to spread. The enticing aroma seemed to lure out the black hen from the vegetable garden, which crouched beside Zhao Xinyu, fixated on the steadily turning mountain chicken, drooling profusely. While flipping the mountain chicken, Zhao Xinyu continued to apply seasoning generously, and with every drop of golden oil cascading into the fire, the aroma grew richer. Even Du Mingnan and her companions, who were lounging under the grape arbor, were eventually drawn in by the mouth-watering scent. Though they had yet to taste the dish, they found themselves swallowing hard. Observing the now golden-hued mountain chicken, Du Mingnan swallowed again and inquired, Zhao Xinyu, is it ready? We're starving. Almost there. Just a few more minutes, he replied, pressing down on the mountain chicken as he spoke, before dousing it with another layer of seasoning. As the savory aroma filled the air once more, he reached for a skewered wild rabbit and placed it over the fire. After more than 10 minutes, the mountain chicken transformed from golden to a deep, crispy brown. Zhao Xinyu applied a final coat of seasoning before pressing down on it once more. Get a plate, he instructed. Just as the words left his mouth, a large iron plate was extended towards him. Eliciting a smile from Zhao Xinyu as he placed the mountain chicken onto the plate, and immediately began to tend to the wild rabbit. Under the grape arbor, Du Mingnan and her 5 companions exhibited no semblance of decorum. As Du Mingnan set the plate on the table, all 6 reached for the mountain chicken almost simultaneously. In an instant, one chicken was divided into 6 pieces, and they wasted no time, biting into the succulent meat despite its heat. The wait had felt interminable, and now they could hardly contain their eagerness. With the first bite, all 6 paused momentarily. The mountain chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within, devoid of any greasiness. This single bite delivered an overwhelming sensory experience, leaving them yearning to savor every morsel. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 to 4 pound mountain chicken was devoured completely, with several of them licking their fingers to savor the remaining grease. Unable to resist the allure of the meat, they rose in unison and made their way towards Zhao Xinyu's grilling station, momentarily forgetting the grease that adorned their faces and hands. As Zhao Xinyu tended to the barbecue, he heard footsteps and turned to see a familiar figure, his face instantly breaking into an unusual grin. "What are you looking at? Hurry up," Du Mingnan called out playfully, her gaze fixated on the now yellowing wild rabbit. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, "You all should wash your faces. It will be uncomfortable once the grease dries." Upon hearing this, Du Mingnan and the others immediately reacted, squealing as they rushed towards Zhao Xinyu's room. They were all individuals who cherished their appearance. A little while later, 6 of them emerged from the room. But Zhao Xinyu noticed that the lively Yummer had her head bowed, as if preoccupied with her thoughts. After applying a mix of seasonings, Zhao Xinyu smiled and inquired, "Yummer, what's wrong? Did you not eat earlier?" Du Mingnan playfully kicked him. "Stop talking nonsense. Yummer had an accident a few years ago." Suddenly, Du Mingnan seemed to recall something. She glanced at Zhao Xinyu, then turned to Yummer, saying, "You know, this guy used to have a lot of scars on his face, and half of it was discolored. He has a remedy that might restore your face to its original state." Yummer shuddered slightly, raising her eyes to Zhao Xinyu, her tear-filled gaze sparkling with a glimmer of hope. Zhao Xinyu noticed the faint black scar on her face, thinking of the potential of his spatial water. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly and handed his inexpensive phone to Du Mingnan. "Show Yummer what I looked like before." Curiously, Yummer and the others looked at the photos on Zhao Xinyu's phone from when he had just been discharged from the hospital, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the ugly figure in the images, now standing before them as the one grilling meat. "Zhao Xinyu, can I really recover?" Yummer asked. "You should be able to. If I could recover from my condition, your scars should heal in about a month," Zhao Xinyu replied softly. Unbeknownst to them, he was the only survivor of a serial murder case from the previous year. When he was brought to the hospital, the doctors had declared him near death. Yet he had defied the odds and survived, previously deemed permanently disabled. "Look at him now. His legs are just fine," Du Mingnan remarked, her words eliciting shock from Yummer and the others. "Zhao Xinyu, who prescribed this to you?" Du Mingnan giggled. "He's a student at the traditional Chinese medicine university, treating himself. So if any of you have minor ailments, just seek him out." Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. "I've become a divine healer now. All right, the wild rabbit is ready. Pass me a plate." When Han Li and the others returned to the courtyard, they found that Du Mingnan and her group had devoured an entire wild rabbit and 3 wild chickens. Upon realizing how much they had consumed, Han Li and the others were astonished, yet they understood that it was due to the exceptional flavors of the game Zhao Xinyu had prepared. Du Mingnan contemplated introducing Han Li to them, but upon seeing him return, she and her friends decided to take their leave. After they departed, Han Li embraced Zhao Xinyu, exclaiming, "Boss, now that you have Du Mingnan, why not introduce me to one of those girls?" Zhao Xinyu, feeling a sense of exasperation, pushed Han Li away with a bemused expression. In his heart, the companions surrounding Du Mingnan, who could afford a sports car, were either affluent or of noble lineage. How could they possibly be interested in impoverished boys like them? Moreover, he had no ties to Du Mingnan and was still single. Even if he were not, he would still retain his independence. "Xinyu, that girl is indeed quite remarkable. I see that you are rather well acquainted." "Seize the opportunity," Han Tianliang said with a grin. "Grandfather Han, don't listen to Han Li's nonsense. There's nothing to it. Just admit it. Du Mingnan has visited numerous times. If nothing is going on between you two, who would believe that?" Zhao Xinyu shook his head, choosing to ignore them, and began preparing the barbecue. During the meal, Han Li and his companions became even more ravenous, consuming nearly all the remaining mountain chickens and wild rabbits. "Xinyu, your culinary skills and barbecue techniques are extraordinary. If you opened a small restaurant, it it would undoubtedly be successful, said Han Tianliang after tasting the mountain chicken and wild rabbit grilled by Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu smiled bitterly. He was aware that his cooking could indeed sustain a small eatery. However, he had his own aspirations. Despite his culinary prowess, he had no desire to delve into the culinary profession. He wished to fulfill his grandfather's dreams. For this reason, he had previously preferred delivering takeout or collecting scrap over applying for a chef position. Yet, often, reality thwarted his intentions. The traditional Chinese medicine field he cherished seemed to drift further away, leading him to become a genuine vegetable farmer. Grandfather Han, let's discuss this matter later. Han Tianliang sighed softly. He discerned from Zhao Xinyu's words that the latter was reluctant to pursue a culinary career. Considering the income Zhao Xinyu earned from his cultivated vegetables, which was quite decent, coupled with the leisurely lifestyle he enjoyed, Han Tianliang refrained from further discussion. After Han Tianliang and the others departed, Zhao Xinyu roasted the remaining wild rabbit for himself, enjoying a hearty meal with Black Wind. After tidying up, he suddenly remembered the scar on Yumuo's face. He hurriedly assembled the herbs he had purchased but had yet to use. However, he chuckled to himself. Despite having established a friendship with Du Mengnan and the others, he still did not possess Du Mengnan's phone number. Just as Zhao Xinyu was watering his plants, Du Mengnan and her companions returned, entering the door and inquiring about the medicinal formula, clearly seeking a remedy for Yumuo's scar. Understanding the effects of the spatial water he possessed, Zhao Xinyu chuckled. I can provide you with the formula, but the preparation process is quite intricate, and if the timing is off, the efficacy of the medicine will be significantly diminished. Yumuo was taken aback for a moment. You mean, you can help me? Zhao Xinyu nodded. I have already prepared the herbs. I will go ahead and concoct the ointment and decoction for you. As Zhao Xinyu had mentioned, they observed him repeatedly preparing the ointment. Not only Yumuo but even Du Mengnan felt overwhelmed. When the ointment was nearly ready, Zhao Xinyu began preparing the decoction, first instructing Yumuo to drink it. After consuming it, Yumuo frowned. Zhao Xinyu, it seems there is no reaction. Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle. After all, traditional Chinese medicine is inherently more gradual in its effects compared to Western medicine. This explains why even after taking Western medications, one does not immediately experience results. However, once the ointment is applied, the effects will surely manifest. Minutes later, Zhao Xinyu handed the concocted ointment to Du Mengnan, requesting her assistance in applying it to Yumuo's face. He insisted that not only the scarred area but the entirety of her face be generously covered. After the ointment was applied, Zhao Xinyu inquired with a smile about her feelings. Surprisingly, she felt a soothing coolness. The scarred areas were notably warm and somewhat painful. Zhao Xinyu felt a slight relief in his heart. It had been quite some time since Yumuo's injury, and though the spatial water had some effect, he had concerns about its efficacy. Hearing Yumuo's response reassured him that the ointment and potion were indeed beneficial, even if the scars could not be entirely eradicated. Significant alleviation was within reach. Upon hearing Yumuo's remarks, Lu Ruoshi's eyes sparkled. Zhao Xinyu, could you take a look at me? I've been feeling exceedingly fatigued and devoid of energy lately. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. Let me check your pulse, but do not blame me if I misinterpret anything. Lu Ruoshi giggled as she extended her arm towards him. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, placing a single finger on her wrist, which startled Du Mengnan and the others. Although they were not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, they were aware that pulse diagnosis typically involves 3 fingers, and Zhao Xinyu's singular touch challenged their understanding. Moments later, he withdrew his hand and remarked, You seem largely fine, but you ought not to stay up so late. You were likely exposed to cold water as a child, leading to monthly abdominal pains for several days. This is a consequence of the cold entering your body. Lu Ruoshi's face flushed crimson. Indeed, she experienced discomfort each month during her cycle, and it was particularly excruciating. Such matters are often not openly discussed, especially when articulated by someone of her own age, which left her feeling quite embarrassed. She had consulted numerous doctors before, yet none had provided her with any relief. What astonished her further was Zhao Xinyu's knowledge of her childhood mishap with cold water, a memory she had nearly forgotten. As a child, she had been playful and accidentally fallen into a lake. Had there not been others nearby, that day could have ended tragically. After that incident, she sensed something was amiss with her body, but at that young age, she paid little attention to it. Having seen countless doctors without success, hearing such specific details from someone of similar age was nothing short of astonishing. Can it be treated? Lu Ruoshi asked softly, Her gaze lowered. Yes, Zhao Xinyu replied. Acupuncture combined with herbal decoctions will suffice. As long as we expel the cold energy, you will be well. Quickly, please treat me, Lu Ruoxi urged, recalling that her discomfort was soon to return, and she was unwilling to endure that pain again. Zhao Xinyu chuckled as he swiftly wrote out a prescription. Du Mingnan, could you prepare a week's worth of herbs? I will administer the acupuncture. After Du Mingnan departed, Lu Ruoxi's cheeks reddened once more, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she asked, do I need to take off my clothes? Upon her utterance, Umo and her companions erupted into hearty laughter, leaving Lu Ruoxi too bashful to raise her gaze. No need, came the instruction, just lie on the bed for about half an hour. Once Lu Ruoxi settled onto the bed, Zhao Xinyu, gazing at her alluring figure, felt a sudden surge of impulse, though his demeanor swiftly transformed into one of solemnity. Producing a box of silver needles and alcohol for disinfection, he swiftly inserted 12 needles into her body before Umo and the others even had a chance to react. They then beheld Zhao Xinyu flicking each needle's tail with remarkable speed, causing them to emit a resonant hum. Lu Ruoxi, lying on the bed, suddenly remarked, "It's so warm." This left Umo and her friends momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, as they had never encountered such an acupuncture technique. As the silver needles vibrated and slowed, Zhao Xinyu would deftly flick the tails again, producing a melodic sound akin to a symphony. A few minutes later, Lu Ruoxi began to emit soft snores, prompting Umo and the others to shake their heads in disbelief. In their imagination, one could hardly sleep through such acupuncture. When Du Mengnan returned with herbal medicine, Zhao Xinyu soaked it in spatial water, glancing at the time before removing the needles from Lu Ruoxi. "Zhao Xinyu, please check on me," she requested. Without hesitation, Zhao Xinyu assessed the pulses of the others, concluding in just a few minutes. Unlike Lu Ruoxi, they exhibited minor issues that did not impede their overall health. After Lu Ruoxi consumed the concoction Zhao Xinyu had brewed, he turned to Umo, stating, "All right, you may wash off the ointment now." As Umo cleansed her face of the medicinal paste, Du Mingnan and the others were taken aback, while the scarred areas showed no significant change. The rest of her complexion had become remarkably fair and tender, surpassing even the effect of makeup. Du Mingnan turned to Zhao Xinyu, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. "Zhao Xinyu, does your ointment possess beautifying properties as well?" Zhao Xinyu paused, considering that the scar-removing properties would indeed help restore damaged skin, likely conferring some cosmetic benefits. "Quickly, prepare a few batches for me," she urged. Zhao Xinyu, bemused, shot her a look. "But you have no scars. What would you need it for? Look at how radiant Umo's skin is. If we had your ointment, we would no longer need cosmetics," she countered. Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of frustration. He had not anticipated that the formula entrusted to him by his grandfather would be perceived as a cosmetic by Du Mingnan and her friends. "The herbal scent of the ointment is quite potent. I shall devise a method to mitigate it," he offered. "Thank you. Just let me know what you need, and I shall procure it," she replied eagerly. "I haven't decided yet. I can manage the shopping myself. If you truly wish to use the ointment as a cosmetic, the quality of the herbs must be impeccable." Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, the excitement of Du Mingnan and her companions was palpable, and after expressing their gratitude profusely, they departed together. Following their exit, Zhao Xinyu rode out on his bicycle, and upon his return, he was laden with bags that nearly filled a tricycle. That evening, after dinner, Zhao Xinyu bid farewell to Han Tianliang and the others, returning to his room to enter the space. His intent was twofold: to observe the fish in the large water pit and to concoct a medicinal ointment. Throughout the night, Zhao Xinyu was oblivious to the quantity of herbs he had expended, yet the ointment he produced, though the traditional medicinal aroma had faded, still failed to meet his expectations. For 3 consecutive days, he dedicated himself to the study of the ointment, and by the early hours of the 4th day, he emerged from the space holding a small bowl. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The ointment in the bowl no longer bore the scent of traditional medicine. Instead, it exuded a delicate fragrance, a harmonious blend that Zhao Xinyu found difficult to articulate. In the morning, Du Mingnan and her companions arrived, as they had a few days prior. Upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback, captivated by the faint yet distinctive aroma that invigorated their senses. "What is that scent?" Du Mingnan inquired, glancing towards Zhao Xinyu, who was preparing to administer acupuncture to Lu Ruoxi. With a gentle smile, Zhao Xinyu gestured towards the cupboard. I have prepared the ointment. Please take a look. If it does not suffice, I shall continue my research. The eyes of Du Mingnan and her friends brightened as they spotted a small bowl on the cupboard containing a pale golden lotion, the source of the enchanting fragrance they had just inhaled. This scent is delightful, Du Mingnan exclaimed, taking a deep breath, her excitement palpable. Give it a try. Wait about 10 minutes, Zhao Xinyu advised. Nodding, Du Mingnan fetched a basin to wash her face. She then applied the lotion as if it were a facial cleanser, allowing it to sit for over 10 minutes before rinsing it off with clean water. How does it look? She asked, turning to Umo and the others without peering into a mirror. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they beheld Du Mingnan's complexion, which appeared even more radiant than after makeup, her skin seemingly glowing with moisture. How do I look? Du Mingnan inquired, while Umo, already holding the basin, replied. You should see for yourself. Umo, you must refrain from using this ointment for now. It has been diluted and lacks potency, Du Mingnan warned, pouting as she set the basin down. Meanwhile, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, her eyes brimming with delight. Zhao Xinyu, I'll pay you 3,000 for a portion. Please prepare one for each of us. Lu Ruoxi, lounging on the bed, giggled. Mingnan, you might as well collaborate with Zhao Xinyu to open a factory. Shaking his head, Zhao Xinyu replied, this ointment is meticulously crafted by hand, a laborious process that simply cannot be mass-produced. It is already a feat to provide it for just a few of you. Then it's settled. We shall use this ointment from now on, they agreed. Ointment sounds rather unappealing. Let us give it a name. As Zhao Xinyu completed the treatments for Umo and Lu Ruoxi, the rejuvenated group had already devised a name for the ointment, Stunning Beauty. Zhao Xinyu was indifferent to the title. In his mind, he was merely assisting Du Mingnan and her friends in concocting a medicinal ointment. Little did he know that this name would become one of the most sought-after products in the global cosmetics market within a few years. Yet it remained a commodity that was both coveted and scarce. As Du Mingnan and the others were about to depart, Du Mingnan suddenly remarked, Zhao Xinyu, I suggest you install a surveillance system. When we arrived, we noticed a large pile of rubbish in front of your door, and the entrance was defaced with graffiti. With a camera, you could report them for intimidation. Zhao Xinyu's gaze narrowed slightly, and he instinctively nodded. Managing such a large courtyard was indeed beyond his capacity. And with Zhao Ximing and his cohorts consistently plotting against him, having sufficient evidence could very well bring them some deserved repercussions. Wealth facilitates action, and that very afternoon, surveillance cameras were installed around the courtyard and the nearby Luo River, not only here, but also in the vegetable market area. The villagers were astonished by the installation of cameras, as many were unfamiliar with such technology. Meanwhile, Zhao Ximing, who was drinking with a few petty delinquents, learned of the new cameras at Zhao Xinyu's place, and his frustration was indescribable. As a rogue, he could dominate the village, but here he had suffered humiliation, becoming the subject of villagers' ridicule, a source of pain that drove him to covertly sabotage Zhao Xinyu's endeavors, determined to prevent him from enjoying any comfort. Yet, he understood that with the advent of surveillance, any acts of vandalism would require evasion of the cameras, and if Zhao Xinyu were to report them, he had no desire to face the consequences. Did you hear? That little brat installed cameras. Our work just got a lot more complicated, he said. Brother Zhao, that courtyard belonged to old Su. I remember he was a recipient of the village's basic living allowance. Logically, upon his death, the courtyard should revert to the village collective. If the village could reclaim it, we could cultivate vegetables there and make a fortune. Zhao Ximing's eyes lit up as he downed the remainder of his drink. Let us go find Han Tianliang. He must provide us with an explanation today. Brother Zhao, Han Tianliang has benefited that kid quite a bit. He surely won't agree. We should seek out others to pressure him, one of his companions suggested. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinyu, who was preparing a meal at home, heard about Zhao Ximing's commotion in the village, demanding the reclamation of the courtyard. However, he was not concerned. Han Tianliang had informed him that the courtyard was the ancestral property of Su Ning. Although Su Ning was a recipient of basic living assistance, the village had no authority to reclaim it, and he possessed Su Ning's will, which was known to the village officials. Consequently, no matter how much Zhao Ximing stirred trouble, they could not seize the property. Through this incident, Zhao Xinyu realized that as long as Zhao Ximing remained in the village, he would undoubtedly devise various schemes to create chaos. After several days of turmoil instigated by Zhao Ximing, the villagers, bolstered by Su Ning's will and their disdain for Zhao Ximing, thwarted his attempts to reclaim the courtyard. Nevertheless, they did not relent. They scattered nails and threw bottles near the vegetable shop, causing numerous customers to inadvertently puncture their tires. In the end, whenever there were more customers, they would stir up trouble near the menu, causing unease among patrons, which led to a significant decline in customer numbers. Zhao Xinyu found himself in a difficult position. Dealing with scoundrels like Zhao Xinyu left him with little recourse. He contemplated offering Zhao Xinyu some money to quell his disturbances. Yet he was acutely aware that such a man was insatiable. A single payment would never suffice. He would inevitably seek further means to extort more money. Much like the water bill, which served as a prime example. In light of these troubles, Han Tianliang and others approached Zhao Xinyu on numerous occasions, but to no avail. Zhao Xinyu even brazenly threatened to reclaim the courtyard and expel Zhao Xinyu from Xianling. Days passed slowly under the incessant harassment from Zhao Xinyu and his ilk. Although their disturbances reduced foot traffic, the allure of fresh vegetables proved irresistible to many. Consequently, a clever solution emerged. Villagers began purchasing vegetables for others and received a modest sum in return. As a result, a significant portion of the daily influx of customers consisted of villagers assisting in vegetable procurement. Many villagers found that they could earn more through this endeavor than by working elsewhere. Upon learning of this, some villagers who had struggled to find work outside returned to the village, leading to the emergence of a new profession dedicated to delivering vegetables. With the growth of this industry, various delivery companies began offering vegetable procurement services. Thus, the once rare sight of delivery personnel became commonplace on the streets, bustling about throughout the day. As this business flourished, the vegetable trade began to thrive, with the majority of produce being taken away by delivery drivers. Simultaneously, many villagers' homegrown vegetables reached maturity. However, they were sorely disappointed to discover that, while their produce tasted significantly better than that from greenhouses, it could not compare to the superior flavor of the vegetables cultivated by Zhao Xinyu. One day, in the late morning, Han Li hurriedly arrived from outside, bringing news of further trouble from Zhao Xinyu. "What is it?" Zhao Xinyu asked, furrowing his brow. The mere mention of Zhao Xinyu's name gave him a headache. The villagers have also grown a considerable amount of vegetables in the courtyard, but the taste pales in comparison to ours. Zhao Xinyu has taken to purchasing their produce at a low price and falsely selling it as ours at inflated rates. Now, the villagers have begun to emulate his tactics, and many customers are arriving with their vegetables. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. If they are not seeking them out, how have they come to us? Many villagers, feeling threatened by Zhao Xinyu, had begun swapping their own vegetables for Zhao Xinyu's during delivery. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Xinyu shook his head again. Return to them and find a few trustworthy individuals. Attach their photos to the vegetable packaging. From now on, we shall only permit these individuals to deliver our produce. Should any issues arise, we will immediately cease their deliveries and prohibit them from doing so in the future. In a drunken stupor, Zhao Xinyu's face contorted as he hurled his glass to the ground. In recent days, he had been acquiring the village's produce at a low price, only to exchange it for vegetables brought from pickled goods, subsequently selling the crops cultivated by Zhao Xinyu at an exorbitant price. In a matter of days, he amassed a considerable sum, which he then funneled into acquiring even more vegetables, hoping for substantial profits. However, he was blindsided when Zhao Xinyu directly instructed a select few individuals to deliver the vegetables, leading to the dismissal of all those who had previously exchanged goods with him. Consequently, all his schemes unraveled. A young man glanced at the pile of vegetables in the courtyard. "Brother Zhao, there are 2 trucks outside waiting to collect the remainder of the payment. Let them take it back. You all head out to purchase vegetables," Zhao Xinyu replied. "The customers are aware of the situation. They now only trust certain people. Our produce might not be accepted elsewhere. Hurry, or we risk losing all our money." While Zhao Xinyu was preoccupied with disposing of the vegetables at a bargain, Zhao Xinyu received a call from his hometown. The villagers merely urged him to return promptly. After ending the call, a heavy weight settled on his heart. He understood that something must have happened to his grandfather. He called Han Li and filled several large buckets with water from his spatial reservoir. "Han Li, I need to return home tonight. Water the plants every 3 days, mixing in half a bucket of water from these containers each time." Seeing the somber expression on Zhao Xinyu's face, Han Li asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just suddenly felt the urge to check on my grandfather." He then began preparing a medicinal ointment, producing a substantial quantity to store in a single container. Afterward, he called Du Mingnan to come and collect the ointment before departing the courtyard. In a dimly lit room devoid of appliances, Zhao Xinyu beheld his grandfather. Battered and barely breathing, tears streaming down his face. "Grandpa." The old man seemed to stir slightly, but merely twitched. "Call for an ambulance," Zhao Xinyu exclaimed, placing a finger on the elder's wrist as he spoke. Moments later, his complexion turned ashen. He could feel his grandfather's life force rapidly dwindling, nearing its end. "Xinyu, the county doctor has arrived. Your grandfather was still conscious then, refusing to go to the hospital, insisting on waiting for your return." "What happened to my grandfather?" Zhao Xinyu inquired. "Your brother visited a few days ago and stayed for a while. After he left, your grandfather fell ill, claiming he had fallen from the bed." A pang of anxiety gripped Zhao Xinyu as he retrieved a box of silver needles from the bedside. Moments later, a pained sound escaped his grandfather's lips, and the old man slowly opened his eyes, though his gaze had already begun to lose focus. Turning to an elder standing nearby, he said, "Wang Ru, I need to speak with Xinyu." With a soft sigh, the elder turned and exited the courtyard. "Grandfather, Xinyu, I wish to know what you desire to ask. Time is fleeting, so listen closely. In my youth, I often took you to that place. You should still remember it, where I left something for you, along with a trinket you wore since childhood. You have grown now, and perhaps you can seek out your biological parents. Do not harbor resentment towards me." Upon uttering these words, the old man's breath began to wane. Grandfather, a newly erected grave, a heap of paper money still emitting wisps of smoke. Zhao Xinyu's eyes were swollen and red, his demeanor profoundly despondent. The once smooth contour of his chin was now adorned with stubble. He reached for the last handful of paper money and cast it into the pile, tears streaming anew from his eyes. He loathed himself for not returning sooner. His absence had severed the bond with his beloved grandfather. Kneeling before the grave, he bowed deeply 3 times. Picking up his backpack, he cast a glance towards the faintly visible village in the distance, a sigh escaping his lips. While arranging for his grandfather's funeral, he had overheard villagers mention that during his years away at school, his younger brother Zhao Xinyu had relentlessly pressured their grandfather for money. In 5 years, the old man had not tasted a single drop of medicinal wine, and Zhao Xinyu had sold everything of value from their home. With his grandfather gone, there was no longer anything tethering him to the village, and he was reluctant to return to the house of his upbringing, fearing he might be unable to bear it. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze towards the distant mountains and stepped into their embrace. For within those mountains lay the remnants of what his grandfather had left him. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he turned to look back at the village, a thick mist of emotion filling his eyes. Suddenly, he let out a mournful howl, his voice echoing with sorrow. Though it had been 5 years since he last visited this mountain, in his youth, he had traversed its paths countless times with his village companions, well aware of the territories inhabited by the great beasts. Consequently, Zhao Xinyu felt no sense of unfamiliarity as he ventured into the mountain. However, a pang of regret washed over him. He could not bring his companion Heifeng along this time. Had Heifeng been present, he would have dared to explore many places he once feared. Unlike the warmth of Pengqing, the mountain was still somewhat chilly. Yet patches of green began to emerge on the ground, while the depths of the mountain flourished with lush vegetation. The greenery comprised of ancient trees that had stood for countless years. Having released some of his pent-up anguish, Zhao Xinyu composed himself, wiped away his tears, and delved deeper into the mountain. After traversing a distance, he found himself shaking his head. The paths they once walked had nearly vanished, overrun by wild grasses. This transformation was familiar to him. Had it been anyone else, they would struggle to find their way into the mountain. The state of the paths clearly indicated a prolonged absence of visitors. Indeed, most of the village's youth had ventured out for work, leaving behind mostly the elderly and children, resulting in scarce traffic into the mountains. As he passed through a thicket of budding shrubs with purple-red stems, Zhao Xinyu's heart stirred. This shrub, known as vinegar willow, was referred to by the villagers as sour willow. This is a perennial wild shrub, abundantly found in the arid northern regions. The vinegar willow not only serves as a windbreak and conserves soil and water, but its fruits are also the cherished delight of village children. Every autumn, the children would venture into the mountains in groups to gather the tangy fruits of the vinegar willow, their sourness evoking a profound nostalgia. Now, in the recently flooded areas of the Luo River, a vast expanse of barren land resembling an island had long puzzled him regarding its utility. However, upon seeing the vinegar willow, he was suddenly inspired to plant it around this desolate land to prevent soil erosion into the Luo River. Once matured, the fruits could also be used to brew juice. Without hesitation, Zhao Xinyu retrieved a shovel from his spatial storage and began the transplantation process. He understood that, much like strawberries, the vinegar willow would proliferate rapidly due to the spatial effect, requiring little time to flourish abundantly. Navigating through clusters of vinegar willows, Zhao Xinyu entered an ancient forest that would require at least 3 people to encircle, treading upon a carpet of fallen leaves, a depth of 1 to 2 meters. He shook his head, recalling that in summer, wild mountain mushrooms could be found scattered throughout this jungle. As he meandered through the thicket, Zhao Xinyu's eyes brightened upon spotting a patch devoid of leaves, adorned with vibrant green. Dandelions, a cherished wild vegetable consumed by villagers in spring and summer during his childhood, came to mind. Despite being a wild herb, dandelions are rich in nutrients and have remained popular due to their medicinal properties. In Pingqing, he had occasionally encountered vendors selling dandelions, though their prices were often prohibitive for the average person. Nevertheless, dandelions thrive in various environments, prompting Zhao Xinyu to consider cultivating them in his garden. To his surprise, after transplanting the vinegar willow, there was no noticeable change in his spatial realm. However, when he transplanted the dandelions, he sensed a subtle shift. Subsequently, he discovered another wild vegetable, bitter herb, and upon its transplantation, the space also exhibited a slight alteration. While making his way toward that area, he continued to search, yielding modest results, although he did find a considerable number of wild medicinal herbs. Each time he transplanted an herb absent from his spatial realm, a faint change occurred. As Zhao Xinyu passed a cliff, he paused, having heard faint chirping sounds. Having spent considerable time in the mountains since childhood, he felt a spark of curiosity. It was known that, while temperatures in the south were already mild, their region was still in early spring, making the presence of fledglings exceedingly rare at this time. With a hint of uncertainty, Zhao Xinyu ventured beneath the cliff. Moments later, he discovered 2 bloodied, unnamed little birds nestled in the grass. Their beaks were a pale yellow with a hook, and their bodies were covered in a layer of grayish-brown down. They huddled in the grass, occasionally emitting faint chirps, their sounds growing increasingly weak. Raising his gaze to the crumbling wall, he discerned a nest precariously situated 7 to 8 meters above the ground. It seemed that these 2 unidentified fledglings had tumbled from their nest. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. He was well aware that young birds, when sated, would remain still. Yet, the 2 fledglings lay upon the ground, evidently having fallen due to hunger. Remarkably, they had survived the descent from such a height. Casting a glance around, Zhao Xinyu sighed softly, understanding that even if a larger bird were to return, the fate of the 2 younglings was sealed. Death awaited them. He bent down to gather the fledglings, noticing one had a leg grotesquely twisted. He carefully reset the leg and, to provide them with a modicum of space, stored them in his spatial pouch. He was uncertain whether this space would sustain their lives, but he was loath to witness their demise at the foot of the cliff. After walking several hundred meters, Zhao Xinyu stumbled upon the lifeless forms of 2 large birds amidst a jumble of rocks. Each bird measured approximately 1 to 2 meters in length, with dark brown plumage atop their heads and reddish-brown feathers shaped like willow leaves, their tips glimmering with a golden hue, while their tail feathers were grayish-brown. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered such colossal avian creatures, let alone learn their names. Turning his gaze back to the cliff, Zhao Xinyu deduced the reason behind the fledglings' fall. They had likely succumbed to hunger, prompting their descent from the nest. Uncertain of the cause of the birds' demise, he paid them little mind, circumventing their remains as he ventured deeper into the mountains. In a valley strewn with jagged rocks, surrounded by sheer cliffs, he discovered numerous caves of varying sizes, all naturally formed. Near many of these entrances, animal droppings were visible. Upon observing this, Zhao Xinyu's expression turned grave. He felt compelled to retrieve a shovel from his spatial pouch, for he had seen the droppings of large animals, and they appeared to be relatively fresh. Scanning the vicinity for any signs of movement and finding none, he bent down to enter a cave that stood about 1 to 2 meters high. After traversing 7 to 8 meters, the cave suddenly expanded in height and width. As he felt along the left side of the cave wall, he began to advance cautiously into the darkness. After several dozen meters, he came upon a small pit and, within it, unearthed a lighter that had presumably lain there for an indeterminate period. With the flick of the lighter, the previously pitch-black cave illuminated. Zhao Xinyu ignited a half-burnt candle, revealing a thick layer of dust blanketing the floor, indicative of his grandfather's long absence from this place. Sighing softly, Zhao Xinyu surveyed the desolate cave, his gaze settling on a particular area where a pile of rubble lay. He approached, clearing the stones to unveil another opening. Turning back to retrieve the candle, tears welled in Zhao Xinyu's eyes as he beheld the cave, measuring roughly 20 square meters, filled with at least 50 jars of wine, each weighing around 10 pounds. The jar at the bottom was cloaked in dust, and atop it rested a weathered wooden box. With tears streaming down his face, Zhao Xinyu opened the wooden box, revealing an ancient medical tome that had yellowed and darkened with age, entitled Jin Gui Jing Yao. As he withdrew the thick volume, a frown creased his brow, and a hint of perplexity flickered in his eyes. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine with his grandfather since childhood, he was well-versed in the Jin Gui Yao Lu, which is divided into 3 sections, the upper volume addressing febrile diseases, the middle section covering miscellaneous ailments, and the lower volume presenting extraordinary remedies. Consequently, the Jin Gui Yao Lu is revered as the progenitor of all prescriptions in Chinese medicine. Yet, here lay a Jin Gui Jing Yao, and judging by the tome's hue, it had been around for quite some time, a fact his grandfather had seemingly never mentioned. As he flipped through the Jin Gui Jing Yao, Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but smile wryly. He recognized several formulas within its pages, including the recipe for the medicinal ointment he had concocted himself, which stemmed from this very text. Reflecting on the day his grandfather had mysteriously entrusted him with these formulas, claiming they were ancient family secrets, he shook his head and placed the Jin Gui Jing Yao atop a wine jar. His gaze then returned to the wooden box, where another darkened ancient tome lay, inscribed with 4 archaic characters, Hong Meng Jin Jing. Upon seeing these characters, Zhao Xinyu's brow furrowed slightly. He extracted the book and thumbed through its contents, which largely pertained to cultivation techniques and methods of energy manipulation, yet he felt a sense of familiarity. Setting aside the Hong Meng Jin Jing, his attention was suddenly drawn to an envelope bearing a partially fragmented jade pendant. The pendant, exhibiting a verdant hue, was adorned with wisps of clouds. Instinctively, Zhao Xinyu glanced down at his chest, struck by the striking resemblance between the fragmented jade and the mark upon his own breast. Trembling, he picked up the largely damaged pendant, instantly sensing a profound connection, which filled his heart with joy. He placed the pendant aside, suppressing his excitement, and took hold of the envelope within the box. Upon opening it, he encountered familiar handwriting, and tears once again cascaded down his cheeks. The letter conveyed that the broken jade pendant had been found alongside him at the time of his discovery, and that the medicinal wines contained within had been accumulated for him over the years. Furthermore, beneath the wine jar lay a hidden compartment, which held the true legacy his grandfather had intended for him. Weeping, he stored the medicinal wines into his spatial realm, 62 jars in total. The thought that these wines had been personally brewed by his grandfather, with herbs gathered from the mountains, pierced his heart like a dagger. His grandfather, a connoisseur of wine, had amassed such a collection for him over the years, all while keeping it from Zhao Xinyu, which required immense effort. Contemplating Zhao Xinyu, a chill crept into Zhao Xinyu's gaze. Yet, recalling his grandfather's final words, he buried any lingering resentment deep within. Clearing the dust from the ground with a spade, he discovered a stone crevice with a hole. He reached in and tugged several times, but to no avail. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Xinyu fetched a stone, utilizing the principle of leverage to remove the heavy stone lid, which weighed nearly 100 pounds. Inside the hidden compartment lay yet another weathered box. Extracting it, he opened the box, and a familiar aura of spatial energy enveloped him, revealing within its 3-foot square confines a treasure trove of ancient texts, all emanating a sense of spatial essence. He casually picked up the ancient tome resting atop the pile and glanced through its pages, a flicker of perplexity appearing in his eyes. The characters were familiar to him, yet the content seemed to pertain to ancient martial arts cultivation techniques, referencing acupoints and meridians. Lacking understanding, he promptly stored the wooden box within his spatial realm. After a brief survey of the outside, he rearranged the displaced stones to seal the cave entrance before swiftly entering the space. Gazing at the fragmented jade pendant in his hand, Zhao Xinyu attempted numerous times to elicit a response from it, but the pendant remained inert. Reflecting on the incident that had granted him access to this realm, and recalling reports of individuals trafficking in antiques, an idea sparked within him. He bit his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the pendant. In the next moment, The entire space began to tremble violently, expanding at a visibly rapid pace. The vegetables, crops, vinegar willows, grapes, and herbs within the space surged forth, growing wildly as the area expanded. The large water pit at the center of the space also swelled quickly, and the white, mountain-like stone within it grew at an astonishing rate. When the tremors subsided, a towering peak, several hundred meters high, emerged at the center of the space, its surface gleaming white and translucent, as if sculpted from jade. The water pit, now far too grand to be called merely a pit, had transformed into a lake spanning at least 10 acres, its waters crystal clear, revealing schools of fish swimming within. The initially introduced carp now exceeded 3 meters in length. The area of the space had expanded to over 100 acres, resembling a vast farm. Above, the clouds and mist seemed to disperse, revealing the stars, one of which glimmered in a turquoise hue, surrounded by swirling azure mist that mirrored the external weather patterns. The tomatoes in the space had grown taller and more robust, their fields ablaze with red. Cucumbers and eggplants had undergone similar transformations, each one capable of inciting excitement. The grapevines, which had been planted during the new year, had formed a veritable forest, displaying clusters of purple grapes while the green leaves were scarcely visible, as if the grapes had become the dominant hue, with the foliage serving merely as a backdrop. The vinegar willows, newly transplanted today, had spread extensively, bearing oval fruits the size of broad beans, in shades of crimson and gold, hanging heavily from the branches, which bent under their weight, rendering the leaves nearly invisible. Zhao Xinyu estimated that the area now occupied by the vinegar willows must be at least 7 or 8 acres. Wild vegetables such as shepherd's purse and bitter herbs were now ubiquitous, even appearing in the vegetable fields. If one were to highlight the most significant changes, it would undoubtedly pertain to the medicinal herbs. The longer they grow, the more precious they become, and many of the herbs in this space now boasted at least a century of medicinal age, appearing in abundant clusters just like the vegetables and fruits. As Zhao Xinyu observed the shifting space, the sorrow within him gradually dissipated, replaced by a fervent excitement. He reached to unfasten his clothing, only to pause momentarily, noticing that the mark upon his chest remained incomplete. This revelation furrowed his brow as he contemplated what transformations might ensue should the mark be restored. Just as his anticipation peaked, a chorus of birdsong resonated through the vineyard, stirring a sense of surprise in his heart. He hastened towards the source of the sound, only to be taken aback. Beneath the vines, 2 large birds, each measuring around 50 to 60 centimeters with robust wings, stood before him. Unlike the deceased giant bird he had encountered in the mountains, these creatures, though adorned with brown feathers, displayed only a sparse covering. Their wings and tail feathers shimmered with a pale golden hue. After scrutinizing them, confusion filled Zhao Xinyu's eyes. Yet he instinctively understood that these two were undoubtedly the offspring of the deceased avian. While Zhao Xinyu was momentarily lost in thought, the peculiar birds detected his presence. They unfurled their wings and approached him with vigorous flaps. As they neared, Zhao Xinyu could feel the force of their wings. He instinctively sought to evade them, not wishing to be subjected to the formidable beaks of these creatures. However, upon reaching him, they folded their wings and emitted soft coos, gently tapping their wings against his legs. Relief washed over Zhao Xinyu as he sensed their benevolence. Instinctively, he reached out to caress them, and to his surprise, they did not shy away but appeared to revel in the attention. As he stroked the 2 creatures, thoughts of Black Wind surfaced. He chuckled softly, saying, "When we return, I shall introduce you to a companion named Black Wind. You 2 should have names." He focused on one bird, noticing a scar on its exposed leg, the very one that had suffered a fracture earlier that day. "Your feathers are golden. From now on, you shall be called Golden Scar, and you shall be named Golden Wing." To Zhao Xinyu's astonishment, the birds seemed to comprehend his words, unfurling their large wings once more to gently pat him in return. After offering them a few more affectionate strokes, an idea struck him. He plucked a cluster of grapes, resembling purple gemstones and roughly the size of pigeon eggs, and cheerfully declared, "Come, let us go fishing." As they ventured a few steps, Zhao Xinyu suddenly halted, turning to gaze back at the vineyard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although the grapes were well ripened, due to various circumstances, this marked his first experience tasting them. The grapes were sweet with a hint of tartness, providing an indescribable comfort, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that even the skin dissolved effortlessly in his mouth, devoid of seeds. having savored the delightful taste of the grapes. A sense of concern crept into Zhao Xinyu's mind. Previously, he had no concrete plans for developing the barren land in his village. However, at that moment, a vision began to form, and he felt as though the expanse of land was perhaps too modest for his aspirations. As he munched on grapes, lost in contemplation, he suddenly recalled the gully to the west of his yard. Though it was not as grand as the Luo River, it was similarly littered with debris and overgrown with wild grass. After taking charge of the Luo River, he began the cleanup, during which Han Tianliang hinted that the village desired him to manage the gully west of the main courtyard. This particular area was adjacent to the main road, and during inspections, the village frequently faced criticism due to the several gullies. However, Han Tianliang was aware that the western gully lacked a water source, so he merely mentioned it in passing. If he were to truly take on that gully, with a bit of modification and by diverting water from the Luo River, it could facilitate extensive grape cultivation. Yet, he pondered over the troublesome Zhao Xinyu, and Zhao Xinyu shook his head in resignation. With a large courtyard, a barren land, and the Luo River already causing him headaches, he was uncertain what kind of trouble Zhao Xinyu would conjure with the addition of the gully. By the lakeside in the space, Zhao Xinyu carried the initial watering bucket and tossed a handful of rapeseed into the water. In the next moment, the lake stirred, and a school of fish began to compete for the floating rapeseed. He merely submerged the bucket into the water, and soon fish began to enter it, more than one at that. He retrieved the fish and tossed them to Jin Hen and Jin Yu, who eagerly devoured each fish. About a pound in weight. After feeding the two gluttons, Zhao Xinyu grew curious about the species of these formidable birds of prey. Feeling fatigued after satiating the two, Zhao Xinyu opted to rest within the space rather than leave. Nestled deep within the mountains, he was unperturbed by the occasional sighting of large carnivores such as wolves or leopards, confident that the villagers would not venture this far. Upon exiting the cave, he realized it was already the following morning. Noting the early hour and contemplating that his next venture into the mountains might be delayed, he decided to explore a location his grandfather had once mentioned but which he had never visited. As he traversed a dried-up riverbed, he spotted several decayed fallen trees at its edge, beneath which lay curling patches of black, wild mushrooms. Upon seeing this dark, curled mass, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of joy. He remembered foraging for wild mushrooms in his youth and was well aware of their benefits, knowing they thrived beneath decaying wood. In the past, he might have dismissed this discovery, but circumstances had changed. He now possessed a space where all things could flourish. Grasping the decayed timber, he focused his mind and drew it into the space, only to be suddenly overcome by a wave of fatigue. He speculated about the cause of his feelings, attributing them to the considerable exertion he had endured. Yet, contemplating the possibility of finding wild mushrooms in his surroundings, he took a moment to rest and gathered several pieces of dead wood into his space. After a brief assessment, Zhao Xinyu shook his head in disappointment. His space exhibited no reaction, leading him to regret having mistaken the dead wood for treasures containing wild mushroom spores. Continuing his journey, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. The mountainous region was alive with the fluttering of local birds such as pheasants, doves, and sparrows, which flitted about him. In the thicket, pine trees, wild rabbits, and even roe deer and badgers curiously peeked at him, the unfamiliar visitor. Observing these creatures, Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but reminisce about Black Wind. Had Black Wind been by his side, he might have gathered a bountiful catch of game, alleviating the monotony of subsisting solely on grapes and rations in the mountains. Reflecting on his decision to leave Black Wind behind, Zhao Xinyu's gaze suddenly narrowed. He spotted several deep pits, over a meter in depth, nestled among the thick pine needles, surrounded by heaps of droppings. Some of the pits appeared to have been freshly dug. This sight sent a wave of anxiety through him. His grandfather had warned him that such pits were created by wild boars. The presence of freshly dug pits indicated that a group of wild boars was nearby, and not just a solitary one. Fearing an encounter with the wild boar herd, Zhao Xinyu proceeded with heightened caution, significantly slowing his pace. Though he moved more deliberately, he managed to glean some wild medicinal herbs along the way. Suddenly, a series of grunting sounds halted him in his tracks. He concealed himself behind an ancient tree, his gaze sharply focused on the source of the noise. He beheld 7 or 8 wild boars foraging in the underbrush. While wild boars bore a resemblance to domestic pigs, their coats were not the typical black or white, but rather a mix of black and brown. Zhao Xinyu estimated that the largest among them weighed at least 170 to 180 pounds. recalling his grandfather's words about how trees the thickness of a bowl could be uprooted by wild boars. He realized that a collision with one of these formidable creatures could render him their next meal. With this thought in mind, he crouched low and began to retreat slowly. However, as he did, he felt a chill run down his spine. The largest boar was fixated on him, its eyes glinting with menace. Realizing he had been spotted, Zhao Xinyu cursed under his breath and fled, not in a straight line, but rather weaving around the trees. This tactic, taught to him by his grandfather, was meant to counter the speed of the mountain's wildlife. Running in circles around trees could buy him precious time against a sudden burst of speed from the animals. After sprinting for over 1,000 meters, a heavy thud echoed behind him. As he rounded another large tree, he witnessed a wild boar collide with it. The remaining boars halted their pursuit, vocalizing their frustration before the injured boar regained its footing. Perhaps sensing that Zhao Xinyu was not an easy target, they turned away and ceased their chase. As Zhao Xinyu watched the wild boars depart, he exhaled deeply, only then realizing that his back had become drenched in sweat, and his legs felt somewhat weak. Observing the now distant herd of wild boars, he inhaled again, but suddenly froze, noticing that the shovel he had been wielding had inexplicably vanished. Lacking any weapon, thoughts of the wolves and leopards lurking deeper in the mountains filled him with a sense of urgency to retreat. He was no Wusong. If he encountered such formidable beasts, his only refuge would be to hide in his space. With a newfound intent to leave, Zhao Xinyu hesitated not a moment and turned to retrace his steps. However, after traversing a short distance, his countenance soured as he realized he had lost his way. While one could easily inquire for directions in the city, the wilderness of the mountains offered no such luxury. To be lost here was akin to courting death. Countless seasoned adventurers had succumbed to the wilderness after losing their bearings. He pulled out his phone, hoping to ascertain his location, but it yielded no signal. The only recourse was to rely on the compass function to gauge the general direction of the village. At that moment, regret overwhelmed Zhao Xinyu. Had he returned home with the heirlooms left by his grandfather, he would not find himself in such dire straits. Yet, lamentation served no purpose, and he resolved to follow the direction indicated by his phone. Fortune seemed to conspire against him, for after merely an hour of travel, his phone's battery died. Gazing at the lifeless device, his anxious heart gradually calmed. He understood that the more frantic he became, the greater the peril he faced. Recalling his grandfather's words from his childhood excursions into the mountains, he spotted a sturdy branch and decided to follow a particular path. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Zhao Xinyu wandered through the forest for 3 full days, encountering at least 5 herds of wild boars and 2 packs of wolves, yet miraculously, none had detected him. During this time, he did not return empty-handed. He had gathered several precious wild medicinal herbs typically rare in the outside world, but still, he remained lost. Thanks to his space, he harbored no fears of hunger or thirst, yet the feeling of being adrift gnawed at him. The more he searched for a way back, the calmer his heart became. One day, as he traversed a thicket rife with small ravines, ascending a slope, his gaze suddenly sharpened upon spotting a flash of green. It was a plant with whorled leaves, each bearing 10 leaflets arranged in a whorl. A dried flower stalk protruded from the plant, capped with a withered blossom reminiscent of chive flowers. Although the whorled leaves had only recently emerged, there were at least dozens of them. As he beheld this plant adorned with whorled leaves, Zhao Xinyu trembled with excitement. It was the revered old mountain ginseng, the most precious treasure of these mountains. To discern the age of the revered mountain ginseng, one must note that a specimen merely a year old possesses only a single whorl of leaves, with a mere 3 leaflets and whorls. Even a decade-old ginseng exhibits only 9 whorled leaves. However, the ginseng before him boasts an impressive number of dozens of whorled leaves, with the whorled leaflets reaching 10 in count. This indicates that the medicinal age of this particular ginseng surpasses a century. It is essential to understand that not only is a century-old ginseng exceedingly rare, but even a decade-old specimen is beyond the means of the average individual. And the prices of 20, 30, or even 50-year-old varieties are unimaginable. His grandfather had once spoken to him about a century-old ginseng residing deep within the mountains, even detailing the route to its location. In the next moment, Zhao Xinyu felt a subtle tremor coursing through his body, his eyes sparkling with a hint of elation as he gazed around. A few minutes later, he beheld a towering peak piercing the clouds, and he exhaled deeply. He had never anticipated that while being pursued and lost by a herd of wild boars, he would inadvertently stumble upon the very place his grandfather had described. Overwhelmed with excitement, yet mindful of tradition, he respectfully bowed 3 times before retrieving a prepared red thread to secure the ginseng. He then took out a small jade hoe he had brought from home, carefully breaking the ground. After expending more than an hour of diligent effort, Zhao Xinyu unearthed a root approximately 1 foot in length, complete with robust tendrils that resembled limbs. As it began to take on a humanoid form, Zhao Xinyu swallowed hard, his heart racing. A century-old ginseng is already a rarity, but one that is beginning to resemble a human figure is even more extraordinary. Should it possess 7 orifices, it would indeed be an invaluable treasure. Without further contemplation, he swiftly entered his spatial realm, relocating the ginseng to a clearing not far from a lake. In an instant, the space began to tremble, the stars above swirling amidst rolling clouds, and an invigorating aura enveloped Zhao Xinyu, filling him with a profound sense of comfort. Relishing this sensation, he hesitated to leave the space, allowing the essence to envelop him, and in that moment, he seemed to lose himself. When Zhao Xinyu finally regained his senses, the refreshing aura had dissipated, replaced by a foul stench. Turning to investigate, he soon realized the odor emanated from his own body. Upon shedding his outer garment, he discovered a layer of black residue covering his arms, exuding a repugnant smell akin to an oily substance. While others might have been perplexed by this, Zhao Xinyu was different. Having received guidance from his grandfather, he understood that this was the impurities within his body. Stripping completely, he took a small bucket and spent over half an hour cleansing himself of the oily impurities, finding that his skin had transformed to a delicate, fair complexion reminiscent of a young girl's. Without further ado, he retrieved a change of clothing from the backpack stored in his spatial realm and swiftly exited back into the outside world. Once outside, he collected the scattered ginseng seeds on the ground and buried 2 of them at the site where the old ginseng had been unearthed, filling in the hole before discerning his direction to depart. Perhaps due to the fortunate discovery of the ginseng, on his return journey, he did not encounter any wild boars or wolf packs. Instead, he gathered a substantial amount of wild medicinal herbs and even captured a pair of mountain chickens nestled in the grass upon his arrival in the village. Rather than harming the chickens, he placed them along with their eggs into his spatial storage. This time, Zhao Xinyu did not return to the village, but instead took a detour to the county city. Upon arriving, he reflected on the fact that many crops grown in his area were not cultivated in Pengcheng, prompting a visit to his seed company. After purchasing seeds, as Zhao Xinyu was leaving, he noticed a pile of nearly withered saplings at the entrance, devoid of leaves and unrecognizable to him. He turned to the salesperson and casually inquired about the saplings. "They are leftover Hami apricot and a new variety of plum called Black Diamond," the seller replied. A thought crossed Zhao Xinyu's mind. How much were they selling for? The saplings had been there for nearly a month and were unlikely to survive. The seller urged him to take them away to avoid the hassle of disposing of them. After buying a large bag, Zhao Xinyu filled it with all the fruit saplings and left, subsequently finding an unoccupied restroom nearby, where he promptly stored the bag in his spatial storage. 2 days later, Zhao Xinyu returned to the courtyard. Before he could engage in conversation with Han Tianliang, Black Wind came rushing over, growling in frustration while rubbing his large head against Zhao Xinyu's legs. Gently patting Black Wind's head, Zhao Xinyu, though he had not known the wolf for long, had already come to regard him as his closest companion. During his time back home, he often found himself reminiscing about the great beast. "Xinyu, you're back." Han Tianliang approached after setting aside his tasks. "Grandpa Han, everything is well at home, I hope?" With a wry smile, Han Tianliang replied. "Zhao Ximing has caused quite a stir in the village again. He claimed that the farmland you contracted is not compliant with regulations and even accused you of bribing the village officials. Ultimately, the district had to intervene. Recently, he has been threatening the villagers who deliver vegetables." Zhao Xinyu could not help but feel speechless. Is there nothing else? Nothing else, really. Just ignore Zhao Ximing. The more attention you give him, the more he revels in it. By the way, everything is fine in your village, right? The next moment, Han Tianliang noticed the black mourning band on Zhao Xinyu's left arm, and their gazes narrowed slightly. Zhao Xinyu sighed softly. "My grandfather has passed away." Han Tianliang let out a long sigh. "Xinyu, my condolences." Zhao Xinyu managed a wry smile, tearing off a piece of vegetable leaf and casually tossing it into the vegetable patch. Instantly, the chickens, ducks, and geese rushed over to snatch the leaves. In less than a month, the poultry he had brought back had grown to nearly a pound in size. Suddenly, Zhao Xinyu noticed a gap in the eastern wall and paused in surprise. Grandpa Han, what is that? Han Tianliang chuckled, pointing to the ducks foraging in the vegetable patch. Those geese grow faster in water. They are already fenced in over by the Luo River, so there is no fear of them escaping. The water there is now about 1.5 meters deep. Just the other day, we discussed whether to introduce some fish fry for breeding. Zhao Xinyu nodded, having placed dozens of fish into the space before returning home. However, following this spatial transformation, the expansive lake now teemed with countless fish, both from the space and the water itself. He confidently asserted that by the Mid-Autumn Festival, the fish in Luoshui would be ready for sale. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu's affirmation, Han Tianliang's eyes flickered with thought. Our garden has ample leafy vegetables, and we merely need to procure some ordinary grass carp, Christian carp, and catfish. Zhao Xinyu nodded, admitting his unfamiliarity with the area, thus delegating the task to him. By the way, I noticed there are crabs for sale here. Shall we acquire some as well? Xinyu, being from the north, you might not understand. Despite our village lacking water, the southern city is by the sea. People prefer to eat sea crabs. The freshwater crabs carry a muddy taste, and here, not many would willingly consume them, even if offered for free. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, his confidence bolstered by the spatial abilities he possessed, knowing that with the aid of spatial water, even freshwater crabs could rival their sea counterparts. Grandpa Han, do not worry about it. Procure some freshwater crabs. If they do not sell, we shall simply feast on them ourselves. Han Tianliang shook his head in resignation. By the way, that young lady who drives has sought you out several times. Are you two truly not romantically involved? She seems quite lovely. Grandpa Han, we are merely friends. Han Tianliang laughed heartily. Ordinary friends can evolve in that direction. I will check on the preserved vegetables. Within half an hour, Hanli called, expressing their longing for the dishes prepared by Zhao Xinyu, admitting to a slight aversion to their current meals. Their greatest desire was to savor Zhao Xinyu's cooking that evening. After hanging up, Zhao Xinyu shook his head, gathering his focus to harvest some vegetables from the garden. However, he soon recalled the wild vegetables within the space. Glancing at the darkening sky, he exited to lock the main door, leaving the black wind to guard the courtyard as he retreated to his room and entered the space. Just as he was about to leave after gathering some wild vegetables, he noticed decaying trees in the distance, their color appearing somewhat unusual. Upon approaching, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. The few decayed trees he had placed into the space were now adorned with vibrant purple mushrooms. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that these mushrooms were indeed purple, which puzzled him, for the commonly known mushrooms were black, yet these were a pure violet. This was utterly astonishing. He picked one, identified it as non-toxic, and detected a faint fragrance unlike any other mushroom, which delighted his heart. Carrying the wild vegetables and mushrooms out of the space, he recalled the medicinal wine brewed by his grandfather. He casually brought out a jar and, anticipating inquiries from Han Li and the others, retrieved an additional 15 jars from the space, placing them in an empty room. Having prepared a fish for cooking, Zhao Xinyu gathered the necessary ingredients and concocted a mixture of wild vegetables. He informed Han Li and the others, and as he settled down to wait, he suddenly recalled Pang Mingyuan, who had always taken great care of him during their university days. At that time, he had not wished to burden Pang Mingyuan with his troubles, so he changed his phone number without notifying him. Now, having fully recovered and having experienced the loss of his grandfather, he had come to appreciate familial bonds. As he thought of Han Li and the others, Pang Mingyuan came to mind as well. He took out his phone and dialed Pang Mingyuan's number. But his expression dimmed as the synthesized voice from the computer announced that the number was no longer in service. Pang Mingyuan had changed his phone number too. Reflecting on the fact that he was still in Pengcheng and had not inquired about which hospital Pang Mingyuan would choose at the time of their separation, Zhao Xinyu sighed deeply, uncertain if he would ever reunite with his friend in this lifetime. Just as he lamented his past failure to ask his friend about his hospital choice, He Feng, who lay beside him, suddenly rose and growled at him. Zhao Xinyu quickly got up to start cooking. When Han Li and the others entered, they noticed the character for filial piety tattooed on Zhao Xinyu's left arm. Perhaps they had heard Han Tianliang mention it, as they merely offered a few words of comfort without probing further. After finishing a dish, Zhao Xinyu turned to serve it, only to find the table empty. The stewed fish, the prepared wild vegetables, and the bitter greens had all vanished. Xinyu, we've been dining under the grape trellis these days, where it's cooler and free of mosquitoes, Lu Ming remarked, taking the dish from Zhao Xinyu with a smile. He carried the last dish to the grape area. Although night had fallen, the incandescent lights installed beneath the trellis made it feel no different than indoors. Xinyu, where did you procure these wild vegetables? Their flavor is unparalleled, he said as Zhao Xinyu placed the meat stir-fried with wood ear mushrooms down and noticed that only empty plates remained of the 2 servings of wild vegetables. I brought these from my hometown. There's more at home, so feel free to help yourselves. I also brought some medicinal wine brewed by my grandfather. I'll fetch a jar for everyone to taste. As he returned with a jar of medicinal wine, he couldn't help but shake his head, seeing that the extra dishes he had prepared had all been taken by his friends. What kind of wood ear is this? Why is it purple? It's not poisonous, is it? Han Li inquired, pointing at the plate of meat stir-fried with wood ear mushrooms with a laugh. If you're afraid it might be toxic, then don't eat it. This wood ear is a rare wild variety unique to our mountainous region. Even with money, you wouldn't find it here, Zhao Xinyu replied, as he removed the thick clay seal from the wine jar. Beneath the seal lay a piece of light yellow waterproof oilcloth. After removing the cloth and lifting the cork, a fragrant aroma, mingled with medicinal notes, wafted through the air, forming a delicate mist above the jar's opening. What is the essence of the wine mist? Perhaps most people are unaware of its significance, yet Zhao Xinyu, who has long assisted his grandfather in brewing, is well aware that this phenomenon can only manifest in medicinal wines crafted from pure grains. However, not all medicinal wines derived from pure grains can produce this ethereal mist. It is a hallmark of only the finest brews. The aroma of this wine is truly captivating, as exclaimed in unison by Han Jun and his companions. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently, declaring that this wine is indeed a treasure, composed of 36 varieties of wild medicinal herbs. Regular moderate consumption can enhance vitality, promote circulation, and ensure a restful night's sleep. What is that mist above? Han Li inquired, pointing at the lingering vapor coalescing at the neck of the wine jar. Han Tianliang inhaled deeply, explaining that it is indeed the wine mist. Ordinary spirits cannot produce such a phenomenon. This particular brew could easily fetch a bottle of Wuliangye for every pound. Astonishment echoed among Han Jun and his companions at the mention of Wuliangye, a liquor worth hundreds or even thousands. The notion that a mere pound of medicinal wine could be exchanged for such a prized bottle left them in disbelief. Zhao Xinyu poured a glass for each of the men and turned his gaze towards Aunt Lu's cup, saying, "Aunt Lu, you do not drink. So just a little for you." With a subtle smile, he poured half a glass for those who seldom indulged. Aunt Lu gazed at the droplets clinging to the glass, her eyes flickering as she glanced at her husband, Lu Jiuqing, who nodded in encouragement. "Go ahead, Aunt Lu. It must be good wine, as old Han has said." She swirled the cup, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Although it was merely the fragrance of the wine, Aunt Lu felt an immediate sense of relief from her fatigue, noticing this wine appeared thicker than what her husband usually consumed. Taking a small sip, she detected a hint of spiciness intertwined with a lingering sweetness. As she swallowed, warmth spread throughout her body, enveloping her in an indescribable comfort. "Dear, this wine warms me and alleviates my weariness. It's delightful," Aunt Lu remarked, her first experience with alcohol prompting her to express her pleasure. Upon hearing her words, the others raised their glasses, including those who had never tasted wine before, each taking a cautious sip. The moment the liquid touched their lips, their eyes widened in surprise. Just as Aunt Lu had described, the wine was smooth and rich, and their fatigue seemed to dissipate significantly. "Let us eat. Why is no one touching the wood ear mushrooms?" As Zhao Xinyu spoke, he picked up a slice of wood ear, his eyes widening in astonishment. In addition to its crispness, this particular mushroom possessed a unique fragrance not found in others, leading him to ponder if he had indeed stumbled upon a new variety. "I must try as well," Han Tianliang said, taking a sip of wine and smiling. Upon tasting, he shared Zhao Xinyu's surprise, instinctively reaching for another slice of the purple wood ear, clearly impressed by its flavor. "These wild wood ears are truly delicious. If I could cultivate them, they would surely fetch a good price." Encouraged by Han Tianliang's enthusiasm, the others eagerly extended their chopsticks to sample the mushrooms, and after tasting, they nodded in unison. "Xinyu, this wood ear truly has a distinctive flavor. Do bring back more." Perhaps it had been too long since Zhao Xinyu last savored his culinary creations, or perhaps the exquisite flavor of the medicinal wine was simply irresistible. The meal stretched on until well past 11 o'clock, with half of a 10-kilogram jar of medicinal wine consumed, prompting Han Tianliang to mention he had matters to attend to the following day. which finally encouraged the guests to cease their revelry. Aunt Lu and the others, all first-time drinkers, each managed to finish a cup, and even on their way home, they puzzled over how they had consumed so much without feeling any discomfort. After bidding farewell to Han Tianliang and his party, Zhao Xinyu glanced at the remaining spatial water and noticed that the large barrel was empty. His gaze shifted to the opening in the east wall. When construction began, a path had been deliberately created for future access to Luoshui. Now, with a gap in the east wall, Zhao Xinyu easily descended the steps to the riverbank, crouching down to pour the spatial water into Luoshui until he felt a hint of fatigue. "Hey Feng, come, let me introduce you to a friend," he said, returning to his room to freshen up before entering the spatial realm with He Feng, perhaps sensing the significant changes within the space. He Feng let out a howl upon entry. In response, a chorus of birdsong echoed from the nearby vineyard, capturing He Feng's attention and igniting a spark of curiosity in his eyes. Leading He Feng towards the vineyard, Zhao Xinyu noted that in just a few days, Jin Hen and Jin Yu seemed to have grown a bit more. Upon spotting Zhao Xinyu, the two creatures appeared eager to approach. But a flicker of caution appeared in their eyes when they noticed He Feng by his side. Zhao Xinyu understood the harsh realities of the animal kingdom. He chuckled softly, patting He Feng's back while gesturing towards Jin Hen and Jin Yu. "They are your new companions. You mustn't bully them." Unbeknownst to him, a trace of apprehension glimmered in He Feng's eyes. "Come, let us go and get acquainted." As they approached, Zhao Xinyu observed that the once lively He Feng now seemed somewhat listless, his large head drooping with an air of fatigue. "Jin Hen, Jin Yu, this is He Feng, my closest companion. From now on, we shall be one family." Jin Hen and Jin Yu tilted their heads, giving He Feng a few low calls before stepping closer, gently flapping their large wings against him. Instantly revitalized, He Feng responded to Jin Hen and Jin Yu with a few low growls of his own. "Feel free to play. I shall tend to the fruit trees." He recalled the nearly withered saplings he had salvaged from the seed company during his return. While he would have needed tools outside, here in the spatial realm, he simply inserted the saplings into the verdant soil. Once the saplings were planted, he turned his gaze toward the region where the sour plums ripened, swallowing hard at the thought. It had been years since he had tasted sour plums, and he yearned to revisit the nostalgic flavors of his childhood. As he drew closer, 2 mountain chickens took flight, followed by a dozen chicks scurrying from beneath the sour plum tree. The 2 adult chickens called out a few times, and upon recognizing Zhao Xinyu, they circled down to his side, softly chirping at him, while the chicks huddled around their parents, tilting their heads to observe this unfamiliar visitor. Gazing at the family before him, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of excitement. On that day, amidst the flurry of departure, he had unexpectedly been spared and granted a delightful surprise. He had begun to grasp the significance of space. It would not be long before the mountain chickens would proliferate. Alleviating his concerns regarding meat supplies, he waved at the mountain chickens, who departed with their brood. For the first time, he beheld the transformation of the sour plum trees within the space. Each sapling stood at a height of 1 to 3 meters, their fruits, the size of broad beans, glimmered in hues of crimson and gold. The fruits were so densely clustered that they nearly obscured the leaves, while the slender branches gracefully arched downward. As he admired the lush sour plums, Zhao Xinyu swallowed a few times, sensing the unique sweet and sour flavor of the fruit in his mouth. He reached out to pluck a few, and like the grapes from the space, they melted in his mouth. Unlike the sour plums of his memory, these were a delightful blend of sweetness with a tangy zest, the juice thick as honey, leaving a refreshing coolness in his belly. Perhaps due to their exquisite taste, Zhao Xinyu indulged himself, reminiscent of his childhood, voraciously consuming the sour plums. Moments later, his face was smeared with the thick juice, and he lost count of how many he had eaten. Eventually, he noticed a tingling sensation in his teeth at the slightest touch of the sour plums and decided to cease his indulgence. Observing his juice-stained hands, he rubbed them together, only to find the juice akin to glue, making it difficult to clean. Shaking his head, he walked over to the nearby lake to properly wash his hands and face. After exiting the space with the black wind, he discovered his chest was covered in sour plum juice, which elicited a chuckle from him. The thought of him, an adult, in such a state would surely amuse Han Li and the others. After washing his clothes, he checked the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Considering his absence during this period, the vegetables in the courtyard, tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, bell peppers, and green beans, had likely suffered considerable depletion. He decided to re-enter the space and began to transfer the vegetables outside. By around 6 o'clock, sensing that Han Li and the others would soon arrive to collect the vegetables, he emerged from the space, opened the front door, and returned home, collapsing onto the large bed. Having spent days in the mountains on guard against wild beasts, and now after infusing the space with water and harvesting vegetables, he had expended a great deal of energy and quickly fell into a deep slumber. If it had been anyone else from the village, they would certainly dare not to open the courtyard gate. However, Zhao Xinyu felt no such trepidation. The black wind had grown into a formidable dog, its size alone enough to instill fear. Moreover, it never consumed food from unfamiliar hands. If Zhao Xinyu were home, the black wind would ignore even Han Li and the others, remaining indoors and alert to any disturbances, bolstered by the presence of surveillance within the house. Not long after Zhao Xinyu fell asleep, Han Li and his companions arrived. Upon seeing the pile of vegetables in the courtyard, their gazes instinctively turned towards Zhao Xinyu's room. They had left late the previous night, and the sheer quantity of vegetables before them could not have been harvested in just a couple of hours, clearly indicating that Zhao Xinyu had stayed awake throughout the night. It is important to realize that they were all hired by Zhao Xinyu. Logically, Zhao Xinyu need not intervene personally in such matters. However, feeling a twinge of gratitude, they began to quietly load the vegetables onto the truck instead of heading to Zhao Xinyu's room as they had previously done. Just as Zhao Xinyu was drifting in and out of slumber, he felt someone nudging him, followed by a voice exclaiming, "Lazybones, wake up. It's already past 10. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Xinyu sat up to find 5 stunningly beautiful women standing in his room, each one gazing intently at him. Such fair and delicate skin. It's even better than mine, Zhao Xinyu thought, his cheeks flushing crimson as he hurriedly pulled on a shirt. What brings you here? The 5 women were none other than Du Mengnan and her companions. Zhao Xinyu, do you have any idea how much Meng Meng has missed you these past few days? She even called out your name in her sleep. Du Mingnan's face turned a deep shade of red as she reached for the talkative Yu Mao, who giggled and darted out of the room, with Du Mengnan hot on her heels. Zhao Xinyu, Yu Mao's ointment has run out, and the one you promised us hasn't been prepared yet. We came to see if you had returned, Lu Ruoshi chimed in sweetly. Zhao Xinyu nodded, glancing at the 3 enchanting women in the room. Ladies, might I ask you to step outside for a moment while I get dressed? This request caused their cheeks to flush with embarrassment as they suddenly realized they were in the presence of a man who had yet to rise. Zhao Xinyu rose, freshened himself up, and stepped into the courtyard, where he spotted Du Mengnan and the others by the grape trellis. He joined them, for he was now the host. What is this? Upon reaching the trellis, before he could utter a word, Du Mengnan pointed to the leftover dandelions, bitter herbs, and wood-ear mushrooms from the previous day, while Yu Mao squatted nearby, examining a jar of medicinal wine that still exuded a fragrant aroma. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Surely you can recognize this? Du Mengnan pouted. Of course, I have eaten it before. These are what I brought back yesterday. There are still some left, which I will prepare for you at noon. Meng Meng, take a whiff of this. The fragrance of the wine is exquisite, with a hint of medicinal aroma, Du Mengnan remarked as she crouched down to get a closer look, then turned her gaze back up at him. Is this also from you? This is a medicinal wine brewed by my grandfather. Suddenly, Du Mengnan noticed the character for filial piety on Zhao Xinyu's left arm. Although customs vary between the north and south, everyone was aware of its significance. Zhao Xinyu had mentioned having only one grandfather, and now, Zhao Xinyu. He sighed softly. My grandfather had a fall. Du Mengnan and the others sighed sympathetically, nodding in consolation. Though their acquaintance with Zhao Xinyu had not been long, they harbored no ill feelings towards him. Rather, they admired this reticent young man. What are you planning to eat? I shall begin preparations. Anything is fine, Du Mengnan replied casually, not wanting to impose given the recent events at Zhao Xinyu's home. Please tidy up here. I will go and prepare. As with yesterday, during the midday meal, Du Mengnan and her companions were utterly astonished by the exquisite wild vegetables. When Zhao Xinyu approached, cradling a jar of medicinal wine, and proceeded to unseal it, Du Mengnan was taken aback. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xinyu, Du Mengnan was the true mastermind behind Pingcheng Hotel, possessing an illustrious background and a wealth of experience with various wines. Having been raised in opulence, she had encountered wines that emitted mist and had savored them. Yet, she knew that such medicinal wines capable of producing a vapor were not easily obtainable, even with wealth. Now witnessing Zhao Xinyu, who hailed from humble beginnings and once delivered takeout to support his studies, Possessing this remarkable medicinal wine left her perplexed. A single jar of such wine could have granted him a lifestyle envied by ordinary people throughout his 5 years at university. The fact that this medicinal wine was indeed crafted by his grandfather left her in disbelief. Noticing Du Mingnan's astonishment, Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly, understanding that she was aware of the wine's significance. He poured her a small cup, inviting her to taste and discern its flavor. Du Mingnan lifted the glass, gently swirling it, and her eyes widened in awe. After savoring a small sip, she closed her eyes to fully appreciate the complex taste of the medicinal wine. After a considerable pause, she opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Xinyu. What is the name of this medicinal wine? I would offer you 100,000 for it. Would you sell it to me? Her words prompted gasps from Zhao Xinyu and Umo, her companions, all of whom came from distinguished families and were somewhat knowledgeable about wines. They understood that the finest wines available domestically, such as Wuliangye and Matai, did not command such exorbitant prices. Mingming, what kind of wine is this? We want to try it too, Umo exclaimed, reaching for Zhao Xinyu's jar, fearing that he would relinquish it to Du Mingnan. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Why are you grabbing me when you haven't even taken a cup? Umo's cheeks flushed slightly as she giggled. I'm just worried you might sell it. You don't know Ming Ming. She's notoriously stingy. If the wine ends up in her hands, we won't even get a whiff of it. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily, pouring each of the 4 girls a small cup. He then turned to Du Mingnan, saying, I have a few more jars in stock. I'll gift you one when you leave. Though Zhao Xinyu had an affinity for money, he recognized that it was Du Mingnan who had sought him out when his vegetable business faced difficulties, leading to their current situation. He felt a sense of gratitude towards those who had once aided him, which was why he had shared the medicinal wine with Han Tianliang and others the previous night. However, Du Mingnan viewed the situation differently. She was acutely aware of the wine's worth and recalled the times she had assisted Zhao Xinyu, providing many items for his household. Yet, compared to her own expenses, the value of this medicinal wine far exceeded her means. No, this wine is far too precious. I cannot afford it. Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly, offering me 1,800. Otherwise, in a short while, it would be impossible to acquire it. Du Mingnan bit her lip, her expression somewhat complex as she nodded, a flicker of curiosity about Zhao Xinyu stirring within her. Why did he ask for merely 1,800 instead of 100,000? Who exactly was this individual? During the meal, although Du Mingnan and her companions were all young women, the exquisite flavor of the medicinal wine led each of them to consume approximately half a jean. As they indulged, the nameless elixir was aptly dubbed drunken elegance, a title conceived by the girls themselves, with Zhao Xinyu scarcely interjecting. After dining, Zhao Xinyu was generous, gifting each of the 5 girls a jar of the medicinal wine. Du Mingnan remained unperturbed, while Umo and the others were ecstatic, never having anticipated such a generous bestowal. Despite the payment of 1,800, they understood that it could hardly cover even a single jar, let alone a jean. Just as Zhao Xinyu bid farewell to Du Mingnan and her friends, Lu Ming rushed back in a flurry, his face contorted with rage. What happened? Xinyu. All the cattle and sheep from our 5 families have been poisoned. It must be that scoundrel Zhao Ximing. Han Jun and the others have already gone to confront him. It seems trouble is brewing. You must hurry to check on it. Zhao Xinyu's expression shifted dramatically. The West Han Ridge remained undeveloped, and as such, the villagers continued to live a life of toil. Cattle and sheep were vital assets for marrying off children and acquiring homes. And given that Lu Ming and the others were at the age of courtship, each family owned a considerable number of livestock. The loss of these animals was a devastating blow to any household. Yet, Zhao Xinyu understood that the enraged Han Jun and his companions could act recklessly. Thus, he wasted no time and departed the courtyard without hesitation. At Zhao Ximing's residence, a resounding slap echoed as Zhao Ximing struck a young man with yellow hair across the face. Are you trying to ruin me? I instructed you to teach them a lesson, not to poison every last one of their cattle and sheep. The young man staggered back, clutching his reddened cheek. Zhao Gu, I thought you wanted them to understand the consequences of crossing us. Besides, I didn't use a large amount of poison, just a handful of corn. But rest assured, I handled it discreetly. No one will find out. At that moment, the closed door was abruptly kicked open, and Zhao Ximing's expression soured as he beheld Han Jun, Han Li, Huang Jijun, Chai Jinquan, and Wang Yulong storming into the courtyard, brandishing sticks with palpable fury. Remember, if we admit to this, we could all face years in prison. As Zhao Ximing exited the courtyard, Han Tianli and Wang Ai, panting heavily, rushed in behind him. providing Zhao Xinyu with a slight sense of reassurance. Han Jun, what do you intend to do? He inquired, as his loyal followers armed with clubs leaped into the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu, spare me your fade of innocence. Who but you would commit such heinous acts, severing lineages? 120 sheep and 16 cattle. I'll kill you. At this moment, Han Jun's eyes were filled with rage. Among the 5 families, they had suffered the greatest losses. Originally intending to sell cattle and sheep in autumn to fund their marriages, now all their livestock had been poisoned. How could he possibly endure this? Witnessing Han Jun's furious expression, both Han Li and Zhao Xinyu felt a pang of fear. If the two of them lost control, the 3 behind them would surely follow suit, and even Han Tianli might struggle to intervene. Over here, Han Tianli and his wife desperately attempted to restrain their son. Knowing that if Han Jun and the others took action, Zhao Xinyu would also be severely injured, which would spell disaster for their son. Han Jun, Han Li, do not act rashly. At this moment, Zhao Xinyu and Lu Ming rushed over, blocking Han Jun and Han Li. Xinyu, it must be those scoundrels. I will personally dismember them one by one. Han Jun's words struck fear into the hearts of the usually arrogant Zhao Xinyu and his companions. They could see that Han Jun genuinely harbored murderous intent. While they might have been unscrupulous before, facing such a dire situation, it was impossible not to feel fear. Han Jun, the police will arrive shortly. They will provide us with justice. If it truly is them, they can prepare to spend years behind bars. Just as Zhao Xinyu's words faded, the distant sound of police sirens echoed through the air. The trembling Zhao Xinyu and his companions felt a rush of excitement upon hearing that sound. At least they knew they were not in immediate danger. However, they soon recalled that the number of sheep and cattle they had poisoned was not a mere 1 or 2, but dozens. Zhao Xinyu's heart began to race. He realized that if an investigation revealed the truth, they would be facing years in prison. By now, Zhao Xinyu felt a pang of regret for having made such a reckless decision in a drunken state. He had only intended to teach Zhao Xinyu a lesson, never anticipating that things would escalate to this extent. Although Han Jun was burning with fury, he remained composed. Upon hearing the police sirens, he discarded the stick he had been holding. Zhao Xinyu picked up the stick and exited the courtyard, where a large crowd of villagers had already gathered outside. Subsequently, Han Li, Han Jun, Zhao Xinyu, and others were taken away, and many villagers near the incident were also questioned. As for Zhao Xinyu, he understood that Han Tianli's family had suffered due to Zhao Xinyu's actions, so after the incident, he took out 300,000, compensating each family with 60,000. This news spread throughout the entire Xianling area, causing quite a stir. 60,000 was a substantial sum for the majority of them, and Zhao Xinyu's willingness to provide such compensation earned him deep respect from the villagers. Many villagers had previously looked down on Zhao Xinyu, knowing him only as a scrap collector and delivery worker. However, now that he had achieved success, he not only offered stable and enviable jobs to those who had once helped him, but also compensated them according to market prices after the incident. Who would not want to follow such a generous employer? An increasing number of individuals are filled with remorse, pondering how their lives might have taken a substantial turn had they treated Zhao Xinyu as Han Tianliang and his companions did. A day later, Han Jun and Han Li found themselves incarcerated for instigating trouble. However, no news surfaced regarding Zhao Xinyu and his associates. Yet, upon Han Jun's release, it was revealed that Zhao Xinyu and his group had become criminal suspects and were officially charged. This news spread throughout the village, inciting the villagers to curse Zhao Xinyu and his gang. While petty theft might have been overlooked in the past, this time was different. With dozens of sheep and over 10 cattle, the losses exceeded 300,000 yuan, an amount that represented several years of income for the villagers. As the villagers denounced Zhao Xinyu and his companions, the elders of Zhao's family remained hidden in their homes, well aware of their son's actions over the years, and they wished to avoid being the subject of scorn. After more than half a month, further news emerged. The small-time thug who had poisoned the livestock accepted responsibility and was sentenced to 8 years, while Zhao Xinyu and his group faced charges of harboring a criminal, receiving over a year in prison. This news unsettled the villagers, who had only just begun to find peace. Each time Zhao Xinyu was released, his malice seemed to intensify, leaving them anxious about what mischief he would conjure a year later. On the evening they learned of this news, a group gathered under the grape trellis for dinner. The older generation, including Han Tianliang, appeared restless, worried about the potential retribution Zhao Xinyu might exact upon their return. Xinyu, you may not fully grasp Zhao Xinyu's character. He will undoubtedly seek revenge upon his release next year, Han Jun remarked, his gaze icy. Father, why fear him? Should he dare to harm Xinyu, I will kill him. Han Jun and his companions understood that Zhao Xinyu had provided ample compensation to their family, fostering a sense of gratitude within them. In their hearts, anyone who dared to touch Zhao Xinyu would be considered their enemy. With a faint smile, Zhao Xinyu replied, Han Jun, refrain from thoughts of violence. We reside in a nation governed by law, where every individual is protected. As long as we remain cautious and leave him no opportunities, he would not dare to act against us. Moreover, he has over a year before his release, and without those small-time thugs, Zhao Ximing alone cannot stir significant trouble. Reassured by these words, Han Tianliang and the others felt a sense of relief. Xinyu, I have taken care of the matters you entrusted to me. Tomorrow, he will deliver the fish fry and river crabs. By the way, he also has black fish fry available, albeit at a slightly higher price. He inquired if we were interested. If we are, he will offer us a discount. Black fish. Zhao Xinyu mused, slightly taken aback, as he had never heard of such a fish and was unaware of its nature. Observing the change in Zhao Xinyu's expression, Han Li chuckled heartily. Xinyu. Black fish are also freshwater fish, and their flavor surpasses that of carp and tilapia. Currently, the market price for black fish hovers around 20 to 30 yuan. However, they are carnivorous and strictly consume other fish and shrimp. Therefore, if you intend to raise them, you must keep them separated from other fish species. Zhao Xinyu's eyes flickered momentarily. Grandpa Han, for now, let us refrain from fishing for blackfish. Instead, let us first observe the market conditions. The following day, before Zhao Xinyu had even risen, Han Tianliang and the others arrived to knock at the door. Upon opening it, he beheld a large truck parked along the road leading to Luoshui, where Han Li and the others were busily engaged. As he approached, he witnessed boxes filled with 1-inch fish fry being released into Luoshui. Perhaps due to the ample space in the water, the fry exhibited no signs of discomfort upon entering. They even began to compete for the vegetable leaves floating on the surface. After releasing the river crabs, Zhao Xinyu observed Han Li and the others unloading several more boxes from the truck, filled with countless tiny shrimp. Grandpa Han, a middle-aged man in his 40s, chuckled, extending his hand. I am Fengbo river crabs are omnivorous, and these shrimp are my gift to you. The water quality here appears quite good. Should you need anything in the future, have old Han contact me. Zhao Xinyu nodded and shook his hand. Thank you very much. How much do I owe you? I can transfer the payment. After bidding farewell to Fengbo, Han Li locked the iron gate, and the group returned to the courtyard. Han Li glanced at the opening in the east wall. Xinyu, Luoshui now has fish. Let us leave someone here in the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Han Li, does anyone here know how to swim? Han Li chuckled heartily. Who among us cannot swim? Zhao Xinyu nodded. But suddenly he realized that Han Li and the others were overwhelmed with work at the vegetable patch, with even Han Tianliang helping out. Reducing their number would surely increase the workload there. Grandpa Han, perhaps we should find someone else in the village, preferably someone from a less fortunate background. They would only need to feed the fish and help harvest some vegetables. Could you suggest any suitable candidates? Han Tianliang's eyes flickered thoughtfully. If you put it that way, I do have someone in mind. Wang Ai chuckled. Old Han, you must be referring to Zheng Min. Han Tianliang nodded, and then turned to Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, Zheng Min is the poorest family in our village. Her husband has been bedridden for 5 or 6 years and passed away last year. She has been caring for him all this time, and she also has 2 elderly parents-in-law over 80 and a child in the 3rd grade. Although people have urged her to remarry, she cannot bear to leave her in-laws. Zhao Xinyu furrowed his brow, realizing that Zheng Min was indeed a woman. Grandpa Han, as you know, feeding fish requires some skill. She might not be able to handle it. Rest assured, Han Tianliang replied. Zheng Min's family hails from the seaside, and she has been fishing with her father since childhood. Her swimming skills are exceptional. Entrusting her with feeding the fish will pose no risk. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Very well. Let's go with her. Given her responsibilities at home, we should offer her a monthly salary of 4,800. At these words, Han Tianliang and the others were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly nodded in agreement. They all understood that hiring someone for fish feeding and vegetable harvesting at 3,000 would attract numerous applicants. Zhao Xinyu's offer of 4,800 clearly demonstrated his intention to assist Zheng Min. After a little over 20 minutes, Han Tianliang entered with a woman. She was of modest stature, approximately 1 meter 60 tall. Unlike other women, Zheng Min had a wheatish complexion and wore rather ordinary clothing, some of which bore patches. Upon entering, she stood behind Han Tianliang, yet her expression betrayed her excitement. Zheng Min, this is Xinyu, as I mentioned earlier. Be diligent. You must realize that a monthly salary of 4,800 is not merely a gesture of employment, but could easily attract a robust adult. This is all for your benefit, Han Tianliang explained. Zheng Min stepped forward from behind Han Tianliang and softly declared, from now on, I will take care of the household chores. I can cook and do the laundry. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Xinyu nodded, you are older than I, so I shall address you as Sister Min. We have a washing machine at home, and there isn't much to do daily, perhaps just feeding the fish and sweeping the yard. If the vegetable patch needs any produce, we can assist in gathering some. I have heard that there are elderly and children in your family. Where does the child attend school? Han Tianliang sighed. Children from families with even a modest background have moved to the city. Her family's situation is unique. The child excels academically, yet due to familial circumstances, can only study in the village. And the elders? Zhao Xinyu inquired. They are quite spirited, came the reply. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered thoughtfully. How about this, Sister Min? Discuss with the elders about having the child and grandparents come here for meals. When they have free time, they can stroll around the Luoshui area. We must ensure the village children do not fall in. I will add an extra 2,000 to your monthly pay. Zheng Min was momentarily taken aback. The notion of them dining here, while simply keeping an eye on the Luoshui, was beyond her expectations. Uncle Han, is that settled? I shall speak with them at once. There are indeed fish in Luoshui now. We must prevent any mishaps with the village children. Zheng Min nodded enthusiastically, envisioning a monthly income of 6,800, an amount she had never dared to dream of. Have you all not had breakfast? I will prepare it now. Sister, your culinary skills cannot compare to Xinyu's, one of them remarked, causing Zheng Min to pause, her face displaying a hint of embarrassment as she turned to Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, Sister Min, do not heed their jest. They have simply grown accustomed to my cooking. For now, observe as I prepare meals, and I shall teach you. In a few days, they will be accustomed to your style. The news of Zheng Min and her family securing a job at the courtyard with a salary of 6,800 caused quite a stir in the village, with many expressing envy over her fortune. However, they also learned from Han Tianliang that Zhao Xinyu's intentions were to assist Zheng Min's family. This revelation prompted those who had previously held reservations about Zhao Xinyu to reassess their views, igniting a hope within them that, should Zhao Xinyu require further assistance, they might be next in line. With Zhao Ximing and the others absent from the village, tranquility enveloped the area. The business of the vegetable patch flourished once more. And with Zheng Min's family now settled in the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu found himself utterly liberated. With his newfound free time, he began to delve into the precious texts left behind by his grandfather, and upon completion of his studies, he was filled with profound astonishment. Originally, he believed that after 5 years of systematic study in traditional Chinese medicine, coupled with his grandfather's years of guidance, his skills had reached an unparalleled level. However, upon delving into the essence of the golden chamber, he felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. The golden chamber differs from the essentials of the golden chamber, as it encompasses not only the fundamental principles of the latter, but also documents intricate cases, prescriptions, and diagnostic methods that are absent in other ancient medical texts. Zhao Xinyu had only heard snippets from his grandfather about these records, with little to be found in other classical medical literature. Over time, Zhao Xinyu sensed a daily evolution in his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine, making significant progress and gaining a fresh perspective on ancient practices. During this period, Du Mingnan and the others visited intermittently, and the scars on Yu Mao's face had completely vanished. Each of them, devoid of makeup, still radiated beauty. Sister Min, today I crave fish. Let us go out and buy one. Over this time, under Zhao Xinyu's guidance, Zheng Min's culinary skills had flourished remarkably. Although her dishes could not rival Zhao Xinyu's, they were at least presentable. Du Mingnan and the others learned about Zheng Min's situation, sympathizing with her family while growing closer to her. Each visit saw Du Mingnan ordering the dishes, while Zheng Min prepared them, leading Zheng Min to mistakenly believe that Du Mingnan was Zhao Xinyu's official girlfriend. Sister Min, don't go out to buy. I've noticed several crucian carp in the Luo River, each weighing about half a pound. Today, let us have crucian carp. Zheng Min paused slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Xinyu, you know our area. Crucian carp have many bones, and not many people enjoy them. I can't cook them. Indeed. Sister Min is right. With so many bones, how can one eat them? Du Mingnan scoffed. Yu Mao chuckled, glancing at Zhao Xinyu. You truly are oblivious. The lady of the house has spoken, and you dare to resist? This remark made both Du Mingnan and Zhao Xinyu blush. However, over time, Yu Mao and the others often teased the pair, and Du Mingnan, who initially chased after them, had grown accustomed to it, merely blushing in response. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. Once it's cooked, you'll see. I'll go catch the fish now. Sister Min, please slice a melon for them. Xinyu, I'll go catch them. Zheng Min offered. By now, she was aware that Zhao Xinyu was truly a novice when it came to fishing. The water in the Luo River was about 2 meters deep, and if he fell in, Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Sister Min, rest assured, with vegetable leaves. There's no need to approach the water's edge. A net will suffice. Zheng Min was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Even now, she found it puzzling that the fish in the Luo River preferred to eat the vegetable leaves from their yard. Often, when Han Li and the others fished, they could not catch anything with the bait they purchased, but simply hanging a piece of vegetable leaf would guarantee a catch. In just over 10 minutes, as Du Mingnan and the others enjoyed their melon, they spotted Zhao Xinyu returning with a water bucket. Excitedly, they gathered around and discovered over 20 crucian carp, each weighing nearly 4 ounces, thrashing about within the bucket. In contrast to the astonishment displayed by Du Mingnan and the others, a trace of confusion flickered in Zheng Min's eyes. As someone who fed the fish daily, she was well aware of the rapid growth of the fish in the Luo River. However, she had never encountered such large crucian carp before. Such sizable crucian carp were indeed a rarity. Amidst her bewilderment, Zheng Min smiled and spoke. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Oh, they do exist, though not in great numbers. By the way, I also spotted some 2 to 3 gene-sized grass carp earlier. We should try them one day. No way, I won't eat crucian carp. I want grass carp, Du Mingnan pouted. Once you taste it and find crucian carp unsatisfactory, I shall prepare grass carp for you. Yu Ma and the others shook their heads in unison, letting out a collective sigh. Could you please refrain from flaunting your affection in front of us? Consider our feelings for a moment. You pesky Yu Ma, you're asking for it. Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed crimson as she leaped to chase after Yu Ma. Zhao Xinyu gestured to Zheng Min, and the two made their way to the specially designed kitchen. Xinyu, is this culinary skill truly taught to you by your grandfather? Zheng Min couldn't help but inquire, as she had posed this question numerous times before while observing Zhao Xinyu's deft techniques. My grandfather was once a chef. As he grew older and took me in, he no longer had time to work outside. He had discerning tastes, and subpar dishes would surely earn him a reprimand. It's a pity you aren't pursuing a career as a chef with such talent. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Sister Min, cooking crucian carp is quite simple. Just watch. And if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. As they conversed, Zhao Xinyu heated oil in the pot. Once the oil reached a temperature of 80%, he placed the scored crucian carp into the hot oil, frying it until both sides turned a delectable golden brown before removing it and marinating it in a carefully prepared blend of seasonings. After marinating for approximately half an hour, he took the crucian carp out again and ignited the stove. To Zheng Min's surprise, Zhao Xinyu did not pour water into the pot. Instead, he added several cans of beer, placing the crucian carp inside and beginning to incorporate the seasonings. Each time he added an ingredient, he paused to explain its purpose to Zheng Min. The entire process unfolded within just a few minutes. Zhao Xinyu looked at Zheng Min and asked, "How about that?" "Quite simple, isn't it?" Zheng Min's gaze flickered for a moment. While it was indeed simple, she was uncertain about the resulting flavor. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, covered the pot, and after a brief moment of steam escaping, instructed her to let it simmer for 15 minutes over high heat. After saying this, he returned to his room, closing the door to delve back into his studies on the Jingui Yao Lu. After a little over 10 minutes, Zhao Xinyu heard a cacophony of chatter from outside. Du Mingnan and the others had gathered in the kitchen, and Zhao Xinyu stored the Jingui Yao Lu in his space before stepping out. Du Mingnan and her companions lingered by the grape trellis, curious to see if the crucian carp was ready. However, as they approached the makeshift house, a unique aroma wafted towards them, captivating their senses. Although it was merely a fragrance, it made them salivate profusely. Upon entering the kitchen, Du Mingnan glanced at Zheng Min, asking, "Sister Min, what have you cooked?" She failed to notice that Zheng Min was momentarily lost in thought, her expression filled with enchantment. Having accompanied her father on fishing trips since childhood, she had tasted every kind of fish imaginable, and in her recollection, the finest freshwater fish paled in comparison to ordinary sea fish. During her time in the courtyard, She had yet to witness Zhao Xinyu prepare fish, leaving her uncertain of the flavors he could conjure. Moments ago, when Zhao Xinyu spoke, Zheng Min internally disagreed. While she respected Zhao Xinyu's culinary skills, she did not believe he could transform the almost universally unappreciated crucian carp into a dish more delectable than that of ocean fish. However, as the steam began to rise, the singular aroma took her by surprise. She found herself deeply captivated, sensing no hint of the fishy scent typically associated with such fish. Instead, the fragrance intoxicated her senses. Had it not been for Zhao Xinyu's caution, she would have rushed to the pot to indulge in the tempting scent of the crucian carp. Only when Du Mengnan spoke did Zheng Min regain her composure. She gestured toward the steaming pot, exclaiming, "The crucian carp prepared by Xinyu smells delightful, doesn't he? Please serve me a piece. I must taste it." Du Mingnan's melodic voice prompted immediate agreement from Umo and the others accompanying her. "Didn't you all say you wouldn't eat crucian carp? It's full of bones and can easily get stuck in your throat." This remark caused Du Mengnan and her companions to blush and roll their eyes. "Xinyu, it's been over 10 minutes now." Zhao Xinyu glanced at his phone. 3 more minutes. In ordinary circumstances, 3 minutes would pass in the blink of an eye, but under the tantalizing aroma that enveloped them, those moments felt like an eternity. Every few seconds, Du Mengnan and her friends would check their phones. Finally, the sound of completion was like a heavenly melody, igniting excitement among Du Mengnan and her companions as they rubbed their hands together, fixated on the fish pot. The moment Zheng Min lifted the lid, a richer fragrance wafted throughout the kitchen, causing Du Mengnan and the others to swallow hard. The crucian carp had turned a golden hue, and the fish broth resembled creamy milk. "If you enjoy cilantro, let us add some. We must not waste the broth." Zheng Min nodded and turned to Du Mengnan and her friends. "Ming, you all go to the grape trellis. I'll serve it to you right away." "Right here." "Right here," Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Minjia, give each of them a piece first, without the broth." Zheng Min served Du Mengnan a piece, who eagerly grabbed a chunk, seemingly forgetting the warnings about the fish's bones, and placed it directly into her mouth. The next moment, she exclaimed in astonishment. The crucian carp melted in her mouth, a flavor so exquisite and tender that words failed her. Such a delightful fish, she realized, had never graced her palate before. "What's wrong, Ming? Are you choked by a fishbone?" Unaware of the situation, Umo and the others quickly set down their portions of crucian carp and surrounded Du Mengnan. For a moment, Du Mengnan hesitated, recalling the fish's notorious bones. She chewed a few times, which only heightened Umo's concern that she must have been caught by a bone. However, Du Mengnan discovered that the piece she had just eaten contained no bones at all. Unable to resist, she took another generous bite, this time noticing the multitude of hair-like bones within the fish. Carefully, she placed the fish in her mouth, attempting to navigate the bones, yet she was struck with astonishment. She felt no bones at all. The fish remained delectably tender, and after swallowing, a unique fragrance lingered in her mouth. Umo, this fish bone can dissolve." As she spoke, Du Mengnan added another piece and placed it in her mouth. At this moment, Umo and the others realized what was happening, and they hurriedly picked up the freshly prepared crucian carp. Once they took a bite, they could not stop. Within 2 minutes, one fish was devoured completely, leaving not a single bone behind. "Make me another one." A few minutes later, a dozen crucian carp had been thoroughly consumed by Du Mengnan and her companions. Zheng Min also had one, while Zhao Xinyu, the one who cooked the fish, had not tasted even a single piece. "It's so delicious. I've never had such a flavorful fish before," Umo remarked after swallowing the last bite, wiping her mouth with a hint of nostalgia. Zheng Min shook her head. "Umo, crucian carp indeed has many bones. I've had it before. It's mainly because Xinyu's culinary skills are exceptional." "Zhao Xinyu, prepare a few more. I want more," Du Mengnan said, licking her lips sweetly. "Why aren't you drinking the fish soup? The flavor of the soup is delightful too." Upon Zhao Xinyu's suggestion, Du Mengnan and the others seemed to realize something and turned their gazes toward the pot of fish soup. After taking a sip, everyone appeared as if frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. The taste was exquisite, and the warmth enveloped them in an indescribable comfort. With one bowl down, they felt as if they were floating. "Serve me another bowl. It's all gone." "Zhao, hurry, make another pot." Several voices chimed in the kitchen simultaneously. In the end, over 20 crucian carp were completely consumed by Du Mengnan, Zheng Min, and their 6 seemingly delicate companions. Although each had eaten more than 3 fish, they still felt unsatisfied. and only after finishing the fish soup did they feel content. Zhao Xinyu, save some of the crucian carp from Luoshui for me. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, Du Mingnan. The bones of crucian carp are numerous. Don't be deceived by its simplicity. The cooking time and the order of seasoning must be precise. It took me over a year to master it when I was learning. Du Mingnan and the others were slightly taken aback, shaking their heads involuntarily. A dish that takes over a year to learn. Surely, few chefs would be willing to invest that much time. Prepare a few for me to take back for my grandparents to taste. Zhao Xinyu nodded. He had initially planned to prepare over 20 fish, including those for Han Li and the others, but unexpectedly, they were all consumed by Du Mingnan and her friends. Even if Du Mingnan hadn't mentioned it, he would still have to make a trip to Luoshui, for only there could he catch the crucian carp from the spatial lake. After preparing a pot for Du Mingnan, as she and her friends departed, Zhao Xinyu began cooking for Han Li and the others while instructing Zheng Min on the method of cooking fish. At a seaside villa in Pengcheng, the gates stood firmly closed. In the courtyard, several stern-looking middle-aged men paced back and forth, each appearing remarkably robust. Inside the villa's dining room, 7 individuals were gathered for a meal, an elderly couple with silver hair, flanked by 2 middle-aged men in their 50s and a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 40s. 3 middle-aged individuals, elegantly attired, sat at the main table, where an elderly gentleman with gray hair exuded an aura unique to those in positions of authority. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, I'm back, I announced as I entered the living room, a graceful figure bearing a thermal food container. When did you return, second uncle? The enchanting figure was none other than Du Mingnan, who had brought fish back from Zhao Xinyu. Ming, I just arrived. Why is the hotel so busy? The middle-aged man opposite her shook his head. Shichong, what is she busy with? She hasn't been to the hotel all day. It all relies on that child Xiao Jiamin to manage. Du Mingnan chuckled as she approached the elderly couple. Grandpa, Grandma, look at the delicious food I brought for you. The elderly couple paused momentarily. Ming, we've mentioned that the hotel's dishes are too greasy for our liking, and besides, our teeth are not in a condition to handle such fare. Please refrain from such wastefulness in the future. Du Mingnan laughed lightly, her gaze sweeping over the dining table. Grandpa, since second uncle is here, why isn't he being offered any wine? Du Shichong hesitated for a moment, then his face broke into a smile. Father, you can't serve only the good wine to my elder brother. I am your son as well. Old man Du Gang shot a glance at Du Mingnan. You do talk too much. Second, that wine is no ordinary medicinal liquor. Your elder brother has only tasted it once, and I had intended to save it for an old friend. Grandpa, Zhao Xinyu has several jars left. I'll buy another jar for you next time I visit. Old man Du was taken aback. Several jars? How much? I'll give you the money to buy them all. Du Mingnan sighed softly. He wants 100,000 for a jar, and he wouldn't sell it. In the end, he gave us 5 jars, charging a mere 1,008 as a symbolic price. Those are the 4 little girls you brought back the other day. Du Shichong was momentarily bewildered. A jar of wine for 100,000, and he wouldn't sell it? In the end, he just gave it away? Who exactly is this Zhao Xinyu? Du Mingnan's father, Du Yongchong, flickered with concern. Ming, you're not a child anymore. Why do you keep running to the house of someone who sells vegetables? It doesn't sound good if it gets out. Du Gang narrowed his eyes at Du Yongchong. What is wrong with selling vegetables? I used to beg for food. I don't care for those who, while enjoying the fruits of farmers' labor, look down upon them. Du Yongchong chuckled awkwardly. Father, I didn't mean it that way. Du Gang snorted. Ming, don't listen to your father. As long as one conducts oneself with integrity and possesses good character, one can associate with anyone. Tell me, what kind of young man is Zhao Xinyu? Where is he from, and what do his parents do? The old man appeared as though he were arranging a match for his granddaughter. Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, Grandpa, what are you thinking? We're merely friends. The vegetables at my hotel are all sourced from him. By the way, the watermelon and cantaloupe we've been eating are also grown by him. And this crucian carp, he prepared it, and it tastes exquisite. Du Yongchong furrowed his brow once more. Ming, how can you be so thoughtless? With so many bones in a crucian carp, how can one eat it? You are forbidden from going there again. Just look at how few days have passed. While you have not learned much else, your awareness as a farmer has certainly increased. However, just as he finished speaking, he paused slightly, overwhelmed by an irresistible aroma wafting through the air. He noticed that Du Mingnan had already opened the insulated lunchbox, from which the delightful scent emanated. How can this crucian carp smell so divine? Bring me a piece. I haven't had crucian carp in over 50 years. Du Mingnan giggled, serving a piece to her grandfather, then to her grandmother, second uncle, and mother, before turning her gaze to her father. Dad, do you want some? Du Yongchang shot a fierce glare at Du Mingnan. You brought it back. Why not eat it? After adding a piece for his father, Du Mingnan cheerfully reassured him, don't worry. The bones in this crucian carp dissolve in your mouth. There's no fear of getting stuck. Upon hearing this, the five of them simultaneously raised their chopsticks for a taste. As soon as they took a bite, they were all momentarily stunned. Ming, go get some wine. How can we not drink a few sips with such exquisite crucian carp? Du Gang exclaimed, excitedly. Father, this is truly crucian carp. At that moment, Du Yongchang's face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had claimed that crucian carp was too bony to eat. Yet now, a bite revealed no bones at all, leaving him in disbelief. Eldest brother, you have indeed grown accustomed to a peaceful life. You should learn from Ming. This is neither mere crucian carp nor sea fish, he remarked. Father, this is the best fish I have ever tasted. Its flavor surpasses that of any sea fish. Over at Du Mingnan's side, as she brought out the Zui Linglong, the fish had already been devoured clean by the five. Each person gazed longingly at the remaining crucian carp in the insulated lunchbox, their eyes filled with fervor. However, when Du Mingnan opened the Zui Linglong, Du Shichang's gaze sharply narrowed as he beheld the thick mist of alcohol wafting from it. At that moment, he was utterly astonished. To transform a fish that others would not eat into a dish more delectable than sea fish, and now to possess such medicinal wine. He pondered what kind of young man Zhao Xinyu, as mentioned by Du Mingnan, truly was. When Du Mingnan poured him a cup, he eagerly took a sip. After tasting it, he turned to Du Mingnan and said, Ming, take me to find that young man. I want all the remaining medicinal wine he has. I will not haggle over the price. Old man Du Gang snorted, this is Zui Linglong. What medicinal wine? I just said I bought those wines. Grandpa, second uncle, you may be disappointed. He has stated that he won't sell this wine. He intends to reserve it for entertaining friends from the village. What do villagers know? Du Yongchang retorted, you are not a villager. You managed to make crucian carp taste like this and brew such fine wine as Zui Linglong. This remark left Du Yongchang momentarily speechless, embarrassment flooding his face as he caught sight of his daughter's teasing smile. After the meal, Du Shichang could not help but ask, Ming, could you call that young man and inquire if he is selling Zui Linglong? Second uncle, he truly does not sell. With a gentle sigh, the elder remarked, Ming, please procure some crucian carp tomorrow. It is simply delectable. Grandfather, she replied, I believe only Zhao Xinyu possesses the skill to prepare such a dish. He mentioned at noon that he spent over a year mastering the art of cooking crucian carp. Ming, with his exceptional culinary talents. Why do you not invite him to your hotel? Inquired the second uncle. I would indeed like to, but he has a garden that employs over a dozen workers, each earning 10,000. His monthly income amounts to several 100,000. I could hardly afford him. Surely not. A vegetable farmer earning such a sum? Du Shichang expressed disbelief. If all farmers were like him, who would choose to work in the city? They would all return to cultivate their fields. Uncle, do not doubt. Just ask my father. And you will see. Du Shichang turned to his elder brother, Du Yongchang, who nodded with a wry smile. That lad's vegetables possess a unique flavor. Free from any chemical fertilizers or pesticides. They are visually appealing and delicious. His produce is merely sold in the village, yet city dwellers travel there, even queuing for it. Are you aware that now, food delivery services have begun offering a dedicated vegetable purchasing option due to his crops? At this revelation, Du Shichang was utterly astonished. A vegetable farmer achieving such remarkable success was unprecedented. Ming, your grandmother mentioned yesterday that she would like to have a few roasted mountain chickens and wild rabbits prepared at the hotel. She has been raving about it since her last meal, Du Yongchang suddenly recalled. Ming chuckled. Father, our hotel does serve roasted mountain chickens and wild rabbits. But they are not prepared as exquisitely as the ones we brought you last time. Could it be that same lad? Upon seeing Ming nod, Du Gang laughed heartily. I like this young man. Ming, if possible, secure his services. With his skills, he could ensure we are always well fed, regardless of circumstances. This remark made Ming's cheeks flush with embarrassment, while Du Yongchang looked at his father in disbelief. Father, what are you implying? Meanwhile, Zhao Xinyu, who was dining in the courtyard, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. He pondered how, since acquiring the space, he had not experienced any ailments or discomfort. Yet here he was, sneezing unexpectedly. Nuyu, the flavor of this crucian carp is exquisite. If we catch a batch tomorrow, it will surely be a hit. Zheng Min exclaimed with delight. It is not merely the fish that is delicious, it is Nuyu's culinary prowess. I attempted to prepare a few myself, and while they tasted decent, the bones were too numerous. I could not achieve that melt-in-your-mouth sensation. Nuyu, you truly ought to open a small restaurant. With your skills, it would be hard for it not to thrive, suggested Han Tianliang and Wang Ai, who nodded in agreement. Given our vegetables and fish, establishing a small eatery would surely be advantageous. Zhao Xinyu chuckled ruefully. With my responsibilities of managing the vegetable garden, I scarcely have the time to cook. Han Tianliang and the others nodded in agreement, for the vegetables in the courtyard were thriving. Many villagers also cultivated their own crops, adhering to the same organic principles without the use of chemical fertilizers or pesticides, relying solely on natural manure. While their produce was certainly tastier than that found in the market, it paled in comparison to the remarkable quality of the vegetables grown by Zhao Xinyu. The reasons behind this disparity eluded even the seasoned farmers, yet they were well aware that it all stemmed from the presence of Zhao Xinyu. Without him, no one could cultivate such exquisite vegetables. There's no need for your sister-in-law to be a master chef. While she may not be able to prepare crucian carp, her stir-frying skills are commendable. If you guide her regularly and perhaps take on a few apprentices, within 2 years, they will be quite adept. By then, you can pursue whatever endeavors you desire, Han Li suggested with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xinyu was moved by Han Li's words. He turned to look at Zheng Min, who blushed and waved her hand dismissively. How could I possibly manage that? Han Tianliang regarded Zheng Min thoughtfully, considering Han Li's proposal. With Xinyu's guidance, you need not worry at all. However, Han Jun interjected, pondering the location of the restaurant. It cannot be situated in the courtyard, can it? Wang Yulong chuckled heartily. Han Jun, let us not call you foolish. Your brother's courtyard has 6 rooms. We could renovate it. We need not establish a hotel or a traditional restaurant. Nowadays, agritourism is all the rage. Let us create a farmstay. If it proves successful, we can lend a hand. Han Jun and Han Li exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. They turned to their father, as the house had been provided by him for their marriages. Though they were inclined to agree, they felt the need to consider their parents' opinions. This idea has merit. If the farmstay flourishes, we could earn enough to buy a house in the city, Han Tianliang remarked with a smile. Observing his enthusiasm, everyone turned to Zhao Xinyu. For the success of the farmstay hinged upon his culinary prowess. Zhao Xinyu nodded in agreement. Very well, let us establish a farmstay. Han Li, tomorrow you should seek out a renovation crew to construct everything with color steel. Additionally, we will recruit servers and apprentices, prioritizing those from our village who are facing difficulties. With financial resources at hand, the farmstay was completed in just half a month. Han Tianliang and the others oversaw the recruitment of 10 servers and 6 apprentices, all from families in the village facing economic hardship. An interesting episode unfolded during the recruitment process. Despite Zhao Xinyu's relatively short experience in agriculture, the wages offered to Han Jun, Zheng Min, and the others were substantial, with their monthly salary of 10,000 already matching that of some office workers. Consequently, nearly all villagers expressed their interest in applying for positions at the farmstay. However, after selecting the 16 candidates, discontent brewed among the villagers. Yet, when Han Tianliang conveyed Zhao Xinyu's intentions, silence enveloped the crowd. Those who had been vocal in their dissent found themselves at a loss for words. Many villagers, previously unfamiliar with this young man who had only recently arrived, began to harbor a sense of goodwill towards Zhao Xinyu. On the previous occasion, care was bestowed upon Zheng Min, and now attention shifts to the families in the village facing difficult circumstances. Such individuals are precisely those whom the community cherishes most. After a span of over 10 days, all preparations were completed, and the farmhouse officially opened its doors to the public. On the day of the grand opening, esteemed elders, lonely seniors, and village officials were graciously invited. The farmhouse boasted a total of 27 tables and 9 private rooms, yet only 2 private rooms and 10 tables remained unoccupied. Curious patrons, drawn by the allure of fresh produce, flocked to the farmhouse, filling 4 tables. Being the inaugural day of operations, Zhao Xinyu took charge of the kitchen, with Zheng Min and others assisting him. In the midst of his culinary endeavors, Zheng Min caught his attention. Xinyu, Ming, and the others have arrived. Zhao Xinyu paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. He had indeed forgotten about Du Mingnan and her companions. However, considering he did not possess their phone numbers. He felt a sense of relief as he arranged for them to be seated in a private room. They inquired about the day's special offerings. "What specialties do we have?" "Just home-style stir-fried dishes," he replied. As dish after dish was presented, the farmhouse buzzed with excitement. Those tentative diners, upon sampling Zhao Xinyu's culinary creations, found themselves captivated, prompting a flurry of phone calls home. "Xinyu, the place is already full, yet more guests are arriving. Should we ask the elderly villagers to squeeze in and free up a few tables?" Zhao Xinyu hesitated, truly not having anticipated a full house on the very first day. "No, these guests were invited. We must treat them well." As platters of Crucian carp were served, the invited elders and village officials were momentarily taken aback, with a few harboring discontent. It is common knowledge that Crucian carp, notorious for its numerous bones, is seldom served at banquets. Yet, upon tasting the tender fish, their initial reservations vanished, and they eagerly began to savor the delicacy. The patrons, drawn in by the aroma of the Crucian carp, watched the elders devour the dish with intrigue. "Waitstaff, what dish is that? Bring us a plate as well." When they saw the Crucian carp, a dish typically overlooked, they were momentarily surprised. Nevertheless, the irresistible fragrance compelled them to sample it. After just one bite, they could not resist, and soon the platters of fish were reduced to mere empty shells. "Waitstaff, another dish of Crucian carp, please." "I'm sorry, but the Crucian carp is limited. Each table may only order one plate." The server's words left the diners astonished. It was their first encounter with a restaurant that, despite the demand, imposed such restrictions. On that very afternoon, the entire social network of Pengcheng was abuzz, sharing posts about the farmhouse at Xianling, which had opened its doors for the first time. Without a menu, the chef relied solely on the ingredients at hand, and each dish, though seemingly ordinary, provided a transcendental culinary experience that resonated with the essence of earthly delights. The discussion surrounding Crucian carp has sparked considerable interest among the public. The delicate, bony flesh of the fish melts in the mouth, and its exquisite flavor is complemented by the fact that there is no need to spit out the bones. The accompanying Crucian carp soup is equally delightful. Upon tasting, one feels as if even the tongue yearns to be swallowed whole. While people fervently discuss agritourism online, Zhao Xinyu, Han Li, and Du Mingnan have returned to the courtyard, their faces etched with exhaustion. The influx of customers at noon was overwhelming, resulting in Han Li and Du Mingnan having to pitch in, yet they still found themselves struggling to keep up. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu sliced a watermelon for everyone. Observing the weariness of his companions, a twinge of regret crept into his heart. He lamented the decision to open this agritourism venture. After a few bites of watermelon, Du Mingnan glanced at Zhao Xinyu and remarked, "Tonight, we will have even more visitors. You should rest while you can. We are utterly exhausted and must return home. It would be wise for you to recruit additional help from the village." Hearing Du Mingnan's words, Han Li and the others felt a sense of despair. Their initial encouragement for Zhao Xinyu to start the agritourism business was motivated by the desire for him to earn a higher income. But they never anticipated such a booming success. "Is that really the case?" Zhao Xinyu asked, momentarily taken aback. "You will find out tonight," replied Du Mingnan as they departed. Han Li and the others, overwhelmed by fatigue, collapsed beneath the grape trellis, quickly succumbing to gentle snores. By late afternoon, around 5 o'clock, Zhao Xinyu and his group made their way to the agritourism site. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to see a queue stretching several hundred meters in front of the establishment, with more customers continuously arriving. As the doors swung open, every private room and table was filled, while many others stood in line outside. In the kitchen, Zheng Min turned to Zhao Xinyu and inquired, "Xinyu, what dishes should we prepare for such a crowd?" "Just some home-style stir-fries, Minjia. You can help with that. I will prepare the stewed Crucian carp." With the necessary ingredients at hand, they both worked swiftly. However, when the home-style stir-fries were served, dissatisfaction erupted among the patrons. The majority had come specifically for the renowned stewed Crucian carp. Yet what they received was nothing more than the commonplace stir-fried meat with green peppers and stir-fried meat with beans, far from what they had anticipated. "Waiter, bring us the menu. We will order ourselves." "I apologize, but we do not have a menu," was the response given to all the diners wishing to place orders, leading to considerable discontent among several tables. Frustrated, they stormed out. Yet, as they exited, new customers immediately filled their spots. When those who had initially been disgruntled realized they had come to savor the delectable stewed Crucian carp touted online, they discovered there were no available seats left. Meanwhile, the remaining diners, who had chosen to stay despite their grievances, found themselves fortunate, albeit reluctantly, to take a bite of the home-style stir-fries presented by the waitstaff. Upon tasting, they were left speechless. The look of astonishment in their eyes was palpable. Although home-style stir-fries could be prepared at a restaurant or even at home, the flavors they experienced in that moment were unlike any other. The most ordinary ingredients, green peppers, eggplants, and beans, were transformed into an exquisite delight that left them utterly captivated. The humble tables of the diners were swiftly cleared as the freshly served home-style stir-fry vanished in an instant. When they called upon the waiter once more to order another serving of the same dish, they were met with the unyielding response that no orders could be placed. Though a sense of frustration lingered in their hearts, the allure of delectable cuisine proved irresistible, compelling them to wait in anticipation of the next dish. The arrival of shredded potatoes left the patrons momentarily speechless, yet after a single bite, their discontent transformed into exuberance, prompting them to eagerly extend their chopsticks towards the plate. Many diners, however, were slower in their movements, only to discover that the potatoes had disappeared, leaving behind an empty dish. Each dish, crafted from ordinary ingredients, bore flavors that captivated their senses, and despite initial dissatisfaction, within minutes, every plate was stripped bare. Ultimately, many diners lost sight of their primary objective, tasting the renowned braised crucian carp circulating online, as they became wholly absorbed in the seemingly unremarkable array of dishes. As a distinctive aroma wafted through the air, nearly all patrons looked up, their eyes sparkling with realization of their original purpose. When they finally savored the braised crucian carp, the atmosphere of the farmstay was filled with a chorus of admiration and astonishment. Yet, when they sought to order another serving, they were met with the stern reminder that each table was permitted only one dish of carp, as the establishment disallowed wastefulness. What astonished them further awaited at the checkout, where the bill amounted to merely half of their expectations, with each dish priced significantly lower than those in urban establishments. With the patrons' glowing endorsements, the farmstay gained notoriety, prompting many to travel from afar to experience the unique dining atmosphere that thrived without a menu, relying solely on the whims of the chef. As the farmstay buzzed with daily throngs of eager diners, Zhao Xinyu found himself in a quandary. Despite the assistance of Zheng Min, he struggled to find time for study amidst the daily line of patrons waiting outside the establishment. "Grandpa Han, surely we have some cooks in our village. Please discuss with them the possibility of opening their own farmstay nearby. They can source ingredients from us, but they must be informed of one crucial stipulation. Dishonesty towards customers will result in never receiving our ingredients at a fair price." In the following days, several farmstays opened, utilizing Zhao Xinyu's cultivated vegetables. While their flavors could not quite rival those of Zhao Xinyu's establishment, they surpassed many small restaurants in the city. Coupled with their affordability, these farmstays quickly filled with patrons, becoming the favored gathering spots for those with modest means in the Zaihanling area. The establishment of the agritourism business has provided numerous villagers with employment opportunities, gradually filling their pockets. Many who had been working away from home heard the news and hurried back to start their own agritourism ventures. In no time, the once lifeless Zaihanling became vibrant and lively. With the proliferation of agritourism, Zhao Xinyu found himself less burdened, and although his income had significantly decreased, it was a welcome change. Having grown up in the countryside, he understood that when villagers had nothing to occupy their time, they often resorted to actions that brought shame upon the community. However, when they have work and the chance to earn an income, such behavior diminishes. This was the very intention behind his encouragement for villagers to establish agritourism businesses. Subsequently, the carp, grass carp, and tilapia from the Luoshui River, along with chickens, ducks, and geese from the courtyard, began to be sold, and the businesses of agritourism and Pingqing Hotel flourished once more. After a period of settling in, although Zheng Min had yet to master the art of stewing crucian carp, the flavors of other homestyle dishes had come to closely resemble Zhao Xinyu's. The apprentices he had trained were also capable of cooking, which liberated Zhao Xinyu. Each day, he would only need to prepare the crucian carp, while leaving the rest to Zheng Min and her team. Due to the exceptional taste of the chickens, ducks, and geese raised by Zhao Xinyu, the villagers' home-raised poultry became highly sought after, and the prices of freshwater fish sold on the streets surged. A consequence Zhao Xinyu had not anticipated. "Xiao Zhao, I am truly impressed. How did your fish grow so large in such a short time?" I've heard the taste is exquisite. What is your secret? On this day, the fish supplier brought another truckload of fish fry and, astonished by the ever-growing fish in the luo shui, inquired. There's no secret. It's just hard work. These fish are fed with vegetable leaves, Zhao Xinyu replied. The supplier shook his head in disbelief until his eyes brightened as he noticed a river crab the size of a bowl digging on the shore. How can this crab be so large? He thought, momentarily stunned. As someone involved in aquaculture, he knew crabs could grow, but he had never seen one reach such a size in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyu also spotted the crabs along the bank and recalled that he had purchased a batch of them during his initial farming efforts. The supplier drove away, and Zhao Xinyu took a net to catch the crabs along the shore, returning to the courtyard with over 10 more. When he arrived, he encountered Du Mengnan and her friends, whom he had not seen for a while. Zhao Xinyu, what do you have there? Du Mengnan asked, gazing at the bucket in his hands. River crabs, he replied. Du Mengnan and the others wrinkled their noses. They were aware that river crabs had a muddy taste. And being near the coast, they had only heard of them but had never tasted them. Observing their reactions, Zhao Xinyu merely smiled. Meng, you cut up some melon, and I will prepare the crabs. You can all have a taste soon. As they ate sweet melons and watermelons, sitting idly, Yuamo stood up and looked towards the makeshift house. I'll go see how Zhao Xinyu is doing with the crabs. Meng. Yumo once mentioned her admiration for Zhao Xinyu. You should keep an eye on her, or else your husband might get snatched away by Yumo, Lu Ruashi playfully remarked. Xiaoxi, are you seeking death? Du Mengnan blushed, as she often spent time with Zhao Xinyu. They frequently teased Du Mengnan and Zhao Xinyu, and whenever Zhao Xinyu was brought up, Du Mengnan would turn crimson, leading everyone to believe she had developed feelings for him, though Zhao Xinyu remained oblivious to her affections. As the five of them playfully bantered, they made their way to the kitchen. Approaching, they paused, captivated by the enticing aroma of crab roe wafting through the air. Upon entering the kitchen, they discovered Zhao Xinyu skillfully prying open the shell of a river crab, the delightful scent emanating from the very crab he held. All five hailed from distinguished backgrounds and were aware that the fragrance of river crabs was typically quite subtle. Yet, the aroma wafting from Zhao Xinyu's crab was so potent that it immediately reminded them of his delicious braised crucian carp. Are you planning to indulge all by yourself? Du Mengnan playfully chided, sidling up to Zhao Xinyu and snatching the crab from his hands before he could respond. After taking a small bite, Du Mengnan was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. The crab roe was devoid of any muddy flavor, surpassing even that of sea crabs in its exquisite taste. With a mix of surprise and delight, she tore off a crab leg and bit into it, instantly overwhelmed by the rich, succulent juice that burst forth. The seemingly tough shell crumbled effortlessly beneath her teeth, and she savored every drop of the precious liquid, reluctant to discard even the remnants of the shell. Meng, how does it taste? Yuma and the others observed as Du Mengnan merely nodded in response, the sound of her crushing the crab leg echoing in the air, instantly conveying to them that the flavor was extraordinary, for Du Mengnan would not remain silent if it were otherwise. Bring me one, Yuma and the others exclaimed in unison, their eyes fixated on the sizable crabs in the steamer. In a matter of just over 10 minutes, they had devoured several river crabs, leaving nothing but a pile of shattered shells on the table. Zhao Xinyu, how did you manage to make the crab taste this incredible? It's simply divine. Please prepare some more, Yuma said, approaching Zhao Xinyu and playfully shaking his arm. Yuma, aren't you worried that someone might become jealous? Lu Ruashi giggled. Zhao Xinyu responded with a faint smile. I'll go take a look, but since Mingjia isn't around, I can't guarantee that I'll catch any. After nearly 20 minutes, Zhao Xinyu returned to the grape arbor, shaking his head in disappointment. He faced the expectant Du Mengnan and the others, informing them that the river crabs were too cunning, and he had returned empty-handed. If they wished to indulge, they would have to wait for Han Li and the others to return. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Xinyu caught sight of a hint of purple. Looking up, he noticed several bunches of grapes had ripened into a deep violet hue. Grapes were also cultivated in his space, and Zhao Xinyu had tasted them before. Their flavor was unparalleled compared to the ones available in the market. Observing the despondent expressions of Du Mengnan and her companions, Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. He approached and plucked a cluster of ripe grapes, urging them to savor their sweetness. Taken aback, Du Mengnan and her friends had indeed overlooked the ripening grapes. But recalling their recent encounter with the slightly purplish fruit, they hesitated, assuming it would be too sour, still reminiscing about the river crabs. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Zhao Xinyu remained silent, gathering the purplish grapes and retreating to the kitchen. Once washed, he placed them on the table, inviting them to taste while they awaited Han Li and the others returned to indulge in river crab. Bored, Du Mingnan reached for a grape, popping it into her mouth. Instantly, she paused, glancing at the beaming Zhao Xinyu, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although the grapes felt firm to the touch, they melted in her mouth, the skin dissolving into a sweet nectar that sent a refreshing sensation coursing through her body. Savoring the unique flavor, she couldn't resist plucking another, finally experiencing the true essence of the fruit, sweet as honey, with a delightful hint of tartness. It was her first time relishing such grapes. Meng, is it sour? It's delicious. Truly delightful. With Du Mingnan's endorsement, her friends eagerly joined in, and within mere minutes, several bunches of grapes were devoured. The river crabs forgotten as they reveled in the exquisite taste of the grapes. Once the grapes were gone, they all rose together with Zhao Xinyu to seek out more of the ripening purple fruit. As the grapes were scarce, Zhao Xinyu had no intention of selling them. Besides their daily consumption, he harbored another ambition, to concoct a small batch of wine. With the river crabs now in demand and the farmstead bustling, he taught Zheng Min the methods of preparing the crabs. After they mastered the technique, Zhao Xinyu found himself visiting the farmstead less frequently. With his absence, patrons shifted their focus to other fish and river crabs, allowing Zhao Xinyu to enjoy a period of leisure. In this newfound tranquility, Zhao Xinyu delved into the study of the Jin Gui Jing Yao. Each night, as the world quieted, he would release the fish from his space into the Luo River. Within this realm, all living beings thrived vibrantly. Despite Zhao Xinyu harvesting an abundance of vegetables daily, the growth within his space remained unaffected. In addition to the original vegetables and herbs, he also planted crops brought from his hometown, which, through diligent cultivation, had flourished into a considerable yield. A century-old ginseng plant had blossomed and borne fruit, surrounded by numerous younger ginseng plants sprouted from seeds collected by Zhao Xinyu. The peculiar duo of birds, Jin Hen and Jin Yu, had also matured, soaring gracefully within the confines of his space. However, their size prevented Zhao Xinyu from taking them outside. Previously, their diet had primarily consisted of fish from the lake, but now, it was time for a change. Often, they would hunt the mountain chickens concealed amidst the tangles of sour shrubbery. The pair of pheasants captured by Zhao Xinyu, along with their descendants, have proliferated into numerous flocks, their presence ever visible throughout the expanse. Consequently, they have frequently become sustenance for Jin Hen and Jin Yu. As the population of pheasants steadily increases, Zhao Xinyu often contemplates how to discreetly procure these birds without raising suspicion from Han Li, Du Mingnan, and the others. Even if they cannot be sold at the agritourism site, they should at least grace his own dining table. While venturing into the mountains, Zhao Xinyu conceived a feasible plan, a trip to collect herbs from the Kaling Mountain, ensuring that Jin Hen and Jin Yu could be presented to Han Tianliang and the others. With the presence of Jin Yu and Jin Hen, the pheasants could ultimately find their way to his table. However, upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's intention to enter the mountains, Han Tianliang's gaze narrowed. Xinyu, do not be swayed by those reports. Kaling Mountain is not a place for the average individual. It is home to numerous tigers and leopards, and even more wolf packs. Previously, villagers ventured into the mountains out of necessity, but now, with conditions having improved, who would willingly take such risks? Wang Ai nodded in agreement, recalling that in the past, villagers would enter the mountains armed. Yet now, with the government having confiscated hunting weapons, encountering tigers or wolf packs poses a significant danger. Several years ago, a group of hikers, numbering over 20, ventured into the mountains, only to be confronted by a pack of wolves, resulting in injuries to 7 or 8, with 3 ultimately succumbing to their wounds. Xinyu, we have everything we need. Why venture into the mountains? My father and the others are correct. It is far too perilous. Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. I am preparing to brew medicinal wine, but I am in need of a few rare herbs. The quality of those available in the pharmacies is subpar. Only in the mountains can I find what I need. I plan to search the periphery, not delve deep. And besides, I have Heifeng with me. Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu mention himself, Heifeng, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up and growled at Han Li and the others, seemingly in discontent. After months of growth, Heifeng now stood at a height of approximately 1 meter 30 or 40, resembling a young calf. His imposing presence instilled a sense of fear, and anyone approaching to purchase vegetables would promptly retreat upon sighting him. Observing Haifeng, Han Tianliang nodded, acknowledging that Haifeng would now pose no issue against leopards. However, Xinyu, you must remember to refrain from venturing too deep into Kaling Mountain. It is exceedingly dangerous. Even the seasoned hunters from our village would hesitate to enter its depths. Kaling Mountain is renowned not only within the Pingcheng region, but also across the nation. According to accounts, its western and eastern ranges stretch over 1,000 kilometers, with elevations surpassing 3,000 meters, making such mountains exceedingly rare for coastal cities. Early in the morning, Zhao Xinyu set out with Haifeng. Although he had only been in Xianling for a few months, many villagers were unfamiliar with him. However, they had heard tales of Haifeng. Thus, upon his appearance, even those villagers who did not recognize Zhao Xinyu were aware of the young man accompanied by the formidable creature, and along the way, Zhao Xinyu received countless greetings from the villagers. The Black Wind, initially timid and restrained, revealed its true nature upon entering the. It darted incessantly among the grass and shrubs, sending small birds fluttering into the air. Accompanied by the Black Wind, Zhao Xinyu felt no loneliness. He often found visual delight in observing the joyful antics of his companion. Suddenly, he noticed the Black Wind halt, its body crouched low, eyes fixated on the nearby thicket. As it stealthily advanced, Zhao Xinyu caught a glimpse of a fierce glint in its gaze for the first time. After crawling a distance of over 10 meters, the Black Wind sprang into action with the swiftness of a cheetah, moving with an astonishing grace. When it reappeared, Zhao Xinyu saw that it had captured a wild rabbit weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. Though the rabbit struggled, its resistance waned as it neared Zhao Xinyu, ultimately falling still. After stowing the rabbit away, Zhao Xinyu patted the Black Wind's large head, astonished. He understood that hunting was an instinctual trait of beasts. Yet he had not anticipated that the Black Wind would succeed in catching a rabbit on its very first attempt. "Well done. We'll have a feast by noon," he exclaimed. The Black Wind responded with a low growl, wagging its tail excitedly and circling around Zhao Xinyu before disappearing back into the underbrush. At first, Zhao Xinyu could still see the overgrown mountain path, but after walking 3 or 4 miles, the trail vanished, leaving only wild grasses and dense shrubs in sight, with towering trees obscuring the sky in the distance. Clearly, this area had seen little human presence. Even the villagers seldom ventured here. Upon entering the ancient forest, Zhao Xinyu struck gold, gathering several pounds of wild mushrooms and collecting 7 or 8 medicinal herbs. Turning his gaze toward the direction of Shihan Ridge, he noticed it was now faintly visible. A thought crossed his mind, and he summoned Jin Hen and Jinyu from his spatial pocket. As the two magnificent creatures emerged, they simultaneously let out a resonant call and soared into the sky, reducing to mere specks of pale gold against the vast expanse. Watching Jin Hen and Jinyu ascend higher and further, a pang of anxiety struck Zhao Xinyu. He wondered if they would return to the mountains and never come back. This thought brought him a sense of melancholy, yet he reminded himself that they were originally creatures of the wild, and their departure could be seen as a return to nature, a good deed on his part. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, too clear, melodious calls echoed from the heavens, capturing Zhao Xinyu's attention. He looked up to see Jin Hen and Jinyu reappearing in his line of sight. Although they hadn't returned, at least he could still behold their presence. Uncertain if they would come back to him, the sight of them eased Zhao Xinyu's heart. Suddenly, the Black Wind emitted a low growl nearby, drawing Zhao Xinyu's attention. He approached the source of the sound and discovered a cluster of dead trees, their branches adorned with glistening black objects, each dripping with dew. Wild mushrooms stirred a wave of excitement within Zhao Xinyu. During his last excursion in the mountains of his hometown, he had discovered decayed wood harboring fungal spores, and now, much of the ear mushrooms they consumed originated from the decayed wood in his space. Spotting the decayed wood imbued with fungal spores now, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After nearly an hour of effort, Zhao Xinyu successfully transported dozens of pieces of decayed wood into his space. Just as he was about to leave, the Black Wind let out a few low growls directed at him. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Turning to face the Black Wind, he saw it standing before a stump, atop which rested a purple fungus, roughly the size of an adult's palm, resembling a fan. Zhao Xinyu's gaze narrowed, and he exclaimed, "Lingji." In traditional Chinese medicine, ginseng and lingji are two rare treasures that are often sought after but seldom found. While it is true that ginseng and lingji can be purchased from herbal shops, They are predominantly cultivated artificially, whereas wild specimens, even of average age, hold substantial value. Unlike others who might simply pluck the lingzhi and take it away, Zhao Xinyu, equipped with his extraordinary space, refrained from harvesting the lingzhi. Instead, he uprooted the entire stump and placed it into his space. Having just added decayed wood containing fungal spores, Zhao Xinyu began to feel a bit fatigued. He decided to find a clear area, collected numerous dry branches from the forest, and proceeded to gut the wild rabbit caught by the black wind. After cleansing it with water from his space, he marinated it with various seasonings. Following the same procedure, he kindled a fire, allowing it to burn down until only the embers remained. Zhao Xinyu then placed the rabbit, skewered with branches, above the flames. As time passed, the aroma of meat began to waft through the air when fat dripped onto the fire. He applied a handful of seasonings to the rabbit's surface, and instantly, a rich fragrance began to envelop the surroundings. The black wind, lying beside him, could not help but salivate, and within moments, a pool of drool formed at its feet. With each application of seasoning, the savory scent intensified, prompting the black wind to rise suddenly and let out a low growl. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily startled, but soon felt two gusts of wind as Jinhen and Jinyu landed beside him, their eyes fixated upon the now golden-brown rabbit. The sight of Jinhen and Jinyu's return filled Zhao Xinyu with joy, yet glancing at the rabbit, which weighed only 4 to 5 pounds, he realized it would scarcely satisfy their hunger, even if shared amongst the 4 of them or given entirely to one. Perhaps sensing Zhao Xinyu's thoughts, Jinhen and Jinyu emitted a few low sounds before taking flight once more. Just as Zhao Xinyu removed the roasted rabbit from the fire, Jinhen and Jinyu returned, and upon their landing, a 30-pound roe deer lay before him, lifeless. Staring at the deer, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. Unlike the mountain chicken or wild rabbit, the roe deer is a protected species under national regulations, yet here it was, brought back by Jinhen and Jinyu. With a wry smile, he shook his head and began to dismember the deer, subsequently cleaning it before placing it over the fire to roast. More than 2 hours later, a 30-pound roe deer and a wild rabbit had been completely devoured by Zhao Xinyu, Heifeng, Jinheng, and Jinyu, leaving only a few remnants of bones scattered on the ground. Considering that the roe deer is a protected species, Zhao Xinyu took it upon himself to bury the bones and hide the fur deep underground, subsequently cleaning the area thoroughly. Turning his gaze towards Jinheng and Jinyu, Zhao Xinyu patted the 2 sizable creatures, both approximately 1 meter tall, advising them to refrain from capturing such animals in the future, as it could be rather troublesome to clean up afterward. The 2 seemed to comprehend Zhao Xinyu's words, nodding in agreement before taking flight and swiftly vanishing from sight. Soon after, Zhao Xinyu vaguely heard the resonant calls of Jinheng and Jinyu. When he rose again, Zhao Xinyu noticed that, in the area traversed with Heifeng, the calls of Jinheng and Jinyu echoed at intervals, and on numerous occasions, he even caught glimpses of the 2 creatures, which led Zhao Xinyu to a revelation. Jinheng and Jinyu had not departed, but were instead assisting him in locating a safe path. Initially wary of wild beasts, Zhao Xinyu gradually relaxed upon recognizing the intentions of Jinheng and Jinyu, unaware that he had entered a rarely trodden area, where his discoveries continued to multiply, ultimately losing count of the herbs he had gathered. Upon emerging from a thicket, Zhao Xinyu realized that dusk had fallen. His gaze narrowed slightly. He had not intended to spend the night in the forest, yet darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Considering the hours it would take to return home, he realized he would not arrive until well past midnight. He took out his phone to call Han Li and the others, only to discover that there was no signal in his current location. Unable to reach Han Li, Zhao Xinyu felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet he was aware of the ever-present dangers in the jungle. As the darkness deepened, he began to search for a place to camp. Although he had never camped in the woods, his grandfather had imparted many survival techniques during their childhood excursions into the mountains. As night descended, Zhao Xinyu found a suitable campsite beneath a crumbling wall, where a sunken area of several dozen square meters offered slightly elevated terrain, surrounded solely by wild grass and an unobstructed view, perfect for camping under the stars. After clearing the wild grass from the sunken area, Zhao Xinyu gathered a substantial amount of dry branches. While he was busy arranging the sticks, Heifeng, Jinheng, and Jinyu returned with 4 mountain chickens and 2 wild rabbits. After roasting the mountain chickens and wild rabbits, Zhao Xinyu, experiencing his first night camping in the wilderness, found himself unable to sleep. He added more dry branches to the fire and gazed into the darkness surrounding him. The rustling sounds of the jungle below the high ground filled the air, and as he gently stroked Haifeng, a thought struck him. He envisioned the ancient martial arts masters from films who could soar through the skies and traverse the earth. If only he possessed such formidable skills, he would fear no beast in this forest. Contemplating this, he suddenly recalled the Hongmeng Jinjing left behind by his grandfather. As a frail child, he had learned methods of physical cultivation from his grandfather, which seemed to stem from the teachings of the Hongmeng Jinjing. Could it be? He promptly took out the primordial scripture from the space and casually opened the first page. After a few fleeting glances, a wave of familiarity washed over him once more. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xinyu engaged with the text for the first time in earnest, only to find himself momentarily stunned. He realized that the fragments his grandfather had once taught him were merely portions of the whole, and that connecting the sections he had yet to cultivate would unveil the complete primordial scripture. This revelation left Zhao Xinyu in a state of bewilderment, pondering why his grandfather had selectively imparted only parts of the scripture rather than teaching it in a sequential manner. The dramatizations often warned that practicing martial arts out of order could lead to a state of madness, yet he had not experienced such a fate, which puzzled him. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he focused on the unpracticed areas and began to cultivate according to his grandfather's teachings. The entire night was spent in contemplation of the primordial scripture, and as dawn broke the next day, Zhao Xinyu exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes sparkling with joy. He had spent the night cultivating a previously unpracticed segment, which linked two previously mastered sections. He could feel his body becoming lighter than before, with dark impurities emerging on the surface, while a faint, almost imperceptible flow of energy circulated within him. This brought to mind his grandfather's words about ancient physicians, many of whom possessed inner strength, enabling them to uphold the grandeur of traditional Chinese medicine for countless years. Today, however, true practitioners of inner strength had dwindled to a mere few, which was one of the reasons traditional medicine had fallen behind Western medicine. The presence of this faint energy within him indicated the nascent signs of cultivating inner strength. What, then, was the primordial scripture? And why had his grandfather chosen to teach it to him in segments? After much contemplation, without clarity, Zhao Xinyu understood that his grandfather had left the primordial scripture with the intention of bestowing upon him inner strength, thus aiding in the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine. Haifeng, Xinyu, let us depart. Aware that the primordial scripture could facilitate his cultivation of inner strength, Zhao Xinyu felt no desire to linger in the mountains. His purpose for entering was primarily to ensure that Jinheng and Jinyu would be accepted by Han Li and the others. With that goal accomplished, and having been advised by Han Tianli of the perils within the mountains, he was disinclined to take further risks. Having harvested most of the medicinal herbs from the areas he traversed, his return journey was significantly expedited. By that afternoon, he beheld the western Han Ridge. Zhao Xinyu looked up at Jinheng and Jinyu, who circled above him. Remember my words, return in a few days, and be cautious while in the mountains. I shall head back first. In the courtyard, Han Tianli paced with a grave expression, frequently glancing toward the entrance. Suddenly, the gate creaked open, and a shadow rushed in. Upon seeing the figure, Han Tianli exhaled in relief, his previously solemn countenance easing. Xinyu, why have you returned so late? We were about to organize a search party from the village to find you. Grandfather Han, upon returning yesterday, encountered two injured large birds. I assisted in their treatment, which delayed my return, though I did not venture far, merely outside. Han Tianliang nodded, affirming that it was fortunate I did not wander deeper, lest I tire myself. He suggested I take a bath and enjoy a restful sleep, while he would visit the vegetable preserve, as Han Li and the others were quite concerned for my well-being. In the time that followed, Zhao Xinyu no longer visited the countryside leisure farm, entrusting its management entirely to Zheng Min. Although Zhao Xinyu's renowned braised crucian carp was absent, the farm thrived with delectable river crabs, green fish, grass carp, and free-range chickens, ducks, and geese. The business remained robust. In the courtyard, whenever Zhao Xinyu found himself alone, he immersed himself in the cultivation of the Hongmeng true classic, striving to connect its disparate elements. The energy within him grew increasingly potent. Each day of practice brought forth impurities from his body, and while Zhao Xinyu was uncertain if he had cultivated inner strength, he could distinctly sense the changes within himself. His agility heightened, and his thoughts became clearer. However, The process of mastering the Hongming True Classic was not without its challenges. Previously, his grandfather had guided him, but now he had to navigate uncharted territory independently, often spending several days or even weeks on a single segment of the practice. Though the training was tedious, Zhao Xinyu, having been exposed to traditional Chinese medicine from a young age, had grown accustomed to such monotony. His grandfather had once remarked that one could not become a competent practitioner of Chinese medicine without enduring the tedium. On this particular day, Han Li and the others, eager to savor the braised crucian carp, called Zhao Xinyu in advance, announcing their return at noon. During lunch beneath the grape trellis, several individuals simultaneously glanced skyward, witnessing two enormous birds with wings nearly shimmering in a pale golden hue soaring above the courtyard, their talons clutching two plump wild rabbits. "Look, what kind of birds are those? They are enormous," Han Tianliang exclaimed, setting down his chopsticks. After a few glances at the majestic birds, he mused. They resemble the golden eagles described by the elders, though their size seems exaggerated. "Look, they are descending." To the astonishment of Han Li and the others, the two great birds landed in the courtyard. The black wind rushed towards the colossal creatures, growling at them, which only heightened the surprise of Han Li and the others, as it appeared that the black wind was familiar with these magnificent beings. "Xinyu, what are you doing?" Han Li and the others observed as Zhao Xinyu approached the two giants. Surprisingly, the birds did not take flight but instead tilted their heads, regarding Zhao Xinyu curiously. "They are the same birds I treated in the mountains that day." In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded, as Zhao Xinyu stood before the two great birds. They spread their wings and gently brushed against him, each stroke sending a refreshing breeze his way. After a few light taps, the birds emitted soft murmurs towards Zhao Xinyu before soaring into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the vastness of the distant Kaoyang mountain. Xinyu had prospered, and it was said that the raptors possessed a certain spirituality. "Observe the gifts they have bestowed upon you. From now on, we could indulge in wild delicacies daily. If we were to sell these two golden eagles, they would undoubtedly fetch tens of thousands." Zhao Xinyu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Han Li, could you refrain from such talk? Golden eagles are a first-class protected species. Are you trying to land me in jail?" Han Li chuckled heartily as he gathered the 4 wild rabbits from the ground, exclaiming, "Tonight, we shall elevate our dining experience." Lu Ming, filled with regret, lamented, "How could I forget to take a few photographs? If this were to reach the internet, Xinyu would achieve instant fame." Zhao Xinyu shook his head, releasing a sigh of relief. Many of the arguments he had prepared went unused. "Let us go. It's time for dinner. I shall prepare a barbecue for you this evening." Jin Hen and Jin Yu soared above Shihan Ridge, witnessed by numerous villagers who, however, did not ponder much upon their presence. After all, Shihan Ridge is adjacent to Kaoyang Mountain, a place rich with rare creatures, as recounted by the elders. Tigers and leopards were often spotted at the mountain's entrance, so the appearance of 2 large birds did not invoke surprise. In the following days, villagers observed Jin Hen and Jin Yu frequently gliding overhead, clutching pheasants and wild rabbits in their talons. This sighting piqued their curiosity, leading them to speculate that the eagles had been preying on their domesticated chickens and rabbits. While the villagers were on alert regarding the 2 majestic birds, news emerged from Han Li's group that the eagles were not there to steal livestock. Rather, they had come to express their gratitude for Zhao Xinyu's act of rescue in the mountains. This revelation astonished the villagers, who had grown up in Shihan Ridge and had heard tales from their predecessors of animals repaying favors, though these stories typically involved tigers and wolves. The notion of golden eagles showing gratitude was entirely novel to them. Due to the peculiarity of the situation, many villagers who raised chickens and ducks ventured to the courtyard, and, as Han Li had stated, they often witnessed the 2 imposing birds striding about the yard, each visit accompanied by a gift of pheasants or wild rabbits. However, the 2 eagles were incredibly wary. Only Zhao Xinyu could approach them. Even Han Li and the others, when they drew near, would cause the birds to take flight. The current state of Shihan Ridge was unlike the past. Each day, countless city dwellers entered and exited, and the villagers, engaged in conversation, could not help but overhear. They too were astonished, peering through the gates to see Jin Hen and Jin Yu moving about the courtyard. Soon, this news spread across the internet. Within a day, the story went viral, drawing multitudes to the courtyard. Each day, throngs of curious onlookers gathered outside, eager to catch a glimpse of Jin Hen and Jin Yu. In the end, Not only the curious, but also zoological experts sought an audience, and after communicating with Zhao Xinyu, they were fortunate enough to enter the yard and observe the magnificent eagles up close. Through various comparisons, they concluded that the two majestic birds Zhao Xinyu had rescued were not the golden eagles they had speculated, but rather the long-extinct raptor known as the dragon eagle. The news spread like wildfire across the nation, attracting countless visitors daily who came to check in and capture photographs. Some individuals even offered exorbitant sums for Zhao Xinyu to sell them the two splendid dragon phoenixes. The incidents involving Jinheng and Xinyu had made the courtyard renowned, with many aware of the exquisite vegetables grown and the delectable fish raised within its confines, inciting envy in certain individuals. On this particular day, as people aimed their cameras through the gates to photograph the graceful movements of Jinheng and Xinyu, two vehicles halted behind the gathering crowd. A dozen uniformed individuals disembarked, led by a corpulent man. Unlike the others, this group wasted no time and stormed into the courtyard, soon encountering the fierce gaze of Heifeng, who glowered at them like a young bull ready to charge. The ferocious growl of Heifeng alerted Zhao Xinyu, who was practicing within. Upon seeing the group at the entrance, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" "We are from the Pingqing Wildlife Protection Organization. We have received reports alleging that you are involved in the illegal trafficking of wildlife," replied the leader. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Trafficking wildlife? Are you referring to me?" "Indeed," the man asserted. "You are illegally harboring endangered wildlife, specifically the dragon phoenixes. You exploit them for the purpose of selling wildlife, which constitutes a legal violation. We must confiscate the two dragon phoenixes and return them to the wild. You are required to forfeit your illicit gains and pay a fine of 300,000. After delivering his statement, the rotund man's gaze shifted to Heifeng, his eyes narrowing. "This is not a dog, is it? We suspect this creature is also a part of your wildlife trafficking. We must take it as well. What are you staring at? Pay the fine first," a young man behind the corpulent leader barked. At this moment, if Zhao Xinyu failed to comprehend the situation, he would truly be foolish. While wildlife protection organizations did exist, they did not typically employ such uniforms. The individuals before him, although clad in uniforms, were clearly from the city management department. If the Wildlife Protection Organization were to enforce the law, they would be accompanied by specialized enforcement officers bearing appropriate documentation. Yet, these individuals possessed nothing but demands for fines while seeking to seize Heifeng, Jinheng, and Xinyu, indicating their ulterior motives. Witnessing this unfolding scene, many onlookers raised their cameras, prompting immediate ire from the corpulent man. He turned and shouted, "What are you doing? No filming allowed." Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly and patted Heifeng beside him. "I believe you have made a mistake. The state indeed prohibits the breeding of protected animals, but dogs do not fall under the category of wildlife. Moreover, I possess a dog-keeping permit. Since you claim to be from a wildlife protection organization, you cannot insist that a dog be classified as a protected animal. I would like to see your enforcement documentation. Who do you think you are? Cuff him. Capture the dragon phoenixes and this dog at once," commanded the corpulent man. The dozen or so individuals quickly retreated to their vehicles, producing large nets. Two rushed towards Zhao Xinyu, attempting to subdue him. Having cultivated the Hongming true cannon, Zhao Xinyu was agile, evading their grasp effortlessly, resulting in a swift scuffle amongst the three. As Heifeng, Jinheng, and Xinyu witnessed the peril that Zhao Xinyu faced, their hearts could scarcely bear the sight. Upon seeing the black-clad assailants, Heifeng, Jinheng, and Xinyu prepared to take action, prompting Zhao Xinyu to grow anxious. Jinheng and Xinyu could swiftly return to the heights of Kailiang Mountain. But Heifeng's situation was markedly different. Should he inflict harm, he would inevitably be captured. "Heifeng, take them away quickly." As Heifeng surged forward, Jinheng and Xinyu paused momentarily, quickly grasping Zhao Xinyu's intent. Jinheng and Xinyu spread their wings and soared towards the distant Kailiang Mountain, while Heifeng dashed toward the entrance. Those stationed with nets saw Heifeng rushing in their direction and simultaneously cast their nets upon him. Recognizing the impending danger, Zhao Xinyu broke free from the grasp of two would-be captors and seized one of the net wielders, forcefully bringing him to the ground. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp pain surged through his head. Turning, he was met with the face of a middle-aged man wielding a hefty wooden club. Just before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Heifeng, whose eyes gleamed with ferocity. He managed to shout, "Heifeng, do not harm them," before succumbing to darkness. The onlookers at the entrance beheld He Feng let out a thunderous roar, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. His formidable form twisted and charged at the corpulent middle-aged man. Like a raging bull, He Feng's impact sent the inebriated man flying several meters, crashing heavily into a vegetable patch, where he lay unconscious. Witnessing such ferocity, the net wielders panicked and discarded their nets, fleeing in disarray. Yet, He Feng offered them no respite. His colossal body barreled through, rendering over 10 individuals incapacitated within mere minutes. Without the need for claws or teeth, the frightened spectators, initially fleeing from He Feng's wrath, soon recognized that he targeted only those assailants. Even as he passed by them, he posed no threat, leaving them both astonished and touched. After witnessing He Feng incapacitate the aggressors, they quickly returned to Zhao Xinyu's side, emitting low growls as they nudged him with their massive paws. At that moment, shock illuminated the eyes of all present. This great canine displayed remarkable intelligence. When his master forbade him from inflicting harm, he refrained from using his claws or teeth, instead employing his sheer size to subdue those men. Such an account, if shared, would be met with disbelief. Even if the true authorities arrived, they would find themselves unable to apprehend the noble beast, for there were no bite marks upon the victims' bodies, thus negating any claims of aggression. As the footage captured by the witnesses was uploaded online, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air. A young boy, no more than 12 or 13 years of age, glanced at He Feng. "Hurry, your master is safe. You must not let them capture you." He Feng lifted his head to meet the boy's gaze, then looked down at Zhao Xinyu. With a resolute growl, he sprang into action, darting out the door and vanishing swiftly into the night. That evening, Zhao Xinyu regained consciousness, finding himself in the company of Han Li, Han Tianlang, and others. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Han Li, where are He Feng and the others?" "The villagers say He Feng ran into Kailiang Mountain," replied Han Li. Zhao Xinyu exhaled a sigh of relief. "And the assailants?" "They were all taken away." According to eyewitnesses, those individuals were nothing more than idle rascals from the city, seeking to extort others under the guise of city management. Currently, the overwhelming sentiment online is in your favor, many laud He Feng, claiming he possesses a wisdom surpassing that of humans. When you prevent him from harming others, he resorts to using his own body. And those individuals were rendered unconscious by He Feng's charge. Who is that overweight man? He is indeed a member of an animal protection organization, yet merely an ordinary employee without any enforcement authority. Their actions have been uploaded online, and even if he is not sentenced for his attempted extortion of 300,000, he will certainly lose his job. 3 days later, the police issued a statement. All those individuals were criminally detained, while Zhao Xinyu was recognized as the victim. The detained individuals were held accountable for all medical expenses, and since He Feng did not bite anyone, he would not be taken away. Zhao Xinyu, with his head wrapped in thick bandages, returned to the courtyard. Compared to before, the courtyard was devoid of the bustling presence of He Feng, Jin Hen, and Jinyu, and there were scarcely any people at the entrance. "Zhao Xinyu, well done, we support you," he heard a voice. A boy of about 12 or 13 was speaking, though he was not standing, but seated in a wheelchair. Pushing the boy was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. In that instant, Zhao Xinyu recalled a video he had seen, where a boy's voice urged Haizi to run. Upon hearing this familiar voice, he instantly recognized that the boy was the very same who had called for He Feng that day. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently and addressed the boy. "Thank you. Would you like to come in and have a seat?" "Yes," the boy replied eagerly without hesitation, turning to the middle-aged woman. "Mom, I want to see the courtyard." The woman looked at Zhao Xinyu and politely said, "Thank you." Amidst the envious gazes of many, the woman wheeled the boy into the yard. Upon seeing the vegetables that everyone admired up close, the boy was filled with excitement, exclaiming in delight, while his camera flashed continuously. Under the grape arbor, Zhao Xinyu placed slices of watermelon, cantaloupe, and grapes on the table, offering 2 pieces of watermelon to the boy and the middle-aged woman. As they took a bite, their eyes widened in astonishment, clearly having never tasted such exquisite watermelon before. "Zhao Xinyu, do you know that you are now an internet sensation? The vegetables and fruits you grow are extraordinary, and you even have He Feng, a dog more intelligent than many humans," the boy remarked. Zhao Xinyu chuckled and gently patted the boy's head. "I still do not know your name." "Jiang Pingxin, and this is my mother, Chu Qianfan." Zhao Xinyu nodded and offered grapes to Chu Qianfan. Jiang Pingxin, like his mother, was equally surprised. They knew that the produce in the courtyard was delicious, Yet the watermelon and grapes were not for sale, thus they had no means to savor them. Unlike Jiang Pengxin, Chu Qianfan, though she found the watermelon, grapes, and cantaloupe delectable, only took a small bite, her eyes filled with affection as she watched her son indulge in the juicy fruit. Sister, Xiaoping, upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's inquiry, Chu Qianfan's expression instantaneously dimmed, her gaze lingering on Jiang Pengxin for a prolonged moment. When Xiaoping was merely 10 years old, he met with a tragic accident on his way home from school, the perpetrator fleeing the scene. Since that fateful day, he has been unable to stand. Over the past 3 years, his father and I have traversed numerous hospitals, each one declaring that Xiaoping had achieved complete recovery. The reason for his inability to stand lies in the damage to his nerves, and the prospect of him standing again hinges solely on a miracle. Despite our relentless efforts in his rehabilitation, his muscles continue to atrophy. Experts have stated that if an effective treatment is not discovered within 5 years, even if his nerves eventually heal, the chance of him ever standing again would be bleak. Mom, it's alright like this. You both shouldn't exhaust yourselves any further. Over these years, you've lost your jobs, sold the house and car, and now Dad is still working at the construction site for my sake. I can't bear to watch anymore. Chu Qianfan gently stroked Jiang Pengxin's head. Silly child, you are our hope. As long as there exists a glimmer of possibility, we shall not relinquish our efforts. Just the other day, we heard of a miraculous physician in Lu province. Once your father receives his salary next month, we will take you there. Xiaoping, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few days. Let me take a look at you. Zhao Xinyu's words left both Chu Qianfan and her son momentarily stunned. You've studied Chinese medicine? Chu Qianfan inquired, her tone laced with surprise. Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. I graduated from the traditional Chinese medicine university in Pengcheng. Perhaps due to my lackluster grades, no hospital wanted to employ me, so I turned to farming and aquaculture instead. Chu Qianfan's gaze flickered momentarily. Xiaoping, let uncle check your pulse. Jiang Pengxin obediently placed his hand on the table. Zhao Xinyu took a tissue to wipe his hands, inhaled deeply, and gently rested a finger on Jiang Pengxin's wrist. Chu Qianfan's eyes narrowed slightly. Over the past 3 years, they had encountered countless practitioners, both Western and traditional, each diagnosis leading to disappointment. In truth, the couple had begun to feel a sense of despair, yet in their quest for their child's recovery, they remained resolute, willing to seek out any means should they have the financial resources. Observing Zhao Xinyu's unique pulse diagnosis technique, Chu Qianfan, despite her despair, felt an inexplicable surge of hope arise within her. After a duration exceeding 10 minutes, Zhao Xinyu withdrew his finger, crouching down to knead Jiang Pengxin's leg, while casually inquiring about seemingly trivial matters. Zhao Xinyu, there's no need to continue. Every doctor behaves just like you. I could recite the answers without you asking. Xiaoping, how rude. Address him as uncle, Chu Qianfan admonished. Jiang Pengxin stuck out his tongue and made a face at Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly. Please wait a moment. Moments later, he returned with a box of silver needles. Xiaoping, I will perform acupuncture on you. If you feel any sensation, please let me know. In just a few breaths, over 50 silver needles had been inserted into one of Jiang Pengxin's legs. As a gentle breeze swept by, Zhao Xinyu swiftly flicked the ends of each needle, causing them to emit a resonant hum. In the next moment, Jiang Pengxin's body trembled. It felt so cold. Mother, my leg. As he spoke, a veil of moisture suddenly appeared in Chu Qianfan's eyes. After 3 years of relentless struggle, Jiang Pengxin had never experienced such sensations until today. He felt nothing whether it was acupuncture or a knife's cut. Yet today, his leg was alive with feeling, stirring her emotions. When the silver needle ceased its quivering, Zhao Xinyu swiftly flicked the needle's tail, causing it to hum once more, prompting Jiang Pengxin to exclaim again. It's hot, so hot. This time, Chu Qianfan could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. The pent-up frustration of 3 years finally erupted at that moment. Hearing his mother weep, Jiang Pengxin grasped her hand and turned to Zhao Xinyu. Uncle, do I have any hope? There is hope, though the odds are not particularly great. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Qianfan. Sister, I will attempt to treat him, but I cannot guarantee a full recovery. The chances are less than 40%. We don't have much money. Can you give us an approximate figure? We will find a way. There's no need. I have traditional Chinese medicine here. By the way, what does your elder brother do? He used to work as an accountant in a corporation. Now he does odd jobs. Here's the plan. Let him come to the farm stay and help with the vegetables. After deducting my treatment fees, I will pay you each 3,000 a month. Once I finish treating Xiaoping, you are free to leave at any time. All right, I will call him right away. Approximately 40 minutes later, a seemingly disheartened middle-aged man hurried into the courtyard. Upon seeing his excited wife, he inquired with a hint of joy, "Where is the miraculous doctor you mentioned?" "It's him." Chu Qianfan pointed to Zhao Xinyu. The middle-aged man paused, confusion evident in his eyes. The miraculous doctor he envisioned was an elderly figure with white hair. How could Zhao Xinyu, in his 20s, possibly fit that description? "What will it cost to treat my son?" he asked, skepticism evident in his tone. "Jiang Fei, what are you saying? Zhao Xinyu is helping us take care of our son. He has offered us jobs at his farm stay, and on top of treating our son, he will pay us each 3,000 a month." This left Jiang Fei momentarily speechless, glancing at Zhao Xinyu with doubt. Zhao Xinyu smiled and nodded in affirmation. "I can't promise Xiaoping will fully recover, but while you work here, you can care for him. If my approach proves ineffective, you can still seek other options elsewhere." Understanding Zhao Xinyu's intent, Jiang Fei nodded gratefully, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, he felt a surge of tears. "By the way, where exactly is Xiaoping injured? All the hospitals say he is recovering, yet. In traditional Chinese medicine, it is said that Xiaoping's meridians are damaged. I wish to nurture him for a while. If it works, the chances of him standing again are quite substantial. What do you need?" "I will prepare it right away," Jiang Fei exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Though he momentarily forgot that he had little money on hand. "I have traditional medicine here. You just need to buy a large wooden tub. I recall there are some for sale nearby." When Jiang Fei purchased the wooden barrel, Zhao Xinyu had already prepared the Chinese herbs. He instructed Jiang Fei to set the barrel up and fill it halfway with water. Afterward, he ignited a fire beneath the barrel. As steam began to rise, Zhao Xinyu added the herbs into the barrel. A rich aroma of medicine wafted through the air as the concoction began to boil. "Brother Jiang, place Xiaoping into the barrel," he urged. At this moment, both Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan were taken aback, glancing between the boiling barrel and Zhao Xinyu. Fearing that placing their son inside might result in him being scalded rather than cured, Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily as he dipped his hand into the bubbling mixture, declaring the temperature comparable to that of bathwater. "It's safe." Hesitantly, Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan followed suit, discovering, much to their relief, that the medicinal liquid was indeed at a comfortable temperature for bathing. They then placed Jiang Pengxin into the barrel. "Cool. It feels like I'm freezing." In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Pengxin exclaimed, bringing tears of joy to the eyes of Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan. "Brother Jiang, in 20 minutes. Let him soak in the medicinal liquid for 20 minutes daily. If Xiaoping feels warmth in his legs, I will provide him with a different prescription. Once he can distinguish between hot and cold sensations, he will fully recover." Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, Jiang Fei knelt before him in gratitude. Before he could express his thanks, Zhao Xinyu hurriedly helped him up. "Brother Jiang, what are you doing? If it weren't for Xiaoping driving away the black wind that day, he would have been taken away long ago. We are fated to meet." "Uncle, where is the black wind?" "I don't see him," Jiang Fei inquired. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, pointing toward the distant Kaling Mountain. "The black wind should be in Kaling Mountain. Perhaps he will return in a few days." Just then, a loud bird call rang out, and a smile spread across Zhao Xinyu's face. "Jinhin and Jinyu have returned. Blacksea should be close behind." However, as Zhao Xinyu finished speaking, a low growl echoed from outside the courtyard, and a massive figure bounded in. It was none other than the black wind that had just been mentioned. Upon seeing Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan in the courtyard, the black wind paused momentarily. Yet, upon spotting Jiang Pengxin in the barrel, a glimmer of kindness flickered in its eyes, and it quickly approached the barrel. Although Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan felt a pang of fear, they instinctively shielded Jiang Pengxin behind them, clearly concerned that the black wind might harm him. The black wind turned its gaze toward Zhao Xinyu, a hint of inquiry evident in its eyes. Zhao Xinyu chuckled again. "Brother Jiang, Xiaoping has aided the black wind. He will not harm him." Recalling the video his wife had shown him, Jiang Fei stepped aside, albeit with a hint of doubt. He observed as the black wind approached the barrel, leaning over to peer inside at Jiang Pengxin and letting out a few low growls. Jiang Pengxin giggled, reaching out to touch the black wind, but the creature dodged, playfully licking his hand with its large tongue. In that moment, Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan felt utterly reassured, though they were still filled with astonishment. They realized that their son's simple shout had been etched into the memory of this remarkably intelligent dog. The tales they had heard were indeed true. This dog possessed an intellect rivaling that of humans. The return of Heifeng, Jinheng, and Xinyu, along with all the events occurring in the courtyard, has been transmitted online by those outside the estate. While the public is filled with excitement, a sudden doubt arises within them. Is that Zhao Xinyu truly still a doctor? As the discussions unfold, tranquility returns to the estate. However, Zhao Xinyu senses an ominous feeling, as if a more significant conspiracy awaits him. In a lavishly decorated office, a corpulent middle-aged man paces anxiously, his face betraying a sense of dread. If Zhao Xinyu were present, he would instantly recognize this man as the representative of the so-called animal organization who had visited the estate that day. At this moment, the man is devoid of the arrogance he had displayed previously. Not only did he fail to accomplish his task, but he also lost his job. And now more individuals are digging into his background. With a sudden creak of the door, a young man in his mid-20s enters. He possesses a handsome visage, yet his eyes betray a frivolous nature. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, his expression darkens, and without uttering a word, he delivers a resounding slap across the man's face. Staggering back, the middle-aged man clutches his swollen cheek and murmurs, "Young master Hu, You're truly a waste," retorts Hu. "How could you botch such a simple task? You should have brought some members of the animal organization, yet you chose to bring a few city management officers instead. Now everyone is focused on that pair, Long and Peng. How do you expect me to capture them? Your foolishness has cost me over 3 million. Young master Hu, I will find a way to secure that pair, and that dog of his is quite remarkable as well," the middle-aged man replies. Hu scoffs. "What other plans do you have? I am aware of this situation. Many are watching closely. We must devise a foolproof strategy. Have someone keep an eye on them. And if that dog leaves the estate, find a way to bring it back. Zhao Xinyu, are you all right?" Du Mengnan hurriedly approaches, her face filled with guilt. "I was out for a few days. I'm fine. Just a minor scrape," Zhao Xinyu responds. "Who is this?" Du Mengnan inquires, noticing Jiang Pingxin beneath the grape arbor. "This is Jiang Pingxin. He is unable to stand due to a car accident, and I have been assisting with his treatment," Zhao Xinyu explains. "You?" The revelation momentarily stuns Du Mengnan, a flicker of surprise lighting her eyes. She is aware of Zhao Xinyu's medical skills, but never imagined he would dare to treat a paralyzed accident victim. "Do you have confidence?" she asks. "There has been some progress," he replies. "Annie, Uncle has said I have an 80% chance of standing again. You have no idea what these past few years have been like for me." Perhaps buoyed by the hope for his legs, Jiang Pingxin, who has been brought to the estate daily by his parents, shares his experiences over the past 3 years. Upon hearing him, Du Mengnan is profoundly moved. A child whom all doctors deemed unlikely to stand again, Zhao Xinyu dares to accept his case, and within just a few days, there has been sensation in his legs. What does this signify? It suggests that this individual's skills in traditional Chinese medicine are indeed extraordinary. If Zhao Xinyu truly manages to restore Jiang Pingxin to his feet, then this individual will have indeed wrought a miraculous achievement in the annals of medicine. Is he truly just a poor boy hailing from the countryside? In astonishment, Du Mengnan suddenly noticed that the grapes on the trellis had diminished significantly. "You sold these grapes?" she asked, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. It should be noted that during the grapes' ripening season, she had contemplated purchasing them, yet Zhao Xinyu had declined, asserting that the grapes were not for sale. She had only been away for about half a month, and already these grapes had dwindled by nearly half. Clearly, Zhao Xinyu and his companions could not possibly consume such an abundance of grapes. How could that be? If I were to sell the grapes, would you not dismantle my place? I would be making wine, Zhao Xinyu retorted. Du Mengnan shot him a disbelieving glance. "You can make wine? Do you even know how to brew it?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily. "In due time, you will see. By the way, don't you fancy dandelions? There are plenty in the vegetable patch. Feel free to pick as many as you like." "What?" Du Mengnan exclaimed, glancing toward the nearby garden where she spotted tender, dew-laden wild vegetables. As she beheld the flourishing patches of dandelions and bitter herbs, her excitement surged, momentarily overshadowing her thoughts of Zhao Xinyu's winemaking endeavors. It is worth mentioning that during Zhao Xinyu's last return from his hometown, he had brought back a considerable amount of wild vegetables and mushrooms, each variety captivating their senses. To this day, they still reminisce about the delightful flavors Zhao Xinyu had prepared for them. He had even mentioned attempting to cultivate such plants in the yard, which they had dismissed as mere jest. Yet here he was, having genuinely succeeded in growing wild vegetables. At this moment, wild vegetables were scarcely available in the market, yet those in the garden had only just begun to sprout. Should these wild vegetables be taken to a restaurant, they would undoubtedly become a sensation. Zhao Xinyu, you must find someone to harvest 100 pounds immediately. Zhao Xinyu was well aware that Du Mengnan was likely procuring them for the Pingqing Hotel. He had been pondering the nature of her relationship with the hotel, as it seemed that everything she did was for their benefit. Often, he found himself wondering if the Pingqing Hotel was owned by her family, for her enthusiasm was unparalleled. Nevertheless, despite his curiosity, he had never dared to inquire. In the ensuing days, the emergence of wild vegetables brought a delightful culinary experience to the farmhouse, salted vegetables, and the Pingqing Hotel. The produce from the courtyard was markedly superior in flavor compared to its counterparts, inciting envy among competitors. They had initially believed the courtyard's vegetables to be a new breed. Yet upon investigation, they discovered that only this courtyard could yield such delectable varieties, leaving them quite frustrated. Ultimately, many of Zhao Xinyu's past accomplishments surfaced. A distinguished student from a traditional Chinese medicine university, he had received numerous offers from various clinics, all of which he had refused. This revelation has led many to ponder whether the cultivation of such exquisite vegetables is somehow connected to traditional Chinese medicine. Subsequently, some posts emerged, noting that during the illustrious days of traditional Chinese medicine, vegetables grown by esteemed families in this field indeed possessed superior flavors compared to those cultivated by others. Additionally, individuals from herbal shops have corroborated that Zhao Xinyu previously purchased copious amounts of herbal medicine from their establishments. Consequently, many have speculated that Zhao Xinyu's ability to grow such delectable vegetables is inextricably linked to traditional Chinese medicine. However, Zhao Xinyu has remained silent, further fueling the belief that he possesses some ancient formula from traditional medicine that enhances the flavors of the vegetables he cultivates. What they fail to realize is that Zhao Xinyu has spent years toiling for his livelihood. Although he owns a mobile phone, he seldom checks it and has little interest in doing so. As discussions unfolded online, Jiang Pingxin finally regained sensation in his legs, feeling the warmth and coldness again. As he called out, not just Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, but also Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of joy for their family. Observing the tearful embrace of the reunited family, Zhao Xinyu felt a mix of happiness and astonishment. The method he used to treat Jiang Pingxin was derived from the classic text Jin Kuei Yao Lu. His initial reluctance to assert confidence stemmed from the simplicity of the formula, which contained no precious herbs. Every ingredient could be easily found in any herbal shop. Upon recalling Jin Kuei Yao Lu, he was suddenly reminded of a formula that could restore him to his former self, igniting excitement within him. If every formula possessed such miraculous qualities, the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine would indeed be a matter of course. Xinyu, how can we ever thank you? Jiang Fei, overwhelmed with emotion, looked at Zhao Xinyu, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently, replying, Brother Jiang, this should be regarded as a medical miracle. There is no need for gratitude. Once Xiao Peng recovers, you can return to work. Jiang Fei sighed and shook his head. For over a decade, I have diligently performed my duties without a single mistake. However, following Xiao Peng's accident, when I sought to borrow some money from the company, they refused, and I was dismissed due to a few late arrivals. I have made my decision. I will assist you from now on. Here, at least, there is no treachery or need to guard against backstabbers. Jiang Fei's words took Zhao Xinyu aback. During this time, he had learned about Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, both graduates of prestigious universities. Before Jiang Pingxin's incident, they held positions in renowned corporations in Pingqing. Now, with Jiang Fei expressing a desire to work alongside him, Zhao Xinyu was taken by surprise. What could he possibly offer? Vegetable picking, shopping, or washing dishes? Sensing Zhao Xinyu's change in expression, Jiang Fei smiled lightly. Xinyu, I have considered this thoroughly. Although you currently operate only a small vegetable stall and a rural guest house, your monthly income rivals that of a small company. Moreover, Han Li and others lack basic accounting management skills, which could hinder your future development. Jiang Fei elucidated this matter, and Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had unwavering faith in Han Li and his companion's character. However, their daily earnings were beyond their awareness. If something were to happen to Han Li and his group, it would indeed be uncertain whether others could manage as effectively. Brother Jiang, you are indeed correct. Therefore, I would like you to oversee the financial accounts. For the time being, You need not concern yourself with anything else. By the way, Sister Qian seems to have a background in human resources, so I entrust all matters to you. For now, their wages will remain the same as Han Li's. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Xinyu, how will we proceed with Xiaopeng's treatment? Acupuncture will stimulate the meridians, allowing for self-repair. Within a month at most, Xiaopeng will be restored to his former self. Uncle, I wish to learn traditional Chinese medicine from you. The sensation of your acupuncture varies between warmth and coolness, a feeling I have never experienced before. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly. That is the fire of the mountain burning during acupuncture, a refreshing coolness. If you wish to learn traditional Chinese medicine, you must be prepared for solitude. I spent 6 years mastering just these 2 techniques, so you must be certain. I do not favor children who abandon their pursuits halfway. I am willing. I aspire to save lives just as you do, uncle. Zhao Xinyu regarded Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan. During their time together, he had grown fond of Jiang Pengxin. Yet he acknowledged that he must also consider the opinions of the child's parents. Xinyu, although Xiaopeng is still young, these 3 years have exposed him to the vicissitudes of life. I do not wish for him to achieve great success. I would be content if he could embody your virtues. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, Zhao Xinyu nodded gravely. Turning his attention to Jiang Pengxin, he stated, Xiaopeng, since you are willing to learn traditional Chinese medicine, there is one condition. You must not neglect your academic studies, as this will provide you with future options. Uncle, I understand. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, ruffling Jiang Pengxin's hair. Come, let us proceed with your acupuncture. Wait a moment, Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu turned towards the entrance, observing an elderly man in his 80s entering. It was none other than Chu Qianfan's grandfather, He Mansong. Grandfather He, what brings you here? For the past few days, individuals have been coming to inquire about fishing in Luoshui. A group just arrived. They remain by the river. They mentioned that the fish in Luoshui are exquisite and offered us 300 for a day's catch. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback by He Mansong's statement. He had not anticipated that Luoshui would attract the attention of fishing enthusiasts within just a few months. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Apart from the Pingqing Hotel, the only places to savor the delectable fish from Luoshui were the village's vegetable dishes and agritourism. Recently, individuals had been filming videos in the village daily, rendering the allure of Luoshui quite normal. Very well. Please remind them to prioritize safety. I will arrange for someone to maintain order. And it is imperative to keep the village children away from the riverbank. Once He Mansong departed, Zhao Xinyu promptly called Han Tianli, instructing him to gather a few villagers proficient in water safety to head to Luoshui. This would ensure the safety of the fishing enthusiasts while also collecting their fishing fees. By the banks of the Luo River, a seemingly seasoned angler approached a middle-aged fishing companion not far away, his face marred by frustration. How's the catch today? He inquired. The middle-aged man looked up, revealing a hint of exasperation. It's quite peculiar today. I can't seem to find a single bite. I've changed my bait 3 times, and after more than 3 hours, not a single fish, not even a crucian. How about you? Much the same, replied the other. I've been fishing for 7 or 8 years, but today is a first for me. The fish in the water simply refused to take the bait. I ventured to other spots, and the results were the same, no catches at all. While they expressed their discontent, other anglers in the vicinity shared their frustration. This gathering of fishing enthusiasts, who typically ventured to various locations in their leisure time, found it unusual to return empty-handed. Generally, their outings yielded at least some reward. But today, regardless of how they changed their spots or bait, the fish seemed oblivious to the enticing aromas of the bait. As the day drew on, not a single fish had been caught. Outside the courtyard's eastern wall, Zhao Xinyu observed the anglers, noting the shifts in their expressions. He understood the underlying cause of their dismay. The fish in the Luo River feasted daily on the fresh vegetable leaves from his courtyard. They had no interest in the concocted bait. What astonished Zhao Xinyu, however, was the clarity of his vision. In the past, he had experienced mild nearsightedness, but now he could discern the expressions of those fishing across the river with remarkable acuity. This unexpected shift left him bewildered, as he pondered the potential reasons behind his newfound sharpness of sight. Ultimately, he could only attribute this change to the mysterious space he inhabited. He could think of no other explanation. On that day, over 40 individuals attempted to fish. Yet aside from one person who managed to catch a carp weighing 4 to 5 pounds, the rest returned empty-handed. The news swiftly spread among the fishing community that night, including among seasoned anglers. Their shared passion ignited curiosity, prompting many to plan an expedition to the Luo River the following day. The next morning, after administering acupuncture to Jiang Pingxin, Zhao Xinyu wheeled him beneath the grape arbor to enjoy some grapes and watermelon. Upon stepping outside the eastern wall, he was taken aback. The banks of the Luo River were teeming with anglers, with an estimated crowd exceeding 200. Those who had come the previous day were all present without exception. After more than half an hour, he observed the anglers gathering in small clusters, seemingly deliberating over something. However, the majority wore expressions of dismay, clearly dissatisfied with their fishing outcomes. Due to the overwhelming number of anglers, Zhao Xinyu noticed Han Li wandering nearby, occasionally reminding fishing enthusiasts to pay attention. Suddenly, over 200 people gathered, drawing the attention of onlookers, with some even filming live videos by the banks of the Luo River. Consequently, the situation at Luo River became widely known, as countless individuals learned that even renowned fishing experts struggled for hours without catching a single crucian carp. As the day progressed, it became evident that the chances of the 200 anglers landing a fish were exceedingly slim, driving the frustrated fishers to seek advice from experts through live streaming platforms on how to catch fish in the Luo River. That night, more fishing enthusiasts became aware of the obscure yet charming location of Luo River at the western foot of Hanliang and Pengcheng. In the following days, the number of visitors exceeded 300 daily, peaking at 600 on the busiest day, yet only a few managed to catch any fish. Anglers share a mentality similar to gamblers. The more elusive the fish, the more it ignited their competitive spirit. Ultimately, whenever someone managed to catch even a single fish, no matter how small, they would boast about it for hours among their friends. Thus, Luo River transformed into a gathering place for fishing aficionados, yet for many seasoned anglers. It became a sight of heartache, as well-known fishermen from across the nation left Luo River empty-handed after a month of trying. The difficulty of fishing in Luo River led some to advocate for a national fishing competition to be held there, claiming that achieving victory in such a challenging environment would truly merit the title of champion. For the fishing enthusiasts, a month flew by, but for Jiang Pengxin and his family of 3, it was a prolonged wait. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan asked countless times each day, desperately wishing to see their son stand once more. One day, after Zhao Xinyu examined Jiang Pengxin's pulse, he patted his shoulder and said, "All right, try standing up." These words caused the air to thicken with anticipation. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan's eyes fixated on their son, their lips trembling as they held their breath, eager to witness his attempt. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Pengxin pressed his hands against the armrests of his wheelchair and slowly exerted force. After standing briefly, he returned to the chair, disheartened. "Master, I have no strength in my legs." Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "After sitting for over 3 years, it's only natural to feel weak. Brother Jiang, Sister Qian, support Xiao Peng as he takes a few steps. Don't overdo it, just half an hour should suffice." And he'll return to normal in a few days. As the couple assisted their son, tears streamed down their faces when they witnessed him take his first step. They had sacrificed their home, sold their car, and given up their jobs, all in hopes of seeing their son stand again. This moment was one they had awaited for over 1,300 days. Suddenly, an exclamation arose, and all 4 turned to see Du Mengnan covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Pengxin. "Xiao Peng, you can walk," Du Mengnan exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. During this period, she frequently visited and became acquainted with the family of 3. She had heard of Jiang Pengxin's situation, and in her imagination, it would be quite remarkable if Zhao Xinyu could help him improve. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Pengxin would truly rise again. "Aunt Meng, I can walk now." "Good. Good. It's wonderful that you can walk." At that moment, Du Mengnan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. In her excitement, Du Mengnan suddenly turned to Zhao Xinyu, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, which momentarily stunned Zhao Xinyu. "Meng, what is this?" Yet, without uttering a word, Du Mengnan turned and left, but this time it was not a casual departure. She hurried away. "Meng." Du Mengnan waved her hand without speaking. "Xinyu, have you and Meng quarreled?" Zhao Xinyu shook his head. "No. During her last visit, you were both present, and she hasn't come by since." In the courtyard of the Du residence, Du Gang and his wife were strolling when suddenly they heard a sound from the main gate. They saw a sports car entering the yard. Du Gang chuckled. Meng must have forgotten something at home. The elderly lady smiled faintly. The Yongchang couple is meticulous in their work. This girl has clearly inherited some traits from someone, always rushing about and forgetful. Let us go back and see if she has left something behind. Perhaps I can help. However, as they approached the villa, they noticed that Du Ming gone. After getting out of the car, was not heading towards the villa but was instead running towards them, which left them both taken aback. Ming, what's wrong? Grandpa, I need to tell you something. Upon hearing Du Ming'an's words, Du Gang's expression turned extremely serious, his eyes flickering as he clearly pondered something. He was well aware of the First People's Hospital of Pengcheng, the finest hospital in the region, renowned for its experts not only within the country, but also globally. He was also familiar with last year's incident, where a patient deemed beyond hope by specialists miraculously survived, a true medical marvel. A person with no chance of recovery, whose appearance could not be altered even by surgery, had managed to restore their visage through traditional Chinese medicine. And even their crippled leg had returned to normal. If this were to be disclosed, no one would believe it, yet he trusted his granddaughter. Although she often misplaced things, she would never deceive him, and he believed her words. Here was a child who had traversed hospitals across the nation without any improvement, now being treated by this young man, allowing him to stand and walk again. Each of these occurrences defied logic and could be deemed miracles in their own right. And the fact that both were attributed to the same individual indicated that this young man possessed extraordinary skills in traditional Chinese medicine. If it were up to him, he would have sought out the youth his granddaughter spoke of without hesitation, but his former superior was no ordinary person. Not just any obscure individual could gain access. Even a reputable practitioner of Chinese or Western medicine would need to undergo rigorous scrutiny to approach that household. While he could indeed accompany the young man, the concern was that should anything go awry, he would be forever branded a villain in history. Dream, this matter is of great significance. Allow me to communicate it briefly. Grandfather and Grandma Luo have both been given critical illness notices. I can vouch for Zhao Xinyu's character. He has stated that all his medical knowledge has been passed down from his grandfather. Not long ago, when I visited Grandma Luo, the exquisite medicine I brought for Andy was also formulated by Zhao Xinyu. Du Gang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Are you saying that the ointment you used was concocted by him? Indeed. Du Gang's gaze flickered for a moment. Then he said, all right. Go find that child immediately and bring him to the airport. Remember, do not reveal whom he is going to treat. At the eastern wall, Zhao Xinyu stood as usual, observing the anglers. In the courtyard, Zhang Fei and Chu Qianfan were assisting Jiang Pingxin with his rehabilitation exercises. Unlike before, although Jiang Pingxin still could not put weight on his legs, he was at least able to stand, albeit for only a minute or two. Yet, this modest progress filled Zhang Fei and his wife with immense excitement, for previously, he could not stand even for a second. Jianggu, Qianjia, where is Zhao Xinyu? The three turned simultaneously to see Du Mingnan returning, her expression grave. Zhang Fei pointed towards the eastern wall, where Xinyu was watching the fisherman. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Du Mingnan hurried towards the eastern wall, leaving Zhang Fei and his wife exchanging puzzled glances. They truly had no idea what was troubling her today. Zhao Xinyu, come with me. Outside the eastern wall, upon seeing Du Mingnan approach, Zhao Xinyu was about to ask what was the matter, but she seized him and pulled him along without granting him a chance to inquire. It was only when Du Mingnan had him in the car that Zhao Xinyu could speak. Dream, where are we headed? A relative of mine is ill, and I need you to take a look. Ah, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. He could discern that Du Mingnan hailed from an extraordinary background. Now, with a family elder in poor health, she was asking someone like him, who lacked even a medical qualification, to attend to them. Who is it? Do not ask. Just focus on the treatment. If you feel confident, proceed. If not, refrain from speaking. This left Zhao Xinyu utterly perplexed. Yet he gleaned that the condition of the elder Du Mingnan mentioned must be dire. At Pengcheng Airport, Zhao Xinyu was thoroughly bewildered. Dream, I haven't even brought my ID. You need not worry about that. At the airport entrance, Zhao Xinyu spotted two stern-faced middle-aged men. Though they were dressed rather ordinarily, he sensed an aura of lethal intent emanating from them, and their waists appeared bulging. Casting a glance at Du Mingnan, he began to surmise the nature of her family's background. At the security inspection, the middle-aged men merely flashed their credentials. Du Mingnan and Zhao Xinyu passed through security without any checks, which left Zhao Xinyu even more astonished. On the plane, there were only 11 people, an elderly man with white hair, a middle-aged man, and 9 equally cold middle-aged individuals, all of whom bore the same bulging waists as the two men. Zhao Xinyu, this is my grandfather. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Zhao Xinyu. Although I have surmised that your identity is extraordinary, I remain remarkably composed rather than flustered. My demeanor has, in fact, intrigued Du Gang, who, albeit briefly, had conducted an inquiry into my background when Du Mengnan came to collect me. As she noted, I hail from humble origins, living with my brother Zhao Xinyu and our grandfather, whose recent untimely demise has left us bereft. Zhao Xinyu, lacking ambition, has squandered the earnings I labored to obtain, and I had anticipated that my encounter with Du Gang would elicit the sycophantic flattery I so detest. To my surprise, I maintained a dignified stance, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him regarding the esteemed elder who raised such a child. When Du Gang's gaze fell upon me, it narrowed in astonishment, for he discerned the shadow of another in my visage. He shook his head, redirecting his focus back to me, his heart racing at the uncanny resemblance. His thoughts turned to his granddaughter, Du Mingnan, a pang of sorrow washing over him as he contemplated my existence. You must be Zhao Xinyu. Please, have a seat. Let us discuss your studies in traditional Chinese medicine. During our conversation about my studies with my grandfather, Du Gang subtly inquired about my lineage. Upon learning that both my brother and I were orphans nurtured by our grandfather, a sense of inexplicable emotion stirred within him. Yet, despite the tumult of feelings, his countenance remained unperturbed. Zhao Xinyu, what is your grandfather's name? Zhao Lu, I replied, though he has mentioned that it is not his true name. Asserting that a name is merely a moniker, easily forgotten once one departs from their homeland. Du Gang nodded, stating, Mengnan informs me that your culinary skills and medical knowledge are a legacy from your grandfather, and that he crafted the exquisite Zui Linglong. Indeed, I affirmed. Given your grandfather's remarkable skills, why do you struggle in life? With a bittersweet smile, I shook my head, exhaling deeply. My grandfather believed that money is a poison that hastens death. As long as one does not starve, it suffices. Hence, he never allowed me to treat patients or display my culinary talents. His brow furrowed at my words. Your brother should share similar sentiments. No, I replied. He has never taken to such pursuits. He has learned nothing, and my grandfather never pressured him. Upon uttering this, my gaze sharpened as I inquired, How do you know I have a brother? Du Gang smiled faintly. I have a junior at the First People's Hospital. He encountered your brother during the incident. At this revelation, my countenance dimmed. For years, I had been exploited by my brother, believing it was the duty of an elder sibling. Yet on that fateful day in the hospital, Zhao Xinyu callously seized the 50,000 in compensation, shattering my trust and leaving me utterly disillusioned. This time, an unexpected incident befell grandfather. Despite his insistence that he had merely fallen, Zhao Xinyu harbored doubts, especially since Zhao Xinyu happened to be present during those days, amplifying his suspicions. Furthermore, following grandfather's passing, the villagers had attempted to contact Zhao Xinyu, yet he had not returned. Although grandfather had entrusted him with the care of Zhao Xinyu in his final moments, despair had already taken root in Zhao Xinyu's heart regarding his brother. Observing the changes in Zhao Xinyu's expression and recalling the investigative findings concerning Zhao Xinyu, Du Gang discerned the turmoil in Zhao Xinyu's mind and refrained from further inquiries. The ancient capital of Yanjing has been the seat of 8 dynasties, not merely due to its geographic advantages, but also because of its exceptional natural and cultural endowments. To this day, most of Yanjing's renowned architectural marvels date back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, while the ancient Sihiyuan courtyards remain the objects of countless admirers. However, the price of even a modest Sihiyuan often surpasses hundreds of millions, leaving ordinary families to yearn from afar. A venerable street, though not wide, stands in stark contrast to the bustling thoroughfares of other districts, exuding tranquility. Remarkably, not a single vehicle graces this street, and when one does appear, it bears a special license plate, typically occupied by middle-aged individuals who move in unison. As Zhao Xinyu sat in the car, he beheld this serene street and turned to Du Mengnan, who sat beside him, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Du Mengnan smiled warmly, gently patting his large hand, urging him not to overthink, likening the situation to treating Umo, Xiaoxi, and Xiaopeng. With a faint sigh, Zhao Xinyu understood without her saying it that those seeking treatment were not ordinary individuals. The car came to a halt, and the middle-aged men who had followed them proceeded into a courtyard, leaving only Du Mengnan, Zhao Xinyu, and a man in his 50s beside the elderly gentleman. In a reception room reminiscent of a bygone era, Various artifacts matched the antiquated charm of the space, with scarcely a trace of modern technology in sight. Present in the room were 2 men and 1 woman. The men appeared to be at least in their 60s, while the woman seemed to be in her 40s. Upon Du Gang's entrance, all 3 rose simultaneously, their faces reflecting profound respect. "Du Shu, has the doctor you mentioned arrived?" inquired the middle-aged woman with a hint of urgency. "How is the old leader?" The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 darkened, revealing the gravity of the situation. He was in a deep coma. Du Gang let out a soft sigh and gestured towards Zhao Xinyu, who stood at the door with a backpack. "It is he. Let him go in and take a look." The trio was momentarily taken aback, surprise evident in their eyes. "Du Shu, please allow him to examine the situation. He is well versed in ancient Chinese medicine, having studied under family elders since childhood." Upon hearing Du Gang's words, the 3 exchanged glances filled with bitterness. Initially, upon receiving the call, a flicker of hope ignited within them, yet upon seeing Zhao Xinyu, that hope swiftly extinguished. Nonetheless, they reflected on how many esteemed practitioners of both traditional and Western medicine had come without yielding any results for them. Even the slightest glimmer of hope warranted their utmost effort. The individuals were brought by Du Gang, who was known for his cautious nature. He would never present an unqualified youth without a firm assurance. Realizing this, the 3 nodded and led the way out of the reception room. "Meng Meng, you and Xiao Wang wait here for a moment." In a spacious room filled with medical apparatus, an elderly man, emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton with a faint golden hue to his skin, lay quietly on the bed. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might assume he was no longer alive. 2 nurses, both around 50, were attending to him, while a man in his 70s stared intently at a machine, his brow furrowed in apparent frustration over a perplexing problem. Upon hearing the door creak open, the elderly man turned his gaze toward the entrance, and upon seeing the 3 newcomers, a hint of a bitter smile flickered in his eyes. "Director Hu, how is it?" The elderly man shook his head, indicating that every method had been attempted, and now, a moment of sorrow crept into the eyes of the 3. The elder among them suddenly turned to Zhao Xinyu, who had just entered. "Young doctor, why don't you take a look?" At this juncture, he has no other options. Zhao Xinyu nodded, casually placing his backpack in a corner. As the elderly man's puzzled gaze followed him, he approached the bedside, prompting the 2 nurses to withdraw. Zhao Xinyu pulled up a chair, inhaled deeply, and his eyes instantly became remarkably clear as he placed his index finger on the elderly man's wrist. At that moment, everyone in the room held their breath. They were not ordinary individuals and were well versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Yet none had ever witnessed a pulse diagnosis performed with just a single finger as Zhao Xinyu was doing. For more than 20 minutes, he remained in that position before withdrawing his hand and turning to the 3 middle-aged individuals. "This illness has likely persisted for over 6 months, hasn't it?" The trio was momentarily taken aback, their eyes darting toward Du Gang, only to see him shaking his head. They all assumed he had previously mentioned it, but they realized that Du Gang had not said a word. 7 months. The old gentleman enjoys drinking and tending to flowers. This revelation sent a shock through the 3. Only a select few were privy to such details. How could this young man possibly know? They trusted Uncle Du. But while Du Gang might have disclosed the duration of the elder's illness, the details about drinking and gardening had no apparent relation to his condition, and Du Gang certainly would not have mentioned those. Indeed, "Xiao Zhao, is there any hope?" Given the severity of the elder's condition, Du Gang hesitated to voice the question. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded, a glimmer of hope remaining, albeit a slim chance of less than 40%. As he spoke, he glanced at the 3 middle-aged individuals. Clearly, with a probability under 40%, he needed to consider the family's wishes. Unexpectedly, all 3 nodded in unison. Having been steeped in despair, the prospect of even a 40% chance rekindled their spirits. "Young man, you must be cautious with your words. What exactly is the elder's ailment?" Director Hu inquired, his brows knitted in concern. They had been seeking the cause of the elder's illness since its onset, yet had failed to pinpoint it, leaving the elder in a deep coma, a situation that filled them with profound shame. The young man merely took the pulse and, without even mentioning the cause of the ailment, claimed a 40% certainty, a declaration that the proud individual found utterly unacceptable. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly. The old gentleman was not ill at all, so what was there to discuss regarding a diagnosis? This statement caused the atmosphere in the hospital room to freeze, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The old gentleman lay in a deep coma, yet was declared healthy. Who could possibly believe such a thing? Young Zhao, you mustn't speak so recklessly. How could the former leader be unwell, yet in such a state? Zhao Xinyu turned to Du Gang and asserted, the old gentleman is truly not sick. His current condition is entirely a consequence of his own indulgences. After uttering this, Zhao Xinyu gazed at the three middle-aged men who remained in stunned silence. The old gentleman has a particular fondness for orchids, does he not? If my conjecture is correct, there should be a purple heart orchid in his room, and prior to his illness, he likely also possessed a white jade orchid. Upon hearing this, the three men stood there, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was information that neither they nor Du Gang were aware of, yet this young man had discerned it through mere pulse diagnosis. Luo Zhangwo, is what he says true? Du Gang inquired of the eldest among them. Luo Zhangwo nodded. Uncle Du, there indeed exists a purple heart orchid in my father's room. He has treasured it for over 30 years, and last year, Wei Guo procured a white jade orchid from somewhere. Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly. Both the purple heart orchid and the white jade orchid are exquisite specimens, each capable of fetching an exorbitant price. Individually, they pose no issue. But when both are present in one location, complications arise. This statement left those present even more perplexed. Orchids were beloved by flower enthusiasts. Yet they had never heard of them causing a coma, while other orchids could coexist without consequence. The combination of the purple heart orchid and the white jade orchid could lead to the emergence of a pest known as the orchid heartworm. This worm is so minuscule that it might not even be detected under a microscope, and though it does not harm humans, if nourished by alcoholic substances, it could mutate into a heart-devouring worm. Once inside the human body, the heart-devouring worm would consume vital essence and proliferate, stealthily spreading through the bloodstream. Ultimately, if it proliferates in the brain, the individual would be beyond saving. If my predictions are accurate, the old gentleman likely experienced frequent fatigue prior to his illness, yet felt rejuvenated after consuming alcohol. Although those present did not fully comprehend the notions of the orchid heartworm or the heart-devouring worm, they grasped the gravity of the final statement. Luo Zhangwo and the others nodded in unison, affirming, indeed, that's precisely the situation. Young doctor, what preparations do we need to make? We shall attend to it immediately. Moments later, a paper filled with herbal prescriptions was handed to Luo Zhangwo. Upon seeing the quantities listed, he was taken aback. Other herbal pharmacies typically measured by grams, yet Zhao Xinyu's prescription indicated measurements by pounds. Young doctor, what is the meaning of this? As he spoke, Luo Zhangwo passed the prescription to Du Gang, who, upon reviewing it, was equally astonished. Young Zhao, how can this be measured by pounds? Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly, acknowledging that the remedy was indeed to be measured by weight. Follow my prescription precisely. It is crucial to select natural, wild ingredients. Additionally, the purple heart orchid and the white magnolia in the old gentleman's room should be placed under the sun for 3 hours before being steeped in tea leaves for watering. Luo Zhangwo nodded, taking the prescription as he exited the room. The middle-aged woman's gaze flickered momentarily. Doctor, should the tea leaves be Tiguanyin or Dahongpo? Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but smile. Auntie, the most ordinary tea leaves from the street will suffice. Using Tiguanyin or Dahongpo would be a waste. Hurry, Luo Yin. We cannot allow that pest to harm him any longer, Du Gang urged. Luo Yin hastily departed, and Zhao Xinyu tapped his forehead, turning to another middle-aged man. I am Luo Baogua. I almost forgot. Please order a bamboo bed crafted from fresh purple bamboo, with legs measuring 3 feet 3. Ensure the bamboo remains intact, with no metallic nails above. Additionally, procure a batch of dried purple bamboo, cut into strips 2 inches wide and 1 foot long, and find a basin made from an 1.8-meter bamboo. Understood, Luo Baogua replied, promptly leaving the room. Upon seeing Luo Baogua's departure, Zhao Xinyu retrieved a box of silver needles from his backpack, addressing the 2 somewhat dazed nurses. Please remove all the instruments from the old gentleman. The nurses glanced at Director Hu nodded, allowing them to remove the devices from the elderly man. In the next moment, the 4 individuals in the room felt a gentle breeze sweep through, leaving them momentarily stunned. The door was tightly shut, and the air conditioning was set correctly. How could there be a draft? However, the next instant, they were all startled as, during their distraction, 9 silver needles had already appeared in the elderly man's head. Another soft breeze passed through as Zhao Xinyu flicked the needle tails with remarkable speed, causing the 9 needles to emit a resonant hum, coalescing into a harmonious melody. Zhao, Du Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet, in the following moment, he fell silent. The previously faint breath of the old gentleman suddenly became steady, and something seemed to writhe within the bulging veins of his neck. Both Du Gang and Director, who were taken aback by this sight, their eyes filled with astonishment. At this moment, Director, who was also astounded, questioning how this unknown young man could possess such medical prowess. Who was he? How had he never heard of such a prodigy in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine? After decades in the medical field, whether in Western or traditional Chinese medicine, he was well acquainted with renowned figures, yet he had never encountered this Zhao individual. No one is to disturb the needles in the old gentleman's head, Zhao Xinyu declared before exiting the ward, with Du Gang promptly following. At that moment, Du Gang silently rejoiced for having heeded his granddaughter's advice to bring Zhao Xinyu along. He even felt a twinge of regret, pondering that had he brought him sooner, perhaps the old leader would have already recovered. A few middle-aged individuals were seen carrying purple heart orchids and white magnolias from one room to the courtyard. Du Mingnan, uncertain of the unfolding events, looked on at the bustling scene with confusion. Upon hearing a noise behind her, Du Mingnan turned around and, upon recognizing Zhao Xinyu and her grandfather, hurried over. "How is it?" she inquired. "It's manageable. There is hope for treatment," Zhao Xinyu replied while surveying the courtyard, seemingly searching for something. In a little over 10 minutes, Luo Jingwo was the first to return, accompanied by a middle-aged man carrying Chinese herbs, followed by Luo Baohua. "Doctor, what should we do now?" Zhao Xinyu pointed to a designated spot. "Let's place the bamboo bed here," he instructed, subsequently pouring all the herbs into a large basin for washing. As he immersed his hand into the basin, water continuously flowed in, washing the herbs. After combining the contents, he placed the basin under the bed and ignited the bamboo strips he had brought back for heating. At this moment, Du Gang and the others comprehended Zhao Xinyu's intentions. As the fragrance of bamboo wafted through the air, steam began to rise from the basin. Zhao Xinyu turned to Luo Jingwo. "Please find someone to carefully lift the old man onto the bamboo bed, avoiding any contact with the silver needles on his head." At this point, Luo Jingwo and the others no longer needed to ask questions. They followed Zhao Xinyu's lead, fully aware that he could identify the underlying issues that others could not. Perhaps, aside from Zhao Xinyu, no one else possessed the capability. Whether the old man would awaken rested solely on this young man. Once the elder was placed on the bed, Zhao Xinyu instructed Luo Baohua to add more wooden strips. He retrieved a box of silver needles from the room, his gaze fixed on the elder's changing condition. As time passed, the elder's pale skin began to alter, developing a hint of color. The emergence of this hue shocked everyone. They observed the veins bulging as if something was surging within. Ultimately, aside from the head, every part of his body seemed to writhe, as if something lurked beneath his skin. When the elder's skin turned crimson, Zhao Xinyu looked towards Luo Jingwo. "There should be some liquor at home. Fetch the least expensive bottle." "This is the only type of liquor we have. It's a special supply," Luo Jingwo replied. Zhao Xinyu shook his head and turned to Luo Yin and Du Mingnan. "I will need to remove the elder's clothing shortly. Please step aside. Meng, call Brother Jiang and have him bring me a jar of Zui Linglong. Find a way to get the liquor here before tomorrow." After the two had left, Zhao Xinyu carefully removed the elder's clothing and evenly applied the special liquor over his body. "Nurses, shortly I will use acupuncture to expel the heart-eating parasites from the veins. Make sure to wipe them away and dispose of them in that bucket. Remember, do not let the parasites come into contact with the skin." Once the two nurses were fully prepared, Zhao Xinyu took a deep breath. To the astonishment of everyone present, within mere breaths, he had inserted 108 silver needles across the elder's body. As the energy within fluctuated, the needles emitted a humming sound in succession. Within a minute, Luo Jingwo and the others narrowed their eyes in disbelief. They witnessed a layer of blue substance suddenly appear on the elder's body. What had initially been unclear was now distinctly visible, as patches of blue seemed to writhe and pulse. Though the two nurses felt a surge of trepidation, their professional ethics compelled them to cautiously clean the emerging blue substance without disturbing the silver needle. Yet, each time they wiped it away, within a mere 3 minutes, a new layer of blue would reappear. They would diligently cleanse it again, only for it to return, albeit with a gradually fading hue. Eventually, it became so faint that it was nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Throughout this process, Zhao Xinyu consistently maintained the needle's tremor. After 9 attempts, Zhao exhaled deeply, gesturing with his hand, declaring the task complete. He instructed to cover the contents of the bucket with quicklime, planning to address it in 2 days. He retrieved the silver needle and suggested, "Now, let us assist the elder in taking a bath. I shall rest for a moment." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiangwo and the others noticed that Zhao Xinyu was drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen, resembling someone just recovering from a severe illness. This left them in stunned silence. How could acupuncture yield such results? Luo Yin arranged for Zhao Xinyu to rest, while Luo Jiangwo and his brother Luo Baohua, along with the burly men, began tidying up the courtyard. Before they could finish, Director Hu hurriedly emerged from the ward. This sudden action caused the Luo siblings to pause in surprise, their expressions shifting instantly. "Director Luo, what has happened to my father? It's miraculous, truly miraculous. Old Luo's vital signs have stabilized," Director Hu exclaimed. The Luo siblings were momentarily taken aback, their bodies trembling with excitement as joy surged across their faces and a mist of tears glistened in their eyes. Their parents had toiled tirelessly to raise them, and regardless of their father's age, they were desperate to avoid any misfortune befalling him. The past 6 months had been an unimaginable ordeal for them. Luo Yin, in particular, was sleepless, yearning for her father to spend even a single day longer with them. However, they were acutely aware that their father had transitioned from unconsciousness to a deeper state of coma, a reality they were reluctant to confront. This belief fueled their relentless search for medical expertise. As of now, their second brother, Luo Weigua, was still making the final rounds. The three hurried towards the ward. But before they could reach it, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. They turned to see a woman, resembling a rural matron and seemingly in her 60s, discarding the bag she held and rushing towards them. "Sister, why are you crying?" Luo Baohua exclaimed, grasping his elder sister Luo Weigua, bemused. He understood her distress. She feared the worst for their father. Luo Weigua pointed to the purple orchids and white magnolias in the courtyard, exclaiming, "Father is not gone. Why did you move his beloved orchids?" Recalling Zhao Xinyu's explanation regarding their father's state of unconsciousness, the trio's expressions grew peculiar. Luo Jiangwo managed a bitter smile. Although his sister had not achieved great success in her career, she had meticulously attended to their father's daily needs. In comparison to this sister, who appeared older than him, the three siblings felt somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, in the face of such grave matters, he did not withhold any information and relayed Zhao Xinyu's words to Luo Weigua, who stood frozen, her eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. "Sister, we are aware of your 5 hearts. It is astonishing that so many doctors failed to perceive it. Thankfully, Uncle Du introduced a young miracle worker, and now our father is considerably better. I shall go and take a look." In the hospital room, the elderly man lay quietly, his breathing steady, and the vital signs on the monitor were reassuringly stable, which allowed the 4 siblings to exhale in relief. "Eldest brother, where is the young miracle worker? I wish to express my gratitude to him in person. If he can restore our father's health, I would gladly toil for him without hesitation." "Weigua, Xiao Zhao was exhausted after treating our father with acupuncture and is currently resting," Luo Jiangwo replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes flickered. "Eldest brother, it's strange. So many traditional Chinese doctors have treated father with acupuncture, yet they seemed at ease. What is it about Xiao Zhao?" Luo Jiangwo shook his head with a wry smile. "You all witnessed it. He was quite worn out. Perhaps we should inquire with Uncle Du for clarity." In the reception room, Du Gang wore a beaming smile. Having brought Zhao Xinyu to help the old leader recover from his perilous state, which filled him with great contentment. "Uncle Du, how did you come to know Zhao Xinyu?" Du Gang pointed to Du Mengnan. "That little fellow is Meng Ming's friend. I only met him for the first time this morning." This revelation caused the expressions of the Luo siblings to shift to one of intrigue. Bringing someone he had just met to treat their father was indeed peculiar. Observing their reactions, Du Gang chuckled heartily. Do not be deceived by his youth, this young man. As Du Gang shared everything he knew about Zhao Xinyu, astonishment filled the eyes of the Luo siblings. They had not anticipated the myriad of miracles that could stem from this youth. Through traditional Chinese medicine, he had restored his own health to that of an ordinary person and had enabled a child, who had traversed numerous hospitals, to stand again. Such a young man was truly unprecedented. "Ming Ming, is he your boyfriend? A youth like this is rare to find. Do not be misled by his humble beginnings. With his medical prowess, he is bound to achieve great success," Luo Weigua chimed in. Du Gang's gaze flickered momentarily. He considered Zhao Xinyu's appearance but did not share the belief that his origins were humble. If his suspicions were correct, Zhao Xinyu's background was likely on par with anyone present. Aunt Weiguo, what are you saying? We are merely good friends. Du Mingnan, usually full of vigor, now displayed a shy demeanor, her cheeks flushing, as those who had experienced similar situations. Du Gang and Luo Jiangwo instantly recognized that Du Mingnan had indeed developed feelings for Zhao Xinyu, although neither had yet broached the subject. During lunchtime, Zhao Xinyu did not rise. Du Mingnan checked on him, finding him fast asleep. Observing his somewhat pallid complexion, a hint of compassion appeared in her gaze. Though they were of similar age, proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, culinary skills, and capable of cultivating delicious vegetables, the self-proclaimed proud daughter of heaven felt a touch of embarrassment. She could not fathom how he had acquired such knowledge, yet she understood that in his youth, he must have endured considerable hardships. After an extended slumber that lasted until nearly evening, Zhao Xinyu rose to freshen up. Upon entering the reception area, he learned that Zui Linglong had already been delivered, which prompted a reflection on the privilege of having such a rare medicinal liquor at this hour, something unattainable for an ordinary family. Xiao Zhao, remarked Luo Weiguo, who, despite meeting Zhao Xinyu for the first time, spoke with genuine concern. We didn't want to disturb your peaceful slumber at noon. You must be famished now. What would you like to eat? I can whip something up. Du Mingnan giggled. Aunt Weiguo, this fellow is quite the culinary maestro. His dishes could easily outshine those of my hotel's head chef. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Du Mingnan, who quickly realized she had let slip a secret. She playfully stuck out her tongue at him, her expression radiating charm. Xiao Zhao is exhausted. Allow me to take over. He chuckled. Aunt, I can handle it. When Zhao Xinyu presented an array of exquisite dishes, the astonishment on Luo Jianggang and the others' faces was palpable. As Du Mingnan had stated, although the ingredients appeared humble, the meals were a feast for the senses, something even seasoned hotel chefs could scarcely replicate. After tasting the fare, they were effusive in their praise. Such remarkable culinary skills and a mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, such talents are a rarity in today's society. Uncle Jiangwo, Zhao Xinyu added, these are merely ordinary ingredients. If I had used vegetables grown from my own garden, the flavors would be even more sublime, especially with the stewed Crucian carp. At the mention of stewed Crucian carp, Old Master Du couldn't help but swallow a few times. Xiao Zhao, when will you prepare some? The taste is truly exquisite, especially when paired with Zui Linglong, an absolute delicacy. Uncle Du, if you wish to indulge, I could send someone to procure some wild Crucian carp. Luo Weiguo replied with a smile. Let us save it for tomorrow. We can have Zhao Xinyu grill meat and stew the Crucian carp. Du Mingnan suggested with a playful grin. Zhao Xinyu felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed this fellow truly did not regard him as an outsider, making decisions on his behalf before he could voice his thoughts. Ming, by tomorrow, the heart-eating worms in the old master should be fully expelled. And we want to need so much Zui Linglong. Let everyone have a taste. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiangwo chuckled. Xiao Zhao, we have the finest special reserve liquor at home. I'll fetch some for you to take along. Zui Linglong far surpasses the special reserve, Du Gang interjected. Bring back a jar for Du Mingnan. I wouldn't even think to drink it myself, but with this complimentary Zui Linglong, how could I resist? As Du Mingnan removed the lid, a fragrant mist enveloped the air. Luo Jiangwo and his sister were momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Zhao Xinyu. This liquor was brewed by my grandfather. It possesses a rather pleasant flavor. The heart-eating worms are attracted to the aroma, making it easier to lure them out with Zui Linglong. I shall taste it, Luo Jiangwo declared, lifting his glass first. After a sip, his expression transformed, and as he set down his cup, he gave Zhao Xinyu a thumbs up, fully comprehending why Du Gang spoke so highly of it. Have you ever tasted such exquisite liquor? I must say, Matai Wuliangya, and specially supplied wines cannot even begin to compare with Zui Linglong. In my lifetime, Zui Linglong is the finest wine I have ever consumed, sighed Du Gang. Upon uttering these words, Du Gang was struck by a thought. Xiao Zhao, I've heard from Ming that you still have a few jars left. How about selling them all to me? I won't follow your quoted price. I can offer you 100,000 for each jar. Du Lao, there's no need to buy them. If you like, I can simply gift you a few jars when you return, replied Xiao Zhao. Excellent, excellent. I am fortunate to have such a friend. If it weren't for our significant age difference, I would even consider making you my sworn brother, Du Gang chuckled. Uncle Du? That's a splendid suggestion. After all, There is a saying about friendships that transcend age. Luo Weiguo laughed heartily. However, as soon as those words left her mouth, she noticed the peculiar expressions of her brothers, sisters, and even Du Mingnan. She pondered how they would address Zhao Xinyu if he were to become sworn brothers with their uncle. Do not even think about becoming sworn brothers with Grandpa. Du Mingnan chided, seizing Zhao Xinyu's arm playfully. Zhao Xinyu wore an expression of helplessness. I never suggested that. Du Mingnan's face lit up with joy. Exactly. Don't even entertain the thought. Xiao, the flavor of Zui Linglong is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps you could encourage your grandfather to brew a bit more, even freshly made. It would fetch a good price. Jianguo uncle, it has been over 4 months since his grandfather passed away. There is very little Zui Linglong left. Du Mingnan's words cast a somber mood over the restaurant, prompting a collective sigh. They all felt the weight of having only one remaining grandparent, and now Zui Linglong can still be brewed. When I find the time, I shall brew some, Zhao Xinyu assured. You brew wine. Du Mingnan grasped Zhao Xinyu's hand again, her gaze filled with fervor. Indeed, I have been helping my grandfather brew wine since childhood. The Zui Linglong he drank when I was 14 was crafted by me. Let us collaborate when you return. I will find a workshop, and you will handle the blending, she proposed eagerly. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Zui Linglong is handcrafted. My grandfather always said that any wine processed by machines loses its original flavor and cannot be mass-produced. Finding a workshop would be too costly. And do you think I can leave that courtyard? Then, once you have brewed it, you can deliver some to me, she suggested. All right, Zhao Xinyu replied with a smile. Though he could indeed brew Zui Linglong, he was acutely aware that he currently had no place to do so. The following day, the routine continued. Once Zhao Xinyu removed the silver needles from the old man's body, a hint of color returned to his skin, and afterward, Zhao Xinyu, exhausted, took a moment to rest. At lunchtime, news from the hospital brought joy. The old man, who had been in a coma for over 6 months, had awakened, and his bodily functions were gradually recovering. Although he remained frail, there were no other issues. With proper care, he would be back to his former self in just a few days. What delighted the Luo siblings even more was that all the minor ailments that had plagued their grandfather had vanished, and his vital signs were more robust than ever, suggesting that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could easily live another 10 or more years. The awakening of their father brought immense joy to the Luo siblings, and the noticeable improvement in his health dispelled the shadows of the past. During mealtime, Luo Zhengwo, Luo Baogu, and Luo Yin made disparaging remarks about Luo Weiguo's cooking, claiming it paled in comparison to Zhao Xinyu's culinary skills, which left Luo Weiguo somewhat exasperated. After 2 decades of preparing meals for their father, she was accustomed to receiving praise for her cooking. Yet now, after just one meal prepared by Zhao Xinyu, her siblings were suddenly critical. She began to question whether these 3 truly were her siblings. In the evening, when Zhao Xinyu emerged from his room, he observed the Luo family engaging in their usual banter. Previously hesitant to disturb the elder, they now felt emboldened to approach him, reassured by his improved condition. Zhao Xinyu graciously accepted their heartfelt gratitude and acquainted himself with the Luo family before visiting the elder in his hospital room. Inside, Du Gang was engaged in light conversation with the elder, and as Zhao Xinyu entered, their eyes met. In that moment, Zhao Xinyu smiled and nodded at the elder, only to witness a sudden change in his expression, which startled him. Elder, what seems to be the matter? Du Gang gently patted the elder's chest, urging him to calm down. Once the elder had regained his composure, he slowly spoke. You must be Zhao Xinyu. Please, come and sit. I genuinely thank you for pulling me back from the brink. Zhao Xinyu took the elder's pulse and reassured him, after some rest, you will be just fine. I will prepare a nourishing herbal dish for you, which will invigorate you further. Let us not rush, he suggested. Instead, let us engage in conversation. During their chat, Zhao Xinyu noticed that the elder's inquiries mirrored those of Du Gang, predominantly revolving around his childhood or his grandfather. However, questions about his grandfather were more frequent. Xinyu, do you have a photograph of your grandfather? I wish to see what kind of man could raise such an exceptional grandson. Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly and retrieved a rather blurry photo from his phone. My grandfather was not fond of photography. This is the only image I have. Taken when I was 5, after much persuasion. The indistinct photo depicted an elderly man in a bulky, tattered winter coat, holding a child. The elder's face was obscured, perhaps due to neglect or the passage of time. Both the elder and Du Gang scrutinized the image, their eyes shimmering with a flicker of excitement. Although the elder's features were unclear, his silhouette bore a familiar resemblance. Xinyu, when is your birthday? May 18th, though I cannot be certain if it is my true birthday. My grandfather informed me of it. And what of your grandfather? Zhao Xinyu sighed softly. He never celebrated his birthday, claiming that as one ages, such celebrations become trivial. And he only observed his birthday every few years. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sentiment. Xinyu, did you not mention yesterday that you would prepare roasted meat and stewed Christian carp? Everything is ready over there. I will stay here a bit longer with the elder. As Zhao Xinyu prepared to leave, Du Gang turned to the elder, saying, Elder, Xinyu's grandfather is Zhao Pelu, brother Zhao. The elderly gentleman nodded with a complex expression. Although the photograph was blurred, I could recognize it. Moreover, brother Zhao Pelu had mentioned that his birthday fell on February 29th, a date that graces the calendar only once every few years. Surprisingly, it turns out that brother Pelu had not passed away, but was instead nurturing a new descendant in the countryside. I had never heard that brother Pelu possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and culinary arts. Should we contact the Meng family? It is highly likely that Xinyu is the child they lost, I suggested. The elder sighed deeply. In the past, the trio of Polu, Meng Lai, and Jiao Meng had formed an enviable iron triangle. However, a rift emerged between the Meng and Jiao families. First, Meng Lai's eldest son, Meng Feihu, and his family fell victim to an attack, leaving the surviving son missing. At that time, everyone suspected the Jiao family was behind it. Subsequently, Jiao Meng's second son, Jiao Deming, was also attacked and killed, with his newborn son vanishing as well. This series of events led to a bitter feud, severing ties entirely. Afterward, upon discovering the letter left by brother Polu, the iron triangle ceased to exist. If Xinyu were indeed Meng Lai's lost grandson, one must ponder how he came to be raised by brother Polu and what Meng Lai would think about this situation. Du Gang's gaze narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that brother Polu had a hand in that incident? Brother Polu would not act without reason. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to live in seclusion in a mountain village. By the way, did brother Polu not adopt a grandson? Could it be that he is? Du Gang took a deep breath, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. If the conjecture were indeed accurate, what had transpired back then that even a man revered as a war god like brother Polu felt compelled to feign death for concealment? Contemplating these matters, Du Gang turned to the elder, only to find a similar trace of worry in the elder's gaze. The incidents had befallen both families, targeting their eldest descendants, while others remained unscathed, leaving only the children missing. Du Gang, for the time being, do not contact the Meng or Jiao families. Once I recover, I will seek to understand what truly transpired. As the two deliberated over Zhao Xinyu's situation in the hospital room, outside in the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu had already commenced barbecuing. Although the feast had yet to begin, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat had rendered the Luo family unable to resist. Not only the Luo family members, but even the burly men tasked with protecting them and brought along by Du Gang gathered around, each swallowing hard in anticipation. This led Zhao Xinyu, in the midst of grilling, to ponder whether, in times of war, this very meal might compel them to align with him. Once the feast commenced, the Luo family completely shed their dignified demeanor. Not only the younger generation, but even the four siblings of Luo Jiangwo disregarded their images, scrambling for the grilled meat. When Zhao Xinyu brought forth a large pot of stewed Christian carp, the Luo family was utterly astonished. In their affluent household, such delicacies were seldom encountered. They could indulge in mountain and sea treasures at any time, yet here they were, marveling at the simplicity of Christian carp. Yet, this braised Christian carp left them utterly delighted. The elderly gentleman, who had just awakened, consumed 3 fish and a bowl of fish soup, raising concerns about his capacity to handle such a feast. If allowed to indulge freely, neither Luo Jiangwo nor his companions could fathom how many fish he might devour. In contrast to the Luo family, the bodyguards from the Luo and Du families appeared surprisingly refined. They refrained from bickering and instead evenly distributed the roasted meat and braised fish prepared by Zhao Xinyu. However, after the distribution, they devoured the fare with remarkable speed, leaving not a morsel behind. Once finished, they cast longing glances at Zhao Xinyu, their eyes brimming with unfulfilled desire. Thanks to a sumptuous barbecue and a pot of braised Christian carp, the younger generation of the Luo family and Zhao Xinyu became quite familiar with one another. Following the meal, Luo Jiangwo's son, Luo Xiao, approached Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, let us collaborate to open a barbecue restaurant. I will cover all expenses. And we will exclusively serve barbecue and braised Crucian carp, splitting the profits equally. Du Mingnan chuckled. Brother Luo Xiao, I suggested this long ago. This fellow has established a farm stay, and now countless people in Pingcheng crave his braised Crucian carp. Yet, he neglects his own establishment, leaving patrons queuing for a meal. As for collaboration, you might as well forget it. Seeing Luo Xiao's wry smile, Du Mingnan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Brother Luo Xiao, we are returning tomorrow. Seize this opportunity to have him prepare some national beauty and heavenly fragrance for your sister-in-law. At her words, the members of the Luo family were momentarily taken aback. What is national beauty and heavenly fragrance? They inquired. Ming, what exactly is national beauty and heavenly fragrance? Du Mingnan remained silent, merely pointing to her own exquisite face. This gesture instantly ignited fervent interest among the women of the Luo family. Ming, the cosmetics you use are national beauty and heavenly fragrance. I was curious why I had never heard of such a brand, Luo Yin said, grasping Du Mingnan's arm. Aunt Luo Yin, national beauty and heavenly fragrance is not a cosmetic. It is a balm he concocted that can heal scars. Just a small amount during face wash. Leave it on for 10 minutes, and rinse it off, Du Mingnan clarified. Xinyu, is what Ming said true? Luo Yin inquired, her gaze intense. Zhao Xinyu nodded. It is indeed a balm I formulated myself. Once I return, I will prepare a portion for everyone and have Ming arrange for it to be delivered. How much? We charge him 1,600 for each portion, which lasts about a month. Such an affordable price. Aunt Luo Yin, it's not merely cheap. We offer him 10,000. But he only accepts a symbolic 1,600. Brother Yu, I adore the scent of roses. Could you create that fragrance? A sweet-looking girl, around 18 or 19, asked softly. Of course. Please note down your preferred primary fragrance, and I will attempt to blend it when I return. Zhao Xinyu, national beauty and heavenly fragrance can even be customized for scent? Du Mingnan exclaimed, suddenly animated. The version you are using is a mixed fragrance. While it is subtle, it is perfectly suited for your age, Zhao Xinyu replied. Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, Du Mingnan's expression softened as she said, Please prepare a sample for me to examine. The following day, Zhao Xinyu visited the elderly gentleman once more, checking his pulse and confirming that the old man merely required rest to recuperate. He then prepared to take his leave. Luo Zhengwo inquired about the consultation fee, but Zhao Xinyu waved his hand dismissively. Given his connection with Du Gang, Luo Zhengwo did not press the matter further. He left his phone number for Zhao Xinyu, requesting a call when he next visited. Although no payment was exchanged, Zhao Xinyu departed with a sense of fulfillment, having gained not only the Luo family's assurances, but also several boxes of unmarked tobacco and alcohol from their home. On the private plane, Du Gang regarded Zhao Xinyu with a flickering gaze and remarked, Xinyu, your mastery of traditional Chinese medicine is remarkable. I believe you should focus primarily on this field. Traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, and it requires young talents like you to uphold its legacy. Zhao Xinyu nodded, responding, I understand, old Du once I return. I will revisit the foundational knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and pursue my medical license in due time. Du Gang couldn't help but smile. You didn't graduate from a TCM university. How do you not possess a medical license? Zhao Xinyu explained, I encountered issues at that time, which prevented me from taking the assessment. Du Gang shook his head, relieved that Zhao Xinyu had successfully treated the old leader. Had anything gone awry, the Luo family might have questioned Zhao Xinyu's qualifications. Upon returning to Bailiangding, Zhao Xinyu's life regained its tranquility. He diligently practiced while studying the essence of the golden coffer, poring over his old TCM texts from university. During his leisure, he experimented with crafting a fragrance named Qing Guqing Cheng. Initially, as he began creating this fragrance, he accumulated a wealth of insights, making it significantly easier to blend various scents now. In less than a month, he had successfully concocted 16 distinct variations of Qing Guqing Cheng. Confident that such a variety would undoubtedly satisfy the Luo family's preferences. Subsequently, he ordered a batch of antique-style bottles online, meticulously categorizing and labeling each unique fragrance with handwritten tags. While some masters of traditional Chinese medicine might dismiss the notion of crafting fragrances for women, Zhao Xinyu deepened his understanding of herbal medicine throughout the process, gaining fresh perspectives on TCM principles. When Du Mingnan visited again, Zhao Xinyu presented her with a bottle of each fragrance. Upon seeing the array of 16 different variations, Du Mingnan was utterly astonished. She believed in Zhao Xinyu's ability to create various scents, but she had not anticipated the existence of so many. As she inhaled each fragrance, she was profoundly impressed. Each scent possessed a dominant note, yet they were not singular but rather a harmonious blend, offering a soothing and elegant aroma without any harshness. Observing Du Mingnan's slightly dazed expression, Zhao Xinyu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of achievement, igniting in him a greater aspiration. So, do you have a favorite scent? Du Mingnan suddenly turned to Zhao Xinyu, asking, which one do you think would suit me? Zhao Xinyu offered a faint smile as he reached for a bottle adorned with the label of Dreamy Orchid Essence. This fragrance should suit you well. Its subtle aroma can keep one's mind perpetually alert. A warm current surged within Du Mingnan, and her gaze toward Zhao Xinyu shifted slightly. For this very scent was one she cherished. She had not anticipated that Zhao Xinyu would share her sentiments and select the same fragrance. Taking the Dreamy Orchid Essence, Du Mingnan looked at Zhao Xinyu and expressed, I hope this one is truly unique. Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily. All right, although I am generally accommodating, there must be some form of reciprocation. In the next moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Du Mingnan leaned in and gently kissed him on the cheek. Both were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing crimson in unison. Du Mingnan giggled, There's your reward. This is my first kiss. If you dare gift the Dreamy Orchid Essence to someone else, we will have unfinished business. Gazing at the radiant Du Mingnan, Zhao Xinyu felt an unfamiliar sensation welling up within him. Rather than being merely her first kiss, it was, in essence, his own as well. He had not held a girl's hand, let alone kissed anyone, for many years. Why the hesitation? Du Mingnan assumed Zhao Xinyu was reluctant due to his silence. How could that be? There are still some bottles of Dreamy Orchid Essence here. You can take them all. Make sure to retrieve 2 bottles for each of them according to the list, and don't forget to get some for your family too. As they spoke, Zhao Xinyu pulled over 2 large boxes. Upon opening them, Du Mingnan was greeted with 2 boxes brimming with various labels of beautifying essence. You did all this? Zhao Xinyu nodded. I haven't done much else recently aside from preparing these. They should suffice for a while. Load them onto my car, she commanded. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? You're not planning to give them all away, are you? It's quite cumbersome to transport. Just do it. Quickly. As Zhao Xinyu loaded the 2 boxes of beautifying essence into Du Mingnan's sports car, she wasted no time in stepping on the gas and speeding away. Watching the departing vehicle, Zhao Xinyu was left speechless. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Jiang Fei assisting Jiang Pingxin in his recovery, while Chu Qianfan chuckled. Ming Ming has left. Zhao Xinyu nodded, turning to Jiang Peng. How do you feel? I can walk over 10 meters now, but it's still a bit tiring. Don't rush. By the way, have you memorized the Tang song? I have. My parents tested me several times, and I learned it all in one go. From today onward, you must memorize the Huangdi Neijing. You have 10 days to master it, and I will ask you which section it comes from. You must respond immediately with the page number. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing concern. They had seen the Huangdi Neijing and knew its text was complex and tongue-twisting. They imagined that not only would 10 days be insufficient, but even a month might not suffice, let alone identifying the page for each section. Master, how many days did it take you to memorize the Huangdi Neijing? Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. I memorized it at the age of 6, and it took me 4 days. This response moved Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan. At the tender age of 6, Zhao Xinyu memorized the Huangdi Neijing in just 4 days, a feat that would take most a month to accomplish. It is essential to recognize that at such a youthful stage, when one is blissfully nestled in the embrace of their parents, Zhao Xinyu had already committed to memory what many would deem impossible. Yet, he now granted his son a mere 10 days to achieve the same. This was driven by a dual motivation, a father's concern for his child and a sincere hope that his son could mirror his own accomplishments. Very well, master. I shall certainly memorize it within 10 days, Zhao Xinyu affirmed with a nod. Brother Jiang, how long until the Mid-Autumn Festival? 13 days remain, came the response. Have you heard about the village's celebrations for the festival? With no development in Zaihanding, the village lacked the funds to provide for such festivities. Just yesterday, Zhao Xinyu recalled. He had spoken to Old Man Han, who lamented that neighboring developed villages distributed rice, flour, and oil, along with 500 yuan to each household. Nodding, Zhao Xinyu urged Jiang Pingxin to take care of himself before retreating to his room. Upon entering, he retrieved his phone to check his bank account balance. The sight startled him. He discovered nearly 2 million yuan in his account, an astonishing sum he had amassed in just over half a year. Taking out pen and paper, Zhao Xinyu began to sketch some calculations. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan entered the room on a few occasions, noticing Zhao Xinyu seemingly deep in thought, yet he remained silent. And they did not inquire further. In the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu rode out on his electric tricycle, with no one aware of his intentions, returning only at night to commence his culinary preparations. After dinner, he called Han Tianliang, requesting him to gather the village officials. It was merely a brief call, leaving Han Tianliang puzzled about Zhao Xinyu's motives. "Xinyu, is something afoot?" he asked as the village officials arrived around 9 o'clock. Han Tianliang, not mincing words, posed his question directly. "Grandfather Han, how many households currently reside in Zaihanding?" Without hesitation, Han Tianliang replied, "There are 642 households in total, but presently only 516 remain in the village. Among them, 62 are on social welfare, 47 are impoverished, and 14 are elderly without children." Suddenly, a wave of excitement surged through Han Tianliang and the others. They sensed that Zhao Xinyu might be preparing to distribute rice or flour to the villagers. Over the years, while neighboring villages thrived, Zaihanding remained stagnant due to its geographical challenges and water scarcity. Each holiday season, residents of other villages received benefits, while Zaihanding received nothing, leading to many eligible young men struggling to find brides. "Grandfather Han, I have heard that other villages distribute rice, flour, and oil to every household, along with 500 yuan, is that correct?" With a bittersweet smile, Han Tianliang and the others nodded. They had fielded countless inquiries from the villagers about this matter, facing even more reproaches for their village's lack of support. "I ventured out for a brief excursion this afternoon. As for the households that are away, we shall not speak of them. However, the 516 households that remain in the village are to be treated similarly. Each household receiving social assistance or living in poverty will receive an additional 500, while the 14 elderly individuals living alone will each be granted an extra 1,000. Nonetheless, I must ask everyone to exert themselves a little more tomorrow." Upon hearing these words from Zhao Xinyu, Han Tianliang and the others were left utterly astonished, each of them momentarily bewildered. They had initially thought that Zhao Xinyu would merely provide the villagers with some rice and flour, yet he offered them the same as those in other villages and, moreover, extended additional benefits to those who are struggling in their own village, benefits that others did not offer. "All right, I shall notify the villagers shortly. If they discover that you are the one providing this assistance, they will be overjoyed," Han Tianliang exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Ah, Grandfather Han, I have yet to finish my statement. You and your companions have worked diligently for the village. Aside from you, I shall allocate an extra 5,000 as a mid-autumn festival bonus for your hard work." "Nu Yu, this is far too generous," stammered Jia Zhansi, the village secretary. "I owe my presence in this village to your support. Without you, I would still be scavenging for scraps on the streets or delivering takeout." This remark rendered Han Tianliang and the others silent. Indeed, when Zhao Xinyu was down on his luck, it was the late Su Ning who extended a helping hand. Now that Zhao Xinyu had prospered, he continued to express his gratitude towards them, leaving them somewhat abashed. The following day, as people gathered outside the entrance to capture footage of Jin Yu and Jin Hen, they suddenly noticed that the villagers from Zaihanling were flocking towards the courtyard. This immediately alerted them to the fact that something significant was occurring. With truckloads arriving at the roadside opposite the entrance, the villagers surged towards the thoroughfare. It soon became clear that Zhao Xinyu, in his newfound prosperity, had not forgotten the villagers. He was personally funding the distribution of mid-autumn festival benefits to each household, with even greater assistance for those in need. The positivity of this initiative prompted the onlookers to generously share their footage online, with each video quickly garnering millions of views. The power of the internet proved to be phenomenal. As the villagers received their well-deserved mid-autumn benefits, a dedicated reporter from Pengqing Television was dispatched to conduct live interviews. They interviewed villagers and documentarians, sharing in the joy of the community, yet the man at the center of it all remained elusive. They sought to enter the courtyard for closer shots, but the formidable black wind, akin to a bull calf, proved to be an insurmountable barrier. Nevertheless, the story of Zhao Xinyu's success and his unwavering support for the villagers quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Pengqing, bringing his name to the attention of many. Thanks to this mid-autumn festival initiative, Zhao Xinyu earned the recognition of the Zaihanling villagers, embedding his legacy in the hearts of each villager. even among those like Zhao Xinyu and the families of the local ruffians who had once harbored resentment towards him. On this particular day, a sensational piece of news reverberated through Zihanling. Han Tianliang, Han Li, Zheng Min, Jiang Fei, and Chu Qianfan, all key figures by Zhao Xinyu's side. Each received a generous red envelope amounting to 50,000. In contrast, others working at the vegetable market and the rural leisure farm were also granted 8,000 each. A villager calculated that for this mid-autumn festival alone, Zhao Xinyu must have expended approximately 1 million. On the evening of August 14th, the rural leisure farm was closed to the public, and all those involved in the vegetable market, the leisure farm, and the caretakers of Luoshui gathered there. When the last dish of stewed Christian carp was served, the arrival of Zhao Xinyu and Zheng Min was met with a resounding applause from the entire hall. Observing the excitement among Han Li and the others, Zhao Xinyu offered a few simple words before approaching two specially designated boxes and opening them. Goodness! This is exclusive liquor and tobacco. Which high-ranking official did you rob, Xinyu? I've heard that a single box of this exclusive tobacco can fetch 1,000 without being available. Save the boxes for me, Han Li exclaimed, gazing at the exclusive items Zhao Xinyu laid out on the table. Xinyu, could this possibly be counterfeit? Han Li asked, a hint of skepticism in his eyes as 2 bottles of exclusive liquor and 2 boxes of exclusive tobacco were placed on each table. Whether it's real or not, you can taste it for yourself, Zhao Xinyu replied. I'll be the judge, Han Li said, opening a box and pulling out a cigarette. He noted the absence of any markings and the golden hue of the tobacco, with each particle uniform in size. After igniting it and taking a deep drag, Han Li's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhao Xinyu. It's genuine. Do you have any more at home? Give me a box. I want to show it off. Upon hearing this, the others at their table, Han Jun, Huang Jijun, Wang Yulong, and Lu Ming, immediately reached for their own cigarettes. There are a few boxes at home. When you visit, I'll get them for you, Zhao Xinyu assured them. You can't possibly know that high-ranking official, can you? Such exclusive items are rare. Even provincial officials receive only a few each year. Just eat your meal. Why are you so chatty? This past half-year had been unforgettable for everyone present, particularly for families like Zheng Min's, who had never imagined such a dramatic transformation in their lives. Consequently, during the meal, everyone felt liberated. Even those who typically abstained from alcohol indulged in a small cup. After a few rounds of drinks, Han Li patted Zhao Xinyu, seated beside him, and said, Xinyu, come to our home tomorrow for the Mid-Autumn Festival. We wouldn't want you to spend it alone. His words prompted an immediate silence in the hall. Everyone was aware of Zhao Xinyu's situation. Having lost his grandfather, he truly was alone. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions, and many had not considered the implications of him celebrating alone. Come to my house. No way. Xinyu has never been to my home. He must come to mine tomorrow. As the brothers argued, their faces flushed with excitement. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered momentarily. How about this? Instead of splitting up, let us all gather here tomorrow and celebrate together. The hall fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. After the applause subsided, Han Jun rose to address the crowd, acknowledging that the changes in their lives today were largely due to the presence of Xinyu. He often reminded them of the importance of gratitude. Let us toast to Xinyu, he declared, encouraging everyone to arrive early the next day. As the gathering indulged in merriment, an unexpected intrusion occurred. A group of individuals wielding clubs stormed into the courtyard, their faces obscured by hats and masks, revealing only their piercing eyes. They pried open the gate and cast a wide net in pursuit of the guardian of the premises, Hei Feng. Initially, Hei Feng evaded capture, deftly dodging their attempts while trampling a swath of vegetables. However, relying on the cover of the garden, he managed to elude their grasp time after time. With a formidable physique, he incapacitated at least 5 or 6 of his assailants. Frustrated by their inability to seize Hei Feng, the aggressors revealed their malicious intent. A masked leader issued a chilling command, kill him. Though Hei Feng managed to evade some blows, he was struck repeatedly by clubs, igniting a fierce rage within him. As he lay bloodied and barely conscious amidst the vegetable patch, the group of over 30 assailants had sustained injuries, with at least 20 of them wounded by Hei Feng's ferocity. The garden bore the scars of the ensuing struggle, stained with pools of blood, the origins of which remained uncertain, whether belonging to Hei Feng or his attackers. Dismantle the computer tower, one of them ordered, as they hoisted the computer equipment and the injured onto a vehicle. Is there anything else at home? Nothing of value remains. Just some household appliances and a few broken wine jars. But there are two special items. What are they? Special supply cigarettes and liquor, quite a substantial quantity, 3 boxes. Let us take them back and examine them. They might be counterfeit, but they could deceive the gullible. As flames erupted into the sky, the nearby farm quickly sensed the disturbance. A group rushed back to the courtyard, where Zhao Xinyu noticed that the villagers had begun to extinguish the fire. Yet He Feng was nowhere to be found. Soon, some villagers discovered the bloodied and barely alive He Feng in the vegetable patch. Filled with sorrow and anger, Zhao Xinyu set aside his concerns and immediately began to treat He Feng. Meanwhile, fire trucks and police cars arrived with sirens blaring. While Zhao Xinyu focused on saving He Feng, Han Li and his associates were subjected to inquiries. In the early hours, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply. He was unconcerned about the state of his home. He Feng was his ally, his kin, and he could not bear to see him harmed. Had there been no witnesses, Zhao Xinyu would have long since sheltered He Feng in his space. Now, he had to rely on his medical skills to save him. Grateful for the presence of spatial water that breathed a flicker of life back into He Feng. Xinyu, the surveillance equipment has been taken. They left no trace. Han Tianliang observed, watching as Zhao Xinyu tended to He Feng. Zhao Xinyu managed a wry smile. Understanding the implications, his intruders had clearly come prepared, making any investigation exceedingly challenging. Xinyu, the fire has spread. Let us go to my home. At dawn, I will arrange for someone to clean this mess. Han Jun said, furrowing his brow. The South Korean soldiers, you may return now. Black Wind has suffered numerous broken bones and cannot move. I will keep watch over him. Xinyu, they are after you. Should they return, given the circumstances, it is unlikely they will. You all should leave. There are still many matters to attend to tomorrow. Once everyone departed, Zhao Xinyu's eyes sparkled with a cold brilliance, for he was truly enraged this time. At that moment, he felt a murderous impulse surging within him. His repeated concessions had only led to this outcome. Rising, he locked the door, stored Black Wind in his spatial realm, and glanced at the dilapidated room that had been ravaged by flames. Upon seeing Linglong Zue still unharmed, Zhao Xinyu collected her into his spatial realm before heading towards the vine trellis. In a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel, Hu Jinyu sat before an expansive table laden with dishes, pouring himself a drink with a demeanor of utmost calm. As the door to the private room creaked open, 2 figures entered, a stout man and a lean one. The latter was a young man, around 25 or 26, with deep scars etched across his face. His eyes glinting with a fierce light, unmistakably a ruthless character. The stout man was middle-aged, and if Zhao Xinyu were present, he would instantly recognize him as the one who had previously come to extort him alongside city management officials. Zhang Mingkue, have you captured that dog? That dog is too ferocious. I brought over 30 brothers, and 17 of them were injured. Following Hu Shao's orders, I managed to subdue the dog. But due to its ferocity, no one dared approach it. However, it is highly unlikely that it survived. Hu Jinyu sighed deeply. What a fine beast, what a pity. Did you acquire anything? Almost half the vegetable field was destroyed, and I took some counterfeit cigarettes and liquor when I left. I also set fire to that dilapidated house, leaving no trace behind. I managed to tidy up a few areas. They will certainly not uncover anything. Counterfeit cigarettes and liquor? If the quantity is substantial, it could lead him to a cool stay in jail. The brothers inside would be sure to treat him well. Zhang Mingkue casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Hu Jinyu. Upon receiving the unmarked pack, Hu Jinyu's expression shifted slightly. This fellow is courting death, daring to counterfeit even state-supplied cigarettes. Hu Jinyu was aware that the country imposed severe penalties for counterfeiting. And if Zhao Xinyu was indeed bold enough to counterfeit state-supplied cigarettes, once proven, he would face years of imprisonment. After taking a puff, Hu Jinyu's countenance changed. Coming from an extraordinary lineage, he had sampled state-supplied cigarettes before. Though it was merely one puff, he could discern that this state-supplied cigarette was genuine. Zhang Mingkue, how many of these cigarettes are there? Together with the counterfeit state-supplied liquor, there are 3 boxes. Bring them all to me. I will transfer 100,000 for the brothers' medical expenses. Let me know if it is insufficient. Understood. I will bring them to Hu Shao tomorrow. Come, sit down and enjoy a drink. These dishes were specially prepared for you. By the way, investigate Zhao Xinyu's background for me tomorrow. On this day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time meant for nationwide celebration and familial joy, the majority of the residents of Xianling were not in high spirits. The home of Zhao Xinyu, which has liberated many villagers from poverty, has been destroyed. More than half of his vegetable fields have been ravaged, and his house has been engulfed in flames, leaving even his beloved Black Wind with a feeble breath. Upon hearing the news, villagers rushed over in the morning, only to find the courtyard in disarray, their anger palpable. Many among them, who had returned to the village to open agritourism businesses, relied on Zhao's vegetables, which he generously sold at half the market price. With the destruction of his estate, their source of income has been severed. Had they known who was responsible, they would have dealt with the miscreants without Zhao needing to intervene. In the courtyard, the villagers spotted Zhao Xinyu sitting beneath the grape trellis, his eyes bloodshot and his hair damp with the morning mist. Being from the same village, they understood that Zhao had not left the estate, but had remained there all night. Witnessing his state, each villager felt a pang of sympathy and spontaneously began to right the fallen tomatoes and cucumbers, gathering the undamaged produce from the ground. Subsequently, images and videos of the disaster were shared online, drawing a crowd to the estate's entrance. Countless voices online clamored for a thorough investigation of the culprits. Zhao Xinyu's grandfather had already made a phone call, and it was expected that the perpetrators would soon be found. "You can't stay here. Come to our house," said Du Mingnan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, her heart aching at the sight of Zhao. Taking a deep breath, Zhao managed a faint smile. "I've made plans with Han Li and the others to meet at the agritourism site for lunch. Please extend my thanks to the old man." Du Mingnan sighed softly, glancing around. "What about the Black Wind? I sent it to a pet hospital. It should be back in a while. By the way, since you know many people, could you help me find a decent construction team, preferably one that specializes in traditional architectural styles?" Du Mingnan nodded. "Your house should have been demolished long ago. It's just a matter of reluctance. Now, whether you like it or not, it must be rebuilt. By the way, Yuma and the others don't have your number. Let me take their greetings to you." Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Are they worried about not being beautiful enough?" His words brought a smile to Du Mingnan's face as she playfully tapped his shoulder. "With the estate in such a state, how can you still find humor in it? My grandfather once said that these things are merely material possessions. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing. Before I arrived here, I had nothing, sleeping in a concrete pipe every day. I managed to get by. Ming, I'm fine. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Your family must be busy. You truly want to come to my house." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Du Mingnan's eyes as she spoke. "No. With so many people here to help, I can't just leave. Wait a moment. I'll fetch you something nice." As he spoke, Zhao Xinyu stepped into the vegetable field. After about 10 minutes, Zhao returned with a mysterious air, cradling a mud-covered wine jar in his arms. "Drunken beauty," he declared. Du Mingnan frowned, having expected a delightful surprise, only to find it was merely drunken beauty. "This is for you," Zhao Xinyu said, offering no further explanation. In a luxurious villa, Hu Jinyu furrowed his brow upon receiving news that yesterday's incident had been uploaded online by netizens, placing immense pressure on the police. What troubled him further was the unexpected call from Du Gang, the low-profile patriarch of the Du family, who demanded results within a specified time frame. Reflecting on the special supply cigarettes he had received yesterday, Hu Jinyu pondered how this impoverished individual with no background could possibly be connected to the Du family. While he was lost in thought, Zhang Mingkue arrived with 3 boxes of special supply cigarettes and liquor. Upon seeing the contents, Hu Jinyu concluded that Zhao Xinyu must have a significant connection with the Du family. Otherwise, he would not possess such an abundance of exclusive goods. "Young Master Hu, I just received a call from a brother I sent to investigate. Du Mingnan has gone to that fellow's place, and it seems they are quite close," Zhang Mingkue reported. Hu Jinyu's expression darkened, his face shifting to a steely pallor. "That damn scoundrel is courting death. Young Master Hu, I've received news that the locations you arranged yesterday are somewhat unreliable. Send a few brothers in first. I will extract them later, with a settlement of 50,000 for each." Zhang Mingkue's gaze narrowed. "Is that Zhao Xinyu involved? Do not concern yourself with that. Just find a few discreet brothers to go in. Leave the rest to me." Meanwhile, in the Du family, Du Gang noticed his granddaughter returning with a jar of wine and looked behind her, but Zhao Xinyu was nowhere to be seen. Ming, where is Zhao Xinyu?" "The courtyard is bustling with people helping out. He couldn't make it. Several families are at the farmhouse for lunch," Du Mingnan replied. Hearing this, Du Yongchong, seated on the sofa, let out an inexplicable sigh. Although his father always spoke highly of Zhao Xinyu, he could not shake the feeling that a boy from the countryside was not on the same level as their esteemed family. "This is Zue Linglong," Du Mingnan asserted. She shook her head, sensing the jar was different. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled Zhao Xinyu mentioning using grapes for winemaking after the harvest. Realizing this, she placed the jar on the table and removed the seemingly fresh mud seal. Upon opening the lid, a sweet aroma of wine wafted through the air, causing Du Shichang and Du Yongchang in the living room to turn their attention to the jar on the coffee table. Ming, this is grape wine, and it smells delightful, Du Shichang remarked as he approached. Du Mingnan nodded. This is the grape wine brewed by Zhao Xinyu. I wonder how it tastes. Just the aroma is excellent. I will fetch some glasses. As the wine filled the glasses, the entire Du family was taken aback. The grape wine shimmered like a translucent amethyst, subtly glistening with a faint luster. Unlike their previous experiences with wine, this one exhibited a remarkable viscosity akin to aged liquor, clinging to the glass like jewels. The rich fragrance that enveloped the room imparted a profound sensation, leaving a lasting impression. Come, let me have a taste. Du Gang eagerly brought over the poured wine, taking a delicate sip before closing his eyes. The texture was velvety, the structure refreshingly crisp, akin to the softness of the finest goose down. The flavor was sweet, devoid of any hint of acidity or spiciness, and certainly free from cloying sweetness. Although the wine had entered his belly, a lingering fragrance remained upon his lips, with no trace of alcohol, and his breath carried the essence of grapes. After a considerable moment, Du Gang slowly opened his eyes, realizing that this exquisite wine far surpassed any Bordeaux or Domaine de la Romanie Conti. Du Yongchang and Du Shichang exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. The Bordeaux and Domaine de la Romanie Conti mentioned by their elder were among the world's most prestigious wines, and hearing them dismissed as inferior was astonishing. Ming, pour us a glass, Du Yongchang said, gently swirling his glass. The deep purple hue dazzled him, and the wine clung to the sides of the glass for several seconds before cascading down, filling the air with a refreshing aroma that evoked nostalgia. Taking a sip, Du Yongchang involuntarily murmured in astonishment, his eyes betraying a flicker of shock. A passionate collector of fine wines, he possessed Bordeaux and Domaine de la Romanie Conti in his collection. Yet, when compared to this wine, he could not help but agree with the elder's assessment. It was indeed of superior quality. How does this wine compare to your prized collections? Surely it surpasses them, the elder teased, leaving Du Yongchang feeling somewhat embarrassed. After investing considerable time and wealth into acquiring top-tier wines, discovering that a simple mountain lad's creation eclipsed his collection was a bitter pill to swallow. Ming, tell that foolish boy that the finest wines are stored in wooden barrels, and to use a pickling jar for such exquisite wine is a travesty. Suddenly, the elder recalled something. Ming, I hope that his collection of Zui Linglong hasn't been plundered. Grandfather, I haven't inquired about that, she replied. That young man has lost his home. Where will he sleep tonight? Du Mingnan sighed softly. He claims he has slept in a cement pipe, and that anywhere can be his home. He plans to demolish the house and rebuild. Unpretentious and calm. I like this lad, Du Gang remarked unexpectedly. Du Mingnan's face flushed crimson, while Du Yongchang was left speechless, and Du Shichang was wide-eyed in astonishment. He knew his father seldom praised anyone, and to hear such commendation directed at a young man from humble origins piqued his interest in Zhao Xinyu. Ming, I wish to ask you something. Has your second aunt mentioned a cosmetic called Qingqing that is said to originate from both Pengqing and Yanjing? It has no manufacturer and is entirely handcrafted, promising to make one appear a decade younger. Many people are eager to acquire it. Have you heard of Qingqing? Du Mingnan chuckled lightly. Second uncle, Qingqing was concocted by Zhao Xinyu. I've saved some for my second aunt and the others. Du Yongchang's gaze subtly narrowed. Recently, he had often heard his wife mention a certain name, and she appeared to have regained several years of youth. Upon inquiry, he discovered that in the affluent circles of Pengqing and Yanjing, the name Qingqing was widely circulated. It required no makeup. Merely washing the face and applying it would suffice. With a myriad of fragrances available, the price of a single bottle exceeded 50,000, and yet, despite the wealth, acquiring it was not guaranteed. Most crucially, as his younger brother Du Shichang remarked, the older the user, the more remarkable the effects. According to his wife, a woman in her 50s had used Qingqing and appeared a decade younger, resembling someone in their 30s. It was astounding to realize that this product, which had driven countless women to frenzy, originated from a young man he had initially dismissed. This piqued Du Yongchang's curiosity about Zhao Xinyu. Ming, Does this mean your mother has used Qingwu? However, be cautious, as it hasn't been tested. It might contain toxins, he remarked. Du Mingnan rolled her eyes. Dad, what are you thinking? Qingwu is a pure herbal ointment. Zhao Xinyu simply blended various fragrances derived from different herbs. Both his face and yumuos were restored using this ointment. As Du Mingnan explained Qingwu to her father, renowned cosmetics conglomerates such as Estée Lauder, L'Oréal, and Duku convened high-level meetings. The sole agenda was the news they had received. An extraordinary cosmetic named Qingwu had emerged simultaneously in the two cities of Pingqing and Yinjing in the mystical land of Huaxia. Qingwu was crafted using ancient Chinese medicinal techniques, wherein herbal ingredients were distilled into an ointment devoid of any chemical additives. Even the fragrances were concocted from various herbal blends. This ointment was entirely herbal, free of harmful substances, requiring merely 10 minutes of application to yield effects far surpassing those of their brands. Anyone using it would experience significant results, particularly as age increased. What astonished them the most was that Qingwu lacked a manufacturer. Even the labels were handwritten, featuring 15 distinct fragrances, each a unique blend eliciting different sensations. Esteemed corporations like L'Oréal and Estée Lauder understood the implications of obtaining Qingwu for their brands. Thus, upon receiving the news, they promptly convened high-level meetings, vowing to acquire the formulation of this folk remedy at all costs. Even if they could not obtain the formula, they aimed to uncover the method behind the 15 fragrance blends. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xinyu, the very subject of their intrigue, he was presently engaged at a farm stay, busily preparing dishes for the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration with Han Li and their families. In the afternoon, he and Han Li ventured out to purchase materials for 2 simple houses, constructing them on a vacant plot beyond the eastern wall. Xinyu, I am acquainted with several foremen. Tomorrow, I shall consult with them to meticulously plan our courtyard and construct several stately houses. Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly, mentioning that he had already instructed Du Mingnan to find someone. During dinner that evening, Han Li received a phone call. The police conveyed that the arsonists had surrendered, totaling 6 individuals. Judicial proceedings were already underway, and results would soon follow. The police sought to ascertain the extent of Zhao Xinyu's losses to determine potential civil compensation. Han Li informed them that I require no compensation whatsoever. I merely wish for them to face the harshest penalties, Zhao Xinyu declared. Han Li and the others were taken aback. The vegetables in the courtyard had been nearly half destroyed, and by calculation, Zhao Xinyu could have claimed a substantial amount in compensation. The fact that he was now foregoing this compensation puzzled them. In truth, Zhao Xinyu had his own reasoning. His arrival in Shihanling was primarily due to conflicts with Zhao Shiming and his associates. The last incident, where a corpulent man instigated trouble with the city management, had resulted in those involved being detained for only a few days before their release. This current incident was undoubtedly linked to the previous one, and it was evident that the opposing party had connections. Their rapid surrender was entirely prompted by a phone call from Du Gang. Even if he pursued compensation, they would certainly have their channels, and the few acres of vegetables would yield little in monetary value. Rather than accept a meager compensation, it was preferable to secure a more severe sentence for them. As they returned that evening, Han Li harbored concerns for Zhao Xinyu's safety. The group escorted him back to the courtyard, departing only after he had securely locked the gate. Once in the newly constructed makeshift dwelling, Zhao Xinyu entered the space to check on He Feng. Although He Feng could not yet stand, he had regained some awareness. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu, He Feng let out a few low growls, his voice filled with sorrow and indignation, his eyes turning blood-red once more. Gently stroking He Feng, Zhao Xinyu reassured him, "Fear not, for the truth will eventually surface, and I shall certainly seek justice for you." Hearing this, He Feng responded with a few low growls, his gaze beginning to clear. That night, Zhao Xinyu remained in the space, contemplating and practicing the Hongmeng Jinjing left by his grandfather. The following day, as the vegetable stall and agritourism business resumed operations, Du Mingnan arrived with several individuals to measure and plan the courtyard. During this process, she approached Zhao Xinyu. "Zhao Xinyu," she began, "when we arrived, we observed that the northeast of your courtyard is riddled with ravines. Additionally, there are 2 other courtyards of similar size behind yours that are uninhabited. If you were to purchase those 2, you could cultivate vegetables and construct houses." Upon hearing Du Mingnan's words, a thought flashed in Zhao Xinyu's mind. The area surrounding his courtyard was the only point of access to the outside world. The east was bordered by the Luo River, while the west and north were dominated by ravines over 30 meters deep. Indeed, there were two families residing behind him, yet according to Han Tianliang, those families had moved away several years prior and purchased homes elsewhere. They were unlikely to return. Upon Du Mingnan's reminder, his mind became invigorated. The three courtyards, along with the vacant roads and wasteland, amounted to approximately 40 to 50 acres. If he were to acquire them all, it would indeed be a splendid choice, alleviating his worries about farmland, at least for the time being. I shall make a phone call. Half an hour later, Han Tianliang returned the call, informing him that he had contacted two families. However, these families were already aware of Zhao Xinyu's intentions, and upon learning that Zhao Xinyu wished to purchase their courtyards, they firmly quoted a price of 300,000. It is important to note that this sum could easily secure several similar properties in the village. According to Han Tianliang, there were still over 10 acres of farmland to the east. Thus, why spend such a substantial amount on their dilapidated courtyards? What is the matter? Every courtyard was priced at 300,000, with no room for negotiation. Hand me your phone. Zhao Xinyu, uncertain of Du Mingnan's intentions, passed the device without question, contemplating whether or not to purchase the two courtyards. All right, I believe it would be prudent for you to make the purchase, Du Mingnan concluded. Zhao Xinyu instinctively nodded. You just completed the sale of the exquisite fragrance, so I will transfer the funds to you. By the way, we should arrange for another batch when time allows. You have sold them, Du Mingnan chuckled. Indeed, you produced a total of 265 bottles. Consider my Yume orchid fragrance as my commission. Aside from what you promised to the Luo family, you have 218 bottles remaining, each at 28,000. I will transfer the funds to you now. At this revelation, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. 28,000 per bottle? This was astounding. Originally believing vegetables to be the most lucrative venture, he now realized he had been mistaken. With over 5 million in revenue, Zhao Xinyu regained his confidence and promptly redialed Han Tianliang, instructing him to notify the two families to bring their property documents back to the village. That afternoon, with the assistance of the village committee and land management department, Zhao Xinyu successfully transferred the ownership of both courtyards into his name. Once the news spread, the villagers were in a frenzy. Over 300,000 could purchase an apartment in the city, yet these two decrepit, uninhabited courtyards sold for the same price. They could not fathom why Zhao Xinyu would spend so much on such properties. Many soon began to entertain thoughts of selling their own parcels. They approached Han Tianliang, hoping he could persuade Zhao Xinyu to consider their properties, even at a lower price. Zhao Xinyu, fully aware of their intentions, decided against purchasing, as these areas were too distant from his own. In the ensuing days, Du Mingnan's team arrived for surveying and planning, collaborating with Zhao Xinyu on the construction of the buildings. After thorough consideration, they decided to establish a workshop with its own courtyard at the northernmost section of the area, while Zhao Xinyu opted for a residence in the region surrounded by the Luoshui River. On this day, construction machinery entered the site, the sound of engines reverberating as the two courtyards were transformed into farmland. Zhao Xinyu entrusted all matters to Han Li and a few others, deciding to leave the grand estate. He mentioned he would return to his hometown, and by the time Han Li and the others arrived the following morning, Zhao Xinyu had already departed. In the following period, Han Li and the others occasionally attempted to call Zhao Xinyu to inquire about his return. Each time, however, they encountered the same frustrating message. The recipient was unavailable in the service area. After several fruitless attempts, they were left at a loss for words. Nestled beneath a seldom trodden cliff in the Kaoyang mountain, there existed a humble abode concealed amidst ancient woods. It would be difficult to discover without a keen eye. Suddenly, the air was filled with a resounding bird call as two magnificent golden birds, each boasting a wingspan of over 3 meters, gracefully descended onto a clearing in front of the dwelling, dropping two wild rabbits weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds onto the ground. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a young man, standing at about 1.75 meters, emerged from the room, accompanied by a large black dog towering at 1.5 meters. Jin Hen, Jinyu, bring back a couple more. These two are hardly sufficient for you, he remarked. The two golden birds emitted a low chirp, and a gust of wind stirred as they took to the skies once more. The young man bent down to pick up the two rabbits and turned to re-enter the forest bordering the humble dwelling. Down below, a stream flowed ceaselessly, and the young man began to clean the rabbits by its banks, where a large basin contained 5 already marinated mountain chickens. Suddenly, the haunting howls of wolves echoed from afar. For anyone else, this would have prompted a hasty retreat to the safety of the abode. However, upon hearing the howls, the young man looked toward his canine companion. "Hey Feng, it seems your friends have come to visit." As his words fell, the bushes across the stream rustled, revealing the heads of over 10 greenish wolves. Upon spotting the young man tending to the rabbits, their eyes gleamed momentarily before they swiftly retreated. The young man glanced at the now still bushes and shook his head, aware that today would demand another long day of labor. If Han Li and Du Mingyao were present, they would undoubtedly recognize the young man as Zhao Xinyu, whom they had been unable to contact, believing he had returned to his hometown. With nothing left in his hometown, he was reminded of the 20 years he had labored for them, yet had never enjoyed a single day of peace. To avoid dwelling on memories, he chose to immerse himself in Kaoyang Mountain. Initially, he had only roamed the outskirts, where the natural herbs flourished abundantly. However, after Heifeng's recovery, they ventured into the more remote areas. There, they encountered a pack of wolves. After several skirmishes with the Wolf King, they forged an unexpected friendship. The territory he now inhabited belonged to the pack, and he constructed his modest dwelling on an elevated bank by the stream. With the protection of the wolf pack, Heifeng, Jin Hen, and Jin Yu, he felt secure from any potential ambush by larger predators. During this time, he devoted himself to cultivating the Hongmeng Jinjing. After breaking through the first layer, he finally felt the flow of internal energy within him. In that moment, Zhao Xinyu was struck by an overwhelming sense of wonder. Yet he firmly believed in his grandfather's words and in the reality of ancient martial cultivators portrayed in films, convinced that they were not mere fabrications. After cultivating his inner strength, he recalled the box of ancient texts on acupuncture points and meridians that his grandfather had left him. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a letter penned by his grandfather, Zhao Lu. In the letter, his grandfather anticipated that he would cultivate inner strength and had specifically selected 2 techniques for him: 5-spirit decision and shadow following, emphasizing that he must not examine anything further until he had mastered these 2 practices. Once he achieved mastery, he would be free to choose any technique he desired and explore the contents at the bottom of the box. The 5-spirit decision resembled the 5-animal play created by the renowned physician Hua Tuo, yet it was inspired by the legendary ancient divine beasts, the vermilion bird, white tiger, azure dragon, black tortoise, and Shilin. Each beast's movements consisted of merely 9 actions, and these were not easily replicated by an ordinary person. Although he had practiced the primordial true scripture, mastering the first movement of the vermilion bird in the 5-spirit decision took him an entire week. Each day of practice left him utterly exhausted, but after a night's rest, he felt rejuvenated, shedding a layer of black impurities from his body. Upon successfully performing the first movement 9 times, he noticed an abundance of dark purple impurities emerging from his body, and he felt lighter, effortlessly traversing the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Aware of the benefits of the 5-spirit decision, he immersed himself in his practice. Noting that with each movement he mastered, his body underwent transformations, becoming lighter, stronger, or experiencing clearer thoughts. After 3 months, he had perfected all 45 movements of the 5-spirit decision. Upon completing the final movement, he no longer expelled impurities but rather dark red blood. Before acquiring this space, although Zhao Xinyu had intermittently practiced the primordial true scripture, he remained frail, never falling ill. However, after engaging with the scripture, he felt a significant change in his physique. He could sense a powerful energy coursing through his muscles. His meridians had thickened, and a subtle, lustrous sheen now adorned his skin. Subsequently, Zhao Xinyu sparred with Black Wind. While he may not have matched Black Wind's agility, his strength was formidable enough to deter Black Wind from approaching carelessly. Even more astonishing was the fact that previously, a mere brush from Black Wind would have left him reeling, yet during their spar, he found himself largely unfazed, occasionally able to rebound Black Wind's attacks. He recognized this was undoubtedly due to the 5-spirit decision. Consequently, he promptly commenced training in shadow following. As he honed this technique, Black Wind suffered greatly during their bouts, ultimately seeking refuge in the forest to avoid further confrontation. With Black Wind unwilling to spar, Zhao Xinyu turned his attention to Jin Hen and Jin Yu. However, after a while, they too expressed reluctance to engage in a match with him. At this moment, Zhao Xinyu was filled with confidence. The reason he had not returned was his desire to thoroughly cultivate the five-spirit technique amidst the cool mountains. During his period of devoted training, the pack of blue wolves would occasionally make appearances, each time bringing an ample supply of game. Now, as the pack reappeared and observed him preparing the game, they quickly understood that he intended to barbecue today. Without the need for introductions, they swiftly set about capturing the wild game in their territory. The pack comprised nearly 30 wolves, and each time they processed the game, it took half a day to complete. While barbecuing, on this elevated terrain, aside from Zhao Xinyu, and He Feng, the entire pack of blue wolves gathered. Great and small, they lay behind Zhao Xinyu, their eyes fixated on the game he was constantly turning over. Whenever the aroma of meat wafted through the air, the wolves could not help but drool, yet they refrained from rushing to snatch the roasted meat from Zhao Xinyu's hands. Once the game was cooked and placed on a branch, the pack remained still, which deeply moved Zhao Xinyu. He reflected that oftentimes, humans could not compare to animals. After finishing the barbecue and tidying up, night fell. Upon returning to his simple dwelling, he glanced at the numbers he had inscribed on the wall and couldn't help but sigh lightly. It had already been over 4 months since his departure, and according to the agreement with the construction company, it was time for the village to receive the completed work. Moreover, with the Lunar New Year approaching in just over 20 days, a multitude of tasks had been managed by Han Li and the others, making it unreasonable for him not to return. With thoughts of home stirring within him, Zhao Xinyu began to pack. During this time, he had dried a significant amount of wood ear mushrooms and wild mountain mushrooms, and whenever he discovered these herbs in the mountains, he would directly store the dried wood in his space. Now he had over 10 acres filled with wild mountain mushrooms and wood ears. Yet he could not take them out directly, so drying them was his only option. The following morning, as they prepared to depart, He Feng howled toward the sky. Moments later, the pack of blue wolves arrived at the high ground, and the blue wolf king emitted mournful cries towards He Feng, seemingly reluctant to let him leave. He Feng approached the blue wolf king, his massive form rubbing against her, which stirred something within Zhao Xinyu. This pack was unlike any other. The blue wolf king was a female, while Qing Feng was his companion. Observing the bond between He Feng and the blue wolf king, Zhao Xinyu realized that He Feng had fallen in love. Watching the reluctant He Feng and the blue wolf king, Zhao Xinyu felt a sense of helplessness. He was uncertain how to handle the situation. Suddenly, He Feng lowered his head to Zhao Xinyu's side, nudging him affectionately and growling softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhao Xinyu's heart stirred slightly. He Feng, are you asking me to take them home? He Xing nodded slightly, which caused Zhao Xinyu to shake his head in disbelief. The Qingling wolves were accustomed to living in the mountains. If he were to bring them back, how would they adapt to life among humans? What would the public think of him? If animal protection organizations conducted an investigation, he might face years of imprisonment. He Xing, I can take them away, but for now, they must remain in the space. At dawn, Zhao Xinyu returned to the village, yet he did not head directly to the courtyard. Instead, he stole a few glances from afar across the road. The once dilapidated area had undergone a remarkable transformation. A tall wall now hugged the edge of the ravine, enclosing the entire space. The earthen ravine had been reinforced with stone, and curiously, there was not a trace of cement visible in the crevices. The stones had been meticulously set using an ancient recipe of glutinous rice and lime. Before him stood a grand wooden gate, over 5 meters wide and more than 8 meters high, adorned with copper nails the size of wine cups. The area where the gate met the road was entirely paved with stone, creating a vast square of over 1,000 square meters. Surrounding the square were stone benches for rest, behind which lay unplanted tree pits and circular flower beds. A stone arch bridge, stretching over 100 meters, connected the courtyard to the area encircled by the Luoshui River. In the center of what had once been a weed-choked expanse stood a traditional courtyard. Witnessing such a vast area now under his name, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Once, he had toiled tirelessly for his livelihood, never daring to imagine a day like this. As a glimmer of dawn appeared in the east, Zhao Xinyu hailed a taxi to a freight station in the southern part of the city, for he needed to discreetly extract the dried wood ear mushrooms and wild mountain mushrooms from the space without raising suspicion from Han Li and the others. After working diligently at the freight station until nearly 10 o'clock, he called Han Li, but before he could speak, Han Li launched into a complaint that lasted several minutes. He informed Han Li to collect the mountain goods brought from his hometown and then sought out a nearby barber shop. Upon entering, his tattered clothes, unkempt hair, and beard, coupled with the presence of Haisheng, who resembled a calf, almost led the staff to mistake him for a vagrant and chase him away. Upon returning to the courtyard and pushing open the heavy gate, a wide stone path of over 4 meters led directly to the independent building to the north. The sides of the path were devoid of greenery, yet they were impeccably clean. As Zhao Xinyu examined the courtyard, Haisheng let out a low growl and dashed ahead into the yard, frolicking on the very land that had nurtured him. He then ran to a spot and began to dig vigorously, stirring a thought in Zhao Xinyu's mind about what lay beneath that area, the very place where he had buried his homemade wine. Approaching the spot, he noticed remnants of vegetable roots still lingering in the soil, which relieved him. In his haste to leave, he had forgotten about the wine. Fortunately, the ground had not been turned. Had it been plowed by machinery, he would have had no chance to mourn his loss. "Xinyu, you're back," a voice called from behind him. "Grandpa Han, I have returned. It is good to be back. Why stand here? Let us first take a look at your new residence. You have no idea. For several days, people have been sneaking in to photograph your courtyard." As Zhao Xinyu stepped onto the stone arch bridge, he noticed a platform of several dozen square meters beneath its ends, with a stone staircase winding downwards. Crossing the bridge, Zhao Xinyu observed that all the farmland had been tilled. Gazing at the soil-rich fields, a question suddenly arose in his mind. "Grandpa Han, why is there no irrigation channel?" Du Mingnan explained that irrigation channels waste water, and beneath this area, pipes had been laid for future sprinkler irrigation, a more efficient and labor-saving solution. "By the way, will vegetables also be planted here next year?" "The vegetables can go over there. Here, I plan to cultivate fruit trees." He reflected on the flourishing apricot and the new variety of plum, the black diamond, already envisioned in the expanse. Without hesitation, he stated. The quadrangle courtyard was entirely enveloped in bluish bricks, with 8 typical Zhongnan-style houses spread across the 4 cardinal directions. Passing through the archway, he was met by a 3-meter-high screen wall, intricately carved with the motif of cranes symbolizing longevity. Navigating around the screen wall, he encountered a flower bed roughly 200 square meters in size, with 4 large urns, each about 1.5 meters high and over a meter in diameter. At its corners, filled with clear water, green duckweed floated serenely atop. These large urns served 2 purposes over the years. Typically, they housed fish for leisure, and in case of a fire at home, the water could be utilized for extinguishing flames. In the courtyard, several families were busy at work. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu enter, they quickly gathered around him, their first topic of conversation being the absence of a phone call during his prolonged absence. Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily and turned to Han Li. "Have you stored away all the cargo from the truck?" "Yes, but where did you acquire such a bounty of wild mushrooms and black fungus?" "I have been foraging for these mountain delicacies in my hometown, where the signal is nearly non-existent." The group nodded, having thought something might have happened to Zhao Xinyu, unaware that he was preoccupied with gathering mountain goods. "Come, let us see your new home. We have prepared 4 rooms for you. Everything is set." "Why prepare so many rooms?" Han Li scoffed. "Du Mingnan wants you to clean one for her. When we come to drink, if it's late, we 1 tea return. We should reserve a couple of rooms for ourselves." Zhao Xinyu nodded and walked toward the main house. To the far left was the kitchen, adjacent to 2 dining areas that had been emptied, followed by 2 vacated living rooms, and at the westernmost end, a private room. The remaining 2 rooms formed a suite, which included Zhao Xinyu's bedroom and study. Whether in the rooms, the living area, or the dining space, the decor exuded an antique charm, while the kitchen was already stocked with an ample supply of ingredients. Observing the provisions in the kitchen, Zhao Xinyu glanced at Han Li, who playfully patted his shoulder. "What else with the act? It's been months since I've tasted your cooking. This is all prepared for you, so hurry up." "Is there no one at the vegetable area?" "Yes, Brother Jiang and his wife, along with Xiao Peng, are watching over it. By the way, Xiao Peng mentioned you are his master, and there should be a room for him here as well." Zhao Xinyu nodded, and a sudden thought struck him regarding the wine he had brewed. "Han Li, please fetch the wine I made. I forgot to mention it before you left." This statement left Han Li and the others momentarily taken aback. The entire courtyard had been demolished and rebuilt, and although they were aware that Zhao Xinyu had brewed wine, they had never actually seen it. Black Wind knew its location. As Zhao Xinyu finished preparing the meal, Han Li and the others entered carrying 2 soil-stained jars of wine. Fortunately, the area had remained untouched. Had work commenced there, the wine would have been ruined. "How many jars are there?" 139 jars. When Han Li uncorked the wine, The distinct aroma of grapes wafted through the air, capturing everyone's attention. Unlike Du Yongchang's affluent background, their past experiences with wine had been limited to inexpensive varieties, and thus, they held a rather unrefined view of wine as merely sour and unpleasant. However, the fragrance emanating from the jars hinted at something extraordinary. Those who initially intended to savor the drunken linglong brought back by Zhao Xinyu now felt an impulse to taste the wine. Unlike connoisseurs of fine wines, Han Li and his companions were unpretentious. They each poured a glass and followed the customary procedure of drinking it like Baijiu. Zhao Xinyu, though aware of wine culture, shared a similar mindset as Han Li and the others. Wine is simply for drinking. With a single sip, exclamations of approval erupted. Xinyu, this wine lacks potency compared to drunken linglong, but it is undeniably delicious, sweet, and smooth. They noted the wine had a significant after-effect, advising to drink sparingly. An hour later, the 2 jars of wine had been completely consumed by Han Li and his friends. As they exited the courtyard, a gust of wind hit them, causing the effects of the wine to surge. One by one, they stumbled, with Han Jun, Lu Ming, and Huang Jijun collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, Han Tianli and the others were there to help, and they collectively assisted Han Li and the others into a recently tidied room. Aware of the wine's potency, Zhao Xinyu only indulged slightly, feeling no ill effects. While Han Tianli and the others attended to the pickled vegetables, he ventured outside with Qing Feng, wandering the vicinity and contemplating how to utilize the area effectively. When Han Tianli and the others returned in the evening, Han Li and his friends were still sound asleep. After several unsuccessful attempts to rouse them, Han Tianli and the others resigned themselves to dining before heading back. After locking the main gate, Zhao Xinyu pondered the nearly mile-long journey back, considering whether he should purchase a few electric scooters for convenience. Upon returning to his room, thoughts of the upcoming spring festival made Zhao Xinyu shake his head. He recalled the mid-autumn festival. He had hoped to enjoy a cheerful spring festival. Yet Black Wind had nearly been killed, and they had even lost their home. Reflecting on the new year, Zhao Xinyu took out his phone to check his bank balance, and was momentarily startled to find nearly 5 million yuan. The cost of land preparation and construction was estimated around 4 million, and he had entrusted Jiang Fei with handling these matters before his departure. Initially, I presumed my bank account held little, considering the expenses incurred in this locality, where vegetables were inevitably affected. I pondered how much could be obtained merely from the fish in the Luoshui River. However, to my astonishment, I discovered over 2,400,000 in my account, indicating a steady influx of income over the past 4 months. With newfound financial security, Zhao Xinyu felt emboldened and promptly took out paper and pen to calculate the benefits he could bestow upon Han Li, his companions, and the villagers for the upcoming new year. The following morning, before Zhao Xinyu had even risen, he was roused by the commotion emanating from the kitchen. After freshening up, he found Han Li and the others rummaging for food. He prepared a hearty pot of lean meat and millet porridge, complemented by a few cold dishes, which provided some relief for everyone. While Zhao Xinyu's wine was indeed delightful, its after-effects were quite potent. It was said to be sweet and enjoyable, yet consuming nearly 2 jin each was excessive. Such exquisite wine should be savored in moderation, around 3 or 4 liang per sitting. Having shared this thought, he recalled the discussions from yesterday and conveyed his ideas to Han Li and the others. As for us, we shall refrain. Your expenses will be considerable, and more funds will be needed come spring. I have reserved the springtime earnings. Please head to the village for a tally. By the way, Han Li, seek out Brother Jiang and arrange for a few electric bicycles to facilitate our comings and goings. Once Han Li and the others departed, Zhao Xinyu thought of Du Mingnan. He took out his phone and, for the first time, dialed her number. After all, they could be considered friends, and she had been instrumental in finding the individuals for his transformation project. It would be remiss not to greet her upon her return. In just half an hour, Du Mingnan's vehicle arrived at the gate. Upon entering, she playfully punched Zhao Xinyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You rascal, I thought you would never return." Noticing the redness in her eyes, Zhao Xinyu felt a warmth in his heart and instinctively reached out to gently caress her silky hair. "How could I not return? This is my entire fortune. Come, let me show you something. You will surely find it useful." Du Mingnan's body quivered slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed Zhao Xinyu like a bashful bride. Exiting the courtyard, she softly inquired, "Zhao Xinyu, what are your plans for development next year?" "Ming Ming, you have extensive connections. Please assist me in finding a storefront in the city. I intend to establish a vegetable and fruit stall there. That indeed could work. However, you must consider that once you release such a bounty of vegetables, it may provoke envy among the larger local growers. You must be mindful of this, she cautioned. The city stalls will focus on premium products, which should not interfere with their businesses, he assured her. Crossing the stone arch bridge, they arrived at an independent courtyard. Upon entering, they found a row of 16 rooms and 4 storage facilities. Zhao Xinyu led her to the second storage room, where Du Mingnan's gaze was immediately drawn to the earthen wine jars, still adorned with remnants of soil. These are all wines. By the way, have you had a chance to taste this wine? My grandfather remarked that your wine surpasses even Bordeaux and Ch de Cam. The jar I brought last time was consumed long ago, and my grandfather has inquired about your return multiple times. What price can this wine fetch? The flavor of your wine has reached the pinnacle of excellence. However, the packaging leaves much to be desired. While fine wine is typically housed in oak barrels, you have opted for a few pickle jars instead. Is this truly suitable for wine? Du Mingnan chuckled, quoting her grandfather, suggesting that any issues should be addressed with him directly. Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he gazed at Du Mingnan, which only elicited more laughter from her. After the laughter subsided, Du Mingnan turned to Zhao Xinyu, asking about his intention to sell the wine. If he were to sell it, she estimated that this barrel could conservatively command around 200,000. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily stunned, staring at Du Mingnan with a dazed expression. The prospect of a wine barrel selling for 200,000 was beyond his wildest imagination. She continued, pointing out that the poor packaging was a factor. Had it been in an oak barrel, the price would undoubtedly be higher. Moreover, she had something else to discuss. During his time away at home, representatives from the world's top 10 cosmetics firms had sought him out. This revelation left Zhao Xinyu bewildered. What could a cosmetics company possibly want with him? He was certainly no celebrity, not a figure whose endorsement would be sought after. It was due to the unique formula of his product, Qing Guqing Cheng. Rumor had it that L'Oréal was willing to offer a staggering $1 billion to acquire the brand and its formula, which included those 16 distinct fragrances valued at 300 million. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered. Qing Guqing Cheng was fundamentally a traditional Chinese medicine product, and its formula was derived from the gene Kui Jing Yao. Selling the formula would inevitably lead to monopolization by these corporations, which would likely rebrand it without acknowledging its traditional roots. This could result in legal ramifications should he wish to utilize the formula in the future. Although he had once faced dire financial straits, his strong cultural identity, shaped by his grandfather's teachings in traditional medicine, compelled him to protect his heritage. He was resolute that he would not sell, not for $1 billion or even $10 billion, as he could not bear the thought of others profiting from his ancestral legacy. Currently, a bottle of Qing Guqing Cheng could sell for 28,000. If it fell into their hands, the price would surely soar above 100,000, enriching them at the expense of the hard-earned savings of his fellow countrymen. Seeing Zhao Xinyu lost in thought, Du Mingnan's eyes sparkled with a hint of concern. The amount he could potentially earn was indeed substantial. For an average person, or even large corporations, such as some might take a lifetime to accumulate. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently, his gaze resting on Du Mingnan. Mingming, do you believe I should sell or not? Du Mingnan's expression grew complex as she recalled his words about the unique Yuming Lanxiang he had created for her. Then I shall not sell, he concluded. At my young age, a bottle priced at 28,000 could yield a profit of 10 billion or even 8 billion by the time I reach 80. Du Mingnan chuckled, playfully tapping his shoulder. While you were away, I took the liberty of registering Qing Guqing Cheng. If you wish, you could open a store to sell it. Opening a store requires capital. It would suffice to have you help me sell it. That is the Qing Guqing Cheng I worked on during my time back. Du Mingnan lifted her gaze and beheld a wall adorned with 15 boxes, each labeled meticulously. So many, Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily. We ought to amass some wealth for future generations. Later, find a vehicle. Reserve 30 jars of this exquisite wine for me. The rest you may take. Leave 20 jars for your grandfather, and if possible, deliver 10 jars to old Master Luo. We only have 36 jars of Zue Linglong left. I shall keep 16, while your grandfather can have 15, and the Luo family 5. Are you willing? What does willingness have to do with it? By the way, don't bother with money. Just procure some special supply cigarettes and wines. The last batch I brought back was snatched away, and I promised Han Li and the others a few boxes of special cigarettes. Du Mingnan cast a speechless glance at Zhao Xinyu. The items he so casually intended to give away could fetch hundreds of thousands per jar, amounting to millions in total. Yet he was only asking for rare goods that were unavailable in the market. I shall certainly assist you with this, she said. By the way, you mentioned you had something good to show me. Zhao Xinyu strode to a corner of the warehouse where hundreds of woven bags were piled high. He casually grabbed one, tore it open, and said, "Take a look. These are the mushrooms we enjoyed last time." Du Mingna nodded as Zhao Xinyu pulled out another bag. "Here. We also have wild mountain mushrooms, all pure and natural, the finest specimens, dried without any additives. Are these all for me? For my rural homestay. Let us reserve some of the preserved vegetables as well, 40% for you, 60% for me. All right, what are your plans? Are you thinking of starting a workshop to create something extraordinary?" Zhao Xinyu nodded. To brew Zue Linglong and create something extraordinary. Du Mingnan was momentarily taken aback as a thought struck her. Perhaps in a few years, a financial titan would emerge in China, one unlike any other. Not built solely on commercial acumen, but entirely on personal expertise. What are your plans for the new year? Will you celebrate with Han Li and the other families? Probably. But this year I intend to stay home. The dining area is spacious enough for dozens of people. On that day, Shi Hanling became the talk of the town. As Zhao Xinyu once again distributed New Year's benefits to the villagers during the Spring Festival. Each household received not only rice, flour, and oil but also a monetary gift of 1,000 yuan, with additional funds allocated to impoverished households, those on low-income support, and 5 guarantee households. Village officials each received red envelopes totaling 8,000 yuan. Furthermore, Han Li and his associates, who assisted him, each received red envelopes of 80,000 yuan, while every staff member at the rural homestay was granted a generous 18,000 yuan. This news not only stirred excitement among the villagers of Shihanliang, but also created quite a stir in the Pengcheng region. A village dedicated to farming and fishing, yet one which distributed such significant benefits to its people at year's end, while the rewards for employees equated to the annual salaries of many. As discussions intensified, the villagers began to understand the true nature of Zhao Xinyu, unpretentious and often taking the time to personally prepare meals for his employees, sharing drinks, and engaging in conversation, treating his staff as though they were family. These hotly debated topics leave many business executives and company owners feeling embarrassed. Although they may not aspire to the same standards as those companies and groups, they certainly lack the attitude towards employees that these others possess. With such dedicated employees, it becomes exceedingly difficult for owners to avoid prosperity. Previously, those who mocked the village of Xianling have now demanded similar benefits for their own communities upon hearing of the welfare provided there, thereby becoming the subject of ridicule themselves. As the end of the year approaches, Zhao Xinyu has once again contributed 100,000 to the village. After all, each year there are various activities, and it would be unreasonable to lack some funds for these events. Without a budget, the villagers' enthusiasm wanes. When the village decorates with lanterns, the atmosphere of the new year begins to permeate his courtyard as well, where strings of palace lanterns adorn the vintage streetlights. To enhance the festive spirit for the villagers, he inquired with Han Li and others about the possibility of setting off fireworks. The response revealed that the road in front of their homes serves as a boundary. Fireworks are prohibited in the city, but West Xianling village faces no such restrictions. Without hesitation, he invested 200,000 of his own funds to procure a substantial quantity of fireworks and firecrackers, hiring professionals to ensure a spectacular display for the villagers to enjoy on New Year's Day. The chosen venue for this celebration is the open space behind the courtyard. Xinyu, your assistance to the village this year has been considerable, and many villagers are grateful. Therefore, on New Year's Day, the children from the village will come to pay their respects, so you should prepare a few red envelopes. It doesn't need to be much. Just 3 or 5 yuan will suffice. Additionally, the village has a tradition of New Year visits, so you should have some sunflower seeds or the like on hand as a token gesture. In the days leading up to the new year, Han Tianliang shared this information with Zhao Xinyu. Understood. I am not well versed in local customs, so please advise me on what else is needed, and I will ask Han Li to assist in preparation. There was nothing more to discuss, as he was aware of the village's circumstances. The courtyard was the most level area, and they wished for the opportunity to watch the fireworks there on New Year's Eve, as well as to host activities during the Lantern Festival. Certainly, you need not consult me on such matters. You can take charge. After Han Tianliang departed, Zhao Xinyu promptly summoned Han Li and the others. knowing that villagers often enjoy smoking and drinking casually. Since they planned to come to watch the fireworks after their New Year's Eve dinner, and with the Lantern Festival activities also set to take place here, he instructed Han Li and the team to prepare 100 packs of cigarettes, several hundred pounds of sunflower seeds, and candy, with fruits surpassing 1,000 pounds of each variety. On the evening of the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Fei, Chu Qianfan, and others arrived at the courtyard. Jiang Fei handed several account books to Zhao Xinyu for his review. Zhao Xinyu tossed them aside, saying, "Brother Jiang, I am not familiar with this, nor do I wish to delve into it. I trust you all. Let us not discuss this further." This statement momentarily startled Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, while Jiang Pingxin laughed heartily. "Dad, didn't I tell you that Master will surely be displeased?" Suddenly, Zhao Xinyu recalled something. "By the way, Brother Jiang, when does the farmhouse close for the season?" Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback. What was the matter today? We do not even have vegetables to sell. How could we offer anything to others? It dawned on Jiang Fei that after such a long absence, Zhao Xinyu was oblivious to the underground warehouse below, which housed a considerable stock of vegetables sufficient to support the agricultural business, the dried vegetables, and the daily expenses of Pingxing Hotel. Zhao Xinyu scratched the back of his head, genuinely unaware of the subterranean storeroom in the yard. Is there really a basement beneath this yard? It has been entirely excavated, with over 20 rooms down there. Surely, you must have known that? Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu's expression, Jiang Fei, Chu Qianfan, and Jiang Pingxin burst into laughter, momentarily re-evaluating Zhao Xinyu, the owner who seemed so oblivious to everything. "Xiaoping, have you memorized everything I left for you when you departed?" "Master, it's been quite some time. I have long since committed it to memory. I have even memorized the Binsao and Wang Di's internal classic." Zhao Xinyu nodded with satisfaction. "Once the new year passes, you shall stay with me." Jiang Pingxin, filled with excitement, turned to his parents. "Mom and Dad, did you hear that? I told you Master would surely reserve a room for me. You may stay with your master, but your studies must not falter. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult him. He is quite the scholar." Speaking of school, Jiang Pingxin suddenly recalled, "Master, this year at school, the teachers and classmates were astonished. I told them my illness was cured by you, and many parents and teachers requested your phone number." Zhao Xinyu hastily waved his hand. "Xiaoping, you must not divulge that information. I currently lack a medical license. If I were to be reported, I would lose the opportunity to sit for the exam altogether." This revelation left Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan momentarily speechless. They were unaware that Zhao Xinyu, a graduate of traditional Chinese medicine, did not possess a medical practice certificate. Xinyu. Every year in March, there is a traditional Chinese medicine assessment examination. Registration is open online during this period. Why not consider signing up? All right. I shall register after the new year. By the way, Jianggu, do you have any plans for the new year? Why not join us here for the festivities? The more, the merrier. That might not be appropriate. Your parents and Qianfan's parents are coming, after all. It would merely be a few more people. Let us gather and celebrate together. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Zhao Xinyu was jolted awake by the sound of knocking. After dressing, he opened the door to find Heifeng bounding into the yard, with Jiang Pingxin chasing after him. Watching Jiang Pingxin and Heifeng, Zhao Xinyu was reminded of his carefree childhood, a time when he too was blissfully untroubled. Yet, the memory of his beloved grandfather, who would never return, cast a shadow over his heart. By the time Zhao Xinyu finished washing up, Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan entered the yard with two elderly couples. Without needing an introduction from Jiang Fei, the couples approached Zhao Xinyu, grasping his hands and shedding tears of gratitude. Indeed, while Zhao Xinyu had merely helped Jiang Pingxin regain his footing, he had ultimately salvaged the lives of Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, along with the two families behind them. Zhao Xinyu welcomed four elderly individuals into the living room. Engaging in light conversation for a while, he then entrusted Chu Qianfan with their care and called Jiang Fei to assist him in pasting the Spring Festival couplets. Upon returning to the courtyard after completing this task, Zhao Xinyu noticed a group of children peering through the gate. While unfamiliar with their faces, he recognized them as village children. He returned indoors to retrieve a backpack filled with red envelopes that he had meticulously prepared the previous day. By now, a throng of 70 to 80 little ones had gathered outside, the eldest among them being roughly the same age as Jiang Pingxin, while the youngest were not yet 5. The children, donned in new festive attire, lit up with anticipation upon seeing Zhao Xinyu emerge. As their jubilant New Year greetings filled the air, Zhao Xinyu welcomed each child with open arms, handing out red envelopes to everyone who approached him. The first child to receive a red envelope eagerly tore it open, and upon discovering a crisp 100 yuan note inside, erupted in joyous exclamations. In the underdeveloped Shi-Hanliang region, families primarily focused on basic sustenance. And while children did receive red envelopes during the new year, the amount rarely exceeded 50 yuan. Many would be delighted to receive 20 or 30 yuan. So the sight of a 100 yuan envelope from Zhao Xinyu left them exhilarated. Following the children, young adults like Han Li and Han Jun joined the festivities. Though instead of red envelopes, they received exquisite, unmarked cigarettes. Wow, Xinyu, an entire carton of special cigarettes. Who exactly do you know? They inquired, their gaze fixed on Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu shrugged. What do you think I am, some kind of big shot? I only know you fellows who are nearly of marrying age, yet still have the audacity to come and pay New Year visits. These cigarettes are from the wholesale market, costing just 6 yuan a carton. Han Li and the others burst into laughter, well aware that Zhao Xinyu had prepared quality cigarettes worth over 20 yuan for the villagers, and would never simply give them 6 yuan cigarettes as a mere token. By the way, I still have special liquor in my room. When we return, everyone can have 2 bottles, and the rest we'll use for the New Year's Eve dinner and the Lantern Festival. The 7 friends squeezed into Zhao Xinyu's room, where they were greeted by the sight of over 30 boxes stacked on the floor, containing only 2 types, special cigarettes and special liquor. A flicker of astonishment crossed their faces at the sheer volume of supplies. How had Zhao Xinyu acquired such an abundance? While others would boast about a single box of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor, here he was with over 30 boxes. You can't possibly be the scion of a wealthy family, can he? Lu Ming whispered to Han Li and the others. Come on. If he were from a wealthy family, would he have been collecting scrap and delivering takeout last year? Replied Han Jun, the eldest among them, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Let us keep this matter discreet. Gentlemen, it's best if only we know. Outside in the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu handed a red envelope to a little boy who called him uncle. The boy was He Yuzhu, the son of Zhengmin Yuzhu. Where's your mother? Zhao Xinyu inquired. She's changing into new clothes and will be here soon. Uncle, where's the Black Wind? He's outside with Xiaoping. The little one tucked away the red envelope and exclaimed, Uncle, I'm off to play with Heifeng. As Zhao Xinyu, Jiang Fei, and Chu Qianfan busied themselves in the kitchen, the sound of drums and gongs resonated from outside. Han Li chuckled heartily. Xinyu, the New Year greetings have arrived. How many red envelopes have you prepared for everyone? Quickly, go fetch the fruits, sunflower seeds, and candies. Outside the main gate, Zhao Xinyu handed a large red envelope wrapped in crimson paper to Han Tianliang, who had come to deliver New Year wishes. Han Tianliang's expression shifted slightly as he felt the thickness of the envelope. Earlier, he had overheard the villagers mention that Zhao Xinyu had gifted each child a red envelope containing 100 yuan. At that moment, he had felt a tinge of resentment towards Zhao Xinyu. Now, holding the hefty envelope, he realized it could not contain anything less. Upon opening it, he discovered 5 stacks of unsealed money. With a bittersweet smile, Han Tianliang raised the envelope high and proclaimed, Zhao Xinyu has gifted us 50,000 yuan for the new year. His family is really going all out. There will be cigarettes and fruits to entertain us later. As he shouted this, the villagers who had come to pay their respects stood in stunned silence. Typically, such generous offerings ranged from 3 to 500 yuan, and even the neighboring village received no more than 10,000 yuan in similar greetings. Yet, Zhao Xinyu's immediate generosity of 50,000 left them momentarily speechless. As the drums began to play, the villagers enthusiastically joined in the festivities. When the music ceased, Han Li handed 10 packets of cigarettes to his father, while Han Jun and others brought out boxes of fruit, further igniting the villagers' excitement. Little Zhao, we thank you for your contributions to our village this past year. We all wish to prosper alongside you. Please teach us how to cultivate vegetables. This statement caused Zhao Xinyu to pause momentarily. The vegetables he grew and the fish he raised were indeed delicious, but the villagers were unaware of the secret behind their flavor. He knew that it was the effect of the spatial water, yet he could not disclose this truth. With a gentle smile, he replied, Grandpa Han and the others know that I possess no special skills. The cultivation is mostly managed by them. However, if everyone wishes to prosper, there is indeed a path forward. This remark stirred excitement among the villagers, who had endured years of hardship and now saw a glimmer of opportunity they could not afford to overlook. They recognized that the vegetables, meats, and even grains available in the market lacked pesticides and fertilizers, which was their advantage. Although the village lacked sufficient water resources for crop cultivation, they could engage in livestock farming, raising poultry and livestock without the use of feed. We've attempted this approach before, but raising without feed resulted in long cycles and subpar outcomes, one villager noted. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly. That was in the past. Nowadays, how many visitors come to our village each day? They not only need vegetables, but also desire meat. The issue lies in the quality of our meat. They are reluctant to consume it. If we could raise a few local chickens and ducks of good quality, they would surely be eager to partake. With their word of mouth, more people would flock to our village. As for farming, I believe it would be more beneficial to cultivate high-nutrient grasses for raising sheep and cattle rather than low-yield grains. The villagers nodded in agreement, many of them having already resolved to adopt Zhao Xinyu's approach to aquaculture. After bidding farewell to the New Year visitors, the group returned indoors to prepare lunch. Although the number of diners was considerable, so too were those involved in the cooking. With Zhao Xinyu and Zheng Min assisting, the meals for dozens were promptly prepared. Hanli, take Xiao Peng and Yu Zhu outside to set off firecrackers. It's time for us to dine. This afternoon, we must also stoke the bonfire, Han Tianli commanded. As the firecrackers burst in the sky, cheers of good fortune resonated through the dining hall. When Han Li and the others returned, everyone raised their glasses in a toast to a prosperous year ahead. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and since they needed to tend to the bonfire in the afternoon, the guests refrained from excessive drinking. After dining and enjoying some fruits, Han Li and his companions followed Han Tianli to the courtyard to prepare the bonfire. Originally, Zhao Xinyu intended to assist, but he received a phone call from Du Mingnan. She informed him that they planned to come over for the New Year's dinner in the evening to enjoy the fireworks display. Unbeknownst to others, Zhao Xinyu was aware of Du Gang's status, and upon learning that the elder would be visiting, he hurriedly instructed the women tidying up the dishes to clean the rooms. He also sent Jiang Fei and his wife to the city to procure 20 sets of new bedding and daily necessities. As they were preparing, a sports car and 5 unfamiliar business vehicles entered the courtyard, ultimately stopping outside Zhao Xinyu's yard. Xiao Peng and Yu Zhu, who were playing outside with Haifeng, had already alerted Zhao Xinyu upon the arrival of the vehicles. By the time Zhao Xinyu stepped outside, the elder had already entered the courtyard, accompanied by Du Yongchang, Du Shichang, and Du Mingnan's aunt. Perhaps concerned about disturbing the villagers celebrating the new year, Du Gang brought only 2 robust middle-aged men with him this time, whom Zhao Xinyu had previously met during his trip to Yanjing. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu, Du Gang chuckled warmly. Xinyu, Mingming mentioned it was lively here, so we decided to join in. Welcome, welcome. Please, come inside, Zhao Xinyu replied. Those busy at home, including Zheng Min, recognized Du Mingnan and were aware of her affluent background. Thus, when Zhao Xinyu led Du Gang and his party into the living room, they merely brought some fruits for the guests and returned to the kitchen to prepare for the evening's necessities. After settling in, Du Gang patted the seat beside him, saying, Come, Xinyu, sit here. Allow me to introduce you to my rather unremarkable companions. Du Mingnan stifled a giggle, while Du Yongchang and Du Shichang wore expressions of wry amusement. Since their return from Yanjing, they had heard Zhao Xinyu's name more than any other. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Zhao Xinyu encountered difficulties, the elder had astonishingly called to inquire about it. From that moment, they realized the elder genuinely held affection for Zhao Xinyu, which stirred a sense of discomfort within them. They all had children. Du Yongchang had only Du Mingnan, while Du Shichang had a son and a daughter, and their sister Du Yuechang also had a son and a daughter. For these children, the old man represents a forbidden territory. Although they are aware of his fondness for them, criticism often fills their ears. In contrast, Zhao Xinyu has never been the subject of harsh words from the old man. Each time the child returns home, the old man compares him to Zhao Xinyu, with the inevitable conclusion that the other children fall short. Hearing the old man declare them unworthy in front of Zhao Xinyu stirs a sense of injustice within them, yet they dare not express their feelings, remaining silent and attentive. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, Du Mingnan's mother, steals glances at Zhao Xinyu and then at her daughter, ultimately finding a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. This is Du Yongchang, Mengming's father, that is her second uncle, Du Shichang, and this is her aunt, Du Yuechang. With each introduction, Zhao Xinyu rises and bows in greeting, sparking a wave of curiosity among Du Yongchang, Du Shichang, and Du Yuechang. Although Zhao Xinyu merely extends a greeting, They sense a distinction between him and the villagers they know. His demeanor surpasses that of many well-bred city dwellers. This indicates that Zhao Xinyu must have received an exceptional upbringing, likely from individuals of notable standing. Du Mingyao, why haven't you wished Zhao Xinyu a happy new year? Just as Zhao Xinyu settled down, Du Mingnan turned to a sweet-looking girl in her 20s. Du Mingyao blinked in surprise, then rose and cheerfully exclaimed, Happy New Year, Brother Xinyu. Following her, Du Ruoxin, Li Kershin, and Li Jinghao all stood up to convey their New Year-esque greetings, prompting Zhao Xinyu to glance at Du Mingnan. Du Mingnan chuckled, What are you waiting for? This is their first visit. You can't let them leave without wishing you well. Zhao Xinyu scratched his head. Just a moment. Retreating to his room, he retrieved a small pouch from his drawer. His fingers caressed the pouch, which contained a piece of aged sandalwood. Hundreds of years old, discovered in the mountains of Kaiyang. He had selected a branch and, during his evenings away from training, carved small trinkets. Each piece was crafted with care, and as he carved, he recalled his grandfather's teachings. These trinkets were a tribute to his grandfather, and now, as Du Mingyao and the others came to pay their respects, he found himself at a loss for a suitable gift, ultimately settling on these cherished creations. Show me what you have. Let us see if it passes muster. As Zhao Xinyu entered, Du Mingnan reached for the pouch and sat down beside her grandfather to open it. A rich aroma of sandalwood wafted through the air, causing everyone present to pause. Their distinguished backgrounds allowed them to discern that the contents were indeed aged sandalwood. With a flourish, Du Mingnan poured the contents onto the coffee table, and the group's eyes widened at the sight of over a dozen small carvings, monkeys, tigers, and rabbits. The 12 zodiac animals include the snake, along with auspicious creatures such as the dragon, phoenix, and Shilin. Each piece is intricately crafted, appearing almost lifelike. A mere change in perspective reveals the animals transforming before one's eyes. This is a small creation of mine. I invite you to see which piece captivates you. As a person born in the year of the rabbit, I naturally desire the rabbit pendant. Du Mingyao was the first to seize it, claiming the rabbit pendant for herself. I belong to the year of the monkey. As Li Jinghao took a tiger pendant, Du Mingyao, who had claimed the rabbit pendant, suddenly noticed another pendant beneath the dragon-shaped one. This one seemed to resemble a human figure. With a hint of curiosity, Du Mingyao picked up the pendant. Zhao Xinyu's expression shifted when he saw her holding it. This pendant was not to be taken lightly. He realized that Du Mingnan had also noticed it. Before he could grasp the pendant himself, Du Mingnan had already secured it. Upon seeing the intricate carving of a figure atop the pendant, her delicate face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. This pendant is mine, she declared, for none else had perceived the artistry engraved upon it. Du Mingnan tucked the pendant away. Zhao Xinyu, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Du Mingnan, only to be met with her radiant smile, which eased his tension considerably. Casting a glance at the incomplete 12 zodiac figures on the coffee table, he addressed his uncles and aunt. If you find your zodiac among these, please let me know. If not, I'll carve a few more for you when I have time. Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, Du Yongchong and the others, recognizing the value of the pendants, wasted no time in selecting their zodiac symbols. However, Du Mingnan's mother, Wang Qing, and her uncle, Li Da, found their zodiac signs overlapped with others, leaving the tiger and pig unclaimed. After gathering the unchosen pendants, Zhao Xinyu turned to Wang Qing and Li Da. Each pendant takes about 3 days to carve. Please wait a few days, and I will have Ming Ming bring them back for you. Suddenly, Du Gang interjected. Do you know how much one of these pendants could fetch on the market? Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Old man, this is merely aged sandalwood, and I believe my craftsmanship has somewhat squandered this fine wood. Your skill is something your grandfather taught you. How many years have you been learning? I began at the age of 6 and have been carving whenever I had free time until university. His words moved everyone present. They had learned from the elder and Du Mingnan that Zhao Xinyu possessed a wealth of knowledge, excelling in traditional Chinese medicine, culinary arts, and winemaking. Now, he revealed yet another talent in carving, which, like his culinary and medical skills, began at a tender age and continued for 12 years. Each individual's learning journey is unique. Yet creativity often flourishes before adulthood. In the minds of many, master carvers are those who, through years of experience and appreciation for the myriad facets of life, weave artistry into their work. Though Zhao Xinyu is still young, they could sense that he had already integrated these elements, achieving a mastery that transcends the norm by decades. The thought of him belittling his artistry would surely perplex the established masters. Zhao Xinyu, were this pendant to be presented for sale on the market, it would undoubtedly fetch a valuation exceeding 80,000. Du Yongchang gazed at Zhao Xinyu, eager to discern his reaction, curious if it aligned with the description provided by the father and daughter. Zhao Xinyu merely smiled faintly and shook his head, dismissing it as merely the price of aged sandalwood. You are aware of sandalwood's value? Du Yongchang inquired. To some extent, Zhao Xinyu replied. The last time I ventured into the mountains, I encountered a century-old sandalwood tree and took a single branch. His words caused those knowledgeable about sandalwood, including Du Yongchang, to exchange bewildered glances. A century-old sandalwood branch is not valued in mere hundreds or thousands. Indeed, the wood he used to carve the pendant could be appraised in the hundreds of millions. The fact that Zhao Xinyu, fully aware of sandalwood's worth, merely took a single branch suggested that to him, money was but an ordinary commodity. A bittersweet sensation washed over Du Yongchang. He had long believed that Zhao Xinyu's interest in his daughter was driven by ulterior motives. He recalled how Zhao had previously gifted the Du family an exquisite bottle of Zui Linglong wine without any discernible reaction. Yet, at this moment, Du Yongchang felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that the young man before him was not the person he had initially perceived. Sister, may I see the figure you have carved on your pendant? Du Mingyao inquired, playing with the rabbit pendant in her hand. Though her thoughts lingered on the pendant that Du Mingnan had seized. They're all crafted by the same artisan, each handmade. You can examine it for yourself. Du Mingnan replied with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, a resounding bird call echoed through the air, causing Du Mingnan's eyes to brighten as she turned to Zhao Xinyu. It's Jin Hen and Jin Yu. They have returned. Zhao Xinyu rose and nodded towards Du Gang. Old sir, I shall step outside to take a look. I too wish to see the legendary Long Pong. Du Gang chuckled, rising to join him. Once they exited the living room, they were met with a tempestuous wind sweeping through the courtyard, followed by the descent of two golden birds into the flower bed. Beside them lay two wild boars, each exceeding 100 pounds, their heads still oozing blood yet devoid of life. The sight of these towering creatures, standing at a height of approximately 1 meter 30 or 40, juxtaposed with the silent wild boars, left even Du Gang gasping in astonishment. They all understood the ferocity of wild boars, accustomed to rolling amidst pine needles, their bodies encrusted with a thick amalgamation of pine resin and soil, impervious to ordinary weaponry. Yet, here they lay slain by these magnificent birds. The terror evoked by such formidable creatures was beyond comprehension. Had they encountered such birds, they might not have had a chance to flee. The Du family observed Jin Hen and Jin Yu, who in turn regarded them with equal curiosity. Upon spotting Du Mingnan amidst the crowd, Jin Hen and Jin Yu chirped softly, evidently greeting her. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, noting that Jin Hen and Jin Yu had brought back the two wild boars, intending to remain in the village for the new year. He glanced towards the kitchen and noticed Zheng Min and others peering through the window. Sister Min, who is the butcher in our village? We should summon him for assistance. As he spoke, he stepped into the flower bed, causing the Du family to exchange anxious glances, fearful that Jin Hen and Jin Yu might suddenly lash out and harm Zhao Xinyu. In the next moment, a colossal shadow burst through the gate. Upon noticing the magnificent creatures, Jin Hen and Jin Yu, Hei Feng let out a few low growls, to which Jin Hen and Jin Yu responded with soft chirps. As Zhao Xinyu approached them, Jin Hen and Jin Yu unfurled their immense wings and gently flapped them against him. Zhao Xinyu reciprocated with a gentle pat, igniting a surge of excitement within Du Mingyao and the others, who eagerly descended the steps to approach the flower bed. Jin Hen and Jin Yu tilted their heads, observing the five unfamiliar humans with an expression of utter bewilderment, clearly unfamiliar with Du Mingyao and her companions. Mingyao, do not fret. I have known Jin Hen and Jin Yu for over half a year. They won't allow anyone near them except for Zhao Xinyu. At that moment, Jiang Pingxin and He Yuzhu, who had been playing outside, hurried back. The two youngsters, upon spotting Jin Hen and Jin Yu, vaulted over the flower bed to join them. To the astonishment of Du Mingnan and her friends, Jiang Pingxin and He Yuzhu were also permitted to touch their feathers. Although it was evident that Jin Hen and Jin Yu exhibited a degree of reluctance towards the two, suddenly, Jin Hen and Jin Yu emitted a series of low calls simultaneously. Zhao Xinyu, who was rummaging through the wild boar, glanced at Jiang Pingxin and He Yuzhu. Xiaopeng, Yuzhu, they are leaving. You should step outside. The two children crawled out from the flower bed, and with a resounding cry, Jin Hen and Jin Yu took to the skies, creating gusts of wind as they soared towards the eastern courtyard, followed closely by Hei Feng's roar as it darted out of the yard. Brother Xinyu, can you understand what they are saying? Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly, lifting the two wild boars. Having spent ample time with them, he comprehended their sentiments. They possessed emotions akin to those of humans. Meng Meng, please keep them company for a moment while I take the boars outside. As Zhao Xinyu exited with the wild boars, he remained oblivious to the astonished gazes of the Du family, while the two burly men accompanying the elder displayed a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Each wild boar weighed over 100 pounds, totaling more than 200 pounds, yet Zhao Xinyu lifted them as effortlessly as if carrying 2 chickens. The sheer strength he exhibited was astounding. Who would believe that a seemingly frail scholar could possess such might? The two burly men, tasked with protecting Du Gang, were practitioners of ancient martial arts, endowed with strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet, they pondered whether they could manage to carry 2 wild boars out of the courtyard as effortlessly as Zhao Xinyu. Du Gang's gaze flickered momentarily. Liang Yongjun, Lu Fei, come with me to take a look. Realizing something, Du Mingnan and the others followed them out of the courtyard. Behind the main hall, Zhao Xinyu placed the wild boars on a patch of open ground. As he turned around, he noticed Du Gang and the others approaching. Elder Du, why have you come out? Du Gang chuckled lightly. Liang Yongjun, Lu Fei, why don't you give it a try? The two men nodded, their bodies shifting as a subtle energy emanated from them. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Zhao Xinyu, one on the left and one on the right. Simultaneously, they unleashed their power, sending 2 gusts of wind toward Zhao Xinyu, the air around them resonating with a faint sound. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, his body twisting in a manner beyond the capability of an ordinary person, evading the strikes of 2 assailants. In the next instant, his hands moved deftly, causing Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei to retreat simultaneously, albeit a fraction too late, as Zhao Xinyu seized both Liang Yongjun's neck and Lu Fei's wrist. A surge of excitement welled up within Zhao Xinyu's eyes. It was evident that to be selected as Du Gang's bodyguard, both men possessed formidable skills. However, he had not anticipated being able to counter their initial aggression. He released his grip and nodded at the 2 men, whose faces were etched with shock. While Du Gang and his companions collectively inhaled deeply, their expressions filled with disbelief. Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei were the captains responsible for protecting the elder, and they had often witnessed each other as training sessions, where one could easily handle 7 or 8 other bodyguards. The scenario that unfolded, where they took the initiative yet were countered by Zhao Xinyu, signified a remarkable disparity in strength. You possess the dark energy cultivation? Liang Yongjun inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flickering in his gaze. Brother Liang, what is dark energy? Your cultivation level? Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei replied in unison, both recognizing from Zhao Xinyu's expression that he was not feigning ignorance. I do not understand. These are merely self-defense techniques taught to me by my grandfather. Zhao Xinyu dared not mention the 5 spirits technique, like shadow and wind. His statement, while not overtly harmful, carried a strong implication, leaving Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei feeling somewhat insulted to be subdued by a young man unaware of what cultivation entailed. Come back, Du Gang said with a smile. We should spar again sometime. Although they had lost, the 2 men were reluctant to concede defeat. Sister, why don't you mention that Zhao Xinyu is quite the hero? His moves were so impressive. I like boys like him, Du Mingyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, only to be met with an exaggerated eye roll from Du Mingnan. Let us go. Someone is approaching, Du Gang remarked, noticing Han Tianliang arriving with several villagers. This is Jin Hen and Jin Yu's doing, Han Tianliang noted, eyeing the 2 wild boars, each weighing over 100 pounds, lying on the ground. Then glancing at Jin Hen, who stood at a distance, Jin Yu smiled and asked, Are they sending us gifts for the new year? Zhao Xinyu chuckled, Indeed. Wild boars are quite lively. I've had the pleasure of tasting them a few times in my childhood. Their flavor surpasses that of domesticated pigs. I've heard that even a single tusk can fetch a handsome price, a middle-aged man in his 50s remarked with a smile. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Uncle Yongping, both tusks are yours. Very well. By the way, this wild boar meat is substantial. How about selling a portion to me? I'd like to take some home for the children to enjoy. Your thinking is astute. Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and Hei Feng can devour most of a boar in one sitting, and there are many mouths to feed at home. How much will be left? Han Tianliang pointed at Jin Hen and his companions. Then let it be. They will be delighted with the tusks, Zhao Xinyu replied. Uncle Yongping, do not heed Grandpa Han's words. Wild boars can be captured at any time. Let everyone take a few pounds home. And you all should take the pig's trotters as well. By the way, we still need to set up a cooking stove. The one at home is too small. The strength of many lies in unity. Within the span of merely an hour, everything was prepared. And Zhao Xinyu promptly commenced the task of tossing large cuts of bone-in pork into the pot for cooking. After more than an hour, Du Mingnan, Du Mingyao, and several other young individuals arrived at the back, and upon catching the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air, they couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Brother Xinyu, when will the stewed meat be ready? I'm absolutely famished. Du Mingyao implored. Zhao Xinyu glanced at her and responded, It won't be long now. In another half hour. You can ask Sister Qian to prepare the dishes. By the time she finishes, this will be nearly done. Half an hour later, Zhao Xinyu lifted the lid of the large pot, first serving 3 substantial bowls to Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and Hei Feng, before dishing out the remainder. Even so, it amounted to 5 large bowls in total. Considering there were 4 tables of guests at home, he handed another bowl to Jin Hen and his companions, then called upon Han Li and the others to carry the stewed bone-in pork back to the dining room. As the fragrant bone-in pork was brought into the dining area, its rich aroma immediately overshadowed the scents of the other dishes. The diners, comprising mostly of villagers apart from the Du family, showed no restraint. As soon as the pork was served, they dove in, each taking a hefty piece, savoring the succulent fat. In that moment, the well-known saying of feasting heartily on meat and drinking copiously was fully realized in the dining room. Initially hesitant, the Du family members soon rolled up their sleeves and joined in, witnessing the villagers relish the food with gusto. In less than 20 minutes, the 4 large bowls of pork were completely devoured. Du Mingyao licked her fingers and looked at Zhao Xinyu. Brother Xinyu, is there any left? I want more. This has been the most delicious meal I've ever had. Han Li sighed deeply. In total, we have 8 large bowls. We took 4, and Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and Hei Feng took the other 4. This won't do. I have to snatch a piece from them. Without waiting for anyone to react, Han Li and Han Jun dashed out of the dining room, leaving the Du family members in a state of bewilderment. It is worth noting that Jin Yu, Jin Hen, and Hei Feng are indeed animals. The notion of competing for food with them was simply unacceptable to the villagers. Observing the reactions of her family, Du Mingnan smiled faintly. You see, Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and Hei Feng eat the same as we do. They won't touch anything that falls on the ground. Most of the time, they consume cooked food, and often, they compete with us for it. Whoever snatches it first gets to keep it. This revelation left the Du family members astounded. They had never heard of such a thing. Could it be that these 3 formidable creatures beside Zhao Xinyu were akin to humans? While they were still in shock, Han Li and Han Jun returned, looking dejected. Han Li muttered under his breath, clearly having failed in their attempt. However, when Jiang Pengxin and He Yuzhu entered shortly after, everyone noticed that each of the 2 little ones was holding a steaming piece of bone-in pork. Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily. You couldn't even outmaneuver 2 children. How embarrassing. What do you mean? We couldn't compete with Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and Hei Feng. They intentionally left 2 large bones for Xiaoping and Yuzhu, Han Li retorted, prompting uproarious laughter from everyone in the dining room. They were inadvertently caught off guard, yet the Du family was profoundly shaken. From Han Li's words, they discerned that these individuals regarded Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and Hei Feng with the same affection as family. The 3 creatures, in their eyes, particularly shielded the children, Jiang Pengxin and He Yuzhu. Brother Xinyu, when can we indulge in such stewed meat? Du Mingna inquired with a smile. You can come often, Han Li replied. Du Shichang chuckled heartily. Ming, I understand why you frequently visit. It is indeed for this delectable dish. I am simply too busy. Otherwise, I would come daily. This remark stirred something within Du Gang. Xinyu, shall we stay here tonight? Do you have any rooms available? Indeed, there are plenty of rooms, came the reply. Du Mingnan giggled. Zhao Xinyu, have you prepared my room? It's ready. Feel free to choose any room you prefer. The one next door is quite nice. Du Yongchang paused momentarily, yet he could only manage a wry smile. His father had long been encouraging Du Mingnan to pursue Zhao Xinyu, and he could sense his daughter's fondness for him. Observing Zhao Xinyu's demeanor during their encounter, the tension in his heart gradually dissipated. Let us go. Show me the way. As Du Mingnan and Zhao Xinyu guided the Du family in selecting their rooms, Han Li and the others ventured outside to ignite the towering bonfire they had built. Shortly after the flames roared to life, clusters of villagers entered the courtyard. Han Li and his companions had set out cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and fruits in one area for the villagers to help themselves. Once the rooms were chosen, the group settled in the living room for a while. Zhao Xinyu checked the time and stood up. "Old dude, let us go. We have a custom that requires us to circle the bonfire to usher in good fortune for the coming year." Du Gang nodded. "Your region truly has such customs. Though we do not here. Let us follow your tradition and help drive away this year's misfortunes, welcoming fortune tomorrow." As Zhao Xinyu stepped outside, he glanced towards the kitchen, noticing that Zheng Min and the others had already departed. The group proceeded to the courtyard, where a grand bonfire, towering over 6 meters, blazed in the center of the path, its energy palpable. Villagers from both the village and nearby towns gathered around. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu approach, the villagers instinctively parted. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily, sharing their customs with everyone, then turned to the villagers. "Remember, you must not speak while circling." In an instant, the courtyard, bustling with around 700 to 800 people, fell silent. Zhao Xinyu placed his hands across his chest and took the first step. The Du family followed suit, mimicking Zhao Xinyu as they began to circle the bonfire, many silently wishing as they trailed behind. They spun 3 times in both clockwise and counterclockwise directions, after which cheers erupted from the crowd. Following the jubilant cries, people began pulling out their phones, and after 10 minutes, they started a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. As they reached the final number, a deep sound resonated from behind the courtyard, followed by a dazzling display of colorful fireworks bursting into the night sky. At this moment, a chorus of joyous exclamations reverberated through the sky, transforming the courtyard into a vibrant sea of happiness. The villagers of Zhihanling were filled with aspirations for the future, and the infectious spirit spread to the city dwellers who had come to visit, illuminating their faces with radiant smiles. Du Gang, having retreated back into the courtyard, gazed at the fireworks blossoming in the sky and listened to the distant cheers of the crowd. He mused, "This is the essence of celebrating the new year. If there were festivities for the Lantern Festival, it would make this celebration truly perfect." "Father, every year the streets and companies in the city organize Lantern Festival activities." Du Yongchang replied softly. Du Gang shook his head, asserting that the authentic Lantern Festival celebrations occur in the countryside, where the festivities are far more exuberant. With just some fruits and sweets, they can unleash their inner joy. Those in the city merely prioritize the daily funding for activities, lacking an understanding of what it truly means to celebrate the new year. He reminisced fondly about the simpler celebrations in the old district, where a handful of dates and peanuts could bring immense joy. In that moment, the people in the courtyard fell silent. As Du Gang had said, in previous years, no matter how busy life became, those who had ventured far would always return home to celebrate the new year with their families. Yet, in today's technologically advanced world, many choose to remain in foreign lands to ensure a better life for their descendants, resulting in a loss of the true essence of the new year. Compared to other surrounding villages, Zhihanling lagged behind in many ways. Yet at this moment, the villagers could still feel a strong sense of festivity. Du Gang's words prompted Du Yongchang and the others to reflect on the past, where, despite a modest existence, the new year was always celebrated with joy. Their thoughts led to a collective sigh, pondering where the spirit of the new year had vanished. As the fireworks crackled, laughter rang out in the courtyard. And when the display concluded, the Du family returned indoors, while the sounds of drums and gongs continued to resonate outside. Not just the villagers of Zhihanling, but even the nearby city dwellers felt the pull of the festivities and were reluctant to leave. Zhao Xinyu, though not outside, listened intently from his room, unaware of when the villagers would finally retire for the night. The following day, Zhao Xinyu rose early as usual and stepped outside to find the remnants of last night's fireworks had been cleaned up, seemingly overnight. The courtyard was immaculate, with hardly a trace of sunflower seed shells, deepening Zhao Xinyu's sense of reflection. Around 9 o'clock, Han Li and Han Jun thought of visiting Zhao Xinyu, soon followed by Zheng Min and her daughter, though they noticed the absence of others. "Where are Grandpa Han and the others?" Han Li asked, glancing towards the living room. "Grandpa mentioned that you had guests, and the villagers tend to be quite boisterous, so they chose not to come," he replied. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, noting that Old Man Du's family was also striving for a lively atmosphere. "I'll call Brother Jiang and inform the others," he said. "Zhao Xinyu, you should take a look. You're making headlines." Just as Zhao Xinyu and Zheng Min busied themselves with preparing lunch, Du Mingnan hurried into the kitchen. As Du Mingnan mentioned, last night, during the New Year vigil, the villagers spontaneously celebrated with fireworks in the courtyard, and videos of this lively scene were uploaded online, following numerous shares. It has since ascended to trending status. Countless netizens expressed their admiration, believing this to be the essence of the new year. Such celebrations evoked the true spirit of the season, allowing individuals to revel in joy. Many voiced their curiosity as to why a village could exude such a rich, festive atmosphere, while in the concrete jungles of sprawling metropolises, that spirit seems to have vanished. Watching the videos circulating online, Zhao Xinyu found himself momentarily at a loss. He had never anticipated that something he deemed trivial would spark such fervent discussions among netizens. His grandfather had just remarked that they should celebrate the new year and festivals here in the future. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, realizing that he might need to start charging for such gatherings. Du Mingnan rolled her eyes dramatically. Umo was envious, having spent the last few days visiting relatives, and they were certain to come over before the Lantern Festival. I just checked, and there are still rooms available. Should I reserve one for them? Sure. I'll find some time to have it cleaned, Zhao Xinyu replied. By the way, since Umo and the others are visiting, why aren't you going to pay them a visit? Tomorrow, we all will leave, but Grandpa will stay back. Can you help look after him? Zhao Xinyu was slightly taken aback, glancing at Zheng Min, who was busy tidying up. He chuckled, realizing that tomorrow it would just be him and the old man left. Zheng Min sighed softly. Since her husband's unfortunate incident, and due to family circumstances, she couldn't recall the last time she had been back to her own family. Now, upon Zhao Xinyu's mention, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. Noticing Zheng Min lost in thought, while holding several wild mushrooms, Zhao Xinyu felt a stir of curiosity. Ming, how are the wood ear mushrooms and wild mushrooms selling at the hotel? Du Mingnan smiled mysteriously. I launched the wild mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms yesterday, and everyone who ordered the New Year's Eve dinner at the hotel remarked on their unique flavor. We'll know more in a few days. In the subsequent days, as families busied themselves with New Year visits and connecting with relatives, only Zhao Xinyu and Du Gang remained in the courtyard. One day, Zhao Xinyu received a call from Du Mingnan, urging him to keep an eye on the online buzz, particularly concerning the Pingqing Hotel. Zhao Xinyu observed that his social media was abuzz with discussions about the hotel. The wood ear mushrooms and wild mushrooms had fully penetrated the market there. Each day, Pingqing Hotel was at full capacity, with reservations extending well beyond the Lantern Festival. The hotel's booming business could be attributed not just to the mushrooms, but also to the introduction of its homemade wine. Customers who spent a certain amount could order a wine called Purple Emperor. Although Purple Emperor was relatively unknown, its price was astonishingly steep, equivalent to an annual salary for an average worker, priced at 38,800. Such a price point was not manageable for the average consumer. However, due to its unique clientele, many were familiar with Pingqing Hotel's reputation for fair pricing. Thus, a regular patron, after meeting the spending threshold, purchased a bottle of Purple Emperor. Upon receiving the Purple Emperor, this frequent patron was taken aback. The illustrious Purple Emperor, priced at 38,800, was merely contained within an unadorned bamboo tube, devoid of any distinctive qualities. The appealing name was juxtaposed with exceedingly mundane packaging, much to the patron's dismay, leading to ridicule from his accompanying friends. In a fit of rage, he hurled the bamboo tube to the ground, firmly resolving never to set foot in the Pingqing Hotel again. However, in the very instant the tube shattered, the unique fragrance of the Purple Emperor startled him. He beheld the Purple Emperor on the floor, glistening and translucent. Unlike any other wine that resembled mere water, for the Purple Emperor remained solid and unbroken. Those who frequented a star-rated establishment like the Pingqing Hotel were undoubtedly individuals of stature, and this patron had tossed the Purple Emperor in the bustling hall filled with esteemed guests, where discerning eyes were aplenty. Before he could react, a middle-aged man picked up the shattered bamboo tube and swiftly consumed the remaining Purple Emperor within. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with delight. Alas, what a shame. Was this not the Purple Emperor? The hotel has priced it too low. He then turned to the waiter. Bring me a bottle of Purple Emperor. Everyone present, possessing a certain status, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the Purple Emperor, each one clamoring to order more and purchase the wine. Subsequently, those fortunate enough to acquire the Purple Emperor began to flaunt it, causing its popularity to skyrocket in Pingqing. The flavor of the Purple Emperor was remarkably unique. Yet its availability was exceedingly limited. Each day, those who managed to procure a bottle treated it as a treasure, leading to a frenzy among those yearning to savor its essence, with some even willing to pay a premium for reserved tables. The burgeoning fame of the Purple Emperor caught the attention of wine magnates from Bordeaux and the Côte d'Or, who devised methods to obtain a bottle. Upon tasting it, they were left in awe. These established brands, steeped in heritage spanning centuries, known for their enduring success, were now confronted by the emergence of the relatively obscure Purple Emperor. Its flavor surpassed that of their most cherished vintages, cultivated over hundreds of years. Acknowledging the immense value of possessing a brand like the Purple Emperor, they dispatched commercial spies to trace the origins of this enigmatic wine. However, investigations revealed that the Purple Emperor was sold exclusively at one location, and even the higher-ups at the Pingqing Hotel were unaware of its source. Observing the fervent discussions surrounding the Purple Emperor on his phone, Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but shake his head. He had never anticipated that his wine would attain such acclaim, even attracting the attention of industry titans. "Xinyu, what is the matter?" Du Gang inquired. Zhao Xinyu smiled as he handed his phone to Du Gang, who glanced briefly before smiling faintly. They had long believed their wines to be authentic, unaware that the concept of exquisite wine had been celebrated for millennia, and that they were, in truth, the true ancestors of winemaking. After uttering these words, Du Gang turned to Zhao Xinyu. "Xinyu, the legacy left to us by our ancestors is dwindling. We must remain steadfast in our principles." Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. Indeed, his technique for brewing wine was rooted in ancient recipes, as his grandfather had once crafted wine using the same methods. Yet, the taste paled in comparison to the exquisite flavor of his current creation, the Purple Emperor. He understood well why the Purple Emperor possessed such a unique taste. It was not only due to the grapes, but, more significantly, because of the spatial water within the realm. Rest assured, old Du, even if I were to share my technique with them, they would still be unable to replicate the flavor of the Purple Emperor. Du Gang sighed lightly, a flicker of emotion appearing in his gaze as he looked at Zhao Xinyu, sensing a shadow of his elder brother within him. He found himself conflicted, uncertain whether to disclose certain matters to Zhao Xinyu. However, with no updates from the old leader, he remained unclear about the specifics of past events and worried that Zhao Xinyu's sudden appearance might invite unnecessary troubles. "Xinyu, how do you plan to utilize this courtyard this year? With your brewing skills, I believe you should consider expanding this craft." "Old Du, I've contemplated that as well. While the main courtyard grows vegetables, I will focus solely on cultivating grapes here. The machinery is inconvenient near the edges of the land, so I plan to plant some sour plums around. They will help preserve the soil and, come autumn, can be used for juice production. Additionally, they could serve as a resting place for chickens and ducks." "That is a splendid idea. Let me know if you require any assistance. By the way, make sure to acquire your Chinese medicine practitioner qualification. It was fortunate that nothing went awry last time. Had there been an issue, I would have been at a loss on how to explain it to the Luo family." Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. "I've already registered. Once things settle down here, I will participate in the Chinese medicine assessment." In the following days, villagers returned home after visiting during the new year, and festivities for the Lantern Festival commenced. With Zhao Xinyu's financial support, the village procured various props for the celebrations. Villagers participating in the activities received daily stipends, albeit modest, with almost half the village signing up. Perhaps due to the previous New Year's event, as the Lantern Festival unfolded, villagers from surrounding areas came to join, and eventually, many lively city dwellers joined in spontaneously. This led to the impoverished Xianling village becoming the best venue for the Lantern Festival celebrations in the Pingqing region. Media reports indicated that over 1,000 individuals participated in activities daily, with even more spectators. As the number of participants grew, the village's agritourism blossomed, accompanied by stalls that had never before graced Xianling. Surprised by this news, Zhao Xinyu had not anticipated that a Lantern Festival celebration would attract merchants, invigorating his spirits. After the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, people returned to their jobs, and on this day, the Du family departed from the main courtyard. Although the Du family was no longer present, Han Jun had brought along his fiancée Yi, and soon after, Lu Ming and Huang Jijun also arrived with their partners. Zhao Xinyu quickly learned that the previous year had been exceptionally fruitful for Han Jun and his companions, and as word spread, the threshold of their homes was nearly worn out from the constant visits of young men bringing girls for matchmaking. The brothers had finally emerged from their struggles, which filled Zhao Xinyu with excitement for them. He promised to bestow a generous red envelope upon each of them when they wed. After Lu Ming and the others brought their partners, Du Mingnan returned to the courtyard, accompanied by Yu Mo and Lu Ruoxi, whom he had not seen for quite some time. They had known each other since last year, and with Lu Ming and the others now in relationships, the group of young people quickly grew close. Although there were not as many as during the New Year festivities, the atmosphere at Zhao Xinyu's place was livelier than ever. The year passed amidst the joyful laughter of the young, and Zhao Xinyu celebrated his first New Year in 6 years without subsisting on instant noodles and pickled vegetables. As the village returned to its former tranquility, the courtyard became bustling with activity. The vegetable garden encompassed over 60 acres. To facilitate this, Zhao Xinyu invested in agricultural machinery. Just after the Lunar New Year, while other regions had yet to commence their spring labor, the courtyard had already begun planting seedlings. After Zhao Xinyu ventured out for a few days, he returned with several trucks, which not only carried the familiar grapes known to Han Li and others, but also the sour plums and Hami apricots, fruits widely cultivated in northern regions that they had only heard about. While Zhao Xinyu was busy, the villagers were not idle either. Following Zhao Xinyu's plans from the new year, most had embarked on livestock farming, and many had revived the barren lands, though they were not planting grains, but rather grasses for livestock. As spring blossomed and the world awakened, the courtyard transformed into a vibrant green expanse, with tomatoes and cucumbers reaching over a foot in height. The surroundings finally teemed with life, as the lush greenery of sour plums and grapes dispelled the desolation. In addition to this flourishing greenery, thousands of chicks, ducklings, and goslings entered the courtyard, their incessant chirping further enlivening the atmosphere. Amidst the stabilization of the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu remained mindful of the impending traditional Chinese medicine assessment. His grandfather had always wished for him to promote this ancient art, a charge that he held close to his heart. Many days, he sacrificed his cultivation time to review the theories of traditional Chinese medicine he had studied. One day, Zhao Xinyu, accompanied by Heifeng, observed the growth of the Hami apricots and plums at the entrance. After being missing for over 4 months, the entrance had regained its former serenity. As Zhao Xinyu admired the profusion of blossoms on the apricot and plum trees, Heifeng suddenly let out a low growl. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Heifeng, and noticed 2 vehicles parked on the nearby road, with several masked youths inside, casting their gaze towards him. The Black Wind, with blood-red eyes, incessantly howled at the vehicles, stirring an unease within Zhao Xinyu. Until now, the Black Wind had not exhibited any signs of distress, even during the incident when members of an animal organization had intruded. Yet now, it seemed to perceive the occupants of the 2 cars as adversaries. Zhao Xinyu was reminded of the events that transpired on the eve of last year's Mid-Autumn Festival. Merely casting a glance, he lowered his hand to pat the Black Wind, which immediately fell silent. In that moment, Zhao Xinyu had already deduced that those individuals were the very assailants who had invaded his courtyard that fateful night. Moreover, he was acutely aware that their visit this time bore ill intentions. If Zhao Xinyu a year prior had been indifferent, the metamorphosis he had undergone over the past year had transformed him into someone far removed from his former self. His once dearest companion, the Black Wind, had nearly perished due to their actions. Thus he held no compassion for his foes. "Brother Kuei, that dog is still alive. It seems to recognize us. Let us retreat for now. Hu Xiao, we've been observing for several days over there. The area teems with people during the day, but at night, aside from Zhao Xinyu, there is no one. On weekends, a child lingers there for a couple of days. What about the Du family?" Hu Jinyu inquired, casting a venomous glance at Zhang Mingkue. From the moment Zhao Xinyu began to rise to prominence, he had dispatched individuals to investigate, confirming that Zhao Xinyu possessed no substantial background, which incited his repeated attempts to seize Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and the Black Wind. Last year, during the assault on the courtyard, he had noticed the special cigarettes and wines brought back by Zhang Mingkue, leading him to suspect Zhao Xinyu's connections to a prominent family. This year, during the New Year festivities, the truth of Zhao Xinyu's association with a distinguished family became clear, particularly upon learning of his unusual relationship with Du Mingnan. Inciting his uncontainable rage, it was known that he had coveted Du Mingnan for several years, and last year he had nearly succeeded in his ambitions. Now, a mere impoverished lad had intervened, seizing what he believed was rightfully his, a bitter pill to swallow. "Hu Xiao, The Du family is only visited occasionally by Du Mengnan. Hu Jinyu's gaze turned icy, believing that merely being associated with Du Mengnan would elevate his status, yet a pauper would forever remain a pauper. Zhang Mingkue, gather a few reliable brothers. Eliminate that brat for me. Hu Xiao, what about the 2 dragon phoenixes and that large dog? It may be easy to dispose of the lad, but should he perish, the large dog will undoubtedly follow the 2 dragon phoenixes into Kaoyang Mountain, making capture exceedingly difficult. Do not concern yourself with that for now. Just ensure that lad is dealt with. I no longer wish to hear that name. His courtyard is quite decent as well. If we were to acquire it, we could cultivate crops and raise fish, swiftly recuperating our investment. The assailants who had previously harmed the Black Wind had resurfaced. Zhao Xinyu returned to review the surveillance footage, discovering that the 2 vehicles had been appearing frequently of late. With this knowledge, he sensed that those individuals would inevitably attempt to breach the courtyard once more, prompting an immediate escalation of his vigilance. Since that fateful encounter with Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei, he has cultivated a remarkable confidence. Although he is acutely aware that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, Zhao Xinyu remains unperturbed. Within his domain lies a formidable pack of blue wolves, which he had brought back from the Kaoyang Mountain. He guarantees that should those ruffians dare to approach again, he will ensure their return is fraught with peril. To address this pressing matter, he deliberated for quite some time. On that day, he ventured into his space to summon the blue wolves, convening a special meeting for them. That night, as the deep growl of Black Wind reverberated through the air, Zhao Xinyu swiftly accessed the surveillance feed. He observed over 30 individuals scaling the wall that bordered the Luoshui, infiltrating the area. Zhao Xinyu's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily donned his attire and stealthily exited the courtyard, silently leading the blue wolves from his space. Though a hint of anxiety flickered within him, there was an unmistakable glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Outside the compound, a group of masked individuals, armed and equipped with weapons, exchanged puzzled glances. They were acutely aware of Black Wind's presence, yet the prevailing stillness bewildered them. Prepared for action, they resolved to be swift and clean in their approach, hoping to capture the dog. If that proved impossible, they would resort to killing it outright. Brother Kue and young master, who had already arranged a celebratory feast for them at the hotel. I shall pry open the door, one declared. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that the door was ajar, igniting a flicker of hope within him. As the group entered the courtyard, they were momentarily taken aback to find Zhao Xinyu seated on a chair at the top of the stairs leading to the living room, coldly regarding them. Beside him loomed the imposing figure of Black Wind, a creature that instilled fear in their hearts. Kill him, a voice rang out, prompting all to raise their weapons and charge towards Zhao Xinyu. Upon hearing those 3 words, Zhao Xinyu's countenance grew even colder. He descended the steps with a swift motion. With a thunderous impact, he evaded a strike and sent a burly man flying with a single punch. The onlookers stood frozen, witnessing the man crash into the flower bed, struggling briefly before succumbing to silence. Altogether, yet in the next moment, their expressions shifted drastically, for they beheld pairs of oil-green eyes glaring back at them. Agonizing cries pierced the stillness of the night, and within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, tranquility enveloped the courtyard once more. Zhao Xinyu inhaled deeply, methodically disposing of the lifeless bodies by casting them into his space. He then stored the blue wolves and the weapons brought by the assailants, ensuring no trace remained. Satisfied with his thorough inspection, he returned to his room and connected a hard drive to the mainframe. In a 5-star hotel, within a lavish private room, Hu Jinyu and Zhang Mingkue clinked glasses. Hu Jinyu turned to Zhang Mingkue. Mingkue, everything is arranged for the journey, is it not? We cannot afford any missteps like last time. Fear not, young master Hu, Zhang Mingkue reassured him. Everything is in order. The surveillance in that area will be under maintenance from tonight until tomorrow. Without monitoring, they will struggle to investigate anything. Is there an adequate number of personnel? Hu Jinyu inquired. Absolutely, Zhang Mingkue affirmed. These individuals are friends I have recruited from various places. Once they complete this task, they will take their payment and depart. Their discretion is assured. Even if they find themselves in trouble later, they will not divulge today's events. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Come, let's drink. Having accomplished this task, your rewards are assured. Minutes later, Hu Jinyu's gaze narrowed slightly as he picked up his phone for a few glances. Mingkue, it's already 3 o'clock. They should have returned by now. Zhang Mingkue frowned and said, I'll contact Bong. However, just as he reached for the phone, The door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a youth with a panicked expression and a deep scar across his face rushed in. Zhang Mingkuei's eyes widened, his expression turning cold. Bong, how many times have I instructed you to knock before entering? Brother Kuei, something has happened. They have not yet come out. Zhang Mingkuei's expression changed at once. Is there any movement over there? I've been waiting for them on Huaxi Road as you instructed, and unable to wait any longer. I sneaked over to take a look, but there was no sign of anything happening. Hu Jinyu's gaze sharpened. Zhang Mingkuei, how reliable are the people you found? They haven't run away, have they? Zhang Mingkuei shook his head. Hu Xiao, some of them have blood on their hands. They are very loyal and won't abandon us. Bong, are you certain they all entered? Although I did not follow them inside, I saw them enter with my own eyes. I waited outside for an hour and a half, and they have not emerged. I sensed something must have gone amiss. Did you see any police presence when you left? No, there was not a single sign of activity. Zhang Mingkuei's expression tightened. Hu Xiao, they must have encountered trouble. I need to go check. If you go, it will be the same. Over 30 people missing at once is rather intriguing. Do not rush. Let us wait a moment. Find someone to keep an eye on the area and see if any suspicious vehicles come or go. Zhang Mingkuei's expression changed dramatically. Hu Xiao, are you suggesting they? Du Gang has many skilled individuals by his side. While your men are ruthless, they would stand no chance against such opponents. Let us wait a few days. If there are still no updates, we will seek assistance then. At that point, I will ensure they do not escape unscathed. In the following days, the villagers continued their busy routines at the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu instructed them to thoroughly wash the area with clean water, while he had little to do and wandered around the courtyard with Haifeng. On one particular day, all the villagers' attention was drawn to the courtyard as several police cars appeared, with at least 100 officers entering the premises. They first approached Zhao Xinyu's room, followed by a team of police dogs searching the area, leaving the villagers puzzled about the police's intentions. For 3 full days, they scoured the courtyard but found nothing, while Zhao Xinyu was subjected to continuous questioning. Even the main unit of his computer was confiscated. Amidst the villagers' discussions, the police suddenly withdrew. What they were searching for within the courtyard remained a mystery to everyone. Villagers inquired about Zhao Xinyu, who was equally bewildered, as he himself had no understanding of the unfolding events. In an office, Hu Jinyu forcefully slammed a stack of documents onto the desk, casting a glance at Zhang Mingkuei. Over 30 lives have vanished just like that. It's akin to the remnants left behind at a crematorium. After uttering these words, Hu Jinyu's gaze flickered momentarily, searching within the depths of the Luo River, but finding nothing. He had scoured the basement and the warehouse thoroughly, yet not a single clue emerged. Furthermore, the surveillance footage had been reviewed, revealing no significant findings, although several days of footage were conspicuously missing. A chill coursed through Hu Jinyu. The Du family must have had a hand in this. By the way, were there any suspicious vehicles entering or leaving during those days? No. The only traffic consisted of delivery trucks from Pingqing Hotel, transporting vegetables to the warehouse, all loaded by villagers, with nothing suspicious to note. Perplexed, he pondered. Where could they have possibly gone? Over 30 individuals cannot simply vanish into thin air. Could Zhao Xinyu have buried them beneath the vegetable fields? I inquired about that as well. The police dogs scoured the entire area during those days, and found nothing unusual. This was indeed curious. Hu Jinyu found himself at a loss. Young master, I heard from villagers that the 2 large birds frequently seen in and out of his place can capture wild boars weighing over 100 pounds. They might have taken them into the Kaoyang Mountains. Damn it, how could I have overlooked those 2 dragon eagles? However, if that were the case, we should be able to find their bodies in the mountains. With the Du family's assistance, Zhao Xinyu could also clear his name. Keep a close watch on that area. Following these events, Zhao Xinyu became acutely aware that someone was targeting him. Unlike Zhao Ximing and his associates, who were motivated by greed, these individuals sought his very life. Had it not been for the wolf pack he brought back from the mountains last year, he might have already joined the ranks of the unsolved cases. With this awareness, Zhao Xinyu grew increasingly vigilant. He resolved that after the traditional Chinese medicine examination, he would quickly master the 5 spirits technique and shadowless steps. He yearned to uncover what legacy his grandfather had left him. During this time, Du Mengnan visited several times, eager to learn what transpired during those fateful days. It was not just Du Mengnan who sought answers, but also the elder Du Gang. Naturally, Zhao Xinyu feigned ignorance, unwilling to disclose the events of that day to Du Mengnan. As days passed, while the villagers privately speculated about the occurrences of that day, Such matters held little significance for Zhao Xinyu. In the courtyard, the vegetables thrived, and the chickens, ducks, and geese underwent daily transformations. One day, Zhao Xinyu departed the courtyard for Yanqing. Before leaving, he took precautions, instructing the gatekeeper, Han Li, to ensure the main gate was securely locked at night. Should anything unusual arise, they were to alert the authorities and notify him immediately. Although Pengcheng is one of the fastest-growing cities in the nation, the decline of traditional Chinese medicine meant there was no association established in the city. Thus, Zhao Xinyu's South examination would take place in Yanqing, which was not too far from Pengcheng. Despite having lived in Pengcheng for over 6 years, he had not ventured out much. His trip to Yanjing with Du Gang last year had been his first real journey. Unfamiliar with the city of Yanqing, he had no inkling of where the traditional Chinese Medicine Association was located, prompting him to depart from Pengcheng 3 days in advance. Just as he left Pengcheng, Hu Jinyu received word of Zhao Xinyu's destination being Yanqing, a cruel smile gracing his face. With ample funds at his disposal, Zhao Xinyu, upon arriving in Yanqing, hailed a taxi directly to the site of the upcoming Traditional Chinese Medicine Assessment, the Yanqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. He quickly found a hotel to stay in, pondering the impending examination in 2 days, and decided to visit the antique market. His intention was not to shop for trinkets, as he had often heard his grandfather recount tales of rare, nearly lost texts on traditional Chinese medicine found in such places. Upon reaching the antique market, Zhao Xinyu realized just how naive he had been by staying indoors. The bustling street was lined with antique shops, flanked on both sides by an array of stalls. As he walked along, he encountered countless antiques, yet the ancient texts were few and far between. The few books he did come across appeared tattered, often misrepresenting their contents compared to their covers. By the time it was past 3 in the afternoon, having neglected even to eat lunch, Zhao Xinyu found himself empty-handed, prompting a sigh of discontent. Rising from a stall selling ancient texts, he gazed down the nearly exhausted street of antiques, shaking his head with a deep sigh, devoid of any enthusiasm. Noticing his demeanor, a stall owner glanced around and asked, "What kind of ancient texts are you seeking, young man?" Without much thought, Zhao Xinyu instinctively replied, "Books on ancient Chinese medicine." The owner's eyes flickered with interest. "Why didn't you say so sooner? I know a place where rare editions are sold, albeit at a higher price than here." Zhao Xinyu's heart stirred at this revelation. Glancing at the time, he inquired, "Where is it? I can go there myself." The owner chuckled, "That place is quite secluded. You don't seem to be a local. You wouldn't find it alone. Allow me to guide you." Zhao Xinyu hesitated, contemplating that he was not an ordinary person who could handle such matters alone, and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. If I do find the books I seek, I shall not forget your kindness." The owner laughed heartily. "It's a friend's place, meant for those who appreciate good finds. Let me find someone to watch my stall." Following the owner into an alley, what should have been a quick journey turned into a 40-minute trek, leaving Zhao Xinyu slightly dazed. The owner finally turned with a smile. "We've arrived. Just a bit further." Zhao Xinyu noticed that the area had transformed from urban skyscrapers to a village, albeit one that seemed to be thriving. Upon crossing another narrow lane, he beheld expansive rice fields, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Where exactly are you taking me?" The boss chuckled heartily, assuring the young man, "Rest easy, my friend. I am merely a messenger. In this place, no one will force you to do anything. If you fancy something valuable, all you need do is cover a modest shipping fee, and we shall ensure it reaches your specified destination." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyu understood that he was about to venture into the shadowy realm of the black market. Although he seldom ventured outside, his grandfather had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, and his university studies had further enlightened him. The black market operates under its own rules and possesses certain backing. In this realm, wealth is paramount, and the phenomenon of black eating black is non-existent. With the realization that he was heading to the black market, Zhao Xinyu felt considerably more at ease. He fell silent and followed the boss, occasionally casting furtive glances around. A tall wall of residential buildings concealed a tightly shut gate, which appeared quite ordinary. However, in such a humid and oppressive environment, a closed gate felt somewhat out of place. The boss approached the gate and knocked rhythmically several times. Subsequently, the gate swung open, revealing a stern-faced man who peered at Zhao Xinyu trailing behind the boss. The boss nodded to the burly figure, saying, "Young man, everything you need is inside. Choose wisely. Tai Dan can help you transport your selections to your desired location. Should you wish to return, simply seek me at my stall." Inside the gate was a partition, and as Zhao Xinyu stepped through, he could already hear the cacophony of voices. Upon exiting the partition, he found himself in a completely enclosed space, stretching at least 100 meters, devoid of sunlight. The area was illuminated by large, incandescent bulbs, casting a brightness akin to daylight. Within this space, hundreds of individuals meandered among various stalls, selecting items that caught their eye. Young man, see if anything appeals to you. If an item is too large, have the stall owner note it down, and we shall settle the account together, said the man who had escorted Zhao Xinyu. Nodding, Zhao Xinyu entered the space with his backpack. After perusing a few stalls, he was astounded to hear customers negotiating prices. Even seemingly inconspicuous items were priced in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Unversed in antiques, Zhao Xinyu paid little heed to them and instead sought out stalls offering ancient texts, for such places often house treasures, albeit with an underlying sense of danger. As he passed another antique stall, his body tensed slightly. He had spotted a small box, approximately 3 feet square. The exterior of the box was weathered, with several areas revealing the yellowed undercoat of paint beneath. Upon closer inspection, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted from it. The box featured an ancient keyhole, beneath which was intricately carved a plum blossom. Although the blossom appeared worn, it was discernible that it depicted 9 blossoms. This box was once used by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners as a medicine chest, though in contemporary times, it would likely be unrecognized by most. However, during the illustrious era of traditional Chinese medicine, these medicine chests were categorized by strict hierarchies. In the realm of wandering physicians, it is customary for them to possess a medicinal chest, though these chests are often devoid of intricate carvings. However, should one find a plum blossom adorning the chest, it signifies that the practitioner has attained a noteworthy status within the field of traditional Chinese medicine. The hierarchy of traditional Chinese medicine was once determined by the plum blossoms on the medicinal chests, with a minimum of 1 blossom and a maximum of 9. Those who achieve the esteemed 9 blossoms are exceedingly rare, and even in their twilight years, their chests are deemed unfit for use by their successors, unless the latter can also reach the same pinnacle of mastery. Unlike the modern medical chests, each of these traditional chests is imbued with a unique essence, often containing compartments designed to house precious texts or rare medicinal substances. Thus, when Zhao Xinyu beheld the chest, he could not help but gaze at it a moment longer, prompting the vendor to take notice. "Young brother," he inquired, "have you taken a liking to something? I haven't officially opened for business yet, but if you're interested, I can offer you a discount." With a subtle smile, Zhao Xinyu crouched down and casually picked up a censer, its surface adorned with verdant rust. "What is the price of this censer?" he inquired. "Ah, young brother, you have an eye for quality. This censer hails from the Zhengde era, and I can part with it for a flat price of 36,000. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Xinyu's gaze shifted back to the chest. "This chest is rather intriguing. What treasures lie within?" The vendor's eyes flickered momentarily. "Well, there isn't much inside, but it is crafted from sandalwood, which you must know is the gold among woods. This chest is at least a few centuries old, and the sandalwood itself is quite valuable." Setting down the censer, Zhao Xinyu lifted the chest and gave it a gentle shake, feeling a faint stirring within, as if something lay concealed inside. Upon opening it, he found it entirely empty. Yet he discerned a subtle difference between the interior and exterior of the chest. "My friend is seeking a few strands of sandalwood prayer beads. How much for this chest? If the price is reasonable, I shall take both the censer and the chest." The vendor's eyes sparkled, yet he noticed Zhao Xinyu's gaze once more fixating on the censer. "The censer is 36,000. If you wish to include the sandalwood chest, I can let you have both for 50,000. Shaking his head, Zhao Xinyu scanned the stall, and his eyes brightened upon spotting a piece that resembled amber. However, instead of encasing an insect, it contained a peculiar seed, and the amber-like substance bore faint cracks. "How about this? 50,000 for the damaged amber as well. I shall see if I can find someone to restore it." "Very well, young brother. You are a man of your word. Will you take these items with you, or shall I deliver them together later?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly. "This small assortment is nothing. I can carry it in my gear bag to avoid making another trip." After settling the payment, Zhao Xinyu continued to peruse the stalls, seeking out any enticing artifacts, having recently developed a keen interest in the antique offerings. Indeed, one cannot deny the extensive offerings of this black market. Anything one can conceive of can be found within its confines. Zhao Xinyu has acquired 6 rare ancient medical texts, igniting a profound excitement within him. For the primary purpose of his venture was to obtain these very tomes. Not only did he secure the ancient texts, but he also procured a top-tier medicinal box, a hallmark of exceptional traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Feeling accomplished, Zhao Xinyu glanced at the stalls ahead, noting that they stretched only a few dozen meters before reaching their end. He did not rush to depart, but continued to peruse the stalls, contemplating the notion of visiting the black market in Pengcheng whenever he found himself with leisure time. Suddenly, Zhao Xinyu's gaze sharpened as he spotted a stall selling antiques, featuring a potted tree that resembled a bonsai, standing at a modest height of 50 to 60 centimeters. The tree's dark brown trunk bore deep fissures, reminiscent of a millennium-old tree, with branches twisting like ancient dragons. Although devoid of leaves, it emanated a subtle fragrance of tea, and its soil-free roots exhibited a blood-red hue, with a juice seeping out that resembled blood, stirring Zhao Xinyu's curiosity. "Excuse me, what is this?" he inquired. The vendor, momentarily taken aback, shook his head. "I am not entirely sure. It appears to be a tea tree, but I cannot say for certain. If you are interested, you may take it for 8,000. How long has it been since it was planted?" "It cannot survive," Zhao Xinyu remarked. "That I cannot assert. A friend of mine acquired it, claiming that the soil beneath this little tree is blood-red. Intrigued, I purchased it. If you truly desire it, I could let it go for 5,000, which is what I paid him." Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly, lifted the small tree, and handed the vendor 5,000 before proceeding to the next stall. Just then, a dull thud echoed, and a large hole appeared in the nearby wall as figures streamed through. In an instant, the space erupted into chaos, with people rushing toward Zhao Xinyu. A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he was swept along by the crowd, recognizing the panic in their eyes and understanding that something was amiss. Suddenly, the lights in the space extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. Zhao Xinyu's instincts kicked in. He stowed the small tree in his backpack into his spatial pocket. As a cool breeze swept through, he caught a glimpse of light as panicked individuals surged through a small exit. In the very moment he burst forth, he felt a grip on his arm. With no time to look back, he was propelled forward by the throng. After a few paces, he noticed a heavy bag dangling from his arm, its contents unknown yet weighty. Zhao Xinyu did not discard the bag. Instead, he tossed it into his spatial pocket and followed the crowd toward a nearby rice paddy. Upon reaching the edge of the field, a sharp command rang out, and uniformed individuals barred their passage. Yet, in their desperation, the crowd pressed on without regard for anything else. Zhao Xinyu managed to evade two officers, but just as he stepped into the rice paddy, a figure tackled him to the ground, accompanied by a faint, ethereal fragrance. He acted without a moment's hesitation, swiftly pinning the other person beneath him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Xinyu's face as he realized that the one he had subdued was a captivating beauty, her allure rivaling that of Du Mengnan. At that moment, he paid little heed to his surroundings. Pressing down on the woman, he felt a soft, yielding sensation, followed by a muffled cry of discomfort. Without delay, Zhao Xinyu sprang to his feet and plunged into the rice paddy. As he entered the field, the girl rolled over, her delicate visage flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with tears of indignation as she pursued Zhao Xinyu. Having spent over 4 months traversing the treacherous terrain of Kaling Mountain the previous year, he possessed an agility unmatched by ordinary individuals. And soon the girl lost sight of him. "You rogue, if I catch you, your fate is sealed," she exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration as she glared in the direction he had vanished. Uncertain of how long he had been running, Zhao Xinyu finally emerged onto a secluded street as night fell. He turned to survey his surroundings, noting the many areas undergoing demolition. Darkness enveloped the street, devoid of street lamps, and the few remaining structures loomed ominously in the shadows. At that moment, Zhao Xinyu found himself disoriented, with only the desire to find a taxi to return to his reserved hotel. Suddenly, his gaze flickered as he discerned 3 shadowy figures ahead. Upon glancing back, he spotted another 4 figures behind him. Their attire was distinctly different from that of ordinary people, and he sensed a faint aura of menace emanating from them. Retreating a few steps, he swiftly darted into a courtyard filled with remnants of demolished buildings. But the 7 individuals quickened their pace to corner him within the ruins. With a series of sharp sounds, 7 glimmers of cold steel emerged under the starlit sky. Each of the 7 men brandished a folding knife. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Xinyu inquired, his brow furrowing as an ominous premonition settled in his mind. Yet, he refrained from striking. curious to discern whether their intent was robbery or something more sinister. Don't blame us. Blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong people. Remember, on the road to the underworld, do not offend those you cannot afford to challenge, one of them warned. As the words hung in the air, the 7 figures lunged toward Zhao Xinyu, their eyes gleaming with cruelty, clearly intent on denying him any chance of survival. Zhao Xinyu hastily retreated and found refuge in a section of the courtyard where the roof had been stripped away. Unbeknownst to the assailants, a fierce glint flickered in his determined gaze. Quite the fitting choice of battleground, he mused to himself. As the 7 resumed their advance, they suddenly perceived a shadow darting past, accompanied by a soft thud as one of their companions crumpled to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and charged at Zhao Xinyu once more. This time, he stood firm at the entrance, unleashing his full strength. In mere moments, 2 of them were sent crashing against the wall, struggling briefly before collapsing, unable to rise. "Let us all go at once," one of them shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. In mere moments, 4 anguished cries echoed, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. As Zhao Xinyu gazed upon the lifeless forms of 7 bodies, devoid of any sign of vitality, his eyes betrayed no hint of compassion. He bent down to gather the 7 corpses, depositing them into his spatial realm, retrieving their folding knives before turning to depart. As he left, a perplexing thought lingered in his mind. Whom had he offended? How had they come to know of his presence in this place? Upon returning to his hotel room, the enigma remained unresolved. It bewildered him that he had managed to offend someone on his very first day in Yangqing, a city where he was a complete stranger. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Pingcheng. It was in Pingcheng that he had crossed paths with adversaries who had traced him to Yangqing. Despite having taken numerous lives, he remained oblivious to the identity of those who sought to harm him. Realizing that danger loomed, Zhao Xinyu secured the door and meticulously inspected his surroundings. Once satisfied that there were no anomalies, he exhaled deeply, retreating to the bathroom. He locked the door, activated the shower, and as steam enveloped him, he slipped into his spatial realm. Approaching an unknown small tree by the lake, he planted it in the soil. The moment he poured spatial water at its base, the entire realm trembled violently. The clouds above roiled, and the air grew fresher. The space expanded at a visible rate, and the vegetables, species, and fruit trees within began to transform. The newly planted tree emanated faint red mist, which spread forth as its trunk swelled like a balloon, sprouting hints of green atop its crown. Sensing the transformative energy coursing through his meridians, Zhao Xinyu felt a stirring within. He settled into a meditative posture, initiating the operation of the Hongmeng Jinjing, fervently absorbing the pulsating energy of the space. Time became a blur, and eventually, he exhaled a breath of stagnant air. Slowly opening his eyes, with a flicker of brilliance in his gaze, clarity returned. Rising to assess the changes in his physique, Zhao Xinyu's eyes shimmered with excitement. He perceived that the energy within his meridians had thickened, relentlessly surging towards the Qi and Baihui acupoints. This transformation ignited a fervor within him. Could this be the portent of cultivating inner strength? It was well known that the Qi and Baihui were significant energy points within the human body. His grandfather had often stated that to possess true inner strength, one must have a dantian capable of containment. Mere reliance on the energy within the meridians was insufficient for healing. This realization had always left him feeling powerless during acupuncture sessions with Elder Luo. Each treatment drained him as if he had fallen gravely ill. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he was determined not to squander it. He resumed his seated position, channeling the energy within his meridians to impact the Qi acupoint. Without employing the Hongmeng Jinjing, the energy surged towards the Qi, leaving him with only a tingling sensation. However, when he activated the Hongmeng Jinjing to harness the energy, a searing pain coursed through his body, akin to being torn apart, causing Zhao Xinyu to emit a muffled groan as his countenance darkened. Zhao Xinyu was acutely aware that the path of cultivation was inherently contrary to the natural order. Achieving greatness was far from the simple notion he once believed. Gritting his teeth, he redirected the flow of energy within his meridians to once again strike the Qi acupoint. A series of painful groans escaped him as he sensed the once smooth Qi acupoint beginning to fracture. With another shift in the energy flow, the already cracked Qi acupoint was breached, and the energy contained within his meridians surged through, causing the acupoint to swell significantly. This was the dantian. And Zhao Xinyu understood well. The larger the dantian, the greater the capacity for internal energy, akin to the principles of pulse diagnosis and acupuncture requiring internal power. With this realization, the Hongmeng true scripture surged into action, directing torrents of energy into the area, impacting the meridians. As the meridians expanded, the energy coalesced into a vortex. Each cycle of the Hongmeng true scripture sent the vortex spinning wildly, and the excruciating sensation of stretching pain spread throughout his body once more. Reflecting on the trials he had endured over the years, Zhao Xinyu persevered through the anguish, which bore fruit as the capacity of his dantian expanded. It grew from the size of a walnut to that of a ping-pong ball, a baseball, and then an egg. Eventually, he sensed minute cracks forming on the newly developed dantian before he paused, its volume now akin to that of a volleyball. After attuning to the changes within his body, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply. As he activated the Hongmeng true scripture once again, the energy coursing through him felt markedly more substantial than before, a stark contrast to the formlessness of his previous state. Just as he intended to temper the dantian, the internal energy surged uncontrollably, flooding forth with a ferocity that left him unable to halt its flow. The violent energy erupted from the dantian, overwhelming the delicate meridians, which struggled to contain it as it surged violently into other pathways. The 8 extraordinary meridians. The moment Zhao Xinyu felt the internal energy traversing these regions, a spark ignited within him. His grandfather had once imparted wisdom regarding their significance. If the 8 extraordinary meridians were unobstructed, a person's latent potential could be vastly unlocked. As he relinquished control to the tempestuous energy, he braced himself for the accompanying torment. After enduring wave upon wave of agony, Zhao Xinyu's pallor transformed into a glimmer of excitement. The Ren meridian was unblocked. The Du meridian was unblocked. The Yangqiao meridian was unblocked. Time seemed to slip away as the furious energy cleared the 8 extraordinary meridians one by one, and at that moment, Zhao Xinyu felt an unparalleled sense of relief coursing through him. Not only did his meridians grow more robust, but energy also began to flow within the 8 extraordinary meridians. A smile graced his face as he contemplated halting his cultivation, only for his expression to shift abruptly. He sensed the energy within his dantian and the 8 extraordinary meridians reversing direction, careening towards the Bai Wei acupoint. At this realization, Zhao Xinyu's countenance changed dramatically. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he understood the critical importance of the Bai Wei acupoint. If it were to be damaged, he could very well become a fool, unable to endure the consequences. Aware of the consequences, he fervently activated the Hongmeng scripture, striving to quell the surging internal energy within his meridians. Yet, the more he attempted to restrain it, the more ferocious the energy became. A heart-wrenching cry escaped his lips as Zhao Xinyu felt his Bai Wei acupoint shatter. As though his mind had been cleaved open, overwhelming pain causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he succumbed to darkness, the tumultuous internal energy burst forth from the Bai Wei acupoint, transforming into a swirling vortex that gradually formed a space akin to the size of an adult's fist. As this space materialized, the once whirling internal energy ceased its tumultuous motion, flowing like a gentle stream within the confines of this newly created realm. The energy that flowed outward traversed through the extraordinary meridians into the dantian, subsequently returning to the Bai Wei acupoint space through the same pathways. Thus, the internal energy perpetually cycled between the two realms, its hues shifting through shades of gold, emerald, azure, crimson, and ochre, ultimately settling into a tranquil assembly in both spaces. Albeit the energy at the Bai Wei acupoint appeared somewhat more tenuous than that within the dantian. Time passed, though its measure remained unknown, until Zhao Xinyu gradually regained consciousness. He abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings, and a flicker of relief washed over him. His consciousness remained intact. He had not become a fool. Rising to assess the alterations within his body, he could sense the extraordinary meridians brimming with vibrant internal energy. Despite the damage inflicted upon his meridians from the surge, his dantian bore no fractures, and the internal energy contained within both the meridians and the dantian filled him with explosive power. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him. He realized his Bai Wei acupoint had vanished, replaced by a dantian the size of an oblong ball. This new dantian was also saturated with energy, albeit less than that within the lower dantian. This revelation left Zhao Xinyu utterly befuddled. He understood that a cultivator possessed but a singular dantian. Yet he now found himself with two, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. A subtle fluctuation of energy enveloped him as the Hongming scripture commenced its operation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the energies from both dantians began to flow, utilizing the same extraordinary meridians without any conflict. Though the energy emanating from the lower dantian was noticeably more potent. Unable to fathom the underlying reasons, Zhao Xinyu shook his head, choosing to set aside his thoughts. Perhaps the tomes left by his grandfather held the answers he sought. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a nameless sapling that had grown to nearly 2 meters. Its once brown trunk had become more mottled, now radiating a vivid crimson hue. What astonished Zhao Xinyu further was that the leaves, which had previously sprouted in a tender green, had transformed into a deep blood red. Even the soil beneath the tree's canopy had shifted from its original blue to a pale red. The entire tree exuded a rich aroma of tea, and it was this very fragrance that intoxicated him. Upon closer inspection of the blood-red leaves, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Zhao Xinyu's eyes. Indeed, this was a tea tree, yet its leaves were typically a vibrant green. He could not comprehend why they had transformed into such a striking crimson hue. He plucked a leaf and placed it in his mouth, and instantly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was undeniably a tea tree, and the unprocessed leaves enchanted him, their fragrance imparting a refreshing sensation. Zhao Xinyu resided in the northern regions, where tea trees were a well-known rarity, thus his understanding of tea was rather limited. Deeply etched in his heart was the belief that this tea was of the finest quality, for he had never encountered such a captivating aroma before. In his exhilaration, he surveyed his surroundings. The space expanded once more, increasing in area by 50 or 60 acres, and the lake also grew considerably. Each creature within this realm had undergone notable transformations. Suddenly, he recalled the corpses he had cast into this space. He had been preoccupied for days and had neglected to attend to them. Now that he possessed genuine inner strength, his spirits elevated, he resolved to address those remains. Upon reaching the designated area, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. A thicket had emerged in that region. Pine and ash trees intertwined in growth, and the corpses had vanished, leaving only a few articles of clothing, a mobile phone, and a folding knife scattered on the ground. Astounded by the capabilities of this space, Zhao Xinyu found himself momentarily speechless. Reflecting on how long he had been within, he realized he had not checked the compartments of the ancient Chinese medicine box for any valuable items. With a flicker of thought, he exited the space. Once outside, he checked the time on his phone and was instantly alarmed. The date displayed revealed that today was the day of the Chinese medicine assessment, scheduled for 8:30, and it was already 20 minutes past 8. Hastily changing into a fresh set of clothes, neglecting to wash his face, he dashed out of the hotel with his backpack in tow. The Yangqing Chinese Medicine Association was an ancient edifice, over a century old. Perhaps due to the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, the paint on the association's doors was peeling. Although today marked the annual assessment, and candidates from various regions gathered in Yangqing, the front of the association was surprisingly desolate, with only a scant few present. A middle-aged man in his 50s glanced at the list in his hand, furrowing his brow in disappointment. The number of candidates was already limited, and now a few had failed to appear. Just as he turned to enter, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to look back, and a hint of disdain crept into his gaze. He observed a disheveled young man rushing towards him, his unkempt hair and stubbled face giving an unkempt impression. As the young man drew near, the middle-aged man was overwhelmed by a nauseating odor emanating from him. Rushing towards the entrance, Zhao Xinyu noticed the change in the middle-aged man's expression and paused momentarily. He had sensed the unpleasant smell from his own body on his way over, and upon witnessing the man's reaction, he understood the source of the disdainful look directed at him. A flicker of emotion stirred within my heart, leading me to recall a young man from my village during my childhood. With a hearty laugh, he approached the middle-aged man and said, "My young brother, I too have come for the assessment, and the timing is fortuitous." His words drew the attention of not only the middle-aged man, but also the accompanying friends and relatives, each gaze tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Although he presented himself in a seemingly respectable manner, his disheveled appearance emitted an unmistakable air of untidiness, and his smooth-talking demeanor provoked a subtle distaste among the onlookers. Zhao Xinyu remained unfazed, casting a casual glance at the middle-aged man. "Zhao Xinyu, where is the location of the assessment?" he inquired. The middle-aged man shot him a cold look and curtly replied, "Just keep going inside. There are personnel designated to attend to the candidates." As Zhao Xinyu traversed a corridor, he caught a whiff of fragrant herbs. Peering outside, he beheld an expansive medicinal herb field, stretching over 5 to 6 acres, where many plants could only be described as precious. Amidst this verdant expanse stood a stooped figure, whose attire was so disheveled it was almost unbearable to behold, with greasy stains marring various areas. The elder's hair was a wild tangle of white, mirroring the chaos of Zhao Xinyu's own appearance, eliciting a chuckle from him. "Little brother, you certainly manage these herbs well," Zhao Xinyu teased, reflecting on his own disarray. The stooped figure jolted, turning to face Zhao Xinyu, revealing an oddly amused smile in his eyes. Though Zhao Xinyu's attire was relatively clean, his hair was unkempt, and his face bore a layer of grime, indicating he had not washed it in quite some time. As the elder turned, Zhao Xinyu got a clearer view of his visage. Despite the untidy appearance, the elder's face bore the smoothness of a baby's skin, devoid of any signs of aging. "I see you are quite youthful," he remarked with a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. "Your face is as tender as an infant's. Calling you little brother may indeed be a misnomer." Yet, beneath his light-hearted banter, a flicker of regret stirred within him. He discerned that despite the elder's unkempt exterior, he was no ordinary person. From the elder's hands, caked in soil, yet still remarkably tender, Zhao Xinyu inferred that his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was nothing short of exquisite. However, having made his earlier quip, he felt compelled to maintain his suave demeanor in response to the elder's inquiry. The elder chuckled, "Young man, I appreciate your words, but it seems you are about to be late." Zhao Xinyu's gaze narrowed, and with a startled exclamation, he dashed toward a doorway where several staff members stood. Upon his arrival, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the middle-aged men and women, indicating they had overheard his earlier exchange with the elder. After providing his name, he hurried inside, while the staff exchanged bewildered glances at the elder, their expressions revealing a hint of confusion. The elder held a position of transcendent significance within the Chinese Medicine Association. Although he was dressed in a rather disheveled manner, the youth accompanying him seemed to share a certain affinity with him. Could there be a special bond between them? Otherwise, their prior conversation would seem rather peculiar. They were aware that, in the presence of the elder, even the most esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine showed utmost respect. As Zhao Xinyu entered the vast chamber, he was struck by its expansive area, spanning at least 1,000 square meters. Despite its size, the furnishings were plentiful yet remarkably antiquated, almost akin to artifacts of a bygone era. The number of attendees barely exceeded 100, with a notable presence of elderly individuals sporting silver hair. As he approached, Zhao Xinyu's gaze narrowed slightly upon noticing 4 groups of individuals clad in traditional long robes unique to ancient Chinese medicine, albeit in various colors. The sight of these 4 groups sent a jolt through his heart, prompting memories of his grandfather's words. Could these individuals be scions of ancient medical lineages? What puzzled him was the fact that such esteemed families within the realm of traditional medicine typically held an exalted status, and their disciples would not ordinarily be subjected to assessments alongside individuals of lesser standing. Despite his reservations, the unpleasant odor emanating from them compelled Zhao Xinyu to maintain a distance, opting to sit several rows away in an unoccupied seat. His arrival went unnoticed by those seated ahead, who remained quietly in their places. At that moment, an elder clad in a green robe emerged from a side entrance and approached the table on the platform. After clearing his throat, he began to call out names. Li Ming. As each name was announced, Zhao Xinyu's attention shifted to the 4 groups. Eager to discern which individuals among them would be participating in the traditional medicine assessment. Sun Buhui. The utterance of this name elicited gasps from the audience, causing all those in modern attire to turn and gaze at a group dressed in blue traditional robes. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, a graceful figure rose. Though Zhao Xinyu, seated at the back, could not discern her features, he could infer from the captivated expressions of those in the front that Sun Buhui was indeed striking in appearance. To his astonishment, it was truly Sun Buhui from the illustrious Sun family of Huayuan, renowned for producing a once-in-a-millennium talent. Her medical skills were said to rival those of any master in traditional Chinese medicine, and her aptitude for pharmacology was comparable to that of the legendary medicine king. This revelation left Zhao Xinyu reeling. The The Huayuan Sun family was the birthplace of the revered Sun Simiao. From the discussions surrounding her, it became evident that Sun Buhui must be a descendant of this legendary figure. Yet, considering the vast distance from Huayuan to Yanqing, what could possibly compel her to travel such a long way for an assessment in traditional medicine? Was the Chinese Medicine Association non-existent in the northwestern regions? Amidst Zhao Xinyu's contemplations, another name rang out from the elder, Huang Fujishir. The mere mention of this name incited yet another wave of gasps from the crowd, causing Zhao Xinyu's heart to race. Could it be that Huang Fujishir was a descendant of the esteemed Huangfu family from Anding? The esteemed Huangfu family of Anding boasts the illustrious Huangfu Mi, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine whose prowess rivals that of the revered physician Sun Simiao. Huangfu Mi's unique contributions to the art of acupuncture have culminated in the invaluable legacy of the Zhen Jiujia I Jing, a treasured text bequeathed to the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, the Qingmu Divine Needle, a closely guarded secret of the Huangfu lineage, further attests to his remarkable skills, earning him the title of the Needle King. As Zhao Xinyu marveled at this revelation, a tall figure rose from his seat. Huang Fujishir respectfully clasped his hands in greeting towards the elderly gentleman before taking his seat. At that moment, murmurs rippled through the crowd, confirming Zhao Xinyu's suspicions that Huang Fujishir was indeed the heir of the Anding Huangfu clan, the heirs of the renowned medicinal families, including the Wang family of medicine and the Needle King lineage, had all journeyed from the northwest to Yanqing for this assessment of traditional Chinese medicine, leaving Zhao Xinyu momentarily perplexed by the reasoning behind their presence. Casting his gaze towards two other groups clad in traditional Chinese medical robes, Zhao Xinyu surmised that they too belonged to illustrious families steeped in the traditions of ancient medicine. A young man named Song Miao stood up, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Zhao Xinyu could not help but smile wryly. He needed no further discussion to deduce Song Miao's lineage. He was likely a descendant of the Song family from Jianyang, which had once produced the renowned physician Song Ci, celebrated for advancing the surgical techniques of the legendary healer Bien Quebec. Another figure emerged from the crowd, a graceful woman named Lei Feng, adorned with a distinctive silver sunflower headdress characteristic of the Miao people. While her rise did not elicit gasps, the sight of her headdress caused Zhao Xinyu's gaze to sharpen. The Lei family from Leigong Mountain was renowned, though little known to outsiders, for their expertise in detoxification, a legacy that had endured for millennia. However, the Lei family rarely intervened in the world, making their reputation largely confined to the circles of traditional medicine. As Zhao Xinyu digested the surprising participation of the Lei family in this assessment, his name suddenly echoed through the space. Instinctively, he rose and called out with a hint of mockery, "Little brother, I am right here." His voice pierced the silence, transforming the atmosphere into a tense stillness. The elderly gentleman on stage, Niu Da, the vice president of the Yanqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, was a figure well regarded not only in Yanqing but throughout the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. To be addressed as little brother drew the ire of many. Their gazes now fixed upon Zhao Xinyu, their eyes betraying a flicker of indignation. Niu Da's expression reflected disdain as he regarded Zhao Xinyu, his thoughts already dismissing him from the sacred realm of traditional medicine. Unbeknownst to them, at the entrance, a disheveled old man bore a peculiar smile, while several middle-aged individuals beside him struggled to contain their amusement. "Old Hua, do you know this young man?" one of them inquired respectfully. The old man shook his head, replying, "I do not know him, but I find his character quite appealing." His words rendered the expressions of the middle-aged individuals even more peculiar. This audacious and glib youth was universally detested, yet the old gentleman surprisingly claimed to admire him. On stage, Niu Da struggled to contain his ire, jotting down several names before announcing in a booming voice, "Those participating in the assessment, please prepare yourselves and come to the front. The traditional Chinese medicine assessment is about to commence." As Niu Da's voice echoed, 10 figures began to emerge from the side entrance, each a senior citizen well past their 60s, some of whom appeared quite frail. They ascended the stage and took their seats on the prepared chairs, with nameplates displayed on the tables before them. Although Zhao Xinyu was at a considerable distance, he could distinctly discern the names inscribed on the plates. While he was unfamiliar with the individuals, their surnames hinted at their distinguished backgrounds. As Zhao Xinyu traversed the aisle, many in the vicinity wrinkled their brows upon catching a whiff of his pervasive scent, their disdain intensifying. Upon reaching the front, He took a moment to assess the participants, including the 4 individuals clad in traditional Chinese medicine robes, totaling just over 30. Reflecting upon the Western medicine assessments, which typically attracted hundreds or even thousands, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dismay. Meanwhile, the people around him displayed subtle signs of aversion, searching for the table bearing his name. The assessment was about to begin. Upon locating his designated spot, Zhao Xinyu observed several young individuals nearby, pinching their noses, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, such reactions were disheartening. Even if he were to pass the assessment, it was unlikely he would make significant progress. While Zhao Xinyu lamented, someone in front of him turned to glance in his direction. Sun Buhui, his heart stirred at the thought. From the previous gasps of astonishment, he had gathered that Sun Buhui must possess striking beauty, yet upon a closer look, accustomed as he was to the exquisite Du Mengnan, he found himself momentarily taken aback. At around 21 or 22 years of age, standing approximately 5'7", her fair face devoid of makeup could hardly conceal her breathtaking allure. The light gray robe of traditional Chinese medicine did little to obscure her curvaceous figure, and most notably, Sun Buhui's countenance bore no trace of the disdain exhibited by others. Instead, it was remarkably composed. The first task is to identify herbs. Within 5 minutes, you must extract 20 specified Chinese herbs from the selection. Mistaking even 2 will result in disqualification, Niu Da's voice rang out. One by one, staff members brought forth platters piled with at least 50 varieties of herbs, placing them before each participant. These herbs were roughly an inch in size and nearly identical in thickness, with many appearing almost indistinguishable from one another. The peculiar challenge was that the herbs were presented solely by their roots, making identification by leaf nearly impossible. With Niu Da's signal to commence, Zhao Xinyu grabbed a sheet of paper from the platter, glanced at it a few times, and began his search. Each time he picked up an herb, he would bring it to his nose for a sniff. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Xinyu successfully identified the 20 required herbs, while those surrounding him continued to fumble with their selections. He glanced up to see that Sun Buhui had already ceased her efforts. After Niu Da called for a halt, the staff promptly approached to collect the herbs and lists laid out before the candidates. A few minutes later, Niu Da received a list and began to announce the names of those who had passed. Out of the original 30-plus candidates, 16 were eliminated in the first round, leaving only 17 participants. As the eliminated candidates exited the assessment area, many were astonished to find that the detested Zhao Xinyu remained in the evaluation zone. What sheer luck! This fellow must have stumbled upon some fortuitous circumstance, a thought that surged through the minds of the majority upon witnessing Zhao Xinyu still present. The second assessment featured a clinical case displayed on the large screen, detailing symptoms, diagnostic results, and the patient's reactions. Each candidate was required to present a prescription, which had to be derived from the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases, testing their memory. Following this round, 4 more candidates were eliminated, leaving just 13. With the loathed Zhao Xinyu still in the assessment area, the third assessment required candidates to identify errors within a given prescription. Subsequently, 6 more individuals were disqualified, reducing the number of contestants to 7, 4 from esteemed families of traditional Chinese medicine and 3 others, with Zhao Xinyu remaining on stage. At this point, the disdain evident in the eyes of the onlookers began to dissipate as they recognized that Zhao Xinyu was not the incompetent they had imagined. He possessed a certain depth of knowledge. The final challenge involved the 2 diagnostic methods of observation and olfaction from traditional Chinese medicine. Moments later, a patient was brought forth, an individual in his 60s, with a waxen face, bloodshot eyes devoid of life, cracked lips, and an exhalation that emitted a repugnant stench. The remaining 7 candidates approached in turn, refraining from speech, relying solely on observation and smell for diagnosis. Each candidate spent varying lengths of time at the task, none exceeding 10 minutes, before recording their diagnostic conclusions. Minutes later, Niu Da returned with a list and coldly glanced at Zhao Xinyu before announcing the names of those eliminated, Zhao Xinyu and Li Chun. This proclamation incited gasps throughout the once quiet venue, as Li Chun, blushing, exited the assessment area. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinyu wore a smirk tinged with mockery as he regarded Niu Da, then turned his gaze to the 10 judges on stage. It is not uncommon to be eliminated from a traditional Chinese medicine assessment. Yet the reasons for disqualification are well understood. With Zhao Xinyu's words, a hush fell over the audience, all eyes turning towards the panel of judges. An elder, approximately 70 years of age, rose and beckoned to the staff responsible for the presentation. Instantly, the large screen displayed Zhao Xinyu's diagnostic result. Merely 2 words: no illness. In contrast, the other 6 candidates, including Sun Buhui, Huang Fujishir, Song Miao, Lei Feng, and another named Zhou Hong, all diagnosed the patient with liver issues. The patient exhibited red eyes, pale skin, cracked lips, foul breath, a vacant stare, and profound fatigue, all clear indicators of severe liver problems. Yet, Zhao Xinyu had simply stated no illness, rendering him wholly unfit to be a competent practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Xinyu offered a faint smile as he turned his gaze towards the elder who had spoken. "May I inquire whether you have taken the patient's pulse?" This question momentarily startled the 10 individuals on stage. To ensure the integrity of the assessment, the patients had been hastily summoned from those awaiting diagnosis. The evaluators had merely conducted a visual examination and had indeed not taken any pulses. Zhao Xinyu did not fix his gaze on the elder, but instead focused on the patient. "Sir, you must have some joyous occasion in your family recently, am I correct?" Nyoda's eyes narrowed. Questioning the patient was a serious transgression that could lead to disqualification. Zhao Xinyu retorted, "Isn't it customary in inquiries to ask about the patient's discomfort and symptoms? Have I not asked? If you are unaware of even this, one must question the quality of your medical education in traditional Chinese medicine." Nyoda found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, as Zhao Xinyu stated, the inquiry in traditional Chinese medicine revolves around understanding the patient's symptoms, yet Zhao Xinyu had not asked those typical questions. The previously listless patient suddenly brightened at Zhao Xinyu's question. "Young man, how did you know? I married a new companion last month." Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Your wife must be quite young, then." The elderly woman sighed with a bittersweet smile. "I am 36 years old. Alas, my illness." The exchange sparked a shift in the atmosphere. The 10 judges on stage, including Nyoda, simultaneously altered their expressions as a troubling thought crossed their minds. The elderly individual was over 60 years of age, while his wife was merely 36, a classic case of an older man with a younger wife. If their intimate relations were frequent, it could certainly explain the observed symptoms. Nyoda quickly approached the patient and placed his hand on the patient's wrist. After a moment, a faint blush of embarrassment crept across Nyoda's face as he glanced at the panel of judges, shaking his head in silent despair. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt a tightening in their chests. They realized that the misdiagnosis had not been Zhao Xinyu's, but rather their collective oversight. Many in attendance were renowned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, yet they had all been mistaken. The patient did not suffer from severe liver stagnation as they had assumed, but rather from the consequences of excessive intimacy. Now, only this young man in his 20s had discerned the truth. If word of this incident spread, it would be a glaring embarrassment for them. As the audience grappled with their discomfort, a sharp voice cut through the silence. A group of self-important individuals. "The decline of traditional Chinese medicine is due to you, so-called esteemed doctors, who are tainted with the stench of greed. Together, you amount to over 1,000 years of experience, yet you are outshone by a mere youth in his 20s. From now on, spare traditional Chinese medicine the humiliation of your presence." Zhao Xinyu felt a stir in his heart. Such a rebuke was indeed an affront to those of considerable repute. However, to his surprise, neither the judges nor the audience displayed any sign of agitation. Their faces were etched with embarrassment and bitterness. When he turned to look, he noticed the disheveled elder had silently approached him from behind, his face now a mask of fury. The elder turned his gaze towards the group of 4 individuals clad in traditional Chinese medicine robes, who fancied themselves the heirs of esteemed physicians. "They neglected their studies in the art of medicine, and what you deem as exceptional progeny, I perceive as merely mediocre, unable to surpass even a humble farmer. It would be more prudent for you to return home and tend to livestock." At this moment, the countenances of the 4 descendants of traditional medical families turned sour. Hua Lao, the elder, proclaimed that traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the 4 diagnostic methods: inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. To misdiagnose solely based on inspection and auscultation is not uncommon. A competent physician cannot rely solely on these 2 methods to form a judgment, Song Miao respectfully remarked. Upon hearing Song Miao's address to the elder, Zhao Xinyu felt a jolt of realization. Qiao Renhuada, renowned as the progenitor of traditional Chinese medicine, was revered as a divine healer. No wonder the elder admonished those individuals, who bore no grievances in return. If your medical training is inadequate and you blame fate, very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Nyoda, there is a patient awaiting outside. Bring him in, and I shall observe how you intend to treat him. A few minutes later, Nyoda returned, accompanied by a robust man in his 30s, whose powerful physique and bright complexion exuded vitality as he strode in with an air of confidence. The elder gestured towards the middle-aged man. You may all employ the 4 diagnostic methods, as long as you uncover the underlying ailment and prescribe an appropriate remedy. After speaking, the elder glanced at the eliminated candidates. You too may attempt this. Should any of you provide a correct diagnosis and present a useful prescription, you will pass this examination of traditional Chinese medicine. This incited a wave of excitement among the eliminated candidates, who eagerly returned to the examination area. The middle-aged man appeared outwardly healthy, prompting most to forego inspection and inquiry in favor of direct palpation. However, to everyone's dismay, no matter how many questions they posed, the man remained tight-lipped. As the inquiries increased, a flicker of impatience began to surface in his eyes. Once the previous candidates had completed their examinations, Sun Buhui, Lei Feng, Huang Fujishir, and Song Miao commenced their assessments, following suit with palpation since the prior candidates' inspections had yielded no results. Throughout this process, the elder's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Xinyu, who, instead of observing the techniques of the candidates, was intently focused on the middle-aged man. This brought a glimmer of uncontainable satisfaction to the elder's eyes. A true master of traditional Chinese medicine must cultivate such detachment from worldly affairs. As Song Miao concluded his palpation and began to write a prescription, all eyes turned towards Zhao Xinyu, eager to witness what extraordinary insight he might possess. Zhao Xinyu sat before the middle-aged man, a faint smile gracing his lips. He noted that Song Miao had already submitted his prescription and redirected his attention to the middle-aged individual. Bedwetting is hardly a grave affliction. A few acupuncture sessions could remedy it completely. Observing the man's demeanor, he sensed that he would be forthcoming, as this was not a matter of great embarrassment. In the next moment, all gazes recoiled slightly, as the expression of the middle-aged man shifted dramatically. His face flushed crimson, and with a deep sigh, tears glimmered in his eyes. The middle-aged man possesses a beautiful family, yet this year, inexplicably, he began to suffer from bedwetting. Despite numerous consultations, he found no relief. This issue has created a rift in his marital life, leading to a separation, with his wife declaring that if he cannot remedy the situation within a year, she will seek a divorce. Zhao Xinyu spoke casually, while the middle-aged man reacted with intense emotion. The assessors, including Sun Buhui and his companions, stared in bewilderment at Zhao Xinyu, their eyes filled with astonishment, unable to fathom how he could discern the man's predicament without even taking his pulse. In contrast, Sun Buhui and his peers, though surprised, felt a surge of confidence, for they had gleaned from their pulse readings that the middle-aged man's bedwetting was symptomatic of deeper ailments, which could not be diagnosed without specialized techniques. Young man, you claim that acupuncture alone can cure my affliction. The middle-aged man trembled, grasping Zhao Xinyu's hand. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently, patting the man's large hand. Actually, bedwetting may be a blessing in disguise for you. It has saved your life. This statement caused a collective intake of breath among the onlookers, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. How could bedwetting possibly be life-saving? While they reacted in shock, Sun Buhui and his associates were further alarmed. As Zhao Xinyu had indicated, the bedwetting was a symptom of other underlying conditions, and once these ailments were addressed, the bedwetting would naturally cease. The elder nodded continuously, regarding Zhao Xinyu with an expression akin to a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Aside from the bedwetting, I have no other discomfort, the middle-aged man confessed. Allow me to take your pulse, Zhao Xinyu replied, extending a finger to the man's wrist. Many candidates displayed disdain in their gazes, yet Sun Buhui, the elder, the judges, and even those accompanying Sun Buhui were taken aback, their faces transforming with shock. The elder's lips quivered. He felt dryness in his throat, astonished that a long-lost pulse diagnosis technique had resurfaced in this medical examination, particularly embodied by a young man in his 20s. The individuals from prestigious, traditional Chinese medicine families, who initially regarded Zhao Xinyu with contempt, now looked upon him with a hint of reverence. They sensed a remarkable aura surrounding him and were eager to uncover the origins of this young man and the revival of the legendary diagnostic skill. In a matter of minutes, Zhao Xinyu withdrew his finger, lightly tapping the middle-aged man's hand. I must ask, have you engaged in frequent intimate relations recently? Albeit each time. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, little brother, esteemed physician, I beg you. Zhao Xinyu smiled softly. As I stated earlier, bedwetting has spared your life. There is no need for acupuncture. I shall prescribe a herbal remedy. In no more than half a month, you shall return to your former self, and then you may pursue whatever you desire. Upon his utterance, Sun Buhui and Lei Feng felt their cheeks flush with a sudden heat, their previous reverence replaced by a disdainful gaze. What affliction do I truly suffer from, dear brother? He inquired. In the terminology of contemporary medicine, it is uremia. However, you have yet to reach that stage. If this persists for another 6 months, your condition may become dire. The middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically. My child is still young. I fear not the cost. I shall return home to sell my house and my car. Zhao Xinyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. There is no need for such drastic measures. At most, it may require 300 to 500 yuan. However, your beloved barbecues must come to an end. Should circumstances worsen, not even divine intervention can save you. The middle-aged man stood there, bewildered, unable to fathom how this first-time meeting with a young physician could reveal his fondness for barbecued delicacies. Not only him, but even Sun Buhui and the others around them were filled with confusion, recognizing through the man's changing expressions that Zhao Xinyu's words bore truth. Zhao Xinyu swiftly drafted a prescription. Just as he was about to submit it, the elder interjected, "Bring me his prescription, I wish to examine it." Moments later, the elder nodded repeatedly, murmuring, "Remarkable, simply remarkable. Such extraordinary remedies exist in this world." Once he finished speaking, he turned to Zhao Xinyu. "Young one, from whom did you learn such skills?" Realizing the elder's esteemed identity, Zhao Xinyu felt compelled to adopt a tone of utmost respect. "Master Hua, I have no formal teacher. All my knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine has been imparted by my grandfather." The elder paused, a peculiar smile illuminating his features. "Weren't you just calling me little brother? How has the address changed so swiftly?" The surrounding individuals suddenly felt their faces flush crimson, recalling how Zhao Xinyu had similarly referred to Nyoda as little brother. Nyoda was unfazed, but the audacity of Zhao Xinyu, addressing a venerable figure like Master Hua as little brother, would surely stir a storm if it were to spread. Would this young man still find his place in the world of traditional Chinese medicine? What astounded them further was the apparent lack of ire from Master Hua, who seemed to relish the opportunity to jest with Zhao Xinyu. The latter, his face flushed with embarrassment, glanced awkwardly at Master Hua, uncertain of how to explain himself. Master Hua, perceptive to Zhao Xinyu's discomfort, gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "The younger generation is formidable. If our field had more talents like you, traditional Chinese medicine would surely shine once more. Now, present me with the prescriptions from the others." Given Master Hua's stature, the other participants dutifully submitted their prescriptions. He handed Zhao Xinyu's prescription to Nyoda, saying, "Examine this. Do not let your titles as esteemed physicians cloud your judgment. Traditional Chinese medicine is far more intricate than you may assume. Whoever among you can discern a diagnosis without needing to feel the pulse shall find themselves rewarded beyond measure." Master Hua's words left the assembly speechless, while Zhao Xinyu's face burned with embarrassment, realizing that the elder had taken note of his earlier address. Should this become public knowledge, he could very well bear an avalanche of reproach. Zhao Xinyu felt a sense of frustration as Nyoda and the other members, including those from the Sun, Song, Huangfu, and Lei families, gathered around to examine the prescription he had formulated. Upon reviewing Zhao's prescription, they were all as effusive in their praise as Huabai, recognizing that the herbal ingredients were remarkably commonplace. As Zhao Xinyu had previously mentioned, the total expenditure over half a month amounted to merely a few hundred yuan. Yet, the combination of herbs was sufficient to treat the ailments of the patients. Their admiration stemmed primarily from the flawless synergy of the herbal components, which they could not find any fault with. While Nyoda and his companions scrutinized Zhao Xinyu's prescription, Huabai had already reviewed the prescriptions submitted by the candidates undergoing assessment. Ultimately, he was left with 6 prescriptions in hand. He handed these 6 prescriptions to Nyoda, confirming that all 6, including Zhao Xinyu, had successfully passed the examination, leaving the remainder for future consideration. As he spoke these words, a hint of disappointment crept into Huabai's voice. The number of participants in the assessment was already limited, yet only a scant few managed to succeed, leaving Huabai feeling somewhat discontented. Meanwhile, Huabai discreetly urged Nyoda to ensure that Zhao Xinyu would seek him out once he obtained his qualification certificate. However, the moment Zhao Xinyu received his assessment certificate, he vanished without a trace. In the end, Nyoda endured a severe reprimand, further exacerbating his frustration. He had been closely monitoring Zhao Xinyu, yet in the blink of an eye, the young man had disappeared. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Xinyu took a refreshing bath, entrusted all his garments to the hotel for laundering, ordered a few dishes, hastily took a bite, and then, pulling the covers over himself, drifted into slumber. The following morning, he awoke to find his phone had powered down due to a depleted battery. Foregoing recharging it, he departed from Yangqing. At the Yangqing Traditional Medicine Association, Huabai continued to sigh repeatedly, reflecting on Zhao Xinyu's sudden, dynamic arrival and his equally mysterious departure. Attempts to call him resulted in notifications of a powered-off phone, leaving Huabai frustrated as he had hoped for a meaningful conversation with Zhao Xinyu. Not just Huabai, but also individuals from the Sun, Song, Huangfu, and Lei families sought to locate Zhao Xinyu. They inquired among the members of the Traditional Medicine Association and other candidates who had come for the assessment, yet none recognized Zhao Xinyu or knew his origins. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao received news that Zhao Xinyu had returned from Yangqing. Hu Jinyu's expression darkened as he muttered curses under his breath, feeling aggrieved that Zhao had taken advantage of him without fulfilling his obligations. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. After a few minutes, he hung up, his brow furrowed and his gaze flickering, as if lost in thought. "What is going on, Hu Xiao?" Zhang Mingkue inquired softly. The response revealed that 7 capable individuals had been dispatched to follow Zhao Xinyu. Yet those 7 had inexplicably vanished that same night. They had searched along the route and ultimately traced the 7 to a village slated for demolition, a place Zhao Xinyu, being a newcomer to Yangqing, would have no reason to visit. Was there no surveillance footage reviewed? Having observed the surveillance, it was noted that Zhao Xinyu ventured to an antique street, yet he was not seen exiting, leaving the question of his departure route unanswered. By the time he returned, it was quite late. Thereafter, he remained confined to his hotel until hastily attending the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association for the examination. Apart from the antique street, he made no other excursions. This raises a peculiar issue. Among our group of over 30, 7 individuals have mysteriously vanished. Why does every occurrence surrounding Zhao Xinyu exude such enigma? Could it be that he is indeed entangled with some clandestine organization? Hu Jinyu narrowed his gaze, his visage momentarily contorting with displeasure. It must be that old schemer Du Gang meddling in the shadows again. Very well, since you wish to protect this lad, I shall thwart your intentions. What I cannot possess, neither shall you. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu locked himself within his chamber, drawing the curtains tightly. He re-entered his space, eager to discover whether the 9-flower medicinal box procured from the black market contained the anticipated treasures. He cautiously lifted the box, refraining from opening it, his attention fixated on the weathered 9 plum blossoms adorning its exterior. Minutes later, he made a significant discovery. The central plum blossom harbored a pinhole-sized aperture at its core. Employing a silver needle meant for acupuncture, he inserted it into the minuscule opening. A faint sound emerged, and with a surge of excitement, he opened the box to reveal a small niche from which a sheet of gold leaf and a pouch seemingly crafted from animal hide emerged. Gently extracting the hide pouch and gold leaf, he glanced at the latter, his gaze narrowing with disbelief. Could it be that fortuitous? The Harmony 5 Elements Golden Needle. His cultivation technique was the Harmony True Scripture, and now the gold leaf depicted an acupuncture technique known as the Harmony 5 Elements Needle. It was said to be a godly acupuncture method, revered in the medical community as the burning mountain fire, yet the Harmony 5 Elements Needle was entirely new to him. Upon opening the hide pouch, he discovered a set of gold acupuncture needles, an essential tool for any competent traditional Chinese physician. The efficacy of gold needles far surpasses that of those made from silver. However, due to the malleability of gold, most practitioners are unable to utilize them effectively. Only seasoned masters of acupuncture, having perfected their craft, dare employ gold needles in their practice. During Zhao Xinyu's own training in acupuncture, his grandfather Zhao Lu had not provided him with acupuncture tools, but rather with pig bristles, which were far softer than gold. At that time, even piercing the flesh proved to be a formidable challenge. It took Zhao Xinyu 3 arduous years to master the art of piercing with the pig bristles. Now, upon encountering the gold needles, he comprehended his grandfather's intentions. It was not that he wished to withhold tools from him. but rather in the absence of gold needles. He had chosen pig bristles to prepare him for a future where he could wield the true instruments of his craft. With a sense of wonder, Zhao Xinyu's gaze narrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting a subtle transformation. He perceived that this set of golden needles was rather extraordinary, as the tails of the 5 clusters seemed to conceal something unique. Casually extracting one of the golden needles, he discovered that its tail bore a minuscule red gemstone. Nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet upon closer inspection, he could feel a gentle warmth emanating from it. Instantly, Zhao Xinyu deduced that it was a fire attribute needle. He had heard of fire attribute gemstones before, but to seamlessly integrate such a gemstone with needles as fine as hair was no feat for an ordinary craftsman. A master capable of such artistry would truly be considered divine in their craft. Observing the other 4 clusters, representing the elements of gold, wood, water, and earth, he noted that each tail was flawlessly adorned with the corresponding gemstone, seemingly grown together with the golden needle, leaving no visible trace of their fusion. As he gazed at this remarkable set, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of emotion. Gold itself was a luxury, and to craft acupuncture tools from it was a labor not easily borne by the average artisan. Moreover, gemstones of the 5 elements were exceedingly rare and costly. To embed these precious stones into acupuncture instruments would command an astronomical price. He imagined that if this exquisite set were offered for sale to traditional Chinese medicine families like the Huabi clan, fetching several million or even tens of millions would be effortlessly achievable. However, Zhao Xinyu understood that such tools might be one of a kind. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine himself, and one not lacking in wealth, he would never part with such an unparalleled set, even if financial need arose. After returning the golden needles to their pouch, he began to study the techniques inscribed on the gold leaf regarding the Hongmeng 5 elements needle method. He realized that this technique surpassed the skills he had previously learned, such as the burning mountain fire and the heart-cooling needle, as it transformed the body's acupuncture points into a configuration resembling the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. As he delved deeper into the method, a fluctuation of energy enveloped him, and the Hongmeng true scripture began to operate within him. He took up the golden needle, practicing its application, and somehow, the Hongmeng true scripture and the Hongmeng 5 elements needle method began to harmoniously merge. He sensed that when invoking the Hongmeng true scripture to execute the Hongmeng 5 elements needle method, the efficacy of acupuncture would increase by at least 50%. Feeling a preliminary grasp of the application of the Hongmeng 5 elements needle technique, Zhao Xinyu stowed away the gold leaf back into the box, only to be struck by a sudden wave of confusion. He had slain dozens of individuals, and their weapons had transformed into trees. Yet this sandalwood box had not undergone a similar metamorphosis. Could it be that this space possessed a selective function, preventing the materials crafted into furniture from taking root and sprouting? Restoring the box, he then drew forth the large package that had inadvertently snagged on his arm. Upon unzipping it, Zhao Xinyu could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Inside was not an antique or a tome, but rather a collection of unremarkable stones in hues of green, purple, and black. In his disillusionment, he carelessly spilled the jumble of stones onto the ground. This space was indeed wondrous, capable of decomposing even corpses, yet apart from the solitary white peak in the lake, he had not encountered a single stone. In his mind, he imagined that the stones would soon be broken down by the miraculous soil of this realm. In the next moment, the space trembled violently, and the area where he stood began to rise. Initially, it formed a small mound, but soon, chunks of rock erupted from the ground, growing at a visibly rapid pace. Within minutes, an unbroken mountain range emerged before him, with patches of rock exposed in hues of green, purple, black, red, and yellow. Damn it! Zhao Xinyu cursed under his breath, as a mountain suddenly obstructed the once clear view of the space. Gazing at the barren mountain blocking his path, he felt a wave of despair. He regretted not having discarded the stones earlier. This fellow had to traverse mountains to reach the other side of the space, which posed a considerable inconvenience for him. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself on the other side of the mountain, which took him by surprise. A spark of realization ignited within him, and he wished to travel towards the lake, and in an instant, he stood at the water's edge. This revelation banished the disappointment from Zhao Xinyu's face. He often desired to visit places merely by walking, but now, thanks to the scattered stones, he discovered that movement within this space was unrestricted. He owed his gratitude to that heap of rubble. After lingering in the space for a while, Zhao Xinyu exited, stepping out with the black wind into the vineyard. During this time, the grapevines had grown over 3 meters long, sprawling across the bamboo trellis and among the large leaves. Clusters of delicate white buds were poised to bloom. Observing the dense mass of unflowered buds filled Zhao Xinyu with excitement, judging by the current state. This year promised to be a bountiful harvest. Not only would he profit from the grapes, but he could also earn a substantial sum through the Purple Emperor. Huayuan, situated within an administrative unit, is classified as a municipal entity. However, due to its location in the northwest, the economic development lags significantly, and the overall progress of the city is modest. In this age of declining traditional Chinese medicine, the Huayuan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital sees few visitors. In one office, 6 young men and women idly pass their time on their smartphones. Among them, one young man repeatedly sighs and pats his head in frustration. "Li Chun, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" inquired a robust young man, towering over 1.8 meters, with a hint of concern in his gaze. Li Chun turned to the young man. "Pang Mingyuan, how can I be so unfortunate? This is the 3rd year, and I still haven't passed the TCM assessment. I initially thought the local exams were too challenging, so this time I specifically chose to take the assessment in Yancheng, but the outcome." "What was the outcome? Did you pass?" Pang Mingyuan asked, drawing the attention of the other 4 young men and women in the office. "I lament my misfortune. Do you all know that Sun Buhui from our area, as well as Huangfu Jisher from the Huangfu family, Song Ci from the Song family, and the Lei family from Leigong Mountain in Miaojiang, have also gone to Yanqing for the assessment? What does their assessment have to do with yours? As long as you pass, that's what matters. By the way, those 4 are all prominent figures among the youth. Many aspire to meet them, yet few do. It is only natural that you cannot compete with them." Li Chun let out a cold snort, remarking that they were unaware of the true nature of the 4 peculiar individuals, among whom there was one even more extraordinary. Despite having reached the 4th round, ultimately, apart from the one eccentric, the other 4 had all been misdiagnosed, leading to controversy that even drew the attention of the esteemed Elder Huabai. "He had treated a patient previously, yet I failed to seize the opportunity to clarify the matter." Li Chun recounted the circumstances of the traditional Chinese medicine assessment, eventually revealing that the most extraordinary young man could discern a patient's ailment without needing to feel their pulse. Pang Mingyuan and the others cast scornful glances at Li Chun. Enraged, Li Chun insisted that what he stated was indeed the truth. Zhao Xinyu was truly remarkable, and his method of pulse diagnosis was rather unique. Employing only a single finger, Pang Mingyuan's body jolted as he stood up, fixing his gaze on Li Chun. "Li Chun, what is the name of the individual who outshone Sun Buhui, Huangfu Jisher, Lei Feng, and Song Miao in the assessment?" "Zhao Xinyu," Li Chun replied. "That fellow is indeed unrestrained, disheveled, and exudes an unpleasant odor, yet he dares to address Elder Hua by as little brother. You cannot fathom the extent of his audacity." But Elder Huabai remains unfazed, referring to Zhao Xinyu as brother. "By heaven, that is my brother," Pang Mingyuan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. After 5 years at university, he was Zhao Xinyu's sole friend, sharing everything without reservation. Pang Mingyuan was also aware that Zhao Xinyu diagnosed using just one finger. Reflecting on Zhao Xinyu's endeavors, delivering takeout and collecting scrap, he realized that the filthy, odorous brother Li Chun described was indeed his assessment of Zhao Xinyu. Thus, he concluded that the audacious individual who dared to call Elder Hua by little brother was none other than his best friend. Seeing Pang Mingyuan's reaction, Li Chun chuckled. "Pang Mingyuan, you are blatantly seeking attention. As a graduate of a 3rd-rate university, how could you possibly know Zhao Xinyu? With such talent, he might not even consider attending a 1st-rate Chinese medicine university. I have also heard of Zhao Xinyu," another girl with a youthful face interjected. "I saw his name in a social media post, stating that he cultivates vegetables and raises fish in Xianling, Pingcheng, earning over $1 million a year. He even has a large dog, a breed thought to be extinct, the Longpo. Now, Xianling has become a hotspot for internet celebrities." "Li Chun, is the Zhao Xinyu you mentioned a cripple who often wears a mask?" Pang Mingyuan asked with a hint of excitement, recalling his good friend's appearance. "Not him. He is a perfectly normal individual. The person you are referring to is certainly someone else." Li Chun shook his head in response. "Li Chun, take a look. Is this the Zhao Xinyu you mentioned?" The girl with the youthful face pulled out a photo from her phone and handed it to Li Chun. Taking the phone, Li Chun glanced at the image and exclaimed, "That's him. He is the one who made the 10 judges endure a scathing lecture from Elder Hua Bai." You cannot imagine the embarrassment on the faces of those 10 illustrious figures at that moment. Amidst his disappointment, Pang Mingyuan instinctively leaned in to view the photo of Zhao Xinyu. Upon seeing the image, his body trembled, and a sheen of moisture gathered in his fierce eyes. "Pang Mingyuan, what has happened to you? I find little meaning in this, but I must clarify that the Zhao Xinyu you mentioned is not the same Zhao Xinyu." Pang Mingyuan wiped away his tears, exclaiming, "Indeed, he is my brother Zhao Xinyu. I possess his photograph." Upon viewing the images on Pang Mingyuan's phone, the other 5 individuals in the office stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how someone endowed with extraordinary medical talent would attend a mediocre traditional Chinese medicine university. "Pang Mingyuan, how could he possibly attend the same school as you?" His gaze flickered momentarily as he recounted to Li Chun and the others the details of his initial meeting with Zhao Xinyu and the myriad experiences they had shared over the past 5 years. As Pang Mingyuan spoke of Zhao Xinyu's sacrifices for an ineffectual younger brother, striving to spare their grandfather from suffering, working as a food deliveryman and scavenging for recyclables, seldom returning home during holidays, surviving on pickled vegetables, steamed buns, and instant noodles, Li Chun and the others fell into a profound silence. They could scarcely fathom why someone like Zhao Xinyu, who toiled for a living and had nearly forfeited his dignity, would not showcase his medical expertise. For his skills could undoubtedly secure him a respectable position and wealth unattainable by others. When Li Chun broached this notion, Pang Mingyuan could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Xinyu has always claimed his medical skills are subpar, that practicing medicine could endanger lives. Yet, during his time at school, he consistently excelled in all subjects, achieving scores that surpassed the admission threshold for prestigious institutions. He merely applied to one school, Pingqing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Upon hearing Pang Mingyuan's revelations, Li Chun and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Despite his impressive academic record, he ultimately enrolled in a third-rate university. The fact that Zhao Xinyu's medical prowess could overshadow that of heirs from esteemed medical families was truly unexpected. Pang Mingyuan, if his grades were commendable, he should have obtained his medical license by now. Why then is he still pursuing the qualifications for traditional Chinese medicine? Pang Mingyuan sighed softly, retrieving several photographs from his phone. Just before graduation, he encountered a tragic incident, a series of murders. He was the sole survivor of that calamity. "Are you referring to the consecutive murders of delivery workers in Pingqing?" The girl with a doll-like face asked, her surprise evident. Observing Pang Mingyuan's nod, sympathy flickered in their eyes as they turned to view the photographs on his phone, images of Zhao Xinyu taken before and after his hospital discharge. Upon seeing both the diagnosis and Zhao Xinyu's harrowing condition, Li Chun and the others were left utterly astounded. A miraculous healer. This Zhao Xinyu truly is extraordinary. He has restored the mobility of a leg that expert doctors deemed irreparable. Pang Mingyuan, quick to respond, said, "I must reach out to him. I wish to become his disciple. He has changed his number. I have been inquiring about his whereabouts for over a year." Suddenly, Pang Mingyuan turned to the girl with the doll-like face. "Shaoli, do you know where Xinyu is now?" "In a place called Zaihanling in Pingqing. The houses and vegetable gardens I showed you earlier are reportedly his." Pang Mingyuan nodded. "I now know where he is. I shall go find him at once." As the Labor Day approaches, Pang Mingyuan suggested that they should go together. He had heard that the vegetables grown and the fish raised by a certain individual were exceptionally delicious. The youthful and delicate voice chimed in. "All right, whoever is going, please make the necessary preparations." Xinyu, Zhao Ximing, and a few others had emerged, making claims in the village that the matter was far from over. One day, Han Tianliang, burdened with thoughts, confided in Zhao Xinyu about an issue. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. The name Zhao Ximing once caused him much vexation, but now, he regarded such a person with utter disdain. Noticing Zhao Xinyu in a daze, Han Tianliang mistakenly assumed he still feared Zhao Ximing. With a slight sigh, he remarked, "Recently, I have encouraged Han Li and the others to come around more often. Do not worry about him. He is simply a rogue seeking trouble for a few petty gains." Zhao Xinyu shook his head. "Grandpa Han, ignore him. Such a person will only become more demanding." After saying this, Zhao Xinyu turned to Han Tianliang and inquired, "Grandpa Han, how is the situation at the West Han pickled vegetables place?" "It is quite busy. Lu Ming and the others are overwhelmed. The people from our village have mentioned that they are struggling to keep up." Upon mentioning the West Han pickled vegetables, Han Tianliang's spirits lifted. The establishment primarily featured vegetables from the courtyard, and on its opening day, it was already bustling with customers. Within a few days, it had gained a reputation throughout Pengcheng, attracting not only locals but also individuals from surrounding areas seeking to purchase vegetables. Those who visited the pickled vegetable shop echoed a singular sentiment each day: exhaustion. Zhao Xinyu's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Perhaps you could select some individuals from our predetermined list to allow for rotational breaks at the vegetable shop and the agritourism. We share that thought. However, should we not also consider adjusting the wages? After all, if they are to have time off, they will only be working half of the month. There's no need for that. The wages are set by me. Any adjustments can only be upward, if reduced. What would they think? There is also another matter. I have noticed that the workforce for vegetable harvesting at the courtyard seems somewhat insufficient. Han Tianliang responded with a wry smile. Xinyu, the individuals remaining in the village are all employed by you. You are the only one who does not mind them. Even the elderly are willing to hire them, while the rest are just a few families who will not come to assist. I have also been in touch with those working away, and some have indicated they will return to the village during Labor Day. Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but shake his head. He had initially contemplated opening a small winery in the courtyard, but manpower remained a pressing issue. Grandpa Han, how about this? Please see if any families in the village have relatives from other villages. Kindly find me 10 honest and diligent individuals. The equipment I ordered will be arriving soon, and the winery is about to commence operations. You reminded me, Zheng Min has 2 brothers. I have met them, and like Zheng Min, they are honest and straightforward. Moreover, they are quite adept in water activities. Nowadays, fishing is primarily done with large vessels, and the nearshore yields have been meager. Zheng Min has also asked me once, wishing for his brothers to come over. As long as the character of the individuals is commendable, it suffices, let them come. By the way, it would be prudent to inquire if their families are willing to join. Min Jie and her companions have ample space in their courtyard for accommodation, and we are indeed in need of additional hands here. Han Tianliang let out a slight sigh, a hint of bitterness flickering across his countenance. He glanced at Zhao Xinyu and remarked, Xinyu, the conditions here are rather favorable. Many individuals wish to return. However, the education of their children poses a significant dilemma. Our village is impoverished and struggles to retain quality educators. Currently, the students attending school hail from economically disadvantaged families. Those who have recently acquired some funds wish to send their children away for education, but the issues of food and lodging remain daunting. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered for a moment. Grandpa Han, then let us establish a school and hire teachers. Establishing a school and hiring teachers, however, entails considerable expenses. Furthermore, this matter pertains to the village and does not significantly involve you. Your contributions to the village have already been substantial. Our villagers are diligent. I trust them to perform their tasks. We must alleviate their concerns so they can focus on their work. I will reach out to contacts, and you can lead them in planning and surveying. Once Zhao Xinyu's intention to build a school and hire teachers was announced, it caused quite a stir in the village, and even the district sent representatives to Xianling. The school, though not small in area, had only about 10 students due to a lack of qualified teachers. As the school was set to be rebuilt, it was temporarily relocated to the brigade. On that day, Zhao Xinyu was leisurely strolling in the courtyard with Black Wind when his phone rang. Hanli, are you feeling peckish again? Speak up, what do you desire to eat? Quickly head to the school. Jia Zhansi has been assaulted. Zhao Xinyu's expression shifted sharply. Jia Zhansi was the village secretary of Xianling, highly respected much like Han Tianliang. The news of him being attacked immediately brought to mind Zhao Ximing. Leaving Black Wind to guard the house, Zhao Xinyu hurried to the school. From a distance, he spotted a large crowd gathered around the site of the reconstruction, the commotion audible from afar. Among the throng, Jia Zhansi, in his 60s, lay on the ground, his head and face smeared with blood, groaning in agony. Han Li and Lu Ming were surrounding a middle-aged man. As the villagers noticed Zhao Xinyu's arrival, they parted to create a path. Upon seeing Jia Zhansi's condition, Zhao Xinyu's expression darkened. Without inquiring into the details, he knelt beside the secretary to administer aid. While tending to him, he learned the circumstances of the incident. The construction team responsible for the school's renovation was the same one that had previously assisted with modifications to the courtyard, with Jia Zhansi overseeing the work. Earlier that day, personnel from the district had unexpectedly delivered several truckloads of bricks, claiming it was a directive from the district. Naturally, Jia Zhansi attempted to intervene. but was met with aggression from the middle-aged man, resulting in his injury. Xinyu, look at these bricks they brought. They crumble with a mere squeeze, Han Li said, presenting a brick to Zhao Xinyu. As he spoke, he exerted pressure on the brick, which, though appearing intact, disintegrated into a pile of debris. The situation had escalated beyond mere monetary disputes. It was no longer a trivial matter of 1 yuan or 1.5 for a brick. All the bricks that the school required were to be sourced from my own supply. The middle-aged man had perceived that Zhao Xinyu was in charge and brazenly shouted his demands. As he spoke, more than 10 rough-looking youths, armed with clubs, jumped from the trucks carrying bricks. They exuded an air of menace, unmistakably troublemakers. Although the villagers felt a surge of anger at this display, they could not help but retreat a few meters, leaving only Han Tianliang, Han Li, and a select few by Zhao Xinyu's side. You must be Zhao Xinyu. The man declared, 1.5 is the fixed price. Today, these bricks are staying, whether you like it or not. We dictate the terms for the school's reconstruction. And you ought to inquire about my brother-in-law. Han Tianliang frowned and leaned close to Zhao Xinyu's ear, whispering, he is Shirkan, the brother-in-law of Director Li. Just a few days ago, Director Li called to inform me that he oversees school construction. As long as he withholds his signature, the school cannot be operational. Zhao Xinyu soon learned from Han Tianliang that Shirkan, much like Zhao Ximing, was a rogue who exploited his brother-in-law's influence to swindle and deceive. Whenever there were construction projects at the school, he would intervene, delivering subpar bricks while demanding exorbitant prices. Fearing repercussions from his brother-in-law, he had profited handsomely over the years, which only fueled his arrogance. He surrounded himself with a band of petty thugs. Anyone who dared to voice dissent would face harsh verbal abuse or worse. Despite numerous reports to the authorities, Shirkan's connections ensured his swift release, emboldening his unscrupulous behavior. Zhao Xinyu scoffed coldly, recognizing that many industries had been tainted by such malefactors, leading to widespread disdain. Reflecting on his own past experiences as a delivery worker and scavenger, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for such individuals. Now, they had dared to extend their corrupt hands into his affairs. He glanced at Han Li and instructed, take Uncle Zhao back home. He needs to rest for a few days. Turning his attention to the construction team leader, he continued, we shall proceed with the plan we devised. Quality must be ensured, and the timeline expedited. The school must be completed before the commencement of term on September 1st. Seeing Zhao Xinyu disregard him, Shirkan's expression darkened. You little punk. Haven't you heard me speaking to you? Zhao Xinyu didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he focused on the onlookers, many of whom had raised their phones to capture the unfolding drama. Grandpa Han, Uncle Zhao will be home recuperating for the next few days. Please keep an eye on things here. Feeling increasingly disregarded, Shirkan's embarrassment morphed into anger. He lifted his foot to kick Zhao Xinyu, muttering angrily, you won't know until I teach you a lesson. But in the next instant, he found himself propelled backward with a painful cry, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Shirkan had been so easily dispatched. On the ground, Shirkan pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Xinyu, shouting, brothers, take care of this bastard. If anything goes wrong, my brother-in-law will back me up. The small rogues immediately swarmed towards Zhao Xinyu. But Han Jun and the others would not allow Zhao Xinyu to be harmed, resulting in a chaotic clash between the two groups. In just a few minutes, Han Jun and Lu Ming remained unscathed, while the group of unruly youths lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. At that moment, both Han Jun and the onlooking villagers were somewhat bewildered, having witnessed no intervention from Zhao Xinyu. Strangely, whenever the delinquents swung their clubs, their aim inexplicably faltered, causing them to strike only their own comrades instead. The final two, in a comical twist, ended up knocking each other unconscious while grappling with one another. Shirkan gazed at his fallen subordinates, his face contorted in disbelief. They were truly mad, watching their own turn against each other. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Upon seeing Shirkan still on the ground, the arriving officers shot furious glares at Zhao Xinyu and his companions. Yet their eyes betrayed a hint of suppressed excitement. Subsequently, the group was taken away, while Zhao Xinyu, who had not engaged in the fray, remained at the school. Under his direction, a series of short videos were uploaded to the internet. The formidable power of the online community soon manifested as viewers, in fits of laughter, clamored for a thorough investigation into the brother-in-law mentioned by Shirkan. The source of their amusement was quite simple. Those delinquents were part of Shirkan's gang. Yet instead of attacking one another, they exclusively harmed their own. This perplexity was not limited to the netizens. Even Han Jun, the onlookers, and the unruly youths themselves found it baffling. They indeed wished to strike Han Jun and his group, but whenever a club was raised, their bodies inexplicably weakened, and the blows landed on their own comrades. That very day, news broke that an investigation was underway regarding Sher Khan's brother-in-law. In the following days, Sher Khan's relative was dismissed from his position, and several hidden accomplices were apprehended as a result of the incident. Xinyu, do you possess some sort of magic? Han Jun and his companions, having been confined for several days, gathered in the courtyard, still unable to comprehend what transpired that day. Yet they immediately thought of Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly. It's nothing. It was merely their unfortunate luck. However, Han Li, Lu Ming, you should also consider strengthening your bodies. Han Li's eyes brightened instantly. Although Zhao Xinyu said little, they understood clearly. The events of that day were undoubtedly linked to him. Xinyu, please teach us. Zhao Xinyu nodded with a smile. Very well. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, I shall begin your training tomorrow. In the following period, Han Li and his companions discovered just how demanding Zhao Xinyu's teachings were. A seemingly simple movement took them an entire week to master. Yet, with each passing day, they could feel their bodies transforming, which motivated them to practice diligently. Han Jun, with the May Day holiday approaching, I plan to host a fruit-picking festival in the courtyard. The Korean soldiers nodded in unison. The vegetable garden spanned nearly 50 acres, although it was essential to supply the agritourism business and Pingqing Hotel daily. The once abundant varieties like rapeseed and spinach were now dwindling. In contrast, vegetables such as tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, and bell peppers showed little sign of significant reduction. Presently, what remained were primarily their fruits, with the leaves obscured behind them. Organizing a harvest festival would not only lessen labor costs, but also facilitate the sale of vegetables right from the garden, enhancing their visibility in the market. Each of these aspects held immense advantages for them. Xinyu, many villagers are following your lead and venturing into aquaculture. Although pigs and sheep may take a few more months to mature, chickens, ducks, and geese are nearly ready for sale. I believe we should host a gathering in the village, suggested a villager. That's a splendid idea. Grandpa Han mentioned that it's been years since we've set up a stage for performances. We could invite various troops during this time, replied Xinyu. Very well. I shall discuss this with my father and promote the event simultaneously. As preparations in the village commenced at a brisk pace, Zhao Xinyu found himself rather leisurely. On this day, Du Mingnan, upon hearing about the gathering from Han Jun and the others, perked up with interest. I'd like to join in the festivities, she declared. Xinyu was taken aback for a moment. You don't mean to participate in the village event, do you? Du Mingnan laughed softly, playfully reaching out to pat his head. You are indeed teachable. The vegetables here have already gained recognition among many from surrounding areas. The harvest festival will surely draw a crowd. I could prepare dishes right at your doorstep, which would also elevate the hotel's profile. Xinyu's gaze flickered thoughtfully, and he nodded. Han Jun, please discuss with Grandpa Han. Let us hold our gathering in front of my place, where it will be visible to all passers-by. The day before May Day, a makeshift restaurant for Pingqing Hotel appeared on the large vacant lot in front of Zhao Xinyu's home. On the roadside, meticulously planned stalls began to take shape, with a stage erected in the area before the vegetable garden. That very evening, the sounds of drums and gongs resonated from the stage, marking the official opening of the Pingqing Hotel. Xinyu, I need a favor, Du Mingnan said, having naturally stayed in the courtyard due to the hotel's operations. What is it? Xinyu noticed her eyes sparkling, aware that she was likely to request something he was reluctant to do. Could you help me out a bit over the next few days? Just focus on grilling meat and stewing Kirshenkarp. Gazing at her radiant face, Xinyu felt a sudden surge of impulse. He chuckled. Is there any reward for this? You don't lack money, but seeing you all alone. How about I offer my company in return? Du Mingnan suggested, her cheeks flushing. After spending time together, Du Mingnan could sense Xinyu's interest in her, but he had yet to address it directly, which made her anxious. Seizing the opportunity while they were alone, she shyly expressed her feelings. Xinyu paused, momentarily taken aback. An unexpected thought crossed his mind, and he blurted out, then wouldn't that mean I'd be at a disadvantage? Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, Du Mingnan's originally radiant smile faded into a chill, and she raised her delicate fist to strike at him. However, she unexpectedly slipped, tumbling directly into Zhao Xinyu's embrace. Their eyes met, and Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her body feeling quite warm. Though she felt shy, a peculiar sweetness blossomed within her heart. Zhao Xinyu, attuned to Du Mingnan's subtle changes, harbored feelings for her as well. Yet, he always felt that their backgrounds were mismatched. With Du Mingnan being so forward now, he could no longer conceal his emotions. He wrapped his arms around her, causing Du Mingnan to tremble slightly, resembling a small, lazy cat nestled in his embrace. Her hand playfully pinching his waist. Feeling the gentleness of the beautiful girl, Zhao Xinyu leaned down to kiss Du Mingnan's delicate lips. She let out a few soft murmurs, her arms encircling his strong waist. After a long moment, they parted, and Du Mingnan lightly tapped Zhao Xinyu's shoulder with her petite fist, quietly resting against him. Will you really help me? Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily, tightening his embrace around her. Of course, how could I not help? All right, I'll find someone to deliver a batch of mountain chickens tomorrow. No need for that. Can't you see I have mountain chickens here too? Du Mingnan replied, slightly taken aback. When did you start raising mountain chickens? These aren't mine. They flew in on their own. They are all authentic wild mountain chickens. I want to eat them now. Fine, I'll go catch some. If only we could have the stewed pork we enjoyed before. Du Mingnan suddenly recalled that unforgettable meal. Wild boars are protected animals, and indulging occasionally is acceptable, but if we were to engage in trade, it would lead to trouble. Zhao Xinyu, Yuma, and Ruashi will be coming over tomorrow. You won't have anyone here, will you? Zhao Xinyu chuckled wryly. I don't have anyone here. As he spoke, his gaze drifted, thinking of his good friend Pang Mingyuan. At that moment, he had no idea where Pang Mingyuan was, and he knew that his friend would not be aware of his stay in Xianling. Sensing Zhao Xinyu's despondence, Du Mingnan nestled closer into his arms, her charming face resting against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I'll be with you from now on. You have Han Li and the others as good brothers now. You will surely not feel lonely in the future. Zhao Xinyu nodded, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Du Mingnan's forehead. Ming, thank you. Du Mingnan's eyes sparkled as she pouted playfully. But you just said you suffered a great loss. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. I have indeed suffered a great loss. Let me say it. After a playful exchange, Du Mingnan suddenly recalled something. By the way, Grandpa mentioned the other day, did you participate in the traditional Chinese medicine assessment? I did, and I obtained my medical license. Now Grandpa can rest easy. He was worried that Grandpa Luo would find out you didn't have a medical license. Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly, wrapping his arms securely around Du Mingnan. The following day, before Zhao Xinyu had even risen, Du Mingnan pushed open the door, playfully urging him to awaken, as the outside world was abuzz with excitement. Although it was merely around 7 o'clock, the courtyard was already teeming with people. The 4-meter-wide path was nearly devoid of gaps, and the vegetable garden was a veritable sea of humanity. There were those capturing photographs, others engaged in harvesting, and many simply meandering about. Zhao Xinyu estimated that the number of people in the courtyard must be no fewer than 800, if not 1,000. Many had already gathered their vegetables. Yet the sheer number of individuals made it a daunting task to reach the entrance for weighing, often taking over 10 minutes to navigate through the throng. Zhao Xinyu, let us go down and take a look, Du Mingnan said, snuggling against him as they stood at the entrance. It's so lively out there. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. You'll get lost in less than a minute, and I want to know where to find you. Du Mingnan laughed, warmth flooding her heart, her eyes sparkling with joy. What about Yuma and the others? How will they get in? Zhao Xinyu gestured toward the bustling crowd in the courtyard. Getting in is easy, but getting out is quite another matter. Then, a thought struck him. Mingnan, we can't take the mountain chicken out. Call the hotel and ask them to prepare. Considering the number of people, it would be quite challenging for anyone to exit, let alone carrying the mountain chicken. In the midst of their idle chatter, Zhao Xinyu suddenly brightened, pointing toward the courtyard. I see Yuma and the others. Moments later, Yuma and Lu Ruashi appeared before them, drenched in sweat and panting. Today, we finally experienced the chaos of train travel during the Spring Festival. There are just too many people. Du Mingnan chuckled. Yuma? I invited Zhao Xinyu to help with the cooking, but with so many people, he can hardly make it outside by himself. The four of them laughed heartily. But the next moment, they were taken aback as they noticed Du Mingnan still clinging to Zhao Xinyu. Yuma, with a feigned frown, approached Zhao Xinyu and linked her arm with his other one. Zhao Xinyu, what is going on? Why are you straddling two boats? We made a vow of eternal fidelity, and in just a few days, you've already gotten close to someone else. Yuma's tone was so earnest that one might have mistaken it for serious, leaving both Lu Ruashi and Du Mingnan momentarily stunned. However, recalling Yuma's playful nature, Du Mingnan quickly responded, pinching Zhao Xinyu's arm with a mock frown. Confess honestly. When did you and Yuma swear eternal loyalty? Zhao Xinyu, caught off guard, felt Yuma's softness against him, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he grinned. My dear. This elicited a round of hearty laughter from the group. Let us go take a shower, Yuma suggested, turning to Zhao Xinyu. With guests arriving, Yu Haven Tea even prepared a single cold drink. Actually, I Haven Tea, he replied. How about some drunken linglong? Get lost. You want us to drink alcohol so early in the morning? Don't you have any tea? Zhao Xinyu paused, recalling the tea he had attempted to brew in recent days. I've got some tea I made. I'll go prepare it for you. Upon his utterance, not only did the four girls, including Umo, find themselves momentarily taken aback, but even Du Mingnan was left in a state of surprise. They were well aware that Zhao Xinyu hailed from the north, a region devoid of tea trees. The notion of him processing tea leaves was nothing short of a great jest. As Zhao Xinyu exited the living room, Umo turned to Du Mingnan and inquired, Ming, when did your husband learn to roast tea? Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, I am not certain. Perhaps he is merely jesting with us. During the new year, grandfather did seem to bring some specially supplied Dahong Pao. Ming, does your family approve of your relationship with Zhao Xinyu? Du Mingnan chuckled. As long as I am in agreement, it matters little. Besides, grandfather holds him in high regard. Umo and the others sighed in relief. If the old man has nodded in approval, what could your parents possibly say? Ming, I must admit I am somewhat envious of you. Had I known Zhao Xinyu was this exceptional, I should have made my move sooner. If we had taken that step back then, could it be that we would have a son by now? Du Mingnan and the others laughed heartily, with Umo teasing, wait, I'll arrange things for you all. Let's head to the bridal chamber first. Who is getting married? Why the rush to the bridal chamber without any celebratory festivities? The laughter of Du Mingnan and the others abruptly ceased as all five turned to gaze at the teapot in Zhao Xinyu's hands. Having caught a whiff of an exquisite fragrance emanating from the tea, rich yet refreshing. Such an aroma was unfamiliar even to Du Mingnan, a lady of refinement who had practically grown up amidst the scent of tea. Zhao Xinyu, what type of tea is this? It smells divine. Could it be that you have infused it with herbs again? Umo asked, her expression one of astonishment. Not at all. Each type of tea possesses its unique fragrance. To alter that would strip the tea of its intrinsic value, Zhao Xinyu replied, simultaneously retrieving tea utensils and pouring a cup for each person. As the tea filled the cups, the enticing aroma intensified. The five were utterly mesmerized. The color of the tea was unlike anything they had ever encountered, resembling a deep crimson akin to blood. Were it not for the enchanting fragrance, they might have mistaken it for red wine. Shall we sample it? Zhao Xinyu asked, observing their dazed expressions, a confident smile gracing his face. Du Mingnan lifted her cup, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply. The unique fragrance carried a hint of orchid, and as she took a small sip, she found the taste subtly sweet. The distinctive aroma traveled from her nasal passages to her throat, and as the tea flowed through her, a profound sense of ease enveloped her. Even her exhalations were imbued with that singular tea fragrance. This tea is superb, far superior to the exquisite Dahong Pao that grandfather usually drinks. I must record a video for him, Du Mingnan said, a hint of bliss in her voice. With her endorsement, Umo and the others eagerly lifted their cups, and upon tasting, their eyes sparkled with delight. Zhao Xinyu, what kind of tea is this? Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered as he glanced at the tea's color and replied, I call it Bai Shui Dan Xine. What a magnificent name! The five exclaimed in unison. As they savored the Bai Shui Dan Xine, Du Mingnan's phone rang. Noticing the absence of a displayed number, she glanced at Zhao Xinyu and chuckled. It seems grandfather is anxious. Dream, what kind of tea is that? It looks quite exquisite. Bring some back. Du Mingnan glanced at Zhao Xinyu. Grandfather, this tea is called Blood and Heart of the Green, and it is crafted by Zhao Xinyu himself. I am unsure if he has any left. Nonsense. Xinyu is from the north. What does he know about tea? He might manage to fry a dish. Du Gang's words instantly cast an awkward expression upon Zhao Xinyu's face, while Du Mingnan and her companions erupted in laughter. Grandfather, Blood and Heart of the Green is indeed crafted by Zhao Xinyu. He is right beside me. You can speak to him. As she spoke, Du Mingnan handed her phone to Zhao Xinyu. Before Zhao Xinyu could respond, Du Gang's voice boomed, Kid, setting aside the quality of this tea, I am fond of its name. I will exchange my exquisite Dahong Pao for it. One tael for half a pound. What do you say? Du Mingnan leaned closer, her delicate face brushing against Zhao Xinyu's. "Grandfather, it should be 1 tael of blood and heart of the green for 1 pound of exquisite de Hong Pao. The flavor of blood and heart of the green surpasses your exquisite de Hong Pao by far." Du Gang was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the upcoming event organized by Zhao Xinyu, he would have gone over by now. "Xinyu, what Mingnan said is true. Du Lao, I am uncertain. When Mingnan returns, I will have her bring you 1/2 pound. "Very well. 1/2 pound. How much blood and heart of the green do you possess?" "I am not entirely sure, but it should be a little over 1 pound. Give me some as well. If there are distinguished guests at the hotel, I would like to entertain them with blood and heart of the green and promote it as well." "We want some too," Uemo chimed in sweetly. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "All right. I will get some for each of you." At that moment, they heard a low growl from the black wind in the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu rose and exited the living room, spotting a villager responsible for guarding the stone arch bridge. "Is something the matter, Mingshu?" "Xinyu, a few individuals have come over. They claim to be your brothers, one of whom is named Pang Mingyuan." Upon hearing that name, Zhao Xinyu's body trembled, and he let out a roar before sprinting out of the yard, leaving Du Mingnan and the others bewildered. They quickly followed him outside. Once they emerged, they saw Zhao Xinyu embraced by a young man who towered over him by half a head. Tears glistened in both men's eyes, moving Du Mingnan and her friends deeply. Who was this young man? Why hadn't Zhao Xinyu mentioned him? Nevertheless, they could discern that their bond was remarkably close. Pang Mingyuan released Zhao Xinyu, gave his shoulder a gentle pat, and turned to Li Chun and the others. "This is my brother, Zhao Xinyu. I did not deceive you, did I?" Li Chun looked at Zhao Xinyu in disbelief. During the traditional Chinese medicine assessment in Yangcheng, Zhao Xinyu had appeared disheveled, exuding an unpleasant odor. Now, although Zhao Xinyu was dressed quite plainly, he was impeccably clean, with a handsome face and well-groomed hair, truly a young man who could rely on his looks. Li Chun stared at Zhao Xinyu, who returned the gaze. He had seen Li Chun during the assessment and never expected to encounter him again in this place. "Li Chun, it seems this is our second encounter." Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, Li Chun finally came to his senses and extended his hand to grasp Zhao Xinyu's large hand. "You are my idol. Do you have any idea that after you left that day, Master Huabai searched everywhere for you?" Nyoda and the others faced quite the scolding from him. The others, unaware of the traditional Chinese medicine assessment, instantly sensed there was a story behind Li Chun's words. "Come, let us step inside and have some water." Reflecting on how he had appeared that day, Zhao Xinyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had thought that after that day, they would not have another chance to meet, but fate had other plans, and through the connection with Pang Mingyuan, they found themselves reunited. In the living room, Li Chun recounted Zhao Xinyu's participation in the assessment, leaving Du Mingnan and the others utterly astonished, their expressions turning peculiar as they gazed at Zhao Xinyu. He had always given them the impression of being cultured and extraordinarily courteous. Yet Li Chun's depiction portrayed him as a carefree and glib individual. They could hardly fathom how Zhao Xinyu had managed to appear so disheveled, with his hair in disarray and his face grimy, even daring to refer to the esteemed Huabai as his junior. Zhao Xinyu, equally embarrassed, realized he had neglected to tidy himself up that day, resulting in his rather rogue-like appearance. Observing his discomfort, Du Mingnan and the others could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. After their laughter subsided, Du Mingnan, clutching her stomach, said, "Little brother, go fetch some tea for your sisters." With that remark, the laughter, which had just begun to fade, erupted once more from Umo and Pang Mingyuan. Zhao Xinyu, his face flushed with embarrassment, dashed out of the living room. When he returned with the tea, he found the guests still stifling their laughter, their expressions oddly fixed upon him. "Ming, please keep Mingyuan and the others company while I step outside for a moment." The moment he exited, the laughter that had caused him such discomfort resounded again. Zhao Xinyu could only manage a bitter smile, aware that this incident would become a blemish on his life. As he reached the courtyard below, he shook his head in disbelief. The area was densely packed with people, their heads bobbing among the vegetable patches. After nearly half an hour, he finally squeezed through the throng. Peering around, Zhao Xinyu nodded in satisfaction as he observed the bustling crowd at the street stalls, which included not only villagers, but also many city dwellers. Upon entering the makeshift dining area of Pingqing Hotel, he stated his purpose directly, and a staff member led him to the kitchen. Inside, 3 chefs, upon recognizing Zhao Xinyu, gazed at him with admiration. They may not have known him personally, but they were well aware of his culinary prowess. When it came to his signature braised Crucian carp, their skills paled in comparison. After the dish had gained immense popularity at the farmhouse, their head chef had secretly tasted it once, attempting to replicate it afterward. While his attempts yielded decent results, they fell significantly short of the exquisite flavor Zhao Xinyu managed to achieve. Moreover, they had heard General Manager Du Mingnan speak highly of Zhao Xinyu's barbecuing skills. Although they had yet to taste it themselves, they discerned from Du Mingnan's enthusiastic praises that the grilled meats at their hotel might not rival those of Zhao Xinyu. After a brief conversation with the chef, Zhao Xinyu began marinating the mountain chicken and wild rabbit, while the three chefs, no novices themselves, keenly observed his technique. However, they did not perceive anything particularly exceptional in his method, which sparked a new thought in their minds. While their stewing skills may not match Zhao Xinyu's, they were eager to measure their prowess in barbecuing against his. Once the mountain chicken was marinated, Zhao Xinyu commenced stewing the Crucian carp, with the three chefs still watching closely. When he poured beer into the pot and covered it, a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. The process seemed uncomplicated, akin to what their head chef would do, yet the flavors produced were vastly different. They soon noticed that Zhao Xinyu eschewed the specialized grilling tools they had brought, instead opting to stack firewood in a clear space. This further fueled their skepticism regarding his grilling abilities. However, this doubt was swiftly dispelled within half an hour, as a drop of fat sizzled upon the flames, and Zhao Xinyu began to apply a blend of seasonings. An intoxicating aroma of barbecued meat began to waft through the air, an olfactory delight that even seasoned chefs had never encountered. As the savory scent spread, people began to converge from the vicinity, and soon hundreds gathered in front of the makeshift dining area, eagerly capturing the moment with their cameras, their mouths watering in anticipation. Meng, look! Zhao Xinyu has started grilling. Look at how some people are drooling. Umo exclaimed, handing her phone to Du Mingnan. Upon seeing the photos, Du Mingnan glanced at Umo and remarked, Umo, I recall you had the same reaction the first time you tasted Zhao Xinyu's barbecue, didn't you? Pang Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. Xinyu can grill? Du Mingnan replied. You didn't know? Pang Mingyuan shook his head. That guy spent all his time delivering takeout and collecting recyclables outside of class. He only ate steamed buns and pickled vegetables. I've never heard him mention anything like this. Meanwhile, the tantalizing aroma of the barbecue filled the temporary dining area, where every seat was occupied. Even though the mountain chicken and wild rabbit were not yet ready, many patrons opted to skip the line and venture to other nearby makeshift stalls. Once the barbecue and stewed Crucian carp were served, the three chefs exchanged glances, realizing that the very diners who had clamored for their dishes were now fervently competing for Zhao Xinyu's stewed Crucian carp, grilled mountain chicken, and wild rabbit. Witnessing this scene, the three could only shake their heads. Although they had not tasted Zhao Xinyu's creations, they understood that the flavors he produced were beyond their capabilities. After an hour and a half of grilling the prepared mountain chicken and wild rabbit, Zhao Xinyu spent an additional 10 minutes squeezing back into the courtyard. After all, with my good brothers Pang Mingyuan and the others arriving, it would be unbecoming for me, as the host, to remain outside for too long. Once I returned to my courtyard, I noticed Du Mingnan and Pang Mingyuan gathered near the vineyard, joyfully capturing moments with Hei Feng, Jin Hen, and Jin Yu. Zhao Xinyu, let me take a photo with Jin Hen and Jin Yu. Pouted Umo upon seeing my return. I chuckled. That is not for me to decide. It's up to them. What shall we have for lunch? Should I have them bring us something? Du Mingnan suggested, contemplating that Pang Mingyuan is Zhao Xinyu's good brother. Let us have something simple for lunch. I will prepare braised pork for you in the evening. Upon hearing braised pork, Du Mingnan's eyes sparkled. But Umo and the others, who had never tasted it, objected. You stingy fellow. Your good brother comes all this way, and you only offer them braised pork? We want roasted mountain chicken and braised Crucian carp too. Du Mingnan, upon hearing their complaints, chose not to engage further, but smiled at Zhao Xinyu. For lunch, we shall have braised Crucian carp and roasted mountain chicken, but you must remember, no braised pork for you. As I spoke, I approached Jin Hen and Jin Yu, and seeing the affectionate interaction between them and me, envy filled the eyes of everyone present. With a flap of their wings, Jin Hen and Jin Yu took flight. I returned to call everyone back home, and then I called Han Li, instructing him to find the village butcher to come in the afternoon to process the wild boar. As Pang Mingyuan savored the roasted mountain chicken and braised Crucian carp I prepared, he could only praise and lament, wondering why I had not revealed such culinary skills earlier. Had I known I could cook like this, I would have certainly bypassed the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and instead partnered with Zhao Xinyu to open a barbecue restaurant in Pingcheng. Watching the playful banter between Pang Mingyuan and me, Du Mingnan and the others felt a pang of envy, realizing that having such a good brother for a lifetime, even while sharing meager meals, would be worth it. In the afternoon, Han Li and a few others arrived, and I introduced Pang Mingyuan and the others to them. Being of similar age and close to me, they quickly became acquainted. As they engaged in casual conversation, Hei Feng returned from outside, growling a few times before turning to leave the courtyard. I chuckled, Han Li, it's your turn now. Jin Hen and Jin Yu should be back. At that moment, Umo and the others understood what I meant by braised pork, and having never seen a wild boar, they all stood up to follow Han Li out of the courtyard.